Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. All right. Happy Monday.
We're back.
How's everybody doing? How's everyone? How are you doing, Rick? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I was saying in the pre-show, I got a video out this morning already. I'm pumped. We're going to have a fun day.
You've gotten ahead of it, so you don't have to like dip out during the lunch break or something.
We'll see. You know, I do actually have a law firm too, so you never know. But no, I'm planning on hanging out because I mean the Johnny Depp testimony train never ends. It's not ending today, I don't think, because we got redirect too.
Yeah. So a lot of people have been asking about that. How long is this cross-examination going to go? And the answer is, I have no answer. Unfortunately, I have no inside baseball information for what they're planning on doing. We can try to guess based on what we've seen so far and kind of what might make sense. But I mean, I've said before, I also never would have expected Johnny to go in the middle of his testimony.
Right. Well, and if he were using a timeline, right, this was our complaints last week. If he were going linearly, we would have a concept of what we have yet to hit in terms of topics. So we know we were just starting May of 2016. And ordinarily you'd think, okay, so if we have May of 2016, then we have the divorce and aftermath. That's about it, realistically. But he might just start us out today by saying, well, I forgot a few questions from 2013. So we're going to hit 2013 a little bit harder. We don't know.
Oh man. Yeah. It could honestly, we could be bouncing around like Doc Brown and Back to the Future. And
movie references starting early today. I like it.
Yes. Of course. We've got to do it, right? So, but I hope everybody had a nice restful weekend. I got my rest. I was very, very thankful for that. No traveling across multiple continents this weekend for me. So, and now we've got Nate with us.
Nate,
how's it going?
You couldn't hear that.
Hey Nate, what's up?
Oh no.
Oh no.
So you guys know that?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Sorry.
No, I think you guys know you're better.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Oh wait, now
cool. What's going on? How you guys doing today? Still
good,
breaking up?
Good. Yeah.
We're having a little trouble with you, Nate. We're sorry. We blame ourselves.
Oh man. And actually
no, it's my connection. It's acting up.
This is why we have a pre-show. We work this stuff out.
Yeah, exactly. And actually it reminded me, I've got to make some changes. So if I disappear all of a sudden, don't worry, I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
All right. The takeover will commence. It's no problem. Oh, she didn't disappear. She just froze.
Yeah, she froze.
So I got Alita frozen, and I got you coming in like you're on a sat phone in the jungle.
Here we go. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. I think everything's good now. We're good. Okay. So I'm glad that I did that now before we actually start streaming stuff, because I needed to make sure that I was on like the Ethernet and not on the Wi-Fi. And
yes.
As soon as I unplugged my laptop from my desk, my whole setup that I have here, I was like, I need to remember to reset all of this up again later when I come back before I stream. And then as soon as I saw Nate having connectivity issues, I was like, oh no, that's going to be me.
See?
So yeah,
at bare minimum, Nate's sat phone stylings here helped remind you to check your
Exactly.
settings.
Exactly. Well, let me get started on some super chats because we've already got a ton here.
Get started on
First off,
super chats.
we've got some new members. Hey, Mina Ganesan, thank you so much for joining, and also Heather Long, welcome. And also, we've got let's see here, where is Michael Gaunt? Thank you so much for a 50-pound super chat.
Woo.
It says super chat for my emails. Thank you.
Woo!
Cover when planned. This is no request for now. Yes, he did send me some emails asking some things, and I can, you know what? I can pull those up. Let me see here.
It's not like my cousin is in jail or something, right?
No
legal advice.
And by the way, guys, yeah, I should probably make that very clear. So, you know, we do of course answer all kinds of questions, but we don't want to be giving any kind of legal advice. If you do have a particular issue that you have, you know, it's definitely advisable to talk to a lawyer, but I don't even necessarily know if you are in a state that I'm licensed in, so I can't give advice to the general public, and I definitely can't give advice to anyone that is outside of any of the jurisdictions of my licensure. So I just want to make that super clear. No, but these were questions about the trial.
Cool.
Let me see if I can. I'll pull this over here so that I can see. We've got more super chats coming in while we're going. Okay, not complaining at all. So the first question was about an improper impeachment of Johnny. So specifically asking about when Amber was on a bus. This was like early on in their relationship, and the question was about if Johnny had yelled at this other woman that had put her hand on Amber's shoulder or something like that. And so he said, no, that's not what I did. And then he was like, are you sure about that? And then he goes back to prior testimony. And I can't remember if it was from the UK trial or if it was from, it was from the UK transcript. And so he goes back to reach for that prior testimony. And then, you know, Johnny's like, well, I mean, at least not in the way that you mean it. Like, I
Right.
did take her hand off of her, you know, but, you know, and I said that I told her, you know, that Amber's not, that Amber's my girl. I didn't yell at her. And that is exactly what ended up being coming out of that UK testimony. So I guess the question is whether the jury is going to sort of fall for that, if it sounds like he's being impeached because he said something different than what he previously said. But I don't know. I mean, what do you think? Because my impression is if they're paying attention, they're going to notice that it's that the prior testimony is a little bit different than what he said.
Well, I mean, I think even while we were watching some of those, we were saying, well, that's largely the same. Like it's 80, 90% the same. And I think I recall that being the case for that question, but it's been a lot of days of testimony. I would say in all honesty, the bigger problem for me in that is when Johnny Depp or any witness starts to try to answer a little bit more when they hear the grab the deposition, grab me binder 14, whatever.
They can tell. It's like they're like, oh no, you have something different that you're going to spring on me.
Yeah, and they've come close enough so many times now that I would be very reluctant. Don't ask. Just sit there, see what they've got, because if it lines up, you can say, yeah, that's almost exactly what I just testified to.
You know? Wow, the super chats are rolling it already.
We're in the presence of a superstar, Nate. We just gotta let it happen.
No. People.
Speaking of superstars, I think you're rather trendy today. I mean, you're looking good, Alita. Right? There's some trends of some kind. I'm not a fashion person. Is there trending? There's trending something.
There were a couple videos over the weekend from the channel that did land on the YouTube trending page.
The whole platform's trending list.
I
oh my goodness.
I don't quite understand how it's all happening, but I am very, very fortunate that two of those have made it. It was the week 7 recap and the original primer video that I made for the
I have gotten notes about people that love that primer video, Alita, finding it after the fact to kind of catch up. So that's a heck of a video. And I want to say, you know, Alita's always humble, and we've got 7 million super chats already to go through. But this doesn't even happen because of me or Alita or Nate. This happens because of audience members like you. Like, to get trending, that's you telling people that this kind of stuff is out there, that Alita is out here, that Legalbytes is out here. So keep doing that. We couldn't be more grateful. But yeah, it is a big freaking deal for anybody to get on that trending list. So I did want did want to make some trending jokes here, at least in
Aw.
the early start here. So
Aw.
thank you, audience, and of course, thank you, Alita,
Yeah.
for doing this for 800 hours.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, thank you. I mean, it's a whole different experience with having people, watching with us, right? Because we're all kind of in this together, right? We're all just sort of hanging out together, making jokes, trying to understand what's going on, what their strategies are, and what might come, coming up.
Being evaluated harshly by Reddit communities for jokes made on hour 5 of the Friday stream. Thanks, Reddit. I see you. I see you.
Yeah, that's gonna happen too. That's gonna happen too. So the other question from the super chat by email was how do lawyers deal with a case that they maybe don't feel confident in? Let's say this is as an example, they're representing Amber from the case they're putting forward, and it looks like they're trying to use absolutely anything and everything from his past to paint them in a bad light. So basically, like, how do you? So while I appreciate they will do everything they can to represent their client with the law, my question is, how hard can that be emotionally? How do you get yourself in that frame of mind? Do you have to try and believe them? Maybe a strange question. No, it's not a strange question at all. I think it's a very reasonable question because lawyers are people too. We have our own beliefs, and we don't necessarily always believe our own clients, right? So it's I think really what you do is you focus on the task that you have in front of you. And if you really feel so poorly about it that you don't think that you can give adequate counsel on there, then it's a situation where you should withdraw, because there's some other attorney that probably will be able to do it, and they can do it better. And every client, regardless of whether it's Johnny or Amber or anyone else, every single client that has representation deserves proper legal representation. So, I've gotten other questions from people asking, is it possible that Rottenborn and these others are like trying to throw the case? No,
No.
That's absolutely not, because they're very strict
Professional
professional
guidelines.
responsibility, requirements.
Well, and to be clear, if you're going to withdraw, which absolutely, if you're just feeling like it's not there, or you fundamentally can't trust your client and all these kinds of things, the right time was 6 months, a year ago. Not now.
Not after you take their money, yeah.
Not if you take your money, not if they're in the shadow of the pending litigation. That'll get you in your own amount of trouble.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Because you could leave them in a very vulnerable position that they then have no one to help them. And then, I mean, how could she possibly litigate this on her own, right? If the firm just suddenly disappeared on her in the middle of trial, that would be
entirely unfair. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess, but putting yourself in the frame of mind, for that kind of representation, even if you're not like, fully gung ho about it, is, you look at the elements that are required to prove a claim, and you say, here's the evidence that we have, here's the arguments that we can make, and this is the best that we can do. Because every attorney that has had to show up in court, either for a trial or for a hearing, or in any kind of motion papers or anything, has had that case where you're like, this is not a good argument, but this is literally the best that I can do.
Sometimes that's what you got.
Yeah, exactly. And you just you make the most of it. And
this is a perspective based case. So I mean, this isn't the kind of thing where you're looking at Amber Heard and saying nothing happened anywhere ever. So as long as you are doing your job for zealous advocacy, you're going to be able to continue to do that. And I think one of the lead-ins to this question was they just seem to be attacking everything in Johnny Depp's past. That's the job. I mean, on a case that's the job.
Yeah. I would agree with that. And I'm also going to add, so we'll remove that super chat, and I'm going to add a poll question.
Poll question. We're getting fancy up in here.
All right. I'm going to let you guys see it for yourselves.
Right, what is she going to ask us, Nate? Is it going to be embarrassing?
I can't see the.
She hasn't set it up yet.
All right.
Here we go. Now I'm submitting. Is it showing up? There it is. Will Amber show up with small hoop earrings today?
Why would we think she might?
Because Johnny Depp had small hoop earrings on Thursday, and she's had that knack for copying him the day after.
No, I think she's going to go completely reversed.
Yeah,
completely opposite.
Okay.
I'm assuming that their legal team is like, because of the whole, they're reading the news and everything. So there's been so many articles about her copying. I think they're going to probably try to stay away from it.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's see. What else is there? Let me also. I've got to get this set up.
Can I ask you Can I do a super chat? I'm on the stream, right?
Yes.
I'll give you money later. I'll just Venmo you.
No, you don't need to. You're volunteering so much time for this. You do not need to.
Did you see there appeared to be, as part of Friday's hearings, that Johnny Depp's team asked for someone to be admitted to be in the courtroom with him, a new lawyer?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I don't know what it's about though, but yeah,
I don't know what about either.
Yeah, there was a new
Yeah.
it was a new attorney that was being admitted. So
Yeah.
It was.
well, not admitted,
Yeah.
but what's it called? Now I'm how am I forgetting?
The Latin?
Notice notice of appearance. They give a notice of appearance.
Yes. And there's no reason to believe it wouldn't be agreed to, since they said both parties had agreed to it.
Yeah.
But I was just curious, because we're halfway through, or we're getting there, to bring in a new attorney to be in the courtroom.
Well, maybe there are two issues. Sometimes I don't know if you have because I'm assuming he has like 10 attorneys over there, like 6 or 7. They have 2 tables, so I'm assuming sometimes somebody could get sick. Okay. Or sometimes somebody could go on vacation. You need to swap them out. So, and the person's going to be on the other side of the bar, then they have to be appearing for this. So it could just be something administrative like that. That's what I'm assuming. But or it could be something more nefarious.
I'm just wondering if you'd seen it.
So I just got I just pulled up the Pro Hack Vice consent motion.
Yeah.
And I could probably actually let me pull this up here.
It's funny because you say it the Texas way. I did moot court, and everybody from Texas, like, was it they could instead of saying Wadir, they're like Wildire. So it's
Wadire.
Like
It's in Texas. In Texas,
and Pro Hack Vice, it's Pro Vice. I'm like,
I was going to say I've always said it Vice, but I also am not willing to commit to knowing exactly how it should be pronounced.
It's one of those phrases too that you see more often in writing than verbally.
You sure do.
So it's like it's open to interpretation.
No, you're not the only one. Most people from the West, who are on the West, the farther west you go, the more less it becomes Vice and more becomes Vice.
Yeah.
So,
So this is the motion here. It says, pursuant to Rule 1A4 of the Rules of Supreme. Okay, undersigned counsel is a member in good standing.
Which will be you can ask to be admitted.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've got Mr. Dennison here.
Yeah, and Brown Rudnick, very small law firm. I'm lying.
Very tiny.
Do you guys think Johnny's going to be on the stand for the whole day today?
I think so.
Cross in the morning, probably finishing at lunchish. Redirect.
Because I know they have a lot to go through.
Yeah.
My feeling is we got a half day across, but who knows?
Yeah, well, because I don't think they got him. Like, if they end cross, like, if there was no more cross, the cross was ended. I think Johnny won that, and I think he's going, and I think his case is even stronger. So I think that, I don't know what they're going to do, but they have a lot of work to do if they're trying to win something on cross, because right now I don't really think they've won anything on cross.
Well, and in the May 2016 timeframe, you wonder whether they're going to try to lay foundation for their countersuit. Right, this was a hoax. This was not a hoax, and what Johnny knew and when, as part of their affirmative lawsuit.
And that was one of the more interesting things about, because when I was doing the research into what abuse was and all this other stuff, one of the things I found out was that in the England trial, the pictures, Amber Heard produced some pictures of her abuse, her being abused. Those pictures, which now most people think were fake, were treated as real in that trial. Okay. And that makes sense why that judge, said, "Oh, of course you're an abuser," because he saw those pictures. He's like, "Oh, you headbutted her, you broke her nose, and 2 black eyes. She fell down, by accident." Okay. But now those pictures are being, with the cream, the cosmetic companies come out and say the cream didn't even exist. So now I think that's now changed my analysis to say Johnny's case here is a lot stronger for the fact if he can prove those bruises were fake. I think that goes a long way to helping him win this case, even if the term abuse is limited to physical abuse.
Yeah, and
Welcome
I'll
to
go
my
with
side, Nate.
Hmm?
I said, welcome to my side.
and I'll go with could
Yeah,
be
yeah, that's
stronger,
true.
right? Like I don't know why they would be how they're going to show that they were manipulated or fake or whatever. But if they do, obviously, I think that's useful. But I'll hold my vote on that until we see what they got.
Yeah. So by the
That's
way,
what I'm waiting for. I
I'm
want to see what they
adjusting
got.
the volume because I realized that my volume was lower in comparison because I already turned mine down for the court audio for
Yeah, no,
when
you're a
that gets
host. You should be
started.
slightly louder than all of us, so you can just yell over us. Yeah.
No. Okay, let's see. Come on now. I'm trying to find the right stream, and it's not quite showing up. Not the one that I want.
Okay.
I don't
So
want to use Long
Elon Musk
Crime
is actually
Network.
he actually is buying.
I'm
Twitter.
sorry, Nate.
Elon Musk is buying Twitter. It's all
Oh,
about the wires now.
If you're interested in Elon Musk, Tech Titan, and interacting
you
with
put a
Twitter,
video
I
out.
got
I
a
just saw
video up before this feed. You're out of time to watch it before Johnny Depp takes a stand, but maybe on a break, maybe after all of this. Virtual Legality has a video talking about exactly what's been happening this morning and late last night.
You got to get
Yep.
the grift, man. Where is the link to this video so I can put it in the chat?
I can
got
send you.
10,000 people watching. Put the
Yeah,
link in the chat so
10,000
people know what you're talking
people.
about.
Come on over to Virtual Legality. Throw a subscription my way.
Yeah.
Don't watch it now, though. You're watching us at Alita.
Yeah, don't watch it now, but
yeah,
gonna
we'll
get
get a link in the description. Send it over and we'll get it in there.
the link I might have to go in a second to go watch it.
There you go.
Man.
In your
This is
All right, I
private
got
chat.
it. Put it in the chat. I got it.
Cool. Okay, let me
It
just
will be in the chat.
also do this. And all right. This is still, I really don't want to have to use Law and Crime.
Oh my god, yeah, long crime. The
Okay.
worst.
The
But if they want to start
law
playing that
shit.
game, though, we get the
Hey,
weird
Nate,
part is that we can play that
you're going robot.
game just like them.
Yeah, your sound is a little robot-y for some reason. I don't know if maybe it's your cable or something.
No,
It sounds-
it's Chrome. I had to cut off Chrome.
Stupid Chrome. Come on, Google.
Oh man.
Let's get Nate up and running.
I just shut it off.
No.
Nate Bot 2000. It's still body. I'm still a bot.
No. Whatever you just did.
No,
fix it.
now you're better. Now you're better.
Yeah.
Okay,
Close
let's
Chrome.
see. Perhaps.
Memory eater. Yeah, well, so while Alita finds us a great stream to watch this on, Elon Musk, Twitter, that changed really, really fast. Fiduciary duties are a real thing, kids. and the board got woken up by some well-timed SEC filings. However you might feel about the man, I got about 18, 20 minutes of talking about how we got from there to here. This morning, and I would expect while we're on stream, we will probably get confirmation of a term sheet being signed. Would be my guess.
Great.
But that's my neck of the woods, corporate and tech.
Let's see. Oh, jeez.
I just moonlight as a celebrity domestic violence analyzer Monday morning.
Okay, let's. Oh, come on now. Really don't.
What did Elon tweet? I don't know. That isn't in the video. It'll be something like "Love Me Tender." He'll just tweet in song verses.
That's not gonna work. Damn it. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know this is like we've got some dead air here right now because I'm trying to because a lot of times these will show up like right before trial starts. And so now we're 5 minutes to it, and we've got to find. For some reason, the search is not. There's a lot of other channels that are like also streaming it,
Sure.
but that are not.
Or if you just do Johnny Depp and then if you filter it by live streams,
Here we go.
it should
Okay.
bring you all the
Sorry.
live streams that are coming up.
Okay, I found it finally.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
Yeah, here we go. Okay. So this will be so it's gonna actually start in like 4 minutes, but I will share the screen now so it's all set up and ready to go. And then we can We can just chill.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm happy to start just chatting about nothing. Oh, look at that.
There
Look
it
at those
is.
photos.
See, there we go. So you can see a little bit of the countdown there. We
Those are the
are.
pictures I use too. The hand over the heart pictures. I like those.
Okay. All right. Cool. So now we're good. Now we're good. So as soon as that starts up, that's what we will do. Now we can get to some of these lovely and generous super chats. I mean, we've already got a ton. Let me just first make sure that I've
Wow.
Oh my
captured
God,
all
we
of
really
them.
do. She's
Bring
not.
them in, baby.
Wow.
Yeah, things are. Yeah, you guys are wonderful. I mean, I honestly, like, I never would have expected anything like this. I'm just happy that there are people that wanted to watch with us. So let me get some of these. Okay, I'll start from the top. Kate
Charles
A
about to
says,
start, right? I'll be right back.
yeah,
Sure.
sounds good. Kate A says, is it ever worth coming off smarmy like Rottenborn? It can
Yeah.
be if the witness that you're dealing with is even more smarmy. You can gain some sympathy by kind of fighting back from them, but I don't know.
Oh, I think
Um,
so. Yeah, you can put people on tilt. Somebody asked me last week, what do I mean by on tilt? It's putting you emotionally unstable, and not being careful about your behavior.
Yeah, exactly. So she does have small hoop earrings. Holy shit! I was right. You guys, it happened again.
We'll look for Vegas betting lines on this next time.
Oh my god. And that was, by the way, 80% of the people said yes.
I
We're
don't know
ending
what
the
to tell
poll.
you. See, the mere concept of mirroring the clothing is so alien to me. I refuse to accept it on a fundamental level, but I'm clearly wrong.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just it's crazy when you can start to actually predict it. It's nuts. It's nuts. Anyhow, well, now JD's walking in. Here he goes. Okay, Sarah Ramos said, was confused on the implication that JD could not have injured his finger with a broken bottle and yet previously state a smashed phone which has glass.
Their previous
Yeah.
statement is the phone, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So although I'm not sure if I was under the impression that they were saying that it was an iPhone, but I mean maybe it was a regular telephone was what some other people were saying. No, I agree. It's confusing. And the way that they've got to, I just want to make sure. Yep, sound is on. Okay. So yeah, I agree. It is confusing.
Should I
Charlie
be
Eckert
hearing
says,
something, Alita?
congratulations. What's that?
Should I be hearing something from the courtroom?
I don't hear anything yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Charlie Eckert says, congratulations on 3 million views. Thank you. Jillian J said, did you see that the elevator footage time is off? Bad for AH. Shows metadata being faked. Ooh, I did not see that, but that's
I don't know if the Eastern Columbia building was faking the data necessarily.
yeah, that's going to be hard. That's going to be hard to show, I think. But
Seems
it
more
could be
likely to be an
that it was off.
uncalibrated. Yeah.
Yeah, it could very well be that it just wasn't quite properly calibrated. Alicia
Well,
Barrett
they should bring
says
it up because he did have an impeachment section where he's like, well, I guess it wasn't him. It was one of the security guy who said, well, it wasn't 7:30 at all, was it? You were off by a full half hour. He's like, I don't know. That's what the number says.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Alicia Barrett said, do you think the fact that Amber admits in the last audio played on Thursday to knowing that self-harm doesn't take the pain away will hurt her case? I'm not sure I fully understand. I mean, did she say that?
Yeah, she's trying to talk Johnny out of cutting himself at the time. So she says something like that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's her role in the whole potential self-harm situation is problematic for her, I think, because of the fact that, she's talking about giving him a knife, a sharper knife. She's not talking about, calling the cops or calling the, 911 or anyone for help for that matter.
Well,
Especially
they
in the
played it as a
situation.
mic drop, right? I mean, like they played it like it's a mic drop. So I'm wondering where they're going to go with it today. It was the very last thing we saw last week or heard.
Yeah. It's I do agree. It'll be interesting to see how they do this. And remember guys, he's still on the stand. So over the weekend, he was not able to talk to his counsel. And so I'm wondering how he's feeling and how he's doing. I mean, he's able to talk to counsel, but he's not able to talk to them about the case. So it's like, how he's, his mental state and how he's doing and feeling and whatnot. Like, sure,
She's going to miss 10 o'clock in 5 seconds.
Uh-oh.
This is exciting.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, her first late day. 10:01 on the court clock. This is, by the way, totally. I'm joking. This is totally normal. But she has been so precise on her clock.
She has been. Pluto Crever says, can AH team ask the cameras to be removed for her trial? If, for example, she claims to be harassed? No. The judge already allowed cameras in the courtroom, so I don't see that being removed at any point during the trial. Chrislyn DeMonte said, good morning. Can't wait for more sassy JD moments. Me too. Or should I say me poo? Mr. Bites and I have decided that we no longer want to say me too at home to each other. We just want to say me poo.
I do not like to be reminded of the events of whatever that was.
Oh man. Stella B says, congrats on over 84K subscribers. I really enjoy your analysis breakdown of this case. Yeah.
Stella B, is it 84?
Yeah.
What are we even doing here?
We're making our way towards 85. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Like 3 days ago.
I was like, and not long ago I was in the 40s, and I was there for a while too. So it's nuts to have this sudden like I'm reaching and breezing past milestones. It's crazy.
You're the GameStop stock of 2022. It's great. Get on board, people.
Exactly. So I really enjoy your analysis breakdown of this case and explaining the legal process. I just subscribed. Thank you so much. Brock Jordan says, Johnny added new lawyer on Friday. Any news why? That's right.
We don't know.
Yeah, we discussed about that, and we'll see, because we also saw Kathleen Zellner before also, and how did I just saw a super chat go, and there it is. Okay. And by the way, guys, I apologize if there's some that I somehow don't get, because these are coming in so quickly. I'm trying to get all of them. So if I somehow miss one, it's not intended at all. And also, while we're watching, I think what I'm going to start to do is if there's a super chat that's not a question that needs us to answer anything, I'll probably show it during the testimony just so that it shows up. I won't read it out loud necessarily. So just so you know ahead of time, just because we are getting quite a few of these going on right now, and I want to make sure everybody is at least having their super chat recognized in some way. So. Stacey Farrell says, if Amber decides that her team is tanking her or misrepresenting, can she get a mistrial? # Amica, Milani, Depp throat.
Oh my God, that's good.
So yeah. In order to get a mistrial, it's a pretty high burden to get a mistrial. Like, you have to have some egregious mistake that like legitimately is a massive mistake. In order for that to happen. And so I don't know. She can't just say that she wants a mistrial on her own just because of, whatever.
Also, they're not tanking. I mean,
yeah,
they're not.
Agreed. Because they are doing the best that they can with her facts, really. So like I said before, these attorneys are not terrible. They're not incompetent by any means. These are very good, experienced lawyers. They just are dealing with a difficult cross-examination of a difficult witness like him, Isaac Baruch, really good witnesses. And they're tough to cross-examine.
Yeah, I've come around on Rottenborn. I think he's a good lawyer. But he had a tough day on Thursday, no question.
Yeah. I still maintain that it was in my opinion, a disaster of a cross, but not because he is a disaster, just because the wheels completely fell off. And every lawyer has those days. Unfortunately, it sucks when it happens, but
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't want to be questioning Johnny Depp in a hostile environment.
No. And if you're Elaine Bredhoff, then you might even be a fangirl of his too. Have you seen that video around?
I like I said, I think last week, I suspect that we're both getting DMs and videos and links to things a lot now. So yes, I did see someone sent that to me. It's like, that's interesting.
Yeah,
But
and it could be a doppelganger. It could be
I never
someone
know
that
how
looks
to
a lot like
evaluate
her.
these things. Yeah, I mean,
I know. But if it's not, then it's like it just kind of makes me laugh because I'm like, well, she's a person too. Lawyers are humans too, and this was probably something that if that is her, that was probably long before she ever represented Amber. So
well, in terms
before
of
she
his
ever
work,
had,
I'm a Johnny Depp fan in terms of his work, definitely. I mean, I've said I've come to this blank in terms of evidence and everything else, but I mean, there's a ton of movies of Johnny Depp's that I love. So yeah,
yes,
there's not a ton of movies of Amber Heard's that I love. So if on that basis, I'm a Johnny Depp fan, but that doesn't change the facts in the courtroom.
yeah, exactly. So, and so because I saw that somebody in the chat asked what was the video. It was a video of Johnny Depp kind of walking down the street, and there's like it looks like a red carpet event almost. There's like clamoring fans along fences, with cameras and cameras in their phones and stuff, and so you can see a woman that looks exactly like Elaine Bredehoft with her haircut and everything, kind of like reaching out, like hanging over the fence and like with
Yeah.
her phone, like, hey, like like just one of the fans, so it looks really funny.
Now, do we see an extra? Is there anybody you don't recognize on the Johnny Depp side? On the attorney side, do they have the new guy there already?
So far everyone that I see there is
And
people
I'm
that
asking you not because I'm not challenging you. It's just,
yeah.
obviously we've already proven that I don't pay attention to anything. Green dresses, earrings. I don't remember any of that. So I'm curious as to whether certainly that back table seems squeezed. I think there's 4 there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no, but that seems about right from
okay.
before. Although it looks like there's somebody just off camera.
Yeah, I
So
think there is.
maybe because this gentleman walking up right now, he's on the team. I've seen him before. But that first row also is set aside for the legal team as well.
Okay. And
So.
various members that are going to get kicked out of court when they pass Instagrams.
Yep, exactly. Boogers said that the essay allegation was not supposed to be aired in public court. So does that mean Rottenborn is not supposed to question JD about it?
Do we have any info as to there being a ruling that they weren't supposed to talk about it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so because it was in their opening statement. It wasn't, although now wait a minute. It was in the hearing transcript from that hearing in which Eve Barlow was kicked out of the courtroom permanently. What was I going to say? So
There was some
I think
admonishment.
it was Ben Chu. Yeah, I think it was Ben Chu who was arguing for Johnny Depp's team. I think he did say actually that was improper for them to bring up in their opening, but it has been in their opening. So
It was in
I'm
their
not
opening,
sure.
unchallenged, and
Yeah.
then we did have a somewhat animated big team sidebar about what appeared to be that as part of the cross-ex, I think.
Yeah, I suppose. I'm not sure exactly. I don't
Well, we don't
know.
know. We can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah. This particular issue, I'm uncertain about. I know that they've been
Okay.
trying to bring in the UK trial quite a bit, but yeah, I'm not so certain.
We're
So
getting into an
certain,
interesting
so
place here with
certain.
the judge. What?
Yeah. This is quite late, but you know what? She's giving us a chance to go through these super chats, so I appreciate it. Kern Grisdale said,
Thanks, Judd.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Great coverage. Thanks. Keep up the great work and movie references coming. Of course.
We've already done
Always
2.
happy to do that. Bobby, thank you for your super chat. Annika H said, first super chat ever. Please buy Hoglaw some coffee for spending so much time with you. Enjoy you both so much. Absolutely. I
I don't have a
100% will.
sponsorship, but my wife brings me the free Panera tea plan thing every morning so I can wake up.
Aw.
Yeah, no,
Aw.
it's yeah. See, there are marriages that work better than this one did.
Yes. And Mr. Bites should be back from his he's been on a trip for a little bit, so he should be back tomorrow.
Nice.
So he might start bringing me plates of food from the
I was
sky.
just say, just hand off off screen. Yeah. Cool.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Aquarius said, can't wait for more hearsay papers. Me too. Brick Cormier said, I was on a road trip for a week, but now I am back. My hatred for LawTube has been refueled and renewed. However, luckily for you guys and gals, I did not find a cure for my need to toss money at stuff I hate. Thank you, Britt. I appreciate it.
Interesting.
Karen
All right.
Thompson. Yeah. Karen Thompson said, can Depp's lawyer look into the Milani makeup case? Absolutely. 100% they can. And they can bring it in through Amber, as far as I'm concerned. At the very least, by impeachment. So Leon Holmer said, I've heard you say that JD's goal with this trial is to rehabilitate his public image. Is that goal shared by his legal team? Yeah.
His legal
I
team
think,
is him for purposes of a courtroom.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, they all, because, you know, when you represent a client in litigation, you understand that they might have multiple goals with that litigation. That's not just getting the financial redress that they are seeking. You know, you know, there may be other goals. Like if they want, I mean, a lot of times if you're on the plaintiff side, a lot of times they want an apology from the other side. Usually you're not going to get that. But you know, it's there are certain things that are more important to a client than the money involved in the case. And so having a good understanding of what it is that your client really wants can help you be a better advocate for your client, and getting them hopefully what it is that they want at the end of the day. So yeah, that goal is definitely going to be shared by his legal team here, because it seems like they have a very close understanding of what it is that he is going for here.
Yeah.
Stuff and Stuffs is looking forward to today. Greetings from Germany. Hey, welcome. Orange said, do the jury have access to prior statements being used for impeachment, or must they rely on what angle the attorney is coming from? Thanks. They are limited to what evidence comes into trial. So if there's stuff flying out there that doesn't come in, they don't get to see. They can't do any independent research. So yeah.
Well, the Sun, yeah, and this is actually great because I'd love this clarified too. That the Sun transcript, when they use it, it's not admitted as evidence, but they can use it specifically as the transcript of this witness testifying in the cross-examination, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So they can't just go read the Sun transcript in the jury room.
Right. Exactly. So it's and there was a Rottenborn tried that at one point when he used, I think it was the UK trial transcript. He tried admitting it after using it for impeachment, and they were like, no, you can't do that. That was just impeachment. It's not evidence. So it's like the jury will be able to hear that statement in the moment, but they can't then go back and look at it because it's not admitted.
Yeah, and they can also ask for specific transcripts of testimony, and that's a whole discussion between the judge and the jury. If we get there, if it's day 7 of jury deliberations, we'll get to that stuff too.
Yep. Yep. Rolf Peterson says, Barrister Hogue, starstruck plus besotted equals Depp is the answer to your question. With whom? When there is only one star. Thanks for keen insights, all. Thank you.
I definitely remember saying with whom. I'm trying to remember the context.
Nurse Liz said, Nurse Liz, you didn't need to super chat. I can actually just send you a link to come and join us. But she said, thank you so much for your coverage on this. So helpful learning from you and your fellow LawTube commentators. I hope you get some pup snuggles and rest. Thank you. I did. I got both this weekend. It was lovely. It really was wonderful. Thomas.
Oh my
Hogue.
gosh. Hey, Dad.
Oh, that's your dad. Aw. Hi, Papa Hogue. That's awesome. Let's get your whole family in here.
Well, they were introduced this weekend to the fact that we're doing this by my wife because she's enjoying your stream so much. So they go, you're doing, it's very funny. You're doing what? I'm like, well, I'm on a stream, Alita and Legalbytes, and then I showed them on YouTube. I'm like, look at us going up. You see, it's working. And like, but you're just talking over a trial.
Yep,
so
yep.
Thanks,
That's what
Dad.
we're doing.
Thanks, Dad, for giving Alita $4, by the way. We'll talk about it later.
Aw, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Hogue. Killer Sloth said, good morning, everyone. This is the only way to start the week. How long do you think the cross will continue? My bet is one more day at least. I think it could go for a full day. I hope it doesn't go beyond that. I really hope it doesn't go beyond a half day, to be honest. It's already been more than a day.
Yeah, I hope it's not all today.
Yeah. No, I agree. Martina Peluso says, "Is it true that Amber Heard is trying to get a mistrial?" I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about her actually attempting to. I know a lot of people are talking about it, but to be fair, keep in mind we are right now in Johnny's case in chief, and so right now it should be feeling like he's ahead. We've kind of mentioned this before, but this is when he's putting on all of his evidence, and then at some point she's going to be putting on all of her evidence, and it's really going to come down to the cross examination of all of those witnesses to see, like, how well do they hold up to pressure, essentially, right?
Yeah, this is his
So
case. I mean, people need to remember that. Like, if you want to think about this as a race or Mario Kart, he should be leading by the time he hands over and says I'm done, or else it
yeah,
really, really, really didn't work.
yeah.
So he should be in the lead, and then the Herd team is hoping they have a blue shell. We're just going to take this metaphor right to the end.
Exactly. Exactly. Let's see. Next one. Dragon's Treasure says, "I can't send a proper super chat because Google censors the most basic of things. Please tell people how they can support you in the small business." Yeah, absolutely. So go to thedragonstreasure.com and you can use a super code. Sorry, I'm mixing all kinds of terms. The coupon code Amber Turd for 10% off. It's delicious tea. It really is. And you get to help to benefit this channel as well as a small tea business. Both are great to do. So Bobby said, "Did the compact get entered into evidence? If not, what's stopping Heard's team from lying and saying that the compact is just a dupe of the Milani one?" Dude, I forgot to enter my message before. Oh no. Um, so okay, so yeah, it's not entered into evidence yet. However, the jury has seen the compact, and Amber was there when the jury saw the compact. So at the very least, what Johnny's team could do, and maybe they'll decide to do something different, and that's their strategy, right? But this is what I'm thinking that I would probably like to do is during Amber Heard's cross-examination say, "Okay, you were here for opening statement, were you not?" Yes. You were there when Miss Bredehoft stood up in front of the jury and talked about your side of the story. Yes. You were there when she held up a certain compact in front of the jury. Yes. That was a Milani blah 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 blah. Yes. And say, "She said that you use this throughout your relationship, that you use that compact throughout your relationship." And she might try to waffle, say like, "I don't really know, I
It was
wasn't
an
paying
example.
attention," or something.
I mean,
But
she's going
but
to
it
be
doesn't.
prepped for this. It's going to be weeks from now. So she's
Oh
going to
yeah.
know this is out there. So say, oh,
Yeah.
yes, that was an example of the type of compact I use.
Yeah, yeah. And so that's that's how she can try to wiggle out of it, but still, like, they can, if they can get an exact replica of the exact same one that Elaine held up, that still is something that it may not be that the smoking gun that for that issue, but it still is enough that it can put into the jury's mind that um that this is that their side is trying to sort of use smoke and mirrors
You're
on them.
stretching the truth everywhere. I mean, like that's the
Hmm.
Depp case. Is she stretches, she stretches, she stretches, she stretches. She stretched in front of you in open court. I do get
Even her
that.
lawyers are doing it.
Yeah, no, I do get that. I mean, there's going to be a lot of time to disarm that and plan what she's going to say. I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea what she's going to be like on the stand.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You
don't
all
know.
tell me the depositions are interesting, but I'm not watching them in advance.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I love getting your in the moment read on this case. So, but anyhow, but that's at a minimum, like what they could do is refer back to the opening statement and the actual compact that was shown to the jury. And even if she denies it and says like, "I don't really remember," the jury was there. Like, they saw
Yeah.
it themselves, right?
Yeah.
So they can say like, and you understand that compact that Miss Bredhoft showed. Oh, the court report is coming in, so I guess a bunch of people might be running late. Um,
It could be like a
so
traffic accident. I mean, the one thing you did see from this courtroom is that nobody reacted or was talking or huddled or anything like that. So presumably they got a message, "Hey, we're 20 minutes late," whatever,
yeah,
because nobody's really concerned. there's
yeah,
no
yeah. It seems like it.
there's no bustle.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. No one seems particularly perturbed by it. Um, but yeah, I mean, and then on cross examination, they can just continue on and say, "You understand that this compact only came out in 2017. And even if she says, I don't know, it doesn't matter what her answer is, because they're putting that information in front of the jury. So that's about how that can go. Or they can go even stronger if they find business records and all kinds of other stuff. So
well, and if they do have stuff on the photos, if they do have stuff on the videos or the commentary, I mean, like you're piling on. Like that's what you're going to want to do if you're the Depp team. Definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Brooke Flynn says, I saw on Twitter that Amber Heard hasn't turned over any of her texts like JD. Is she not complying with discovery? If so, how is the trial not continued? So at this point, I don't know if they actually have. That was a subject of a motion for sanctions leading up to trial, which was it was like right before trial started too. Which was basically that the issue was Johnny's team wanted the photos so that they could do a forensic analysis of the metadata to verify when those photos were taken, and various other aspects of those photos. So the fact that they were not able to do it in time meant that they filed a motion for sanctions against them because it was in violation of a court order. Actually, the court actually told Amber Heard's team, you have to turn this over by a certain date. And they had multiple times that they were just failing to do it, or not sending enough of it, or sending stuff in a way that was so messed up that their forensic analyst was like, I don't even know what to do with this.
Right.
So that's basically like the TLDR of that. But what was I going to say? But so the motion for sanctions basically requested three different kinds of relief. They asked for, number one, monetary sanctions, basically for all of their fees and bringing the motion and et cetera, and basically to punish the other side, which is, I mean, it's in violation of a court order, so totally proper in my opinion. Number two, to either not allow any of those photos into evidence, or three, to allow them into evidence, but to allow Johnny Depp's team to comment up and down, left and right, all over the place about how those are not real, and how there's no way that anyone can verify that those are even correct, or real, or come from the date that they say that it comes from. So, and we haven't actually found out the result of that, because not all of the documents, like most of the documents, have been uploaded to the Fairfax County website, but not all of them. So this is one of those that that was not exactly what was I going to say? It was not exactly clear to the public, but the only indication that we got was in the opening statement when Camille Vasquez, in her opening statement, or her portion of the opening statement, that she basically just started taking an amber turd all over that portion of their evidence, saying we can't verify any of this stuff. So those comments make me believe, especially because of the fact that there was no objection to that. Those comments make me believe that probably the court granted their motion, and granted it with that second form of a relief, where they're allowing them to come in, but allowing them to comment all over the place on them.
Yeah. That's what it looked like to me, is that they're going to be entered and you can impeach the crap out of them.
Exactly.
We'll see. That's an interesting decision in and of itself, because you do have, well, if you're seeing things that you can't verify, what effect does that have on a normal, like, human being? That'll be interesting. I haven't seen any of them. I don't know what Johnny Depp's team is going to say about why they might be falsified. So that is an interesting portion of the trial to me.
Because the thing is, I mean, that could be a really great opportunity for the Depp team, especially because if you look at them, they're not exactly impressive photos. It's not like Johnny's finger photo, which is pretty gruesome.
I would have preferred to not have seen that. In retrospect, a half week later, no.
but it's her photos are definitely not that bad. They're not nearly that bad.
Okay.
And so those are the ones. I mean, we've kind of seen some of them, because they did show the People magazine
cover.
Yeah, exactly. So we did see. Oh, there she is. All right. 25 minutes in.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. Penny Escarati presiding.
Is she going to apologize for being late?
Probably.
Good morning. Everything good now, Judy? We're good? All right, thanks. All right.
Tech
Do
issue,
you have any
maybe.
preliminary matters before the jury?
Everything good now, Judy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Blame it on the court reporter. Emma says, is the service agreement valid if you write it yourself? And what
Alita,
should be?
I have to
what's
pause
that?
you real quick. You got
What's that? Okay.
15,000. You have
Hey.
15,000 concurrent.
That's awesome. 15,000
Yeah.
people in here. Welcome.
It's
Let's all
amazing.
hang out together.
Welcome, everybody.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, before we continue,
Okay.
this is
Well, I
for
kind
legal
of need
commentary.
a thumb drive for each audio
So we are
recording,
going to
but
be, there's a lot of this portion, especially with Johnny
it's marked in
testifying,
different exhibits,
that we
so I have
don't
to
talk
have it
over,
as different
but otherwise,
exhibits.
just like I'm
So-
doing right now, we are going to
Okay,
be giving
good. We'll go
commentary.
through 'em and see what we
The whole
have.
purpose is to educate and
And you have yours as
inform
well?
and to have fun together. So
Okay,
Absolutely. Do we have captions on?
okay.
oh, no, you're right. Give me a second.
The knives.
Oh, it's just me.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Oh, no. Okay.
Great. We'll
Okay,
go
we're
through
good.
those.
We're
If
good.
we
got it.
need anything else, we'll let you know, okay?
Hey, Peter, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey,
How is
Good
everyone?
to see you. Doing
you've
well.
missed nothing.
Just because. so
Yeah,
we can-
she
Perfect
was
timing.
25 minutes late.
Correct.
Exactly.
Hey, that's perfect.
I gotta keep Jamie
She's
happy.
like,
Yes.
she's like, I need to know when
Okay.
Peter's
All right,
going to be
thank
here,
you.
so I'll show up right before.
We can start now, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Not quite start. Let's have a sidebar.
Okay, all right. So let's get some more super chats here then. Okay, Emma said, "Is a service agreement valid if you write it yourself? And what should I put in there? I have to write one for music business assignment. I
Yeah,
can't give legal
Can't
advice.
do that. We are sorry,
Generally
Super Cat.
speaking, agreements can be written by individuals without lawyers. You know, people do it all the time. You know, I agree to do this, you agree to do that, but I can't. I unfortunately can't give you legal advice on what you're going to be doing in that particular service agreement. I do recommend that you talk to a lawyer if you have a particular question. I'm maybe if you DM me or email me, I can at least direct you to someone that you can ask, you know, depending on your jurisdiction. So we'll go with
And
that.
I would say if you're not planning on breaking your service agreement, you should always have a paragraph in there for attorney's fees for the prevailing party. So you can get a free lawyer to help you so that if you go in, they get attorney's fees from the other person.
Which
Hey.
wasn't legal advice on our channel, just to be clear. It was just entertainment content.
just a general idea, I guess.
Every good for every contract.
Good for every contract. Not
Good for every
original
contract.
facts.
Yes. Isabella will type. Thank you so much for your super chat.
You see me clench.
Rolf Peterson said, I'm besotted with hoagie. Pincalo, the driving ape, says, will the Milani TikTok be brought up today? Probably not in court. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but I doubt that it's going to be brought up in court. She's even got multiple earrings on today. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my
Going
God. I
completely-
can't believe it.
Went completely back to the pulled up look. So rather than she was all in white and all hair down towards the end. So I'm going to take that as a reading that Cross-X is ending today.
Probably.
I don't know why I'm thinking that, but that's what I'm going to go with.
Britt Cormier says, Legalbytes, since I was gone for a week, have you admitted Amber Heard is bag of cats crazy yet? Yes, I know it is unfair to a bag of cats, but it is the most perfect analogy. LOL. I'm there. She's a bag of cats. I'm there, especially with the whole court dress situation where she's just copying him. I don't understand why. Brienne Grant, thank you for your super chat. Isabella will type said, what do you think about the Milani makeup palette they showed and that everyone is saying that was launched in 2017? So it's not true. It's a crazy situation. My one concern with that is I don't know if people, if they had some similar kind of product before that then
Sure.
got turned into a new one. That's the one situation that would be not the best for
It has
Johnny's
to be
case
something
to be able
like
to use
that.
it.
It has
Might
to be
be,
something
but I don't,
like
if
that.
I'm okay, if it is, and I think that's a legitimate concern, I don't know why, if you're the company CEO or what have you, you insert yourself into this. Like,
Well,
that's
what about
crazy.
just-
All right.
Desperately don't
You
want to
will
be
seated?
used.
All right.
for
Just a
them or
reminder, Mr.
something.
Depp, you're still under oath.
What if
okay,
it's
sir?
just what she has in her
Yes.
purse
All
now,
right,
and she had their
cross-examination.
old version
All right.
in their purse before? I mean, I think that's at least plausible if
Yeah.
if you're Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice weekend.
Tracy
I did.
Clary.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Depp, we've talked about this a little bit, but you've testified that abuse can come in many forms, correct? Physical being one of them, right?
Yes, indeed,
Emotional,
indeed,
verbal,
indeed,
psychological abuse.
indeed. Some of those sort of flow into the other.
I'd like to talk, understood. I'd like to talk about some of that abuse. Can we pull up Exhibit 582, please?
I think this is a great line from him.
Your Honor, this is a recording, Defendant's Exhibit 582, that we will play the entirety of.
All right, any objection to 582?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 582 in evidence.
Got another recording.
Language warnings.
Put your fucking cigarettes out on someone else. You fucking have consequences for your actions. That's it.
Shut up, fat ass.
Yeah, you got me there.
Oh, is that it?
Can you play that one more time, please,
I
Michelle?
was ready for longer one.
Objection,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Move on.
Yeah.
Mr.
They're not
Depp,
going to let him double
and
up anymore.
When Ms. Heard tells you in that
Yeah,
recording
smart.
to go put your cigarettes out on someone else, you don't deny that, but instead you simply say, "Shut up, fat ass." Is that correct?
I think that was another grossly exaggerated moment of Miss Heard's. I did not put a cigarette out on her or throw a cigarette at her.
Let's pull up Exhibit 581, please. This is another recording that we'll play the entirety of with your Honor's leave.
Any objection to 581?
No objection.
He decided to repeat it himself, which is good lawyering, in my opinion. He wanted us to hear it twice. He made us hear it twice.
Yeah.
I fucked up and cried in my bedroom after I had dumped you a fucking week prior. A fucking week prior after you beat the shit out of me. And then a week later you show up at my doorstep in my room saying you want to say goodbye. Okay, say goodbye.
Oh, I said it?
Yes, you did say it. I'll go to the text messages
She sounds really drunk.
so that we're clear on
Yes,
the tape.
because you said it before to me.
Okay. No doubt. But you did not say you're going to come over to say bye?
I made a huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Well, I won't do it again.
What's the mistake then? Did you or did you not say you're coming over to say bye?
He denies some things, but he doesn't deny the
Can we
physical
please
beating.
pull up Exhibit 598?
Yeah, but it's another instance where the Heard recording is saying stuff. Like they don't
Yeah.
Is this another
they
audio?
don't appear
Rather
to have
than
to-
it
It is, Your
being
Honor. And
like in the
I will give
moment.
the excerpts that we propose to play. And I'll say, Your Honor, it's a lengthy recording where,
Well, I already have 598A in evidence, so.
right, and I just wanted to clarify, spoke with Ms. Myers this morning. We're gonna speak at a break. We're trying to be very careful about whether there's a third party on the tape. This is one where at the very end, someone else comes in. But Ms. Myers and I will speak, and we may be, to the extent your Honor's agreeable, we may be agreeable to just entering the whole thing as evidence. But for now, since there's a very small portion at the end that we're not going to play of a third party, I'll just give you the excerpts if that
Well,
works.
then I need 598B, and I need to
Yes.
know what the time of the excerpts are, and,
We'll prepare that for you, Your Honor. Thank you.
well, I need it now, I mean,
I have the
Okay.
excerpts. So this would be 598B,
okay.
and it's seconds 1 through 20. And then it's 30 minutes and 2 seconds through 31 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay. All right.
It's one
Any
exhibit is
objection to
30 minutes separate.
598B then?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not what I said.
You of not being able to do,
No, I meant exactly what I said.
what did you say?
At least I'm not doing it behind your back and telling you. You gave me shit that I was recording, and I said, yeah, I'm recording, but at least I'm telling you.
Okay.
And
So-
if you had asked me not to, I wouldn't.
Well, record.
Okay, so the next excerpt is 30 minutes and 2 seconds.
I would die. Walking away is necessary. Is necessary, especially between you and I. It is of utmost importance because the next move, if I don't walk away or just go out for a little while, it's just gonna be a bloodbath. And like it's, like it was on the island, of course, like it was,
Bloodbath. That's what they're looking for.
I guess so.
Yeah,
Why be miserable? Can we just
if the options are that.
have some semblance of understanding for each other?
please, can we? Because I'm not trying to say, hey, by the way, no one in their right mind is going to choose bloodbath over walking away. Obviously, if you're given the option between the two,
Then why has it been chosen so many times?
that snowball. It is not a distinct choice that either one of us make at any discernible point.
No, it's stubbornness and it's all
And
kinds
it
of shit.
builds, right? Like you build, I build, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now I'll bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Can you please pull up Defense Exhibit 161, which was admitted into evidence on Thursday, Your Honor, I believe.
Do you have any questions on any of these, counsel?
Yeah, that is weird. I think it's because they already agreed they were coming in evidence.
Yeah.
So there's some kind of an agreement that they could play it during.
Now, that
his
recording that we
cross.
just heard, Mr. Depp, isn't the
Oh, here
first
we go.
time that you refer to an argument as a bloodbath. In fact,
Of course.
in this text exchange that we saw on Friday,
God, it's 2013.
when you inform Ms. Heard that there exists a book entitled Disco Bloodbath, and she asks you if it is about last Friday night by any chance, you say, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" Yes, it is. Funny bitch. Did I read that right?
Certainly.
skipped
did, sir.
the-
Thank you.
I fucking love you.
Can we pull up
You see
exhibit
you next Tuesday.
586?
Yeah, you need.
What up, Nate?
Hey, Nate.
Yo, what's up, people? So we're talking about what abuse means today, huh? I wonder who's been saying that for the past couple
Your Honor,
of
the
days?
only the portion
it's
of
nice
this
of you to
exhibit
call
that
me
we
out,
plan to
Nate,
play
but
for
what does it
recording
You did too.
is minutes 735 to 820.
Okay, but I already have a 586A.
So this would be 586.
By the way, Nate also has a really great video on exactly that just came out today.
735 to
So
what?
be sure to check it out.
820.
Yeah.
No objection. to
Forgot I did
586?
mention this today.
No
Yeah,
objection.
sure.
All right, 586.
Well, yes, you do, because you wouldn't have used that as a way. I was pouring my heart out to you. What do you do? Let me get it. Let me get it. Stab in here. That's what you saw, huh? You listen to me cry. And you're like, now I get her. Is that what you think? You just do it without thinking. You
So
do it
they're
without
proving up
thinking.
emotional abuse with this, huh?
You don't.
Yep.
Get him. Stab him when you can. You throw a swing when you can. And what win better than to win them on the floor? Because that's when it's really good to hit someone.
So I think this stuff is effective, but my problem is still they're always Amber Heard describing what they want you to
What
hear.
Can you please
happened?
pull up
Never-
plaintiff's
never
exhibit
Johnny.
366?
Yeah.
I do think
And
these are
there is some
effective.
power in the fact that he doesn't deny it in
Yes.
the moment. But
Actually,
still,
This
because
is another recording,
he
Your Honor,
denies
that we
so many other
propose
things
to
in the
admit
moment.
all of, although we will only be playing minute 320 through 338.
All right, so no objection to 366 in its entirety, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, 366 in evidence. He's only playing part of it. Oh, plaintiffs, I'm sorry.
They're definitely not really asking questions.
You're a flower. Every other man I know, every other relationship I know, there's man, it's like, oh, yeah, shit. And you're a flower every single time you get
Because you're a fucking cunt!
Should have warned us about that one.
Yeah, but the issue is that Virginia recognizes for domestic violence threats.
Can you please pull up
loud,
plaintiff's exhibit
like all this stuff is
396?
considered domestic violence in Virginia. So
Your
that's
Honor,
why
portions
that's
of
why
this
they're
were
trying to
used
play
on
those out.
Thursday, so
That explosion
with your leave,
alone?
we'd like to introduce
No,
this
just
as
the whole
396B,
emotional piece of it, the
with
neglect,
the
the
following
emotional, the
excerpts.
screaming, the yelling. In Virginia, this is
2:44
all domestic violence.
and 0 seconds through 2:44 and 16 seconds. And then 2:49 and 30 seconds through 2:49 and 55 seconds.
All right, any objection to 396B?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 396B.
Their tactic today, I like, is different too. Play it all out before they let him say anything to stop letting the jury connect with him.
I think this is their best part of their cross so far, potentially.
Yeah, just play all the bad stuff and then we'll talk about it afterwards and let you get it.
Please, what? This is no. This is your last plea. This is your last plea. This is your last call. Last one. This is not helping! You stupid fuck! This is not helping!
Yep, it's like straight from the website. It says
If you could
insult.
please go to 2:49 and
He's cringing.
please.
He's literally cringing himself.
Honestly, I think this probably could have been the whole cross-ex.
Yeah, they could have started with this 2 days ago and
Did they make a mistake waiting too long and the jury likes him too much now? Have they made up their mind after 2 weeks? Probably not, but that's why you start with your best stuff.
that's a good point. Very good point.
Shut up with that. Impossible. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later. Talk to you later.
That sounds like he's
You heard
leaving,
Miss Heard
though.
say, "Get off me."
It does.
Right?
No, I did not. I heard distant screaming and I heard, I'll talk to you later, I'll talk to you later.
Let's look at Exhibit 857, please.
That was a mistake. You shouldn't have asked the question. You should have just
Yeah.
went on to the next exhibit. He's trying to see that.
Yeah.
That's what happened. The one question too many got caught him right there. He's winning, but you can't. But as soon as he starts
That's
answering
396,
questions,
57?
Yes,
you
Your
mess
Honor.
up.
Okay.
Yeah, because that audio sounded
the
like someone
audio
that was
file.
running.
It's not, no.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any?
Now on redirect, his counsel has to clean up.
Mr. Depp,
all
I'd like
this.
to
This
direct
is
your
hard.
attention to the second to last text
Yes,
on this. This is a text from you to your agent, Christian Carino, on August 15th, 2016, correct?
that's correct. That's what it looks like.
It's after everything.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and prejudice.
And it's bad for us.
That's what prejudice means.
For some reason, I got to tell people in the chat, listen, Amber's team is not watching me and saying, we're going to do exactly what Nate says he's going to do. I'm predicting what I think they're going to do. They're not listening to me at all. There's no advice that I'm giving Amber's team.
They always blame us for that. I know. It is what it is.
If
There's
they
bad
didn't do
stuff
this,
out
they're
there.
bad.
Now, this is much
Yeah,
more
they're like-
effective because remember, a muddy middle for Amber. Amber wins. And so even if you love Johnny Depp, if you've got all these outbursts and you got these situations, the more you play that, the more bare minimum you can try to convince the jury to throw up their hands and say, two angry people, toxic relationship.
Yeah,
See,
and that's why equating it to a domestic violence type of criminal case is what it feels like. And it seems like, oh, she's losing because she's admitting the violence. The videos show her being violent as well, but mutual abuse actually wins her this legal argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing a lot of people are don't understand about this is that the abuse, Johnny's team really wants to focus in on the physical abuse, the cut finger and all that. And it's going to be hard for him to kind of limit it in this way because he's got to admit that, yeah, I said those things, but they weren't abusive. Now, this is where the jury comes in. You know, is Johnny doing all this yelling, breaking stuff? Or is that also considered abuse in this context? If it is, no matter what Amber punched him or whatever, that doesn't matter. If they consider his outburst and this emotional thing to be abuse, he loses. He loses badly too.
Well, I would say with the exception of if you can put an Amber instigation in front of every time
Correct,
that happens.
Yeah.
I don't think that's likely. But I mean, like you could potentially say it's always responsive. And Yeah, I mean, I think I really do. I'm on stream saying this. One of the worst parts of his direct testimony is he's asked what he means by Amber's violence, and he goes off on a Johnny Depp 20-minute answer that includes verbal and emotional and gaslighting and everything else. And so if that is violence, if that is domestic abuse,
brought back onto him.
Yeah, if that is what counts definitionally for purposes of, hey, did you get defamed? Then I thought that was a brilliant first question to start Monday, week 3 from counsel.
What is abuse?
You talked in your testimony about what violence and abuse means.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now here's a question: do you think it's proper for the domestic violence definition to come out of Virginia or California?
He's suing in Virginia, isn't he?
But at the time that all of that would have occurred, they're both.
Is it not going to be objective common law understanding anyway for a defamation claim about what that means in context of a Washington Post article?
I think it's
not
a reasonable
DV case.
person type standard. I think it's just going to be up to the jury. I don't think there's going to be a legal definition for it really, because it's not a domestic violence trial.
Right. It's not that case. So it's, what does it mean to you? Was he defamed? Is it reputational damage?
But domestic violence and family violence is defined in the law in Virginia.
May I ask the witness
So
about the portions
that's
that
actually,
we discussed, and then we can provide.
I'm not sure if they're going to use that here,
but she wouldn't be limited to that definition
in this,
if she thought
in this
something
text
else was
message from
domestic
you to
violence.
Christian Carino,
Yeah, but I'm assuming it's
August 15th, 2016. You tell him, you go on at some length about Amber, but you say she will hit the wall hard, 4 exclamation points. And then later down you say, I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Did I read that right?
Objection compound. I'll allow it. Mr. One.
You read that correctly.
And this wasn't the first time that you talked about Amber hitting the wall hard. Let's pull up Exhibit 213, please.
That sounds like her ambition leaving
Hit
her.
the wall hard.
You're off on a different direction now.
Based on the
We'll just take a look at the
accusations
next
that she
exhibit, Mr.
brought. I'm sorry, I was talking. Is that all right?
You would answer my question. We'll take a look at the next exhibit. Thank you.
He's
long as you're
learning.
happy, sir.
Stop him. Ask your next question. If after he says the yes, don't let him get into those long diatribes.
Yep.
And Johnny's right back in Wednesday afternoon.
Mr. Depp, this is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014. The text at the top of the
Where am I
page.
looking, sir?
On your screen, please.
I figured that out.
The top text on the screen.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a specific, if it was third from the bottom or somewhere around the corner.
He's upset.
Yeah, he's under his
What would you
skin
like
right
me to do?
now.
This is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed.
With the redactions applied and also the identifiers. That's
Okay,
Yep.
redactions
We have that.
identifiers.
We have that ready.
All right, 213 evidence with redactions.
Yeah, he's under Johnny's skin right now. He's a little bit off kilter.
He's fidgety. I mean, I'm not a behavioral analyst, but he's
Move
fidgety.
for the admission of this, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Just got to relax and get through it. Just relax and
Yeah.
get through it. He knew this was going to be bad. Just relax, get through it, and just answer truthfully. He should be all right.
And just trust his counsel.
Mr. Depp, on February 4th, 2014, you tell Mr. Witkin, Amber and I hit the wall hard. You see that?
I do, sir.
And that's the same phrase that you used in your text to Mr. Carino from 2016 that we just read, correct?
They are similar words, but they have different meanings. If,
Can we
I
pull
don't know
up
if that makes
exhibit
sense to you, but
Exhibit 498, please?
The weekend
Rottenborn's
definitely
not
helped
trying to
Amber's team.
say. Go ahead, Nate.
No,
He's
I
ready
said
to
the
go.
weekend helped Amber's team.
Oh yeah.
He's ready to go.
Mr. Depp, is this a text exchange that you had with Ms. Heard on or about October 28th, 2015.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to direct your attention to the third text down.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 498 with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor. All right, may we approach? Okay, sure.
Yeah, so he's getting increasingly uncomfortable with just letting these bad facts sit because he knows how they look and he knows how they feel. And so he's wanting to explain them away. He's wanting to give more context. Now is not the time for that. Cross-examination. I mean, you can do that from time to time, but he's trying to do that too early and too much right now. I think that it's showing that he's very uncomfortable and he's just got to trust that his attorneys will bring it up on redirect.
Well, what I think is a really smart strategy from Heard's team is that I do think that hitting the wall was differently used in two places. And so it's cheating a little bit, but that's the kind of thing that'll piss Johnny off. Like he gets in there and answers that. You could have predicted that because he wants to correct that. It's used twice. It's with the breath statement. You all in chat or otherwise can feel like that is cheating or shouldn't be allowed, but it's exactly the right thing to do because you're trying to put the witness where he is, fidgety, trying to answer, looking bad, frankly. And so while that first one probably doesn't match the second reference, I think it's very smart of them.
Can you pull up Exhibit 330, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the middle text on this page, which is a text from you to someone named Ryan A. On January 12th, 2015. Do you see that?
January. The second one from the last.
Yes.
January 12th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that Ryan Adams, the singer?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 330. Just plan on asking him about that text.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm happy to approach if you want.
Your Honor.
Yeah, you're doing much better. He's got that. You're exactly right. He's got that huff. I cannot believe you are trying to make this harder for me.
How dare you object?
I guess they've already discussed this. That's probably why he's annoyed. Is they probably already discussed that this type of stuff is coming in, and now she's objecting again. He's got to go remind the court that the court's already made a ruling on this. That is annoying. I mean, huffing and puffing isn't great, but although it seems like she's yelling at him, huh?
I was going to say she's speaking in that direction as best I could tell.
Yeah, she's like, listen here, Mr. Rottenborn. This is how it works.
But you know what though? Last week there were a lot of relevancy objections that I thought they missed. So I'm thinking they probably went over the weekend. Was like, we got to make sure we don't just get this nonsense in. Let's object.
Well, and they let in a bunch of double tapes, right? You can tell that they had a conversation. So we got to object to the double tape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their game up a little bit more. Week 3, it's like a little more.
Everyone's finally like warmed up. It seems like.
Yeah.
Rusty Robot said it's Jennifer Howell, Whitney's ex-boss, a witness. She had some testimony that could seriously impeach Whitney Heard's. Maybe JD doesn't want her to go through it. I think she's listed as a witness on the exhibit on the witness list. But whether or not they're going to call her, I'm not sure, because just because she's on the list doesn't mean she's going to be called. Killer Slot said if lawyers can read news about the case they are working on, why can't witnesses? Where do we draw the line on who can and can't and why? So Lawyers can because they are not testifying. Witnesses cannot because they are testifying as to what they saw, what they heard, what they felt, etc. And you don't want somebody to start lining up their testimony with someone else's because they know what somebody else is saying. So you want them to not know what anybody else saw or thought or did or whatever. Whereas attorneys, they're not testifying. They're just putting this case on. For them, it's helpful to see how the public is
Can you
reacting
pull up
because that might be how the
Exhibit
jury's
620,
reacting,
please?
et cetera, et cetera.
So we moved off Brian Adams, it looks like, maybe?
I guess so.
Means I was 100% wrong. His huff was totally unwarranted because they had not already agreed to let this in.
In fairness, you can't tell whether he's right or
Mr.
wrong.
Depp,
He
I'd like
talks all the time.
to turn your attention to text number 40.
Okay.
It's the third one down.
Yes,
This is a text from
Maybe
you
that'll
to
relax
Malcolm
Johnny
Connolly.
too if he sees his team objecting
right?
more.
that's correct.
Yeah.
And
Your Honor,
Vin,
I've
he
moved
knows he's
for
not being
admission of
asked the
this
same thing.
document.
Breaks up the flow too.
Third text down.
Mhm.
Takes the sting out of any punch.
Oh, green dress lady's now wearing yellow.
If I just.
So for people that are interested, I know that was
I'm
a big
happy to
deal on
approach to
Thursday.
discuss.
Yeah, the green dress.
Connolly White.
Stay with those bright colors, right?
Yeah, exactly. Guess you noticed.
Relevance
by me.
objection again, Your Honor. Okay, you want to purge?
See, this is
Well.
beautiful. These are beautiful objections. Relevant.
Well,
All the objections they missed last week. They're like, we're not going to let that shit happen again. And it's going to take more time. Because don't
Oh,
forget,
man.
you people in the
Talk
chat are
about
just
interrupting
like the
the
jury.
flow.
Yeah. Just imagine how bored they are. Like, my God, again, this guy can't ask one goddamn question.
well, and if he has to move on again, I mean, you're a juror. You're seeing he keeps trying to sneak stuff in,
Redacted.
right? He's getting back down. So we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. But it's interesting. He's gotten a couple where it's been 3 or 4 in a row. Last week it was compound questions.
Mm-hmm. And this might start to throw him off, which then maybe
was in a groove.
Johnny can loosen up a little bit and
You got to
and
just
find-
keep
kind of find
pushing
his flow
though.
again.
You
Yeah,
got
you
to
gotta-
keep pushing at what you think is important. You
Yeah.
let them object every time, and if the judge
Sure,
tells you
Mark,
can't, then
that's
you move
coming
on.
in
But
with
don't
Move
skip
on.
anything unless the judge
the
makes you.
contextual text
Yeah.
messages as well, if we might take a look, please.
I'm sorry.
We would like to take a look and just make sure the contextual text messages are coming in with the one that you're directing Mr. Depp to.
The rule of completeness.
Oh,
need the
Sir, Justice
context.
Court, that was the text message that I would like to get in. If they're, I'm not sure what she's asking, Your Honor.
ooh, he's flustered.
We're having
Yeah.
this fight in public.
He's getting flustered.
So you
Let's
can't just
see.
put it for the chat. You can't just put in a text message without context. So if there's something that puts it in context, that should come in too, so
Exactly.
everybody can understand.
Well, it
Yeah.
should come into evidence, but you don't necessarily have to ask him about it, and you don't have to
Correct.
put it on his screen. You can just ask about one as long as the whole thing's in
Mr.
evidence,
Depp,
and then
you remember
redirect taking it
last
into the
week,
context.
the jury saw the video of you,
He lost.
as you called it, assaulting the cupboards in that kitchen on Sweetser Avenue.
Yes, sir. Very well said.
And that was on or about February 10th, 2016, correct?
Very
Objection
close.
calls for speculation. I'll allow it if you can
I don't know when that's from. I have asked for the metadata. I've asked for the date and received nothing.
Okay. This text you sent on February 10th, 2016
That's
to,
you, buddy.
to Malcolm Connolly. Malcolm Connolly is one of your security guards, correct?
Yes, he is.
And in this text, you say, "Thanks, dear Mal. I'm just at the point where I feel like I'm going to puke all the time. Once I get this shit moving and get myself out of her level of shit, I will never mention this cunt's name again, ever again. And the first prick that asks about her gets a warning. Should the single-celled prick decide to push it, he never forgets me and will always be remembered throughout his life as the guy that got his fucking nose bit off, chewed up, and swallowed by Johnny Depp. While I do have some civilized bones in my body, just on a matter of principle, I must force him to watch me fulfill this promise of mangling his motherfucker of a beezer. Love you, X." Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like
What's
to
that
turn
have to
to
do with
your
the
views on Miss
cabinet
Heard's
video?
career. Can you please
February.
pull up Exhibit 195?
Jennifer Stark says, appreciate how you make this digestible to us normies. Love your channel. Happy for your growth. Question, how do you think Amber would turn this around? Well, this is one way. This
I'd like to
cross-examination is
direct
going
your
better than it
attention
was
to
on
the
Thursday.
second to last text from the bottom. This is a text message exchange between you and Miss Heard on October 29th, 2013, correct?
Ah. Gonna
It looks like it is,
2013?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd move
Go
for the
backwards
omission of
in time
Defendant's
again,
Exhibit
counsel.
195 with the appropriate identifiers redacted.
I still don't
We would object
understand
on
why they're
relevance
jumping
grounds,
around
Your
in
Honor.
time.
Are those hoop earrings?
Your
I'm
Honor,
looking at?
Yes.
this is him expressing his
Yes, I
views
called it.
on her taking
I
a
You did
called
movie
call it. Yeah, you did call it.
about a movie.
Wow.
Her career, his views.
Oh, please approach.
Please approach. All right, let's do another super chat. Callie Ann says, did you see the actual makeup company Milani calling out Amber over her palette? They talked about in her opening statement how it didn't exist. I did.
Yep.
I did.
Yeah,
It's
vicious.
crazy. A State of Brett said, when do you think Amber Heard will take the stand? Not for at least a couple weeks, I think. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
while, most likely.
That's going to be
Kaya
great
K.
when she takes it.
Yeah. Kaya K said, is Kathleen Zellner going to make an appearance? I don't know. I don't know. She may just be, of counsel, kind of giving some of her tips behind the scenes, or helping out the team behind the scenes. Stephanie Beitzel said, hi from Australia. Just got caught up with your coverage of Isaac Baruch, howling with laughter. For every see you next Tuesday that day.
So
Keep up the great work. Thank
195 will be
you.
in evidence with redacted with the identifiers.
Amber Heard will soon reach for a settlement, says Thanasis. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know that.
I think they're both in it until the end now. I'm said I called it on the earrings.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, you see the text that from Amber that says, I'm at a coffee meeting now. You see that?
I do,
It's
sir.
right there. So she tells you at 12:41 p.m., I'm at a coffee meeting now. We'll be home soon.
You didn't say
And
enough.
then
O's
you
there,
respond, holy crack whores, no goddamn meetings, no movies. Why? Why do you deviate from our agreement? What species of meeting? Fuck it. Just tell me when you get home. Did I read that right?
You did, but a coffee meeting.
You didn't want her to take the meeting that she was taking that day, correct?
It seems as though we had an agreement. What seems like we had an agreement to do something together. I'm actually asking what species of meeting. So
Species of meeting.
this is not necessarily
This is an eccentric way of
He
talking.
has a way of talking.
an
Yeah.
angry text. It's just.
But
why
that
do
helps
you
them, though.
deviate from our agreement?
does.
It's not about her doing films. How do you think she got Aquaman, sir?
You tell her no goddamn meetings, no movies, because you didn't want her acting. You wanted to
Aquaman.
control her career, correct?
Objection compound.
That's
I'll-
patently
hold on,
untrue,
Mr.
and it's a
Mr.
great
Yeah,
guess.
that question is
All right,
dumb.
yes, I'll sustain the
I mean,
objection. Next question.
He doesn't care about the answer. He's
Let's-
trying to put that
we
in
can
the jury's
move on.
mind. But
Exhibit
of course he's
394,
going to
please.
answer no.
Defendant's exhibit.
I mean, it kind of speaks for himself. I thought Johnny's original answer was bad there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Di Santana says Johnny was probably diagnosed as an adult for ADHD and bipolar disorder. Does explain a
Mr. Depp,
bit
if you
why
can
he
take a
used
look at
drugs at such
the
a young
fourth
age.
text down. This is a
Patent
text
abuse.
from you to Dr. Kipper on, it's in the timestamp issue. I believe it was sent on March 8th, 2015 in Australia, timestamped March 7th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of 394.
No objection with the proper redactions of the rest of the text messages and the identifiers.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
394 in evidence with redactions.
Celia said, Alita, your coverage for this trial has been fantastic so far. Seriously enjoying the commentary, especially Hogue. Greetings from Switzerland. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Smith said, "Did you see Spidey's behavior review of Johnny Depp?" I did. It was phenomenal. Linda Poulon, thank you for your super sticker.
Permission to publish?
All right. Yes, yes, sir.
Kathleen Zellner has been added to the Depp legal team, said Ignacio Campos. Yes, but we don't know
Mr.
in
Depp,
what
on this
capacity.
date, right after you had suffered an injury to your finger, you text Dr. Kipper and you say, "Hi, fucked, man. Had another one. I just cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt. But you know what? Far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless educational ranting is her hideously and purposely hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love. Above all, here's the real deal, mate. Her obsession with herself is far more important. She is so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired, mate. Although she has hammered me with what a sad old man has been I am, Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors. I'm so very sad. I cut the top of my middle finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital. I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her. Fuck the world. Did I read
That's
that right?
damning to me. That is. Because
You think so?
Yes, Mr.
He's
Rottenborn.
destroying her. Why would he lie
So
that she
you are-
busted his finger?
Ranting about
If he was trying to
Mr. Dr.
protect
Kipper,
her
even
from
as
the
you were
finger
talking
cutoff.
about her ambition and expressing your objections to that, you still admit to him that you cut the top of your middle finger off, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, sustain as compound.
You're complaining about her ambition in this text to her, to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm realizing that her ambition is far stronger than her supposed feelings for me, yes.
And there's nothing about this text that's trying to protect her.
Correct. I agree with that.
Protect her.
And
from what?
And you tell Dr. Kipper, I cut the top of my middle finger off in this text, correct?
It's just the way it was worded. It doesn't mean that I actually literally cut my finger off after, at the age of 12, finding the only thing that gave me peace.
Like,
which is
so it's like
playing
someone saying,
guitar.
"I lost my arm in
Very
the war,"
unlikely. Why
and
did
then
you start
somebody
lopping
thinking
off
that
the
they
fingers
didn't cut,
when
they
I
didn't
was
take their own
13?
arm off.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Now,
I do think it's easier to say she
Miss
right
Heard wasn't
there,
the
but
only one who had a
he's
problem
asking
with
for
your
medical
drinking.
help.
Miss Heard wasn't the
So-
only one who had a problem with your
Yeah, but I mean, he's destroying
use of
her
alcohol, correct?
in that
Objection,
text.
compound.
This is to Dr. Kipper, though, who is a concierge doctor as opposed
right,
to an
the
ER doctor. I can see
objection.
how he
Miss
would
Heard
be
wasn't the
more
only one who had a
open to
problem with your
disclosing to
drinking.
him than to the other
Correct.
doctor.
Right.
So if anyone had a problem with my drinking at any time in my life, it was me. The only person that I have ever abused in my life is myself.
In fact, you tried to hide your drinking from your daughter, Lily Rose, didn't you?
Objection, relevant.
Below the belt.
Yeah.
That's
When
to
your
get him
nerves are
angry.
punched-
Sir, if you
Can
can
we
sorry.
approach, Your Honor?
Pardon.
Well,
He was answering now.
They appeared to have a tacit kid agreement. We had this fight with Lily Rose before.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
he
no,
could
I agree
argue
with-
Johnny opened the door by saying, I only cared about it for myself. And he's like, oh, is that true? You cared about it for your daughter too. So he opened the door trying to get a cheap shot in. I don't think a jury's going to like that personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
the
and
email-
he has also referenced his kids quite a bit in his direct. The fact that like they're the reason why he's filed this lawsuit, because it's to protect them. They're the reason why, you know, why he has felt so much of what he's felt as a result of the allegations.
That's right.
And talked about like the fame and how that's affected his like raising them, and how she would criticize him as a father all the time. And how that was like a really,
you can
a
definitely
really
say
big
it's-
issue.
You can definitely argue sword is good as a shield, but it's got to be a strategy on their side too. Because I mean, there is an instant read of wait, okay, hold on, kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not worth it unless you can get something.
Can you pull
out
up
of it.
Exhibit 207,
If
please?
you miss it, then you've lost all that credibility with the jury.
Yeah. And now he's moving on.
And
So
he
I guess
moved
that
on.
objection was proper.
Right.
It wasn't relevant.
I think they have a relevance agreement on the kids.
Yeah.
Can you scroll down, please? Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the last text on this page. It's a text from you to Kevin Murphy. He was your estate manager, correct?
He was.
This is a text from you to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just try to remember what year.
Your Honor,
you're in.
I'd move for the admission of that portion of Defendant's Exhibit 207 with redactions.
With the identifiers redacted, that's fine. Thank you.
207.
I'm surprised they're not having Johnny read any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, could you read this line?
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds much more damning coming out of his mouth.
I would have made him read the whole Kipper email or text.
Yeah.
Well, because it comes off as so viciously upset. And then I tend to agree that sentence comes out as that's the place where you would say she did it. Like that's the logic is that's where you throw her under the bus in that text, and he doesn't. And he's got this argument that says, "Hey, I was phrasing it differently," and it's a text message.
Although here, I'll give a different
Permission to
perspective on
publish?
that one
Yes, sir.
because of how long it was. There's always a possibility that he could stop and interject
And
and
in
say, "Well,
this
this is what I
text
meant
to
when I
Kevin
said
Murphy on
this,"
February, or
and then
sorry,
it's hard
January
to bring it back
21st,
again.
2014.
So
Fair
they
enough.
maybe just be like,
You
"Let's
say,
control this."
Just
We'll read
trying
it.
to get
Makes
over
sense.
my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5+ hours. Vanessa's your former partner, correct?
She's the mother of my children, yes.
The mother of your children, that's right. And then you say, I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now, Lily Rose hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right. But I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. Come to master in main house.
Maybe the judge said you have to lay
Did I read that
foundation
correctly?
before getting into
You
Lily
did.
Rose.
Yeah,
Can you pull up Exhibit 1092,
that's exactly
please?
probably what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what that question was. Definitely a foundation question. But who drinks in front of their kids? So I might have a beer if I'm watching a game in front of my kids, but I'm not drinking any hard alcohol or anything like this. Especially, you know what I mean?
Depends on the culture you're a part of.
It depends on your prior
I've-
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, presumably,
Mr. Depp, is this a picture of you passed out in a chair during daylight hours?
Again, isn't passed out. That's a very specific term.
Yeah, I'm
Sleep
sleeping.
could be one. Passed out.
Yeah, I was passed out last night at
Let's
2
try
a.m.
it this way. This is a picture of you in a chair, correct?
That is correct.
Move for the admission of 1092, Your Honor.
Any objection?
This is a picture of you in a chair.
Relevance, Your
Authenticate.
Honor?
That's all
It's
we're
like,
going to do.
get
Try to
him,
move
get
this
him,
along
get him
when
on a
we stop with
question that
relevance.
is
I would
very
say
difficult
you
for
want
him to
that
disagree
foundation
with.
still.
It's you in a chair, yes?
This is a
Yeah.
picture of Mr. Depp. We've introduced another.
What does this
on
prove?
Thursday, another picture
Even
of
if
that.
he's passed out,
What
what
is
does
the
it prove
date
that
of
he's
this
sitting in a chair?
photograph? I'm sorry.
I don't get how this is probative at all.
They're trying to prove that he's a drunk and
He's
that
drunk.
he's drunk and passes out all the time.
And
doesn't
then
know
and
what
then
he's
it's a
doing.
huge mess.
And then it's
And he's
he's
saying
in
he's asleep in
denial.
a chair.
Well, and he's in denial, right? So, I mean, this is their argument because there's a number of interactions he has with Amber where she gets very upset about him drinking.
Yeah.
What's
And
with
then-
the
and then
what's
the-
with the
and then it's like-
sunglasses?
Those are his reading glasses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just so
Well-
cool he can't help it.
But
No,
the,
my,
but the
my
other
glasses
part,
have a tint on them too. So
the other part about the drinking though also is like it calls into question, okay, now you think that you've been fine, but here are a bunch of instances where you've characterized yourself as fine, but you're clearly not fine. So how about all these other times when you say that you were fine, you thought you were fine, maybe you don't actually remember what you said, what you did, what what happened around you. All of that kind of calls into question his perception at the time, because bias is a lot of is a big thing that has come up a bunch of times in this trial, right? People's potential biases, being on a payroll, et cetera, et cetera. But perception is another one, and that's one that they
Can
are
you take
really
that down
starting
and
to
put,
hit
put
Johnny with
up
right now with
Exhibit
all the drinking and the
470,
drugs
Michelle,
and
please?
stuff.
That didn't
It can
come
backfire
in, right?
though. It can
That
definitely
didn't come
backfire.
in?
Which didn't come in.
Did
Oh,
that, did that picture come in? I
No, it
didn't see
doesn't look like the picture came in.
That's what I'm saying. I get it. I get what you guys are saying with the drugs and the
Mr. Depp,
cocaine
is
and all
the
that.
bottom text on this page a text exchange or a text message from you to your personal assistant, Stephen Duders, on September 3rd, 2015?
That's what it
I
looks
mean,
like.
I think you're right on the chair
Your
photo.
Honor,
It
I'd move
sounded
for
like
the
they went
admission
on
of this
403, right?
exhibit.
Yeah, but if he's just saying I'm sitting in a
that
chair,
text and
prove that I'm
forward
passed out or drunk.
So
I don't think that
47.
proves it just by looking at the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
So, but the way that can backfire
Again,
though
of relevance, Your Honor.
is that the jury can look at this and say, here's a
Continue
man
with-
who had
I'll
issues with
come to
drugs and
the jury.
alcohol, and Amber knew that, and she took advantage of
With these
that,
actions.
and she abused him, using his struggles. So that's also something that can totally backfire on Amber Heard's team. They
That's a
have
hell
to
of a
really
leap,
thread
though.
the needle here.
I think
What's
that's
that?
a hell of a leap. It's a hell of a leap because we know, a lot of times when these domestic issues happen, it's because of drugs and alcohol. You get drunk, things get violent. It's just a more natural implication of he's drunk, he doesn't know what he's doing all the time, he gets violent, and then you have the tapes that they're playing of him being angry
Permission to
while he's
publish, Your
drunk.
Honor?
So it's they're laying out a narrative here that I think is a natural conclusion to what we generally experience.
Mr. Depp, in the effort to move this along, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to start with the
I'm just
word
going to read the
main
most
bits,
damaging
which is
parts of
5
it.
lines down.
No, I
You
mean,
write
like
to
having
Mr.
you read
Duders on
it.
September
Johnny would be
3rd,
reading this shit.
2015. Main bits needed are Xanax and Adderall, and I want no judgment from Kipper or Debbie. Kipper means Dr. David Kipper, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
And Debbie means Debbie Lloyd, your sobriety nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Just found out from Joel last night how much I spent on having Kipper and Debbie around. Millions and fucking millions, mate.
Good God.
All the while, Debbie just hung around Broad, BCH, and gave me new meds like every 2 weeks. She was on set maybe 4 times. Wow. And 5 money symbols. Sorry.
Not getting
just
good
how
value
it
for
is.
your money,
Did I
huh?
read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up exhibit 587, please? This is a recording, Your Honor.
I already have 5787A, so this is 587B.
587B, Your Honor. The excerpts to be played are 1940 through 1953 and 2304 through 2329.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the Kipper text. See if
Yeah.
these recordings help. I'd be upset too about spending millions of dollars.
I'll do it for half as much.
I'm never
In that clip, Mr. Depp, you tell Ms. Heard, I'm never getting clean and sober, correct?
It sounds like to me that yeah, it's either that or I have never been clean and sober.
Thank
It's one
you.
of the
Let's
two.
play 2304, please.
Well, he's honest. Neither of those are
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah. But that's honestly like the best thing that he can do to respond is just to say, yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to, gaslight the jury
Picture The
here.
big scheme of things, it does nothing but hurt us. And why? Because of coke and booze doesn't make it easier for you to see how clearly that is.
You gotta stop with the coke and
All
booze.
the coke
It's your own.
all the coke you've done today and all the booze you drank today.
By the way,
Has it helped you?
I just
Has it helped us?
just got the coke.
Has it helped us?
Today.
Yeah, I know because yesterday you were 1,000 times better. Yesterday did we?
That sounds pretty bad.
I'd like to turn now to a few more of your words around the time that you went into detox about how you viewed Amber's role in that process, Mr. Depp. Can you please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120_40? And Your Honor, 120_41 was admitted the other day, but I'd like to introduce this as a separate exhibit.
So 120B, and that would be _40, you said, 40?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good luck, jury. You're going to have a few
Any
exhibits.
objection to that?
Only a few.
Okay.
1,450. What the hell?
It's not real until they break out the
Mr.
exponential
Depp, while they're
notation.
looking at that, is the second text from the bottom a text that you sent to Amber's mom, Paige, on August 19th, 2014?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And this is when you were either in the middle of or finishing up your detox process from oxycodone, correct?
That is correct.
All right. No objection?
No objection.
Okay. 120B in evidence. You want to publish? Or as is, correct?
With the other
That's fine.
text messages redacted.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, with you, okay, yeah, sure.
Anna Richards says, I started watching y'all during Depp's testimony. I'm so invested. I went back and started watching the full streams. Thank you for the recaps. They helped me get caught up until I can finish the streams. Hey, thank you so much for watching. Catherine S. says, JD looks sharp today. The suit is extremely professional. Looks
It
like
does
he
look
may have
very
taken a
nice.
field trip to Nordstrom's over the weekend.
I think this is the best he's looked.
I think so
Yes,
too.
I think so
He looks
too.
very sharp.
And in
very
this text message that you write Amber's mom on August 19th, 2014,
Every
you say,
day he
"My
looks a
dearest
little bit
Paige,
better. We go
how
from the
unbelievably
scraggly hair
kind and pure your
to
message
like
was.
the back and
I am
like slightly
beyond
nicer
thankful to
suits.
have you
and-
in my life. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you individually that I've gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to explain the horrors to you. You know as well as I. What you do need to know that your daughter has risen far above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Never a second has gone
Oh,
by.
Richard, you already put
that
out
she
a video
didn't
on the
look
Musk
out
thing
for
this
me
morning. Good for
or
you.
have her eyes on me to make
Yeah,
sure
you
Fast
that
and
got it.
delicious is virtual legality.
YN
I'm just
words
impressed that you were
are
able to get
truly
that out already
feeble
because I
in
just heard
attempting
about
to
it.
explain her heroism in a
I have to
text.
watch it.
Suffice to
I'll
say
pitch it more in the
that
break.
I have never met or loved a woman or a thing more. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. I love you. Your son, Outlaw. Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
I'd like to take a look at another document.
Interestingly, I think that's probably more
Exhibit
prejudicial than
272
probative,
is-
in all honesty.
Yeah.
I don't think there's
Yeah.
any probative value to that at all. He loved
Not
her
much.
once.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay, that's gonna happen if you're married to somebody.
But
Even
that's
if you're
that's trying to muddle it, right? Amber, good-hearted person.
Yeah.
He loved her.
By the way, there's almost 18,000 people watching in the chat right now, and
Tell
that
your
is
friends.
incredible.
We're having
If you
fun
guys,
here.
you know, or the easiest thing you could do to support the stream is to hit the like button.
Is this a
If you
text
guys can do
message
that,
that you
that would
shared?
really, really help.
Text message
I like this
exchange
stream. I'm gonna
between
hit
you
that right
and
now.
Amber.
And there's a little red
Following
button
day,
down there that says
April 20th,
subscribe. If you click
2014.
it, you get a prize. It turns gray.
You get a
Color
prize.
permission, move for the
Color
submission of
changing
exhibit
widgets.
272 and ask for permission to publish.
With the identifiers removed, we have no objection.
All right, remove the identifiers.
So I really do think this is strong cross-ex in general, but we're all over the place again.
All right, 272 in evidence as redacted.
I think he got thrown off by all the objections.
Probably.
Yeah.
It
Now, Mr.
seems
Depp,
like
you
he's
testified on
trying to put
Thursday
this
that you saw
narrative
nothing
together
wrong
by the
with referring to
context
Amber as a
and not,
lesbian
or by the
camp
content
counselor
rather than
when she was
dates.
trying to get you to stop using
It's
drugs.
hard to follow though.
But
Still,
She
Let's
had
take a
used
look at
the
what you
same-
say in
She had
this
used
text.
that term before.
In this text, Mr. Depp, you say, just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
You can take that down. Now,
He's
you
gathering
brought this
himself.
lawsuit about the op-ed specifically, but for years prior to the date that Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain it to compound.
For years prior to 2018,
He likes it when his lawyer
Amber wrote the
objects.
op-ed, there were
Mhm.
numerous negative news stories about you that were released into the public, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
that's also a nice
By
signal to him.
2018, you saying?
Correct.
It's fair.
Yes, it all started with Ms. Heard going directly to a court to get a TRO, which is with a bruise on her face and paparazzi. That was the sort of beginning of the ball rolling down the hill and gaining momentum.
There were lots of
and
negative stories
destroying me.
about you prior to May 27th, 2016, when Amber went into court, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Now it's 2016. I'll allow it.
Lots of is
There were
usually not a
plenty
good
of negative
phrase
stories
for a
about
lawyer.
you prior to that date, weren't there?
So
was a famous person.
I've been in the racket of Hollywood.
Okay, so yeah, I'm a famous person, of course.
For my
Mr. Depp, I'm asking you a yes or no question. There were plenty of negative news stories about you prior to May 27th, 2016.
It's not a good
Yes.
question on
from
cross.
1984 up until then, they're both. So of course people write negative stories.
Sure.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
you
it's
just testified to the
a
jury
no
that
is
it
not
all
going to do
started
justice
on
to
May
what that
27th,
no or yes
2016.
means.
So that's why I asked you
Yeah.
to clarify.
Not about
the
not
negative
about
stories
domestic
prior to that
abuse is
date.
what I would say.
Yeah.
And you'd
Yes.
agree that there
Good
were,
answer.
correct?
Can you be specific about the stories? Of course there have been negative stories.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is movie star.
Yeah.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
All right.
There's negative stories about me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Here are, numerous exhibits in one sort of compendium. All
We all get them, right?
press
I
articles
wasn't
about
Jack
Mr. Depp.
Sparrow.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Sunny Pop said, from all you've seen and heard, what are the chances she's marrying him due to emotional holdover from the past relationship? Could be.
Your
It
Honor,
would be pure
in
speculation, but could
having
be.
received this, I would like to preemptively lodge a hearsay, lack of foundation, and
He hasn't got him in evidence yet. Are you moving?
No,
these to
I'm
evidence?
happy to approach, but they're certainly not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, but I'm happy to approach and
Okay,
discuss if you'd like.
Happy to approach and discuss.
Wait a
Which
minute.
means let's do some super chats.
Wait, are they trying to admit like a bunch of random negative stories?
Seems like it. Seems like it. Well, it's Dustin said toughest thing for JD and AH during trial is staying sober during the trial. Loser should be whoever falls off the wagon first. Oh man.
That would be a
Austin
loser.
SA said news over the weekend. 11% of trial mentions on Twitter are fake and most bots for Amber. Also, Umbrella Guy audio. Holy geez, what is see you next Tuesday?
I mean, how are they establishing these are bots, though? This was one of my principal questions, because just because someone is supporting Amber doesn't make them a bot.
Well, no, but it's there was an independent company that does analysis on, like, I don't know how they do it. It's
Trust no one.
science is sorcery, math is magic. But some independent company that does this kind of stuff, they did an analysis on the impressions that were for this trial, and 11% of the accounts are fake, most of them for Amber, which is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's according to them in their study. Valor said they added a small little white camera behind Amber's friend Eve Barlow got booted from the courtroom. Yes, I have noticed that. Someone pointed that out before. I don't know why that's there. But it is interesting, the timing of it. And it looks like it's pointed at the camera that's recording for live streams. So I wonder if they're like noticing when people are watching Amber or something. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It's hard to tell from our vantage point, to be honest. 2012 Jameson said Legalbytes Tug has a video on the elevator time. I have to check that out. I'm sure it's a good one. Chris Burton said, is the trial required to be 6 weeks, or would it end early? If so, it's going to be a long 6 weeks. I highly doubt it's going to end early.
It
honestly.
could have ended early, but we're past that point.
Yeah, I don't think so. Pamela Pierre, thank you for the super sticker. Kai K, who does Hogue side with so far? He's calling it like he sees it.
Being called out. Well, it's Johnny Depp's case, and Johnny Depp's having a strong case. I still
This
lean
cross
on this
is
is
tough,
gonna,
though.
Yeah,
I still lean on this is going to wind up as too tricky for defamation.
Yeah, it could well do. The defense is having a much better day today.
Today they are. Well, I'm very interested to see what happens on redirect.
Yes.
Debbie 101 said, How could Johnny enter the apartment to collect his stuff if Amber changed the locks? Was it a lie?
That's the next morning.
Well, if
Yeah, it was the morning after he came to get his stuff that she changed the locks.
That's Isaac coming back with cold medication in like a Subway or something.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
on a technical level, if it's your apartment, you can just break the door because, you know, it's your apartment.
It's your apartment. You own it. 2012 Jameson says, Nick Ricada says, feel the grift, young one. Thank you. Rose Nar said, please make Mega Pint merch. I did. I did actually. If you go to the link that's in the description below, it's I think like at the bottom of the description. Actually, maybe I should move it up a little bit.
You made the Mega Pint merch. You already got hate for the Mega Pint merch. It's great.
You already made the merch.
Of course, I mean, there's always going to be somebody who finds that to be, you know, distasteful, offensive. But you know what? Look, here's my take on it. You know, if Johnny Depp can make humor out of a dark situation, so can we, right? Because there's some very heavy topics that we're covering, and of course, we want to treat those with respect, especially where we're talking about domestic violence in all of its potential forms, right? On either side of this. And I know that there are a lot of people that are very, very passionate about this subject because they've been through it themselves, or they know someone who has, and they feel very passionate about protecting them. So I completely understand that. That's why I will never sell any merch that references any form of violence. What I am selling is simply like the humorous parts that come up throughout this trial that we are experiencing all together. And because, you know, we've got to be able to make light of the parts that we can, right? Because otherwise the weight of this entire trial is just going to bury everyone, and it's not going to be good for anyone.
So you're not making the DV merchandise. So you're saying there's a market opening for me.
Oh my God.
I don't recommend that.
Oh my God. Yeah, I was going to get Alita to make me something that says 2013 never again or something along those lines. I really wasn't expecting 3 more references to that cursed year today.
But I did.
Here we are.
So I did make a merch that says, the first set of merch was, I need a Mega Pint for this. And then the next set of merch that I made, which I just released like a couple hours ago, was merch that says, yes, I read papers. I think they were hearsay papers, which is a direct quote from Johnny during his I think it was his cross exam, or was it his direct? I can't remember. Yes.
Like the Pentagon Papers. You know, it was cross-ex.
It was, yeah, okay, yeah. So, but anyhow, so that's my take on that. We do have merch if people are interested.
So many long sidebars.
I know. Cornish Maid said, do you think Amber Heard will invent a crisis in order to get out of testifying in person, but by deposition only? I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to say, but I think that she would very much disadvantage her case by not testifying. I know that people have said she's not a good actress and she'll damage her case anyway by testifying because she's such a terrible actress. I don't know. The jury is going to be expecting to hear from her because she has brought some claims. So if you have brought any claims, the jury wants to hear from you because they're like, look, you're making me sit here. I want to hear from you. Like, you know, you don't have enough interest in your case, or you don't have enough confidence in your own case to come and talk and let us watch you. Like it's one of those things that juries tend to look disfavorably upon.
In civil cases, every party testifies because either you're good and your case wants to put you on, or you're bad and the other side can call you as a witness. So you never really get away in a civil case without testifying if you're a party.
Yeah.
By the way, I think they're flipping pages. I think they might have just cleared like the next dozen things. I think they were talking a lot about everything.
Perhaps, yeah, could be. Ben Spellman said there's audio of Amber Heard literally mad because Depp was always running away and hiding, her admitting to hitting him. How is this still a trial? #MePoo. Well, we've got some bad audio that we're listening to today, and we're going through that as well. Booker said it was supposed to be in the confidential something filing. Sorry, I forgot the terminology. I can't remember what the previous super chat was, but thanks for the clarification. Naomi Gravel says the case versus the Sun was clearly a result of corruption and paid judge. Is there any chance that anything is done about the UK after this case?
Mr. Depp,
I don't know about that.
Very unlikely.
It's a different jurisdiction entirely.
Articles in front of you.
Yes, it's a stack of hit pieces.
Yes, the first one is called
by Ms. Heard's publicity team.
Mr. Depp, we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. I'm going to ask you
Stating that
about
they
the
are,
first
sir.
one. Well, we're gonna talk about them. The first one is entitled, is from The Guardian. You see that?
Apparently drunk.
Yes, and this is an article from November 15th, 2014, entitled "Apparently Drunk Johnny Depp Cut Off at Hollywood Film Awards Ceremony," correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the next article is an article from May 7th, 2016. It's entitled "Johnny Depp, Friends and Family Seriously Concerned About Him. Here's Why."
Yes.
Correct.
How did they know?
The next article
Well, who wrote
from
that,
May
counsel?
1st,
What you
I
give us
know.
the-
2017, before Ms. Heard filed for a restraining order.
Because
that the
anyone
National
can say
Enquirer?
anything, right?
A year and a half before she published. No, sorry, this would be after May 1st, 2017.
And he
The
continued to
headline,
crush as an
Johnny
actor,
Depp has
even
a
though everybody was
clear
calling him a
and
drunk and a
epic
drug
system
abuser
ex-manager
for 40
stay.
years.
Yes.
Johnny Depp
Until
being
Correct.
consorting with
I
Peppa
was in a
Pig.
lawsuit. with
exactly.
The next article from May 10th, 2017 is entitled "Johnny Depp, a Star in Crisis and the Insane Story of His Missing Millions." Did I read that right?
Trying to
And
get under his
that's
skin.
after the
same
TRO, by the
lawsuits.
way. Didn't we just discuss this?
The next article, also from May 10th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, says Johnny Depp reportedly drank heavily and was constantly late on the new Pirates movie set. Did I read that right?
You did, reportedly.
The next
These are
article,
all hit
also
pieces.
from May
These
10th,
are drags, sir.
2017.
This
Mr. Depp,
is a pathetic attempt.
Mr. Depp, please just respond to the question I'm asking you.
There you
What's
go.
your
The
This
next
is a
question,
pathetic
Rob?
attempt
next,
there.
the next document, an article published in Vanity
It's
Fair
like
on May 10th,
he's
2017.
chomping at the bit
Yes.
here.
is
He
entitled
really wants
"Johnny
to
Depp's
explain this stuff, and I
Financial
totally
Woes
understand
Might
this.
Sink
It's hard
the
to
Yeah.
sit through.
Pirates of the
Again, I think it's
Caribbean."
smart from their side.
Did I
This is
read that right?
bullshit.
Mhm.
You did. I don't know.
The
how
next
my financial
article,
woes would do
May
that.
25th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, an article entitled "Where Did It All Go Wrong for Johnny Depp? After a string of flops and a ton of bad press, Johnny Depp's star power looks as wobbly as Jack Sparrow on a plank." Did I read that right?
You read that very, very well.
The next one.
He looks at the
Hollywood
jury
Reporter,
as he reads it.
May 27th, 2017. Headline: Pirates
All
of
of
the
these are
Caribbean,
2017.
the
These are all
diminishing
after.
returns of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
After the
You certainly did.
TRO.
after
The
the
report was
TRO,
very
but
nice to me.
before the
July
op-ed. So
12th,
they're trying to say everything
2017.
before
Why
the
are
op-ed
all
doesn't
of
matter.
Johnny Depp's movies bombing at the box office? Did I read that right?
You certainly did.
November 4th, 2017, a year and a month before Amber published the op-ed. Headline: Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say. Did I read that
Allegedly,
correctly?
reports say.
There's a lot of lawyers there.
This is
Allegedly,
hearsay,
June
is it not?
reports
21st,
say.
Your favorite
2018.
word.
To make
6
sure it's not
months before
defamation.
The op-ed was
Yes.
published. Vanity
You'll
Fair
note all these
article,
headlines
The
took a
real
better
reason
tack
Johnny
than
Depp
Ms. Heard's
used
op-ed.
an earpiece on a film set.
I think that was
I
explained
read
in
that
court the
correctly?
other day. Oh, you did, yeah.
June 21st.
Did you just use the earpiece
2018,
headline?
Yeah.
6 months before the op-ed was published. A
Mhm.
Rolling Stone article entitled "The Trouble with Johnny Depp: Multi-million-dollar lawsuits, a haze of booze and hash, a marriage gone very wrong, and a lifestyle he can't afford inside the trials of Johnny Depp." Did I read that right?
You did. You should read the article. It's
And the
wonderful.
last one,
Oh,
People
somebody's not allowed
laughing in
that.
the courtroom.
2018, the Daily Mail: vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. Alison Boshoff reveals why Hollywood's reeling over what's being called Johnny Depp's career suicide note. Did I read that correctly?
You did. Who's Alison Boshoff and how does she know?
Mr. Depp, you can't name
Oh, it
a
won't answer
single
that, I see.
actress who has benefited in her career by coming forward and stating that she was the victim of domestic violence, can you?
I'm sorry, what was
Objection
that?
calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Massive speculation.
Horrible question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, fair to say it got a lot of press attention, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, you became aware that it got a lot of press attention, correct?
Very quickly, I became aware.
And she became associated with those abuse accusations that she made.
The Washington
against you
Post
in
is
May
accurate.
2016, correct? To your
Yep.
knowledge.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You became associated with those domestic abuse accusations that she made against you, correct?
I think that's clear.
And
yes.
you understood that she
Correction from him.
became associated with those same accusations that she made, correct? You've testified to that.
Well, she had a choice. I didn't.
And you've talked about the immediate impact that those accusations on May 27th, 2016 allegedly had on your career, correct?
Yes.
You testified earlier in your examination on direct that when Amber made those accusations in 2016, you said you lost, quote, nothing less than everything, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But you didn't try to get the restraining order lifted in 2016, did you?
I don't. If she wanted a
It's
restraining
a yes or
order,
no question. You didn't try to get the restraining
no,
order
why
lifted,
would
did you?
I?
And you didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse in 2016, did you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, that's.
I'm asking him if he had a trial. That's
All
a
right,
fact.
I'll allow.
You didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse, did you?
No, there were no charges pressed against
You
me.
chose
She didn't
not
tell
to-
the police that I had done anything. She didn't mention.
Good
it.
answer.
And,
Much
and
better
you
answer.
didn't have
Yeah.
a California divorce judge decide these facts, did you?
All right, because the answer is we were going to settle this, and
Objection
we
asked
settled
and
it.
answered.
I'll
You
sustain the
chose
objection.
you
Next
chose not to try to clear your name at that time through any sort of legal proceeding, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah.
And you chose to sign a divorce agreement in which you stated that Amber had not made any false statements about you for financial gain. We looked at that, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection.
Yep.
Correct.
In fact, you waited until
This might be
Amber
the end.
wrote the op-ed
Yeah,
in
this is his,
Washington
He
Post
this is
seems
his
like he's
big old
winding up.
volley.
of
This is
2018.
he's ready
to
for this.
file a
This has been
lawsuit
written
against
for
her,
6
correct?
months.
That is correct.
Can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 2, please?
It was the only time that I
Permission
was
to
able
publish,
to
Your Honor?
speak and use my own
I think it's
voice.
effective personally.
You chose not to sue the
This is-
Washington Post in this lawsuit.
This is
correct?
aimed right at the heart of the actual legal question.
Objection relevance. Asked and answered.
It's not been asked and answered.
Hasn't been asked and answered, but I'm not sure what the relevance is.
You chose
come on.
to sue only Miss Heard and not the newspaper that published this article.
It's not
correct?
relevant.
Objection compound.
It is irrelevant.
I'll sustain as to compound.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post, correct?
Objection
Irrelevant.
relevance.
Objection
I'll
relevance. Yeah.
sustain the objection.
You only sued the author of this article.
He got his point
Objection
across.
relevance. I mean, I could keep doing this.
Which seems she was the one making the statements. Yes, I had the opportunity to fight back.
Permission to publish Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 2 is already in evidence. So we'll.
I would
Mr. Depp, you
object. I would
realize
object
that
to
the
the last
only
question as
job
relevant too, just
for
because
this
it's a
jury
sneak
to
through the back
decide.
door.
Yes, sir.
Punish him.
Only job is to determine whether this op-ed and this op-ed alone is defamatory.
This is where he started.
Objection calls for a
Objection
legal
calls for
conclusion.
legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah.
This is the only writing
It's nice when you get there, right?
that's the subject of this lawsuit.
It doesn't
that you
matter if
brought,
they
correct?
object. This
Same
is all he
object.
wants to say to the
Facts,
jury.
Your Honor.
This is the
Yeah.
truth.
I'll allow that question. I'll allow it.
He's getting his
This
narrative to the
is
jury
a
right now.
version of that story of the op-ed that I have never seen. The one that was published before, the only one I've ever seen is the one that was published prior to this. They changed the title because they were in fear of trouble.
Well, I moved to strike that last testimony.
That's
Your Honor.
speculative.
For speculation.
It's
Th-
clear.
whether it's the online edition or this edition in the paper, this article is the only statement, the only publication of anything that's the subject of the lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
This op-ed, Mr. Depp, does not discuss any of the details of your relationship that we've seen in texts and emails and recordings over the past few days, does it?
Objection compound and asked and answered.
I'll sustain both objections.
Johnny Depp's lawyers
In
are
fact,
up.
this
That
article
showed up to the party in
doesn't
a
contain
serious
You
way.
know what I think
Any
happened?
details of
I
your
think they
relationship
elevated
with
this
Ms.
to the
Heard.
front of his
Objection
questioning
asked and answered.
because that's where they
The
finished his
only
direct.
thing that this article states, Mr. Depp,
And this stayed
is
the
that in
conclusion of what he was
2016,
going to do.
Amber made accusations of domestic abuse. Correct.
Did Johnny Depp's attorneys take a look at the rules of
It was
evidence
clear
over the
that she
weekend?
made Allegations in 2016.
And she
so
did that when
then,
she
yes.
obtained a
Wow.
restraining order against you in 2016, correct?
Um,
I can't
Yeah,
speculate.
yes.
And even if you disagree with the accusations that she made against you in May 2016, it is a true fact that she did make those accusations in 2016 and got a restraining order against you, correct?
Objection, compound, asked and answered.
Sustained objections. Next question.
You're getting destroyed on objections right now.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters.
And she's, yeah. Well, I mean, unless it screws him up in trying to ask what he wants to ask.
Your knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, the takeaway here is that
The
legal
words
case is about that.
Yeah.
that Ms. Heard used in this article about getting a restraining order against you in 2016, those are true, correct?
I'm sorry?
The words
Objection,
that
it
Ms.
states
Heard
the
used.
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Oof.
Can you
Wow.
go to
He needed him to answer that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the third paragraph?
He's got to ask it a better way. And
He
he
does.
should be able to ask why he sued Heard, because that was the entire beginning of the direct. He
Yes.
explained,
The
why are
statement
we here?
that
Why did you sue?
Then 2 years ago, Ms. Heard became a
was
public
literally
figure
the first
representing
question.
domestic abuse.
And the answer went on for 3
That
hours.
is true, isn't it?
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Because-
Objection,
Oh, I see.
calls for a legal conclusion.
So I'll sustain the objection.
Ooh.
I'll sustain the objection.
Ooh.
I would approach and
Just
say,
saying,
they
like-
open the
Those are
door.
some wins for Johnny right here.
For sure.
For the first time,
We're about a step away from the
Ms.
judge saying,
Heard
is this
accused you of
Is this
domestic
it?
move on to the
abuse,
next topic?
correct?
In
Yeah.
2006.
Move along.
Yes.
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right.
That's
Oh.
it for the cross,
We're
folks.
finished with
Take a
cross.
morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not
I'm
do any
surprised.
outside
Wow,
research.
that's a nice way to get like just owned there at the end a lot. I
Yeah,
mean, this was
he
a
was
good.
doing
This was
so
a good day
good.
for the defense, though. Let's
A
be fully
flurry
fair
of
about it.
22 objections.
Yeah, it
And
was a good
once
day
you
for the
feel-
defense overall. They did really good work today with getting in things to show some things that could be interpreted as verbal abuse and
Yeah.
psychological abuse. So they did some good work today, and then just getting destroyed on objection after objection after objection at the end was kind of hilarious.
I think
Yeah.
I think they'd framed that out before they elevated it to the top of their cross on Thursday or on Wednesday afternoon. God, he's been crossed a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, no,
And-
I do think the objections don't matter that much because he's just trying to direct them to only about the article. It's only about the article. It's only about the article.
Yeah. Yes. That is like the biggest point here that they are trying to make. And remember that the cross-examination is also like the biggest point in a cross-examination is what you're trying to do as a lawyer is you're trying to get your narrative out in front of the jury through this witness. So sometimes, the best way is, of course, if you can just lead them along saying yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and they're like just lock in step with you. But sometimes, as we saw at the end here, it doesn't really matter how he responds. You're just trying to get certain points in front of the jury so that they can follow your line of reasoning. And so some people have asked in a bunch of comments and DMs and stuff like how does Amber Heard's team work their story in? And that's exactly how, is through a direct examination. And I also saw someone in the chat earlier saying, that this attorney is testifying. Well, so in a cross-examination, it kind of is that way. The lawyer basically is testifying, but getting responses from the witness to facilitate that. So it looks a lot like he's testifying. That kind of is what's happening, and that's kind of how it's supposed to happen because this is an adverse witness for his position. The only way that is improper is if he doesn't ask any questions as he continues to go along, and he just sort of grandstands for 5 or 10 minutes. Like he'll draw some kind of an objection or maybe even a comment from the judge to say, can you ask a question, please?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, can I talk about the macro for a second? Because I think they did
Yeah.
something really smart, even though they get destroyed on objections at the end there. And I think some of that was just wording on the questions. So I'm sitting here, I'm listening to what Johnny Depp called the hit pieces, the Drek. And that is such strategically. We're just talking strategic here now. I know a lot of you are Johnny Depp fans. I know there's some Amber Heard fans, but strategically, that's bullshit. All of that is crap stuff. Johnny Depp's going to react that way. You put it right before you're planning on the final, artillery strike with the 50 questions. You could tell from his speed, those are all scripted. he's going down and he wants to hit him in advance. Now he got thrown off, and I think rightly so. But putting that right in front of that, which I'm sitting here going like, this is absurd. Getting those articles in is absurd. And getting Johnny Depp so mad is smart going into that final attack. And his team served him very well with those objections on this, right? I don't think it matters. They got their narrative out. Johnny didn't have to say almost anything. Johnny, angry Johnny, calm Johnny doesn't matter, because how many answers did he actually even have to give during that final attack? 2?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Although, I mean, there were some that Rottenborn certainly wanted Johnny to have to answer, and those objections were exactly timely. And the fact that the judge said, "Nope, you're asking for a legal conclusion," those were big wins for him, so that he didn't have to say, he wasn't forced to say. I mean, yeah, she did become the public face of of something, at some point, because there's multiple interpretations to that, right?
Yeah,
So
I
it's
mean,
like,
he goes for it. He goes jugular. This sentence is true, isn't it, Mr. Depp, or whatever he says? And they object to legal conclusion, which is fine.
Because that would have been.
How is that a legal conclusion? How is that a legal conclusion?
You can argue that.
I don't agree with a lot of those sustained.
Well, because that's the ultimate heart of what the jury is supposed to be deciding.
That's the
right?
only question
so
for the jury.
Why.
Exactly so.
That's why.
They
I
have
agree
to
with
decide
Bites.
more than if it's true, I think. They have to
What's an
decide if
element?
it's true and if it causes damages and how much malice it has. I think it's just the fact that the statement is true is part of it. But I don't know. I think it's interesting that the judge cut him off there after letting him go on about why he brought this case, why he sued Amber Heard, what it's done to him, all this stuff. And they're just asking the reverse. They're basically asking the same question. You sued Amber Heard, right? And he already said, yes, he sued Amber Heard in his direct. So it's kind of funny that they argued with it. At this point, he's already admitted that he only sued Amber Heard. He obviously didn't sue the Washington Post. It's just funny to think, legalities of why they cut certain things off that have obviously already come out in trial.
Right, and if you're on Amber Heard's side, you could argue that point, absolutely, because his question grouping was correct. It was exactly what I was thinking of when we started all this. Right, you can go find a clip of me saying, "Well, aren't they strictly speaking true? Isn't she a representative of domestic violence, regardless of whether domestic violence happened because of the events of 2016? And if we're looking only at 2018, fully legalistically as legal robots, aren't they right? Isn't Heard's team right?" And so they go
in some interpretation, yes.
But
I think that the reason why it's a legal conclusion is because there's multiple interpretations, and it depends on what I mean. Like, there's still that space for it.
Big win for Johnny.
Tried that
Big
gambit.
win for Johnny.
I would have
answer
absolutely
it.
tried. She did this. It doesn't matter if it's true. She became that representative. You heard she was a representative. It affected you. So this sentence where she says she's a representative, why are we here? Right?
I agree. I continue to agree with Richard on the skepticism on the ultimate legal questions, because the question, at least strictly speaking, he's right in his cross questions, although Johnny Depp doesn't have to answer them. Technically, legally, yes. What we're fighting over is this one article. Technically, legally, we're fighting over these 3 sentences in this one article. So if we're going to find defamation, it has to be in there somewhere, which then makes you wonder to some degree why we're talking about all these other things, like all these text messages and all these videos. And the point, of course, is just to make him look bad and look like an asshole, so that we won't believe him.
Well, as Alita has said a number of times, the implication is you can read those 3 sentences as Johnny Depp committed domestic violence. That's what the article actually says for purposes of this lawsuit.
Yeah.
And so leading him down
it's
that
the
subtext
path, of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So leading him down that primrose path, you could argue, especially if the judge has already let the trial start, as saying, well, you can't conclude about the veracity of that sentence in that vacuum because it is more prejudicial. It doesn't matter. You're not a lawyer. They're the finders of fact. And honestly, that sentence is part of a bigger picture, if that is in fact the theory that would wind up winning the day. But I still,
but that's
the implication
like saying,
doesn't work for me quite as well as it works for others on this panel.
That's like saying, to a criminal defendant, you put him on the stand and you ask, did you do this? Did you beat your wife? Did you sell the drugs? That's the ultimate conclusion the jury's going to have to decide.
Yeah.
But he still answers it on the stand. And I think when you have a party on the stand, maybe he shouldn't ask, is this statement true? But instead, this statement says she had a TRO in 2016. Did she in fact get that TRO in 2016? And the answer to that is yes, as opposed to is it true? You can ask, did it happen? So you're like,
he got all that out.
I would agree
His
with you on
logic
that.
is out there.
If he had instead broken it down into subparts and said like, this, did she in some form become a face of domestic violence, after
Which was an answer he
2016?
got. Yeah, that was an answer he got, because that's the
So,
one where he answers.
The problem,
well,
the
she had a
problem
choice,
is
I
then
didn't.
putting it all together, and the jury may look at all of those subparts and say, well, all of that kind of puts everything together, and like where are we now? But at the same time, they may also be looking at it like, well, there's multiple ways to interpret. Blah, 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 blah. Who knows? Who knows what they're thinking at this
Well,
point?
that was their Perry Mason Matlock swing. I mean, you could tell they want him to say, well, yes, actually, I guess it must be true. And then, drop your
Did you
binder
order
on
the code
floor
red?
and go,
You can't handle the truth.
you want me on that wall.
Good movie. Julio says, how do I join on YouTube? It's not showing the option. I'm invested in this. Oh, you might be
yes, the
asking.
join. Well, if you're on mobile to join, you actually hit the join button because you can't do that on YouTube mobile. You need the link. So I've set up a bot that provides a direct link so people can click on that. But yeah, they won't let you do it through the mobile app because
before you get into the
Apple will take your money.
Before you get into the super chats, Alita, it's important, chat, that we have a conversation. So we've got almost 19,000 people watching live right now.
We had more than 19,000.
Yeah. There's a couple things that go along with that. I see 6,000 likes, and I know we can do better than that, right? You're already watching us, and if you think we're horrible, like us anyway. But really, realistically, like Alita, 6.1 thousand, 18,800 watching right now. We're going to get to 20,000 today, so tell your friends. It's going to be very exciting today. Also, subscribe. She needs all the subscribers she can get.
She's got all the subscribers, man. She has them all already, Richard. She has all the subscribers. I'm looking at the counter behind her.
He's taking it up. 100,000 by the halfway point. See, you can go back in the tapes. I said we're going to get her to 100,000 by the end of the trial.
It might happen.
Oh, it's definitely going to happen, Alita. There's no doubt in my mind it's going to happen. The only question is how far over 100,000 is going to happen. I think we should start taking over/under bets. I'm going to start it at 125.
Recall that we don't have to go through any more cross-sects about 2013 with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, you know what? If you like nothing else about this stream, hit the like button because of the fact that we don't have to revisit cross-examination of Johnny Depp anymore.
Well, there might be a recross depending on the judge's tolerance.
That's fair. That's fair. But at least it'll be limited in scope to what came up on redirect. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically.
Anyway,
what do you think redirect looks like? What do you think redirect looks like? Are they going to dive into the recordings, give context, show all that? Or are they going to make it quick because they just ended pretty positively on that cross, I think.
I think that they need to hit the most damaging portions of it. And that is like the stuff that they saw today. I think they really need to address those, because those were the ones that were really getting under his skin. Those are the ones that he really was feeling like he needed to talk about. I mean, the bad text messages with Paul Bettany from the other day, those maybe, those are pretty bad, but at the same time, those to me seem a little bit less of a risk to Johnny because of the fact that we all understand his way of speaking by now. So if they have to pick and choose, I would say pick some of the audio that sounded much more damning, where he was like yelling at her, from across, calling her "see you next Tuesday," like those that seem to be taken out of context. The moaning audio from the other day, like really those audio clips, I think, are the ones that they need to go through again and place them into a timeline, place them into context. That's really what they need to do.
I would try to do as much of it without rereading the texts or replaying the audio. Like, what is the context around your conversations with Bettany or your friends or whatever, as opposed to here's the text, explain what was going on. Let's not show it again.
Yeah. I agree.
I think you're right.
I think so. Let me get some more super chats. Alex the Bird said, Hoglaw, amazing insight. Thanks for tagging along. Yeah. Shout out to Hoglaw. Shout out to also to Uncivil Law and Lawyer for joining us today, because I mean, they've been checking in throughout this trial, just like everybody else has been here. Nate was here earlier, as you guys saw. And by the way, while we're on the subject, you guys have been so kind to me with promoting the stream, promoting the likes, being here with your time. And guys, there are 18,000 people here. There were over 19,000. Hey, let's see if we'll get to 20,000. But
I need
if
all
you
18,000 of you to go over to the Uncivil Law channel and hit the
there you
subscribe
go.
button.
I was just going to say, if you have not done so already, if you haven't checked out their channels and
Aw.
subscribed to their channels and watched their stuff, what are you doing with your life? If you are enjoying this kind of content, this sort of like legal breakdown of things in the news, things in pop culture, things, of relevance to the world right now, go and check out these guys' channels, because all of us do this kind of stuff regularly. And a lot of us, have a lot of these cross collaborations from time to time. We go onto each other's channels. We're all friends here. So, if you want to see more of this kind of like fun vibe, talking about all kinds of subjects, we're talking about Johnny Depp right now, but there are plenty of other subjects that we do from time to time. And yes, yes, we've got Elon's tweets over there. We've got a lot of like Supreme Court stuff. Lawyer, he's done the Elizabeth Holmes trial and that kind of stuff. So I mean, if you are interested in this kind of stuff, if this is like a new area of interest for you, because you didn't really, I've seen a lot of comments from people like, I didn't really know that I had any interest in law at all, and now this is fascinating. So if that's you, please do go and check everybody out. Subscribe to their channels, hit their like buttons on all their videos, watch all their stuff, because that is the best way to sort of encourage the growth of this kind of content. If you want to see more live stream trials, this is how you do it.
Thanks,
So,
Alita. Appreciate it.
Of course,
Love it,
of course,
Alita.
of course. Yeah. So, yeah, be sure to do that. Anyhow, let's get some more super chats. Songur said, "Hi from Latvia. Following the case as a JD fan, I hope it will be a fair trial." I hope so too. I hope so. So far, it's looking pretty fair. Miss K Vixen says, "Will Amber Heard's 2016 video deposition be used in her cross? Only if it's used to impeach.
If she lies,
If she says something different than she said before, which is entirely possible, then yes, it'll be used to impeach. But that's about it." Chuck Green, thanks for your super chat. Sophia, great coverage. Greetings from Germany. Thank you. Amala S, hi from Sweden. I hope the JD does well today. This was a rough cross examination, but I'm fairly confident that on redirect we're going to see things be a little bit rehabilitated by his attorneys. Hey there, Jack says, "New to your content, love it and all of your lawyer friends a lot. Maybe a silly question. Do both sides know the evidence in advance?" Yes. Could Amber's side pull out some new, shocking, game-changing evidence? If there is any evidence that they had, but prior to this trial, they had to disclose it to one another. There's no like Hollywood moment where it's like they were hiding this piece of evidence and now they're going to bring it up at trial. That's not a thing. That's not allowed. It's considered offensive to every notion of justice in the American legal system.
well, can you frame that again? That answer I think is right, but can you frame that against, like you talked about the Milani Compact?
So when new things come up at trial, however, new stuff can be used to impeach, and that doesn't necessarily have to be disclosed. So, for example, we've talked a lot. People have asked about how the Milani Compact can come in at trial. Primarily, that would be during Amber Heard's cross-examination. If she says anything about the makeup that she used during her relationship with Johnny, she can testify to whatever kind of makeup she used, and that they can bring that up. They can bring up like, okay, well, in the opening statement, your attorney said you used this particular compact. She held it up in front of the jury. You saw that, right? Yes. Would you agree that was the one that you said that you used? And if she says no, then you can say, well, so then it's not correct what your attorney said to the jury in her opening statement. Then is that correct? Correct. So she's either forced to disagree with what Elaine said, or she's forced to say, no, that's the one that I used. And then they can bring in business records about that product to say, this was
But
created
it's not
in
officially on the
2017.
evidence list. So, I mean, would we expect an objection at that point or an attempt?
If they tried to admit it as evidence.
Okay.
I think you'd get an objection either way, just at the authenticity of it.
Out of principle.
Yeah, but there's ways to get around it. And, in law school, they teach you can refresh recollection with a pizza box. You know, you can impeach and stuff with just about anything, but yeah, they do need in this situation, if they're trying to prove a fact that it didn't come out until 2017, they're going to need, a business record or even a records custodian or something to come in there. I don't know what the rules are in Virginia. Here, we could do it by the papers, having them sign something saying it's a business record in Florida, and that would get it through and make it, authentic. But I definitely think you can get into extra stuff, but it's not going to be necessarily an exhibit or evidence of probative value.
Get him
It
to
has to
swear
be
out an
impeachment.
affidavit called a day.
For the CEO of Milani.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Seems like they would probably be willing to do that based on the
Sounds
TikTok
like it.
video that's been circulating.
yeah, and I just wanted to highlight the complications there, right? Because we want it to be even. It's not Phoenix Wright. It's not, oh, surprise. It's not that kind of thing. You're supposed to know everything. And yet we live in reality. There are things that can pop out. And so there are special evidence rules that say, okay, well, we got to go through a special process.
Ooh, judge with the blue collar. Just noticed. Sharp.
Yeah, it's looking good.
For some
Judge
reason,
can wear something other than white,
It's only
though?
our 15-minute.
Who knew?
All right, so that was Hey There, Jack. Smithy said, hi, both. Do you think when it comes to Amber testifying, she'll try to pull a stunt, like say she is too sick to give evidence, sending hugs UK? That's the second super chat we've gone on that subject. I don't know.
If she doesn't
it wouldn't be
testify,
terribly
she's
convincing, though.
doomed. She might be
She's
doomed
toast.
anyway, but
I really think she's going to be more fine than our chat tends to think.
Yeah, I think so. Sally S. said, I'm an Aussie lawyer. We don't require damages to be proven for a successful defamation claim. By the way, I want loads more of JD Cross just because.
why does Amber Heard look like a Quaker?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Pamela Lapierre, thanks for your super sticker. Abby Clark, you guys are the best. Thank you so much for your coverage. I'm obsessed. Can we see any videos of you guys in action in court?
Not me.
No, because yeah. Well, Rick is also a transactional lawyer.
Yeah,
so
to be clear, I haven't been in a court of law since law
redirect.
school. So
I'm also
yeah.
a transactional lawyer, so I know the rules of evidence better than some of
I've
these
never been in
lawyers,
court
so,
where there were,
hey.
and I've never been in court where there have been cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah.
So, okay, here we go. Redirect.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1?
Mine you can by CCTV in some of the old days,
Mr.
and then
Depp, is
some,
the
a lot of
version
their
the
pictures in
op-ed
federal
that you
court.
recognize?
Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
I would move Exhibit 1, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask
Exhibit
that it be
1?
published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 1 in evidence and publish.
Oh, it's Plaintiff Exhibit 1. Okay.
Mr. Depp, when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed for the first time?
It was presented to me by one of my team. I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it. A couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
Because at that point, it had been a good solid two or so years of this, of the accusations, of the allegations, planted firmly on my back. So something that I had to carry with me. And I just couldn't believe that it was continuing. That it was continuing in such a way that it was clear that the more bad press, the more hit pieces that came out on me, the more of these stories of Ms. Heard and her righteous chase against me. It wasn't stopping, and it's difficult to once you've chewed on it for a couple of years, it becomes pretty difficult to swallow anymore. as it was completely untrue.
How did you feel when you saw the op-ed for the first time?
Objection asked and answered just now.
She just asked that.
My prior question was about his reaction.
All right, I'll allow it.
Hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, a blinding hurt. It was like somebody had hit me in the back of the head with a 2x4. And as I said, I had no ability to speak prior to, because even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece. So my mouth was shut. And this was the opportunity where I thought, something's got to be done. It's just got to be done. I couldn't take it anymore.
When did you first learn that Disney was not going to recast you in the Pirates franchise?
It was probably 2 or 3 days after this op-ed appeared. One of my crew, again, I don't remember who had sent me, excuse me, had sent me a piece that was in some magazine, and Sean Bailey, who was the number 3.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know yet. I'll overrule it at this point.
Favorite objection.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sean Bailey, who was the third in line, as I suppose, in the upper echelon of Disney, just basically said in the
Objection, hearsay.
Your
What
Honor,
Sean Bailey said.
this is about him
It's in
learning
an
about this. It's
article.
not for the truth.
It is the truth. She's
If you
asking.
It's literally the truth. Is what they want it to be.
Yes, when they first learned about it. And this is when he first learned about it.
Yeah.
And if it's a quote from someone in Disney in the article,
I think you have to give it to Depp's team.
I mean, I think,
because
yeah.
they gave the original article to Hurd's team, and I think that was wrong. So I think you self-correct here like a football game.
We need a makeup call.
and also strictly
like in
speaking, it
baseball.
goes to the effect of the on the reader
the listener.
Please
because
explain to the
it's
jury
when he
who
first learned
Sean
about it and
Bailey
his
is.
reaction there too. So
It's also the reason he lost
Pirate.
Pirate 6.
Yes, I'll try again. Sean Bailey is the number 3, or was at the time. I don't know what his status is anymore, but at the time he was the number 3 sort of upper echelon of Disney top dogs. And Sean Bailey was quoted as saying that.
Objection, hearsay.
Overrule goes to the
Who was
effect on the
Sean
listener.
Bailey quoted, without getting into what he was quoted as saying?
All right,
He was
fine.
quoted in whatever the article was that was brought to my attention.
And can you please just clarify what article you're referring to?
I don't know what journal it came from. I don't know what magazine. I don't know any of that. So I don't know who did the interview with him.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule
No,
objection.
I mean he doesn't
Overrule
know
the
exactly what he
objection.
is, but he read it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel when you learned that you were being dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
Through this article.
How did you
Well,
feel?
it was
Objection,
Pirates of the Caribbean
relevance.
franchise.
I wouldn't
No pain and
object because you might
suffering
say
in
I'm
this.
largely okay.
It was the character that Captain Jack Sparrow was a character that I had built from
It goes to
the
damages,
ground
I
up.
think.
And
Is there
was
pain and
something that
suffering?
I of course
Well, I
put
think
a
the
lot
emotional harm is part of it.
as you do with all characters, but you put a lot of yourself into the character, so, and also having worked on these films with these people and having added much of myself, much of my own rewriting of the dialogue and scenes and the jokes and whatever they are, I didn't quite understand how that after that long relationship and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that they would, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
Up until the point that you learned that you were not going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise any longer, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies?
The last thing that I knew from I say the power, there's the producer team, there's the creative team, and there were many discussions. I, in fact, had been approached to take part in writing
Objection,
Pirates
hearsay.
6.
Mr. Depp, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies, aside from what you'd been asked to do?
My feeling was that these characters should be able to have their proper goodbye, as it were. A franchise can only last for so long. There's a way to end a franchise like that, and I thought that the characters deserved to have their way out of to end the franchise on a very good note. I planned on continuing until it was time to stop.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about a quote where you said you wouldn't come back to the Pirates franchise for $300 million and a million alpacas. Do you remember that?
I do.
When relative to learning that you would no longer be a part of the Pirates franchise, did you make that statement?
I think long before I made the statement, there was a very deep and distinct sense of having been betrayed by the people that I had been working with, the people that I had worked hard for, the people that I had delivered a character to that they initially despised, but somehow, even I stuck to my guns with the character and it seemed to work. So,
Do you recall when specifically you made that statement about the $300 million?
Let's try the question again.
Objection, asked and answered.
No, it wasn't really answered.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
I believe I made that statement during a press conference in the San Sebastian at the San Sebastian Film Festival when I was asked about my situation.
And what year would that have been, if you can recall?
I believe it was last year or so.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 804? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
As soon as my eyes go on, I hopefully will. Scaramanga Brothers, yes. Pirates, 4 and 5, yes.
What is this document?
don't quite know. I'd have to read it to get some
Could we
understanding of it.
Could we scroll through so Mr. Depp can look at the rest of this document?
Oops.
Interesting risk, it feels like, but I guess they trust he'll be able to answer this properly.
Oh, there it goes. It looks, this appears to me to be some species of contract. No?
Is this a contract that you entered into?
With Disney.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Plaintiff's Exhibit 804 be moved into evidence and published.
Any objection?
It'll be interesting to read these contracts, Richard.
Direct or cross-examination.
Right?
I wanted to see the whole one before. So
Well,
they put it
apparently you
all
just
in.
got another contract into the record. So hey,
I'll
more
put it
virtual
on
legalities coming your way.
document, depending on what she's going to ask about. Could be hearsay.
He's losing on objections right now.
But she's asking to put it all into evidence right now.
Well, then
Yeah, we got to settle that, sir.
Are you going to come forward?
All right. Let's
Caucus time. Caucus time.
Danny Manesa says, thank you for covering this. I don't understand a thing from USA law. Greetings from Chile. Welcome. Thank you so much. Raid says, is it normal for cross-examination to go this long? Oh, sometimes. Usually, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it usually. Danny Chirino said, is Kathleen Zellner in JD's legal team? She is, according to court filings. We haven't seen her. She might be behind the scenes is my best guess. Kit Kat says, what happens if Amber Heard cannot produce the original pictures of alleged bruising? Will they be thrown out? Didn't the court order her to provide them? They may be allowed into court as evidence with the comments by Johnny Depp's team that they are not authentic and that they cannot be proven authentic. So, but we're not entirely clear about that. That's my guess right now based on what happened with opening statements. Chuck Green said, will Amber's lawyers know if she lied or not? They can put her statements connected to previous statements that she's made in the past. That's how they would tease out a lie.
Let's talk about some Disney contracts.
If I could just get a redacted copy of that at some point. Okay.
Mr. Depp, if I could direct your attention to section 6 of the contract, which is on pages 8 through 10 of the document. Mr. Depp, what does this reflect?
Sorry. It appears to be the agreement of Pirates 4 and 5 compensation.
Yes.
How much he's getting paid. Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, at this time, how many other franchise films had you been a part of?
At that time, Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. I'm so pathetic when it comes to knowing what movies I've done. I'm sorry. I just, I don't watch them. I feel better not watching them. I couldn't, what was the question again?
He really doesn't
How
care
many-
about the damages
I
side.
have order in the court, or I will have you removed. Understood?
Ooh.
Thank you.
And she
How
will.
many other
She will.
franchise films had you been a part of at the time of this contract?
How can you not love him?
There
though?
was a
Like,
third. There was
this is what makes
Pirates.
people love him.
Yeah.
There was.
He doesn't care what movies he was in.
Oh,
Yeah, he's like, it's like I don't even watch
with
him.
Warner Brothers.
I'm going to turn all of us
Fantastic
down a little
Beasts.
bit
Sure.
Where to find them, and then
just because
Crimes
he's a
of
little quiet
Grindelwald.
right now.
And how does the compensation reflected in this contract compare to that what you receive for the other franchises that
I
you've
wonder
been
if he
a part of?
knows.
Objection Foundation.
He makes
He
the
just
money.
established that he was a member of other franchise films at this point.
he hasn't established a foundation that he knows how he was compensated.
I'll overrule the objection if you can answer.
I believe the compensation, obviously, all the pay and back end and all those things are negotiated by agents, lawyers, and this was comparatively this is my salary on that film, and other salaries were of a similar status, I suppose.
If I could direct your attention to the 12th page of the document.
You have to take clips of these. We get 2 seconds to look at them.
Yes. Cool.
Is this your signature, Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
We can take this down.
He has a very interesting signature for sure.
That's why
Mr. Depp,
opposing
I
counsel asked about
recall
it 3
that
times,
you
4 times.
testified that you don't know.
Yes, is this your
during a
signature?
given period
Also, is
what
this your
movies you were
signature?
working on. So my question is, who would know that?
Well, first and foremost, that's my agent, or agents. I do recall a couple of the other films that I'd made after. One was initially called Richard Says Goodbye, and that was, they changed the name to The Professor, and during all of the nastiness over the past 6 years, that film went straight to pay-per-view. There was another film called Minimata that was produced. It was my company, Infinitum Nile. We had developed a film called Minimata about Eugene Smith and the Minamata, the mercury poisoning of a very small fishing village in southern Japan. There was that one, and then there was a film called Waiting for the Barbarians with Mark Rylance and Robert Pattinson. Those were 3 films that I'd done.
They don't sound like blockbuster attractions, though.
Mr. Depp, during your
The Batman.
cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a number of text messages between you and Paul Bettany. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right.
Could you please explain to the jury what your relationship with Mr. Bettany is?
Mr. Bettany and I had, we'd met while I was making a film called The Tourist in Venice, and we were, it was an instant connection. He's born and bred in the UK and has that English sort of dry, kind of obtuse, abstract sense of humor. And that was one of the things that we connected on, is taking, even if it was a difficult or unpleasant situation, we would, do our best to deal with it with humor, as opposed to just a constant complaint or whining or anything of that nature. We dealt with it with humor, albeit sometimes as these are private texts that have been, there was a lot of in context. It's important to know that none of it was ever intended to be real. And the language that's used, which yes, I am ashamed that that has to be spread on the world like peanut butter.
What an interesting poll.
For example, the text that is about burning Ms. Heard is it's directly from Monty Python in the sketch about burning witches.
Yeah.
And then
That's important.
drowning the witches.
Yeah.
This is a film that we'd all watched when we were 10, and
Small rocks.
it's just irreverent and abstract humor. That's what we were referring to in those texts.
There you go.
The text message that you just referenced, other than Mr. Bettany, who else saw that text message at the time that it was sent?
No one, of course not.
Based on your own observations, how would you describe Mr. Bettany's relationship with Miss Heard while you and Miss Heard were together?
Abominable.
Why was that?
Ms. Heard despised Mr. Bettany mainly because we had become such close friends, and for her he was a threat, and would take me away from her with regard to if Paul Bettany was getting the attention from me. That was a showstopper. It would cause all kinds of unpleasantries, to the point of where when we were on the island with Mr. Bettany, his wife, and his 4 children, Ms. Heard and Mr. Bettany got into some debate over lunch, and I just remember that whenever Mr. Bettany tried to make a point, she would talk over him, and then it started to get quite rude. She got mean, and she got loud, and then I believe it was his 18-year-old boy who was getting ready to go to a very bright, brilliant kid. He entered the conversation because this was something to do with what he'd studied in school, and he knew quite a lot about it, and he voiced his opinion, and Ms. Heard demeaned that young man to the point of where he burst into tears and walked away. And it was at that point that I had spoken to Ms. Heard and said, that's just unacceptable. That behavior is unacceptable. You have no right to demean that boy. You cannot always be right. You should try being wrong sometime, because you might learn something. And then I asked her to, I thought it was best that she leave the island.
That would
Can you
explain
please
why
pull up
Paul Bettany would
Defendant's
be involved in
Exhibit
those texts.
245? And Mr. Depp, I believe this is another text message with Mr. Bettany that you were shown on your cross-examination. And directing your attention to the text message at the top of the page from May 30th, 2014. Do you recognize this text message you sent to Paul Bettany?
Yes, I do.
And could you please describe to the jury what you are conveying to Mr. Bettany in this message?
This again is, this is I suppose, an example of the way that I write and express myself. That is to say, you stretch the you stretch your situation out to give him the understanding that you're drowning, essentially. So everything that I say here is, in fact, an impossibility for the human body. I would have been, well, I would have certainly at least had to be rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. There's a line here that, if you don't mind, I say that when I say I'm done, I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love, for little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. The pills that were referenced were the pills that that I was coming off of, and they were the only thing that could give me some semblance of the same numbing effect that I searched for as a child with my mother. And saying that I was too messed up in the head was, it's kind of like if you've been told since you were a child that everything you do is wrong, and that I shouldn't have even been alive, or whatever, joyous little treats that my then very sick, very ill mother brought to me. Ms. Heard was well aware of my past, my childhood, therefore was very adept at knowing exactly which buttons to push. So at this point, I mean, I felt like, well, I was that little boy again in my head, like, I guess I am incapable of doing anything right. I guess I will never be happy. I guess that this is who I am. I can't get along with this person. But it's confusion, it's nothing that it's nothing that anyone could sustain for any length of time. It's nothing that anyone should have to sustain for any length of time when you're being demeaned, berated, judged, and treated like a lesser animal. I'm treated as if I'm only surrounded by yes men, and that I'm a bad father, and that these things are endless. They were endless, and there was no call for them. It's hard to understand why someone that is supposed to love you could be that cruel. And there's also times where you just say, okay, I'm gonna try to not have a, I won't fall for the argument. I won't participate in the argument. Because I knew where it would go, into her circular pattern of psychological abuse.
Mr. Depp, what do you mean when you use the term blackout in this text message?
Blackout. Yes, because I'm talking about 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, 1,000 of them, 2 bottles of champagne, no food for days, half a bottle of whiskey. Those things, had that been all absolutely true,
Would have killed him.
would have not only caused a blackout, but it would have caused a severe
You'd be dead.
alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
You'd die of 1,000 waters.
Yeah.
I would have had
Vodkas.
to have gone
It's
immediately.
exaggeration. It's
If
fair.
that were true, I would have had to have been taken to a hospital, or I'd just die. So, no, blackout is when someone gets so drunk on alcohol, essentially on alcohol. But the pills that I had my addiction, that I was addicted to, the roxycodone, which are very, very powerful opiates. Two of those would knock me out. That is to say, so there's blackout, which is you can be, a person could be wide awake and wreaking havoc, or having a giggle in a blackout and never remember it. But when you are, when you've taken the prescription medication, it knocks you out. You are certainly not, well, you're not in any condition to, first of all, swing at anyone. You are out. You go on what's called the nod, and then it takes you away into sleep. It's just very deep sleep. And I found that much more accepting than having to hear constant badgering and insults.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 153, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this during Mr. Rottenborn's examination of you last week?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you the full text exchange, which is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 120. And since there's been a number of text messages drawn from this document, this would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 120C.
Which page would that be, or underscore?
This
Four?
would be 4 and
Okay.
5, Your Honor.
4 and 5. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's 120C into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
All right, 120C in evidence, publish.
Mr. Depp, who are you communicating with in these text messages?
In fact, though it says Marino, these are texts between my ex, that is to say, the Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children. And this is again, abstract humor that we're conveying back and forth to one another. this was all, it was a joke. It certainly wasn't about Miss Heard. We didn't speak of her much together.
Makes sense.
Do you recall what you were talking about?
I don't recall who it was. I don't recall who it was, but it was someone who had for some reason, I think it was, I think that the possibility is that 2013, it might have been, we had a nanny at one point, who in fact, we had, we found her, she was caught stealing even from my, at the time, my, maybe 10, 11-year-old boy, Jack, who was bright enough, because he knew it, he was bright enough, he had a $5 bill that he wadded up and put on his desk in his bedroom. And when he came home from school...
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance. The question was, who was this about?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, I'd also like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 143, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week. Do you remember seeing this email exchange? You could scroll down as well, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Who are you exchanging these emails with?
Stephen Duders, who was at the time was my assistant.
And what are you and Mr. Duders discussing here?
Gobbledygook, essentially. It was as I remember, it was a day of work, and there were times when I would send a text to Mr. Duders, because he's the worrisome type. I would send him a text in jest, of course, and to get a rise out of him, to get some reaction out of him. So, I would tell him things like, I woke up and I'm bleeding profusely from the inside of my ear. Is that normal? It would be things like that. So this is exactly the same kind of thing. I think we were even referencing The Hangover, the film The Hangover, in part of this, about the Mike Tyson and sort of bizarre circus that I was telling him that I had in my room.
Also in the news of late?
Blood everywhere. It was a joke to just sort of throw him off, worry him, and ultimately it was a joke, and we were laughing about it.
I think I probably have hangover references
Mr.
in my
Depp,
text
what if
library
any
if it were
portion
to
of
come
this
up.
email exchange is literally true?
Who doesn't, right?
I think I might.
I've never seen it.
It's a good movie. The first
Only
one's
Eric
good.
is clear.
We're all set to leave here at approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to talk to you about some text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you where you refer to the monster, and this is in the context of in conversations that don't include Ms. Heard. Do you remember seeing some of those communications?
Yes.
First, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 427, please, which is a text message from you to Jerry Judge. How are you using the term monster in this context when you're communicating with Mr. Judge?
The monster could essentially, the monster could, it could be two separate things. The monster in her eyes was my,
Objection as to what the monster was in Ms. Heard's eyes, Your Honor.
Speculation.
All right.
Mhm.
I'll just stay as to her eyes if you want to
Okay.
ask, rephrase.
the monster was defined by Ms. Heard as this out of control
Same objection,
thing.
Your Honor. What Ms. Heard's view of the monster was is not for this witness to say.
Mr. Depp, how do you know how Ms. Heard defined the word monster?
She said the words to me.
Hearsay.
And what words did she say with respect to the term monster?
It was her go-to phrase, and it was the go-to phrase for me being, again, as has been embellished and elaborated, the drug use or the drink or the whatever. But the monster was, for me, and again, you start to think about these things and you put it in your own head and what the real context is. The monster was sobriety. The monster was trying to be sober because I was plagued by these requests to stop drinking. But the monster could also be if a if a conversation, if something starts as a conversation, which would quickly ramp up to quite an antagonizing argument, if I responded to her, if I took part in the verbal back and forth where people do in life end up saying obscenities, screaming obscenities at one another, or calling them names, or when it gets to that point, I mean, the monster was just for me, was just the guy who actually was dumb enough to continue to take part in arguments that would ultimately get nowhere. So that is one of the reasons why I would try to get away from Ms. Heard and not participate in her debates and the knowledge that she wanted to express to me, and circular and painful insults that were constant. It was rapid fire. So I stopped participating in those. I tried to walk away. I tried to go to another room, even to the point of locking myself in rooms so that she just could pound on the door and scream. That was clearly a mistake. I should have never fallen for that or taken the bait to allow myself to get into a conversation which led to an argument, which led to physical violence. It was not going to be good, so I just walk away, which drove her through the roof.
So, Mr. Depp, why would you use the term monster when communicating with people other than Ms. Heard?
Well, because I heard it all the time. I mean, it was as I said, that was her go-to. The monster's here, the monster's back, monster. So I would refer to the monster again in terms of some with Elton or with friends Patti Smith. The monster was like with Elton. I believe it was just the monster was I let the monster creep back in or something. That is sobriety. That's what I'm telling him is I have failed, and I've had a drink, or I've been drinking. But my drinking again was not to excess. I would never went into blackouts or anything of that nature. I was disappointed in myself for not staying there. Although when you are constantly in a position to be harassed by your beloved other, what else could I do? I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to feel that, especially from one who had professed such love for me, but gave me mostly hatred.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, so if this would be a good time for the lunch break.
All right, we started a little later, so I don't mind going a little further.
Okay.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Oh.
All right. Guess we'll go for
Depp,
another 25 minutes
I'd like
probably.
to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you this last
I
week.
thought we
and
already were a
into
little
Ray.
later, weren't we?
Yeah, that's so too.
Yes, yes,
Do you recognize these text messages as between you and Miss Heard?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Why are you informing Miss Heard that there's a book called Disco Bloodbath?
I at that when I texted her, 2:30 in the afternoon. I was in a bookstore, a used bookstore, or a bookstore that had a lot of first editions and things like that, which was sort of a passion. And I saw a book called Disco Bloodbath, and I thought it was a funny title.
It is a funny title.
Can't say that was
It is.
necessarily referencing anything other than I thought it was a funny title, Disco Bloodbath. It sounded like a sort of a bad slasher movie to me. So I
Definitely
said, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. And then she said, we need that book. And then she asked me, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And then my answer to her, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? The fact is, this is a lighthearted exchange that she's even saying, we need that book. Then she makes a reference to last Friday night, which I don't recall what last Friday night was or whatever, so I just how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? A hideous moment could have been some grotesque thing that we saw on television. It could have been anything. I don't recall now, but all I was saying is, and it even says at the end of my text, that's all. Disco Bloodbath, you know. So I this was not we were not butting heads in this exchange whatsoever. It was very lighthearted.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 375, which is another document Mr. Rottenborn showed you last week.
Yes.
Could you please remind the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
On the this is from Australia. On March 8th, I believe it was, where after my finger had been, the tip of my finger had been taken off, I began to, I was in such shock, I just started writing on the mirror, on walls, and basically what these were for me to Ms. Heard were reminders of moments in our past where I had caught her, where it was revealed to me, even by her, that she had been caught in lies that she had told me. So that's what these are in reference to. The red, the lipstick that says, call Carly Simon, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. In reference to you're so vain, I am imagining. But that's not, I didn't, the Carly Simon message is not mine, that's Miss Heard's.
Is this on redirect? A little bit.
Yes.
Who wrote the text that's in black on the mirror?
That would be me.
And what does that say?
She loves, I don't know, like naked.
Sure does look
Hollywood or
like naked.
something.
Does look like naked.
An artist of, I don't know what the rest says, but what that is Ms. Heard had come to me and she was seemed to be seriously concerned about how she was being portrayed in Hollywood. She was concerned that because she had done films where there was kind of arbitrary nudity and things of that nature, she had voiced to me that she did not want to be, she didn't want to be looked upon that way in the industry. She wanted to be able to escape the chains of being objectified by the Hollywood system, which is a difficult thing for any woman, certainly, unfortunately. But she asked me, how can I avoid being stereotyped as the beautiful blonde who gets her breasts out or goes naked and has to shtuck people in movies, and I gave her my advice on it, on how to avoid it, which I thought was pretty accurate, and her ambition was stronger than what she received from my advice, is what it was. My advice that I thought long and hard about, because I did care for her and I did understand. I didn't want her to have to do that. And early on in my career, I was put in a position where, you know, I could have gone on, I could have been just a guy who was on a TV series for a couple of years. And then, you know, what was going to be left of me was, would be on lunch boxes and thermoses and posters and teen idol things. And I fought that tooth and nail, because I didn't that's not who I was. So I had
I
I
suspect Jack
experienced
Sparrow's on a
something
few
similar
thermoses.
Yeah.
in terms of being
A few lunch boxes.
looked upon as something that you're not. And so I fought against it in the very beginning, and it worked out for me for a while there. And I was giving her basically the same advice.
Now, Mr. Depp, you said that you did not write this portion that's in red here that says Carly Simon said it. Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Is that right?
Yes, no, that's not mine.
How do you know that it was Miss Heard that wrote that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled, though. You can answer it.
There are it's well, first it looks like it's trying to match my handwriting, but my handwriting is a lot more of a scribble. And also there's another photograph of this where she went in to make sure that there were that the red was more prominent. I believe there's also a napkin down there where
Objection,
someone
Your Honor, lack
what
of foundation. He's
Yep,
referring to
yep.
exhibits that aren't in evidence and
All right,
have no idea whether they even exist.
I'll sustain the objection now. Next question.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you recall
He was
whether
debating
the
whether to do that after he
writing
just
was
lost. He
on
was
the
like,
mirror
yeah, you
when
gotta.
you wrote in the black paint?
No, of course not. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you one of the text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you concerning the injury to your finger. So if we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 398. This is a text message from you to Dr. Kipper that I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you apologizing to Dr. Kipper in this message?
I believe that at that point in my brain and in my life and in my heart, I was completely and utterly frustrated with how I was living my life, and I had some disagreement with Dr. Kipper, and I was apologizing to him for having gone against his wishes or gone against his advice, let's say.
What did you mean when you said, I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my right finger off again?
It's my way of dealing with a painful situation. It's my way of dealing with a painful situation where I resort to humor. So I had lost the tip of my right finger, and so I'm saying to him, I've now cut off my left finger to remind me never to cut my right finger off again. That's not, I mean, when you say I got my finger cut off or I cut my finger off or this or that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you did it yourself. And again, I'm a guitarist and have been since I was 12, and that was the only piece that I found in my life at the age of 12, where I knew what I knew who I could, that I could escape into music and learn music. And the last thing, I'm a guitar, I mean, I still play the guitar with, it's still my first love, aside from my children. It's still my first love. There's no reason in the world why I literally would cut my own finger off to ruin this beautiful opportunity that I was given at 12 to learn how to play the guitar. And again, why would I start lopping off digits in my 50s? If I, as Mr. Rottenborn suggests, am a kind of, you know, walking tantrum. When I was younger, why wouldn't I just start chopping off fingers and or some kind of, why would I ruin the only thing that was really good in my life aside from my children? So when this finger went, the tip of this finger went, the only thing I could think in my mind was, thank God it wasn't the left hand, which is the fret hand. I'm right-handed, so that's the fret, that's where the fretboard is. If you lose a finger from your left hand, you know, I'm not Django Reinhardt, who had only 2 fingers to play with.
I was just thinking about Django Reinhardt because of
If
Struck
I'd
a
have
Lot.
lost a finger from here, I would have had to relearn how to play the guitar all over again.
I don't
It's
know
just
if
not
that's
the
the
case.
best reason not to cut your
Even though I
finger
say
off.
I've chopped my finger off, it's like
Isn't that
saying,
an
you know,
explanation for why it might be on his dominant hand?
I bumped into a knife or something.
Yeah,
you
instead
know.
of him doing it with
It's
his
not,
dominant hand.
I'm not admitting to, I think if I was going to admit to someone that I actually chopped my finger off, this text wouldn't be as it is. I think it would have been a long explanation as to why I got to that point. But no, I can't take responsibility for what I now call Little Richard, my chopped finger.
Mr. Depp, at the time that you sent this text message to Dr. Kipper, had you told him what had actually happened to your right finger?
Oh yes, yeah.
And when did you tell him that?
He was aware of that day, the day that it happened. Malcolm was aware of it. Jerry was aware of it. Stephen was. Everyone was aware of it. And when and of course, yes, when I went to the doctor, the emergency room, I lied to them because I didn't
trust them.
I didn't think it wise to cause a ruckus, implicate Miss Heard, and then have 8 million stories out in the press about how she'd thrown a bottle of vodka at me and it smashed all the bones in the tip of my finger and cut off about, well, it was all sliced down through. You've seen the pictures. It was pretty horrible. It was, and I didn't want to put her in that situation. I didn't want to put any of us in that situation. I didn't want to put the film in that situation. that was why I said it was crushed in an accordion door, and it was only the second doctor who actually told me what he
Objection,
was.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection.
I haven't finished my sentence. How do you know?
I'll overrule for the moment.
Cute. That's nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was the emergency room
Okay,
doctor.
he
was
won that
first.
objection.
The next day, I went to see a specialist, a hand surgeon.
Johnny was
this
like, I
still
was
in
just
Australia,
about to get on a roll.
and he had recognized that my excuse for the finger being gone.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. What the doctor conveyed to him about his thoughts on the finger injury. That's classic hearsay.
Your Honor, it's in the context of medical treatment.
No, I'll sustain that objection.
Your Honor, I think this is
That's
a
good.
good stopping
All
point.
right.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. Again, do not do any outside, any outside discussions, and don't talk to each other about it, okay? And we'll see you after lunch, okay? If everybody in the courtroom could still be quiet, please. Court is in session. Thank you.
Ooh, she's gonna
Nice.
get annoyed with the people out there.
This court, I like this judge though. She controls her courtroom, and I appreciate that.
She does. She does. So people are asking how long is lunch? Lunch is about an hour.
All right. So we can take a recess till 2:20. Just for planning purposes, though, I plan to go to 5:30 today since we had a late start. So just to let you know, and I know you plan on having a remote witness, which is fine. Just let us know so we can set that up. But also make sure your remote
Setting
witness
alarm?
knows that this is a courtroom. I don't
Okay.
expect them to be any
Oh, I wonder if
outside
it's-
noises
it's
or
called
anything else
Bethany.
going on in direct attention. And also if they would know that if there's an objection for them to hold off answering until that's resolved. That goes for all remote witnesses when we get to them, okay? All right, see you at 2:20 then. Thank you.
Okay. So
Judge whacks around the gallery a little bit. That's fun.
yeah.
Nate the lawyer.
Yo, what's up? What's up, my
Yep.
people?
Hello, hello. Welcome back.
Uh,
So, okay. So the redirect has been a little bit slow to start. It's not quite as you know, I don't know, satisfying as I think some people would like it to be.
Yeah.
Now, I think that part of that is just because they decided to just go in order of the impeachments that they or the impeachments, the texts and the emails and stuff that came in. They basically just decided to follow their order. I kind of wish. I mean, I don't know that they would necessarily be able to do this on the fly, but I kind of wish that they had taken the reverse order because it was so stinging at the end that it's like I almost wish that they would just like put out those last fires and work their way back to the front again. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that was just kind of my thoughts doing as I was watching.
This I was listening to it in the background. I honestly think they did. I wasn't watching you guys, unfortunately, because I was like, let me listen to this while I cut some work. But it was interesting because I honestly think Johnny Depp is winning like big time. The way cross examination ended was a disaster. It was, let's just call it what it was. He couldn't get a question out, right? It was just like objection. It was like that whole past 15 minutes, there was only one question that got in. So ending like that, and then I think on redirect, I think what they're trying to do, they're trying to go after the impeachment, but they've fallen into the defense's trap of not giving you a timeline or narrative to follow. Let's go through random events and just impeach, and let's just try to correct them instead of putting them in some type of timeline, because we all think in timelines, and I think that's the failing of what they're doing now. That's why everybody's kind of like that. That's kind of like why everybody's like, what the hell's going on? We're all over the place. They could have done that, but I think they just were like, let's just go and try to give context to these impeachments. But right now, if you just have to ask me stone cold, I think today Team Depp has got huge wins. I'm talking about because he survived cross. It ended poorly. And this, even though it's not going well, it is adding a lot of context, because only you get these, okay, that's what that really meant. And that gives a lot of good weight to Johnny.
Yeah. I guess because for me, I was expecting this. Like I was expecting the Monty Python reference with the Paul Bettany tweets, or not tweets, but the text messages. But I mean, maybe the fact that I was expecting those is a good thing, because it's just in case the jury isn't familiar with Monty Python, they've had those references through previous witnesses and through Johnny on his direct examination that he does have a fondness and an affinity for Monty Python. And that kind of humor, that so the fact that he did specifically bring it up was good. It was very good, because it's like, if any of the jurors are familiar with it and they weren't already thinking of it, then they'd be like, oh yeah, there's that whole part about Monty Python and the Holy Grail, about the witch and the like, we've got to figure out how she's a witch, otherwise we've got to burn her. Like, is she gonna float? What else floats? So is she heavier than small rocks or pieces of bread or a duck?
Yep.
I agree with you that was good. It was they hit those points that they needed to on that on those particular points. It feels to me, I guess the one thing that I am thinking of is that, and maybe he'll kind of relax after lunch. Like he'll be able to sort of let some steam off and just sort of relax, and maybe come back and be able to give better responses. But it feels like he was very much damaged by the end of that cross-examination, especially because even though the attorney wasn't able to get those last questions in because he was stopped by objection, it's still, you could feel it ramping up, and you could actually feel from the beginning of the cross-examination portion today that he was getting under Johnny's skin. I think that having that last clip at the end of the day on Thursday, having him end with that was very, very emotionally trying for him. We didn't even have any questions about that. I mean, I hope that they bring it up on redirect to say, like, what was going on there that was very difficult for you to go
When
through.
was it?
What was that? Yeah, when?
We got this timeline of a horrible relationship. When was that conversation?
Yeah, we're in the multiverse of madness right now, because we don't know when anything is. So
nobody's giving us narratives. Nobody's giving us timelines. It's just imagine how confused we are as professionals. Just imagine the poor jury, right?
Yeah, and we're able to look at the backstory. We're able to look stuff up to get, like, okay, like what are the basic allegations here? I know the basic allegations, at least of the core incidents, but like, yeah. So I think that the fact that they ended with that clip on Thursday, and then it felt very much like they were playing mind games with that one, because they didn't ask any questions about it. There was nothing. They just played it for him, and then they ended for the day, and then they left him to think about that for the whole weekend without getting to talk to his legal counsel. And who knows if he was able to consult with anyone in his life, that to be able to. He's also not able to talk to his friend Isaac Baruch, because he's subject to recall. There probably are other people, I hope, that he's able to talk to kind of work through all kinds of feelings, but who knows? So he's been dwelling on that all weekend, and then to come in Monday morning with it was a little, I think it affected him just a little bit. But let me I've got somebody that I'm bringing in who is an attorney in Fairfax, Virginia, to give us some local insight.
Let's do
welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey.
So, my name's Rob. I'm an attorney in Reston, Virginia, 2-partner law firm. We practice domestic relations litigation and complex bankruptcies, mostly consumer, personal bankruptcy. Been trying cases in Fairfax County for 12 plus years. So, yeah.
Awesome.
How about the attorneys this morning? Had some coffee last night, huh?
Yeah, it was. They were ready to go today.
Yeah,
they definitely were. They definitely were. So what can you tell us? You were telling me before, kind of offline, about how important it is to know the judge, because you can kind of craft your style for the preferences of the judge. Why don't you tell people a bit about that in Fairfax and for Judge Oscarate and further on?
Yeah. So, and you saw this from the first day with Johnny's attorneys. So Johnny's attorneys, I looked at their legal team. It's 75% pro hoc vice from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
They have maybe 1 or 2 people that are local to Virginia. versus Amber's attorneys, they're almost all common names in Fairfax County. I mean, they practice here almost exclusively. You have to know your ball game. Like, you have to know where you're playing and what the judge can respond to. And I think you saw that major in that first day. Johnny's attorneys were losing every objection. They weren't making objections. There was no passion there. And even defending the objections, they just sat there and said, well, Judge, it's foundation or it's background. Whereas Amber's attorneys just were on fire the whole time. They found something that stuck, and they realized that if they said it really assertively, and if they came in with conviction, that they'd get the point. But you've also seen that with every good attorney, the more time you put them in one setting, they're going to adapt. And you've seen that from Johnny's attorneys today. I mean, she was on fire with those.
She was machine gunning of that,
She
right?
Beautiful too. And the timing of it was just fantastic. Question is halfway out of the mouth. Johnny's looking like he really wants to respond, and then objection. Shut up. Stop talking.
Yeah, that was masterful. It was masterful.
Yeah. So have you had cases in front of Judge Ascarati before, or?
Yeah, we've had cases in front of Judge Ascarati. Judge Ascarati's been on this case for, I believe, since 2021. Previously, it was Judge White, who was the previous chief. And Judge White was he was a domestic relations litigator before he took the bench. So I've had more cases in front of him just because he had been on the bench longer before he recently retired. That gave me a lot of context as to why this case, just something about it. He wasn't just going to kick it to the wind. Being a domestic relations practitioner, we see a ton of the accusations, the back and forth, and how people try to weaponize the temporary restraining order process, or in Virginia, the protective order process. I've had cases where one of the most notable cases was it was a 3-day trial in front of Judge White, where it was literally exclusively resting on this issue of protective order that was cross-filed by both parties. And Judge White was, at the end of the day, he said, look, this is a custody matter. You guys are trying to use this protective order as a weapon to gain some type of advantage in an ultimate divorce case. So when you have someone like, Amber Heard's attorney suggested it outright today, that the TRO, you didn't fight that, therefore we win. And the stigma that goes with those protective order cases is crazy. And Judge Ascarati, her opinion letter from when they tried to claim that Johnny should be collaterally estopped from defending against the defamation because of the UK trial.
Yeah.
Her opinion letter in that was awesome to read, but you saw how she thinks really clearly there. This is a different case, different set of facts, different parties are here, different law. Don't try to bring that BS in my courtroom.
Yes. We saw that with the opening statement. her strong gesturing as we silently watched that 3-person conversation.
That might be as animated as we've seen her in 2.5 weeks.
You gotta work to get her there, but she will. Yeah. She's in control of that courtroom. Don't mistake yourself about that. And today was a very good. How shocked were you guys as to how fast she yelled out order in the courtroom? There was a whisper of a giggle, and it was, everyone shut up or I'm going to kick you out.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And we have heard some warm laughter here and there, and she hasn't said anything about it, but this was markedly louder than it has been before. And so I am certain that in her mind, she's like, if I don't nip that in the bud right now, it's going to be a circus in here.
The fan club seems a little bit more apparent in the back left of our shot today, I would say.
What you guys also don't realize, I think you had, what was her name? Christina, who's a
journalist,
local reporter. That courtroom is a lot bigger than it looks on this screen.
Okay.
Having tried cases in that courtroom, usually you're the only attorney at one of the tables, and there's no one in the box, and you're looking around and you're trying to go.
It doesn't look like that.
Cavern right now. You look at that, and it looks like a small little podunk courtroom. This thing's massive, and it's full to the hilt today. Crazy.
It is.
Yeah, it looks like it. So what can you tell us about Judge Ascarati's tendencies? We've definitely picked up that she likes the speculation hearing objections. or not speculation, foundation, I should
Foundation.
say,
She
objections.
does like foundation.
She does like to ensure that there's proper foundation for questions. I mean, other than that, is there anything else that you can tell us about her unique tendencies, as far as rulings go, or ways that she prefers to run a courtroom, other than being very, very much on time?
The very much on time thing. Time is huge on that bench, period. Like when I forget, someone was saying about the 6 weeks and how it's going to go longer than that. Nope. She
Really?
will cut that short.
I said
That
it
is-
felt like it was going to go longer than that. Yeah.
Yeah, no way. And you see that with the reminder stipulations.
Yeah.
You don't get to pull a lot of stunts in the courtroom. I've actually been really surprised that. So yesterday or not yesterday, I guess it was Thursday, cross-examination of Johnny Depp. You guys noticed how the questions just kept on coming and they were just on repeat and it was just move on. Every time I've been in front of her, I get the point, counsel, move on. The fact that this is a jury trial makes that unique in that she doesn't really have that dialogue directly with the attorney because she doesn't want to appear to alienate the attorney.
Yeah.
But you make a point and you get beyond the point. And you saw that with the objections at the end of cross-examination today. And I was
Ask
actually
and answer.
surprised that she didn't call the attorneys up sidebar at that point in time and say, look, I want to hear what your next 5 questions are. And if they're in this topic, you're not going to ask them.
It seemed like it was real close. Especially when she did the, what did she say? Overruled or sustained? I can't remember. Sustained, I guess.
I've sustained.
The second
Before
time
it was even asked.
Yeah.
It was asked
Yeah.
because and I think they got trapped up. I think Amber's team got trapped up in the length of the cross examination because on like day 1 and day 2 they asked all these questions and then he was trying to close with the same questions and that's when you had those rapid fire asked and answered and he just kind of got froze and it was like, my God, yeah, everything I'm asking is asked and answered. So
well, that's where I think you get a lot of her personality and how she likes to rule. You've made your point, move on. This isn't theater. This is a courtroom.
Yeah, and that ending was clearly set up as theater. That was the coach calling the scripted plays to try to get to a Matlock. Well, actually, that sentence is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Rick, I got something for you on this. You know, she's always been so punctual.
Yeah.
She's the chief judge. Chief judge and all the judges in Fairfax County, they have a rotating calendar control docket at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Guess who pulled the calendar control docket this morning?
Judge Escarada. Yeah.
That's why she was late.
Yeah. Okay.
That
Makes
courtroom
sense.
starts on time all the time.
Well, we've noticed it because they have the
Yeah.
clock up at the front. So we're like, well, if it's when it says 10, she's gonna roll in.
Well, you made the comment, and I texted my law partner who was in calendar control, and I had said, "Hey, Judge Ascarati doesn't happen to be in calendar control, does she?" And she says, "Yeah, why?" And I was like, "'Cause she's late."
Well, there you go.
Yes,
So
a lot of
she's
people
not late. She was just
5:30.
on time for what she was supposed to do.
A lot of people forget the judges have other cases they got to deal with. This is not like her only case and her only responsibility. So,
I mean, I feel terrible for her because of all of these depositions. Deben essay. I mean, she has seen all of that testimony ad nauseum prior to entering this courtroom. I mean, people who are watching this on the stream just don't realize that she's watched these depots multiple times and made rulings on all of those objections in chambers. So when they're playing it again, I mean, for anyone who's complaining about how boring they are for the jury, I mean, imagine being a judge who's seen the deposition 3 times, watching 2 little children of attorneys bickering, because that's all depots are.
Yeah.
Well, we
it's
rather
true.
liked her commentary at the end of the Eastern Columbia building one, which
Yes.
was whatever, there's a word stipulate, counsel.
My favorite word. And
Well,
I can definitely get a feel for that with her now at this point too. That's like she's like, just whatever you do, just make it efficient.
Fairfax County is one of the only this court. This isn't a small courthouse either. I mean, I think there's 14 total judges last I counted that sit hearing all of these cases, and the bar there is exceedingly organized. I actually just kind of brought out this guy. This is published by our bar. It's a practice manual for this county circuit court. It's the only county, I think, in the state that actually publishes these annual binders to teach attorneys how we do things in Fairfax.
Nice.
But they have, they actually are the only county I could think of that actually encourages parties to file these massive joint exhibit binders. and they have several pretrial conferences before you step in, and it's like, what are we stipulating to? Because they hate the time that goes in these backroom discussions about contracts and is this authentic and what the heck's going on.
Sure.
All of that.
Is the redactions live? Is that unusual? Because it strikes me as unusual, especially for cross-ex.
Yeah, very unusual. I've actually never seen that. And honestly, judges historically, they hate the technology stuff. You start messing with that in their courtroom and they start tapping their toes and saying, we got to figure something else out.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would imagine so. Yeah, my guess has been thus far has been that's just a result of the fact that they've had evidentiary motions going back and forth all the way up until they actually had their opening statements almost. Just with so many issues with getting depositions done. I mean, we could see some of the depositions that we watched were done in March of 2022.
Last month.
I mean, that to me is insane. And then, of course, the whole metadata of Amber Heard's photos, that was a subject for motion for sanctions all the way up until late March. So and people have asked about it. We still don't know exactly how Judge Ascarati ruled on that, but we can kind of guess based on what happened with the opening statement. Now, I have another question. Is there anything that you can tell us about tendencies of juries in Fairfax, Virginia for these kinds of cases?
I mean,
similar to, it's not exactly a DV case, but it kind of sort of is.
Well, I mean, in all candor, I don't get much jury practice. I don't get much jury experience. Domestic relations, you have the absolute right to ask for a jury in a divorce case. Nope. I've never done it. I've never seen any other attorney do it because the second families are so complex, and you might think that your family you are the victim in the family, but there's going to be one person on that jury that hears the voice of your spouse in the back of their head and just resonates with them. That's kind of the thing about this case that's thrown me for a loop. Every time you guys are talking about how a jury is going to come down on this one, I'm going, that jury is going to be split with, because you don't know their family history and their family background or how they might have experienced these situations in previous relationships and being raised. I have no clue how this jury is going to come down.
I think that's entirely fair.
Yeah. Because I hadn't thought of that on that aspect of their families and their upbringing. I mean, but it's also one of those things that's one of those reasons why it's a little bit unfortunate that we weren't able to see the jury selection. Because I would have loved to see at least what kind of questions that they were asking these jurors to bring them onto the jury panel, because then we can kind of see at least some aspects of their lives that they've lived out at play. Like, have they been through a divorce? Have they been through, do they know someone who's been through domestic violence, a situation involving domestic violence, and how do they feel about that? And how, has that sparked any kind of changes for how they view claims of domestic violence, and how do you view claims of domestic violence by men, against women? So I would imagine that those kind of questions were asked, but it's pure speculation since we weren't able to see it ourselves.
And I think Nate made a point earlier. I mean, if I was any attorney asking these questions or preparing voir dire questions, you better believe I'm throwing in definitions of domestic violence. Would you define domestic violence to include verbal abuse? And you got to imagine those jurors, by their answers, you're getting a hint one way or the other which way they're going to go.
Yeah, for sure. Also a really good point, because and we've talked a bit on this channel about how you have, as an attorney in the case, you only have so many opportunities to speak directly to the jury. The first opportunity is that voir dire process when you are selecting the jury and you're able to ask them questions. And so sometimes they can kind of pick out certain aspects based on some of those questions that you ask them, right? Mm-hmm. Exactly like what you just said, that you can ask them, like, what do you consider to be domestic violence? Do you consider it to be words, or do you consider it to be only physical acts? So
this is conservative Fox News is saying about this morning's testimony.
What?
Update. Live bombshell. Right. Johnny Depp admits to burning Heard.
I know
Yeah,
it depends on the
what did I
definition.
miss?
Did I black out?
Johnny Depp admits to
Did that happen?
burning Heard
No.
with cigarettes in bombshell recording.
No, so what the recording does is she says it's kind of their standard
He
MO.
never
of these
admitted
recordings.
to anything.
She says it and he doesn't deny it, which is fair, perfectly fair for cross-ex, absolutely
Yeah.
100%.
But to say that means that that's an admission, that's different.
Admits. Not only that, when he starts talking on the stand, he says, no, she's exaggerating like she always does. I mean, it's a standard defense. Whether or not you believe him is completely separate.
So now it's time to sue Fox News, I guess.
Well, amongst 100 others. I mean, these are the headlines that are coming out of this, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the headlines
so
come out, but this is the cleanest I've seen so far, because I mean that's just there's no way getting out of that one.
I mean, cuts off own finger and vodka fueled binge is still my favorite version of what he's testified to in his direct. Yeah.
But you know what? The wild part about this is that you just don't know what people are taking away from the testimony. And that's the one thing about jury trials. You just don't like I would have never suggested Fox News, who's right leaning, who is anti-woke and anti-Me Too. I would have never thought that would be their headline, but that's something they took away from it. So, you know,
apparently
that's
they're
why
taking away
Step number one appears to be as clickbaity as possible, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
what is the most outrageous thing we can say about what we just heard? That appears to be the first headline rule, as best I can tell. This isn't me, you know, this isn't fake news and media and all that stuff. It's just like that seems to be the rule. If you can frame something in a very specifically outrageous way, that appears to be the driving force behind the headline so far.
Especially since
it's
this
fine the way
trial
your
is so
audience, it's fine the way the
trendy.
wind is blowing.
I'm sorry?
It's fine the way the wind is blowing. They stick their finger up in the wind and they're like, which headline's going to catch it for which audience? And
that's fair
you're
too.
Right. I started watching these streams between you and Nick Rekieta because quite literally I was so infuriated with what I was seeing in the Rittenhouse stuff.
Oh, don't get us started with Rittenhouse.
Well, but it carried on well beyond that, and it carried on from the Rittenhouse. Then it was Edgecombe. Then it was Curtis Reeves, and it was every single case. And I have friends that are asking me, well, what do you think of this case? And I said, well, you want to know my thoughts, or you want to know what the media is going to try and tell you what it is?
Yeah.
So where do I get the information? And I try to tell them, like, look, there are these streams, we watch it live. But people just don't want to do it.
This is why LawTube exists, right? I mean, basically, give or take, this is how it started.
Yeah, pretty much was this you know, shared passion that we all have, and in making it available and as digestible as possible for people so that they can understand what's going on and make their own mind and their own assessments, you know, rather than what gets spoon fed to them through some other interested party's filter.
Well, I definitely didn't do it for the DMs accusing me of being an Amber simp and trying to help their team win the court case. That was an ancillary effect.
Yeah. Everything we say here, they're running to the court and say, do that.
Yeah, we're not doing this to help either party particularly. Even like, you know, even though I definitely feel much more so for Johnny Depp than I do for Amber Heard by a long shot. You know, at the same time, I'm not even necessarily doing this to be like, oh, maybe I can say something that'll be helpful to Johnny Depp's team. No, that's not it at all. Also, that would be incredibly self-centered.
Yeah, we do get a lot of accusations of bias, but you know, in an effort to keep that up and to keep my DMs populated, allow me to play devil's advocate for a second here on what we just watched in Redirect. So there's a couple of things. There's a couple of things that I noticed that could rub somebody the wrong way. It doesn't have to. But one is Johnny Depp has a wildly different way of speaking as between direct/redirect and cross-examination. And one could, and I'm inclined to, in all honesty, one could feel like the cross-ex is more Johnny being Johnny, and then he puts on a little bit of a persona. I'm a little slower. I'm a little more innocent. I'm going to speak a little more intellectually, artistically. I'm going to talk about these things with you. And the one that jumped out at me in terms of his responses was, I thought he went too far trying to defend the disco bloodbath conversation, right? He winds up saying something along the lines of, maybe we saw something on the TV that night, which is referring to the incidents on Friday. And that to me rang so false that it goes again in my ledger that says, all right, you're willing to go and say, you know, it was nothing at all. It's like, you don't need to go that far. And so I do think there are moments of insincerity. And the one thing I would say strategically is he does have a tendency to meander. I think that worked on direct to connect you with him. But if I could have my druthers on redirect to be like, let's hit these things in a pointed fashion, Monster doesn't mean that. Monster means this. This is what we said here. Monty Python answer was great. Maybe we could have done that in 60 seconds instead of 60 minutes or however long that answer was. Right. And so I think there's a lot of advantages that he has. And I know people are going to say, you know, I'm against Johnny. I'm not. I'm just evaluating these things as they come in. And I think a number of his answers start to feel a little insincere when he gets too defensive about them. I think the answers that basically say, hey, I phone around on text, these kinds of things happen. We don't know exactly what that meant, et cetera, totally fine. But then trying to say, well, it couldn't possibly be even in the neighborhood of what you're talking about rings to me as too far. Just sitting there evaluating his disposition. So he changes his cadence, he changes his way of talking, and then he says something that I basically don't believe. You know, that goes in a mark in my head subconsciously.
Yeah. I think
to that
point,
I mean, tell me you don't feel the same way when he talks about alcohol. I mean,
I do.
It's
I'm
the
on
same
record.
way. And one of the things is it's a self-inflicted wound. Why do it? Why try to minimize something that you know the jury's going to reach that conclusion, whereas you can kind of embrace it? And I mean, Amber Heard's case appears to be alcohol and drugs. Okay.
That appears to
bad
be it.
guy. And I could sell a jury on that just being ridiculous any day. I think any decent attorney could. That alcohol and drugs just doesn't get you to DV. Why is he minimizing it? Why is he trying to minimize all of this stuff?
Sounds so much like denial. And I said this, I'm on stream somewhere saying it's great if you believe Johnny. I'm saying it's very easy to slip onto the other side where that's exactly what denial would sound like for an operating alcoholic. And then if they can frame it as Amber Heard was just really, really concerned, and every one of these incidents is he drinks and then he says, "Oh, it's nothing, honey," and then she gets angry. He stepped into that kind of framework. And I said, "Oh, that's a mistake because you're admitting the drugs, you're admitting all these things, and that's fine." That I was expecting, and I'm hoping Redirect at least addresses it. I don't know if they can. I don't know that Cross covered it a lot. The Christopher Lee dinner with that argument just rang so much of someone that is in denial. That's how I read it, even though he's testifying against it in all respects.
Yeah. No, I do agree. I think that those are a bit of a weak point for him. I mean, but still, I just taking the microscope back a little bit, looking at the overall picture of like Johnny drinks and does drugs, that could play either way for either side, right? Because somebody could also be looking at it as, I had, a family member who was an addict that got taken advantage by a spouse and then was abused by a spouse as a result.
Right.
They could also say, okay, well, she found a particular weakness that he had and she pounced on it and she used it so that she could, for whatever purposes she wanted, and she wanted to use him for her ambition. She found his weak point. Congratulations. Then you control him, you get what you want out of him. And then when ultimately, when it seems like he's done with you and he wants to leave, then you take the last thing from him, which is his reputation.
It's possible. But again, I still sit on muddy middle goes to Amber. So, I mean, I think the more that you open that up, and again, I don't have a problem with the drugs and the alcohol. I think that they're failing on establishing that leads him to violence entirely.
Exactly.
I do have a problem with the insincerity because there's a lot of superficially bad stuff for him, the recordings, the texts, and all these things. So in order to defeat those, we have to believe in his sincerity when he defends on these various things. And so if you breach that, I start to reevaluate what's coming out of those texts and those recordings and whatever else might pop up in this court case. So that's where I'm at, more than he was a druggie, he took alcohol. It's this denial. And then like, oh, I'm going to say, maybe we saw something on the TV. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So
and that comes back to what we've talked about when it's essentially you have a witness that is trying to oversell their testimony, right? With the disco bloodbath, with the alcohol, with, there have been several of those where you're like, okay, I mean, you have every interest in trying to explain this to try to make yourself look as good as possible. It almost is better for you just to accept that something looks bad and to say, I don't know what that text was about, talking about what was last Friday night, after I referenced the disco bloodbath book, or, he could have said, we got into a really bad argument. That would have been That would have been
bloodbath.
a perfectly sufficient. That actually would have been one of the best answers that he could
Yeah, I
have
would-
given, because then you have connecting the word bloodbath to a verbal argument that had no physical violence, to say, like, we have this hyperbolic way of speaking about these events that, to me, it felt like a bloodbath because it was so horrific to go through, and I don't want to go through a verbal argument that is that bad with my spouse. I mean, anyone who's been married for longer than 2 days, understands the feeling of being in a bad argument with your spouse, and
It
and
happens.
this is it's not that I'm not like revealing anything crazy about my marriage. It's just, you get into these arguments, right? You get into these arguments and you have to work through them. That's what every marriage does.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I understand that feeling, that like a really bad argument with the person that is supposed to be your person and that knows you best and that knows all your weak points can feel like a bloodbath.
Sure.
So it's like, if he had said that, if he had just said, we had a really bad
I'll take your
argument.
answer, Alita. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it would have been a perfectly acceptable response.
Yeah.
But I think, and that's why I think that he's off his game in giving his responses right now, because he's so rattled by the cross-examination that he had this morning, and probably also by that last recording on Thursday.
I thought the sequence of tapes to start today was very strong from them. And so, I mean, I don't blame him necessarily, but in terms of looking at strategy and everything else, it seems to be in his DNA that he is not an alcoholic. Like, that's important to him on an identity level. And so you're not getting any kind of, well, maybe I do drink too much kind of testimony. And I think that leans into a potential argument that the Hurd team can bring up on their side about, why there was this hostility, not even because of the way he behaves when drunk, but the insistence that he's not, and how that led to these situations. And potentially you could see that you've already cracked the door for verbal abuse and emotional abuse and that kind of thing. So we're getting so muddy here, and Amber's team has scored enough points. I'm not quite where some of the rest of you are that says, like, Johnny's doing fantastically right now. I view it as a lot closer to 50-50.
Yeah.
Rob, how do you feel about this case so far? I don't know how much you've been able to watch of the testimony up to today.
I'm kind of split on it. I agree. I'm more watching the lawyers on this one. Testimony and everything else.
Who can blame you?
All the facts in there. I'm neither Team Johnny nor Team Amber on this one. I'm quite literally just watching the attorneys and trying to watch some of these battles go on. I think from that perspective, I feel for both attorneys. I mean, you're doing combat with someone in the middle, Johnny Depp. That's what it is. When the witness is testifying, they're in the middle of two attorneys doing combat. And you've got probably one of the hardest witnesses to ever go after, either in direct and trying to coach him and walk him down the path, or in cross and trying to prevent him from getting his little jabs in, which he's really good at. As far as how the case is playing out, seems like it's clear Amber lied about something. Whether that something constitutes domestic violence or not, I don't know. There's still so much evidence to be heard. Johnny is this is the middle of Johnny's case in chief. He's like at this point in time, his testimony is what we would kind of constitute as the filler. You want to start strong, you want to end strong in front of a jury. Johnny's in the middle. So I'm wondering what's coming next.
Yeah.
In order for them to make that judgment call of putting Johnny where he is.
Yeah. I had a feeling that it might also be that they have more video deposition testimony to come. Although we now know that the next witness is going to be video link. So live link. So not video deposition, but somebody who's live, but through Zoom essentially. But I almost had a suspicion that maybe this was just to interrupt the jury, to wake them up, because after all of that video deposition testimony that we had, people were asleep. So
I don't
recall
guys are using video depositions as much as they are, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, we can't fly these people in with all the money these guys have. I mean,
Well, or the live
like
link. Now that they have the capability for some of them, why not for all of them? That was a question that here's a question for you, Rob. Have you ever seen, this kind of like using, I mean, now with COVID, maybe things have changed, but have you seen this in trials or hearings having witness testimony through a live video link?
So the live link that came up during COVID. I mean, there's a reason
Yeah.
I'm talking to you from my office on a webcam right now. Like we started doing trials this way during COVID. I hated every second of it, especially when I had a witness I had to cross. Especially when the witness would show up on a video chat with a mask on, and I'm trying to figure out any of the witness's facial expressions. But the live link stuff, that's new. Our code hasn't been revised to kind of adopt to that, but the depositions to Ben essay is what we're experiencing right now. That's essentially, there's an interstate compact that exists between these states. And it's that when I issue a subpoena, I can issue a subpoena under my bar number and basically compel someone within the jurisdiction to appear in that jurisdiction to testify on a given day, either at a deposition or in person. But the second that I try to do that out of state, I no longer have jurisdiction over that person. But there's an interstate agreement that allows for me to issue a subpoena. Well, the clerk of the court issues the subpoena rather than the attorney himself. And the clerk of the court in the jurisdiction where the person is, where the witness is, receives that subpoena or request and issues a subpoena of their own. But the same catch-22 exists. That clerk can only compel the appearance in that jurisdiction. So that means I have to fly over there. So if I ever have a resistant witness, thinking most notably of the good doctor, he's not going to want to appear and testify. He doesn't care how much I pay him. I'm going to have to serve him to get his butt there so I can get him to answer questions. He's not going to open himself up to liability voluntarily.
Yeah.
So in order to get that testimony, I don't have another choice. I have to do it by a video. I have to fly out there, compel his attendance at an office where he is living, and then get that video testimony to then have any chance of admitting it later, which also has the added negative consequence that anything that transpires factually from the date that I take that deposition to the trial date, now I can't ask any questions about it. So it doesn't matter what's changed, testimony's stale. So I hate it, but it's unfortunately it's
Rob, let me ask you a clarifying question, because there's a point of law that you might be able to help me on. Is there a difference in this aspect with out-of-state subpoenas between criminal and civil cases? Because my rough understanding was in criminal cases, at least, that the same process would go forward, but the out-of-state subpoena issued by the local judge, local to the witness, would compel you to appear in person where the trial is being held. So is that different in a criminal case versus civil?
Well, let me clarify that. When I was speaking to the subpoenas, I'm speaking strictly in the context of civil.
Okay.
I don't dabble in criminal, and therefore I don't like, not to say I don't like it. I like watching the criminal drama, but you throw criminal rules at me and I am.
I expect you to know all the things, man.
We expect
God, don't turn that around on
topics
us.
of law too.
So, well, awesome. Rob, I'm so happy to have you here, and feel free to pop in anytime you want to comment on this. I can continue to send you the links to the stream each day. If anybody is interested in checking him out, the website to his firm is linked in the description below, as well as a link to their Instagram profile.
Instagram.
So
All right.
yeah, so I'm thrilled. You can still hang out here. I just wanted to make sure I got that in. I want to get some super chats before
You're getting kicked out.
Yeah, but I want to get some super chats here because I can see that they have once again piled up on me.
Her super chat number is not high enough, folks. She's actually overselling it. It's very low at this point in time. So please do like, subscribe, super chat, and do all the rest, because the number, frankly, is just too low for 16,000 plus people watching right now.
Shamefully low.
So we'll see if we can raise that number later. We're sorry. It's probably because of me and Kurt.
Of course it is. Oh, there's another one right there. But yeah, I mean, maybe some of these questions, maybe Rob can help us answer some of them. Let's see. So always Movie Corner says, I don't know if this was already answered, but why is there a webcam on Amber Heard's side? Rob, have you noticed this by any chance? There's like a webcam behind her now.
The new camera back there. That camera is the same type of camera that they have scattered throughout the courtroom. There's usually one behind the judge's clerk and then another one behind the judge. It's the same camera, that white globe camera. No idea why it's repositioned. Maybe the sheriffs had some drama yesterday or last week. Who knows?
Looking at the gallery. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, because you got to look at that camera pointing it's from the back of the gallery pointing towards the judge, right?
Yeah.
So let's say that someone pulls a cell phone out and decides they want to violate the judge's order on tweeting.
Yeah.
Good idea, Jeans. Yeah.
Interesting. All righty. Michael Gaunt said, Amber Heard's have all JD's texts 10 years to everyone of the mistake his previous team made, but JD only has texts that would normally be seen, hence Bettany. Is it possible to make the jury aware of that, to know they are seeing all of Depp's and only some of Amber's? I mean, it depends on I guess that could be one of the consequences of the judge's ruling on that motion for sanctions, because it wasn't just photos. We've talked mostly about photos, but there was also text messages that they were supposed to be handing over to them as well. So if there were some text messages that they requested and the court ordered, and then were not handed over in time for trial, then that is something that could be potentially commented upon, depending on how the judge ruled on that motion for sanctions.
Mhm.
So thank you, Michael Gaunt. Very generous. Diana, thank you for the super chat. Cool Breeze, thank you for your super chat. And Diana, thank you. 2012 Jameson says, Painter guy was very credible. Only thing they had was the cream that didn't exist to impeach him. Of course, talking about that lovely Amica cream, which is actually arnica cream. Isabella Will Type said, do you think it's prejudicial, the fact that Amber gets to testify last, take notes of all the timeline and lie accordingly? No, because she is defense. So the defense gets to go after the plaintiff side, because the plaintiff side has the burden of proof. However, unless they don't reserve time, or I believe they are allowed to reserve time, is a better way to put it. They are allowed to reserve some time to recall some witnesses afterwards for rebuttal after the defense rests. So because the plaintiff goes first, it's the same thing with the opening statement and a closing statement, or closing argument, I should say. The plaintiff goes first, which means that the defense can respond to the plaintiff's closing argument at the end of this whole trial. So that kind of, you would think that would disadvantage the plaintiff's side, because then they can't respond to the defense. But that's why they reserve a little bit of their time for the very end, so that they can respond to things that the defense has said. So we'll probably see that at the end of this trial, because that's very common to see.
Do we know if anything changes because she's countersuing?
I mean, so far it hasn't. I mean, other than I think there have been some video depositions that were introduced before that were mostly for her. So maybe they're negotiating some of that. I'm not sure exactly.
All right.
Yeah. So that does add a little bit of complexity, but generally speaking, that is how it goes. Aaron Harris said, I've always wondered how the court sequesters the jury and how they enforce it. Do they take away their internet privileges or maybe track it? Thank you for your work.
You lock them in a hotel room.
That would be awful.
Yeah, that's
how that
sequestering.
works.
Sequestering is what they do. Is they put everybody into a hotel room. They've got like security that manages to make sure that nobody talks to them, that they don't talk to each other when it's improper. They've got, I think they also tap the phone lines too, to make sure
to be clear, this jury is not sequestered.
It's not. So it's a very high burden to sequester a jury. And I haven't seen, when's the last time we know of that a jury was sequestered? I know the O.J. Simpson trial was. Yeah, that's the only one I can think of.
The last time I saw a sequestered jury.
Yeah, I don't know.
During the verdict deliberations for Rittenhouse, I believe, right?
So I think so. So they may sequester them during deliberations, but not during the entirety of the trial, because it's a very huge.
It's a major
burden.
pain in the ass.
It's a major pain in the ass for everyone, jurors, for the court system, and it's a huge expense, huge expense. So it's like I said, it's a very high burden to get there, even for these high profile trials. Mark Lyon said, did the massive trove of text messages get produced by error? If so, are there sources explaining that mistake? Well, generally speaking, if you have text messages that were not supposed to be produced, that you didn't intend to send to the other side, they're not allowed to just like run with it and then admit it into evidence and like sorry, that's it, the whole world gets to see it. If you have an unintended disclosure, what they're supposed to do is you notify them as soon as possible and say, "Ooh, we messed up. You're not supposed to see that." And what the other side is supposed to do, per professional responsibility guidelines, which can have some very serious repercussions if you don't follow them, is what's supposed to happen is you say, okay, not looking at this. I'm putting this back in the envelope and I'm sending it back to you. Like, we saw nothing and we're going to pretend it doesn't exist. So
We do have
that's
ethics
what's
rules.
exactly. They, you know, people like to think of lawyers as very dirty and slimy, but we have some
Aw.
very, very strong rules for ethics and professional responsibility that have some very serious I mean, you can lose your bar license for something like that. Depending on how bad the error was, or not error, but how bad the disclosure was that you decided to pounce upon. So yeah. Let's see. Damaris Trio Gonzalez says, can the end of day 7, where Amber went from sad to happy laughing with her legal team, be told to the jury because it was seen by the public, but also it shows how she really was acting? That's not something that I mean, who would be able to point that out? It would also be oddly hearsay. It would be something that it's the kind of thing that if it's caught by the jury, it's caught by the jury, but if not,
Sitting in the room,
they're not going to see it. Yeah. And I believe that was a time when she, you know, talking with her counsel was also, those are generally moments where the jury is not in the room. So my guess is they probably didn't see that, but there may be other instances where she's kind of slipped her face, you know, for one reason or
That's a
another.
good question. Was the jury dismissed before that? I honestly don't know.
I have a feeling it was. I mean, if she's talking with, I mean, but yeah, I only saw that clip out of context, so I'm speculating.
It's also
a little bit there.
possible, people, and this is why I get in trouble, that she just had a moment that she wanted to smile. I mean, Johnny's up there talking about these very big things, and he's smiling on occasion. It might be that our chat is getting a little too strong on Amber is definitely lying, and that this proves it because of this smirk or what have you. So let's just see her side of the case.
Sure. Very, very fair point. Aaron Leah said, Hoglaw, hi from Novi, Michigan. I heard that JD gets to put on a rebuttal case after Amber Heard puts on her case. Is that true? He should. Yeah, he should be able to. That is what we expect. Deborah
Is there
L says,
time? I'm sorry. Is there time allotted to the?
I mean, yeah. Well, it's up to them to reserve however much time they want. And generally speaking, just like with how they would reserve their time for different witnesses and whatnot.
Right.
So yeah. Deborah L says, can Amber's legal team watch recaps or comments about trial on YouTube? Yes. Is it possible they change their strategy based on what they hear? Yes. Yes, they can. So can Johnny's team. So both sides can. They're allowed to go and see. The question is now, the big question is, do they want to? Because we've had Natalie Wisco on here, who was on the Rittenhouse team, who said, you know, they happened to catch a clip or two. She did because she was like, you know, on some backup positions, that she was reviewing the trial transcripts that came in every day, and she was doing other stuff like that wasn't the first chair, second chair kind of rules. The big question is if you want to, because you have a certain strategy that you're going with. And as soon as you start opening up your ears to what other people think you should be doing, you start getting a lot of different opinions, right? Because like I love to say, everyone on this planet that has a belly button has an opinion. So, you know, they can vary wildly, right? Like I try to say this, especially in my recaps. I am one attorney. I have one idea of how I would like to see things, and I have my style. My style is not every other attorney's style. You know, I might be wrong for this particular jurisdiction. I might be wrong for this particular jury. This jury might be paying attention at certain points, might not be paying attention at certain points. And we don't have that information from where we're looking. So, you know, they may or may not want to hear, you know, recaps and stuff like that from commentary from other people, to change certain directions that they're taking things. And the changes that they've made so far with, for example, Amber Heard's, you know, wardrobe, that could have been intentional from the beginning, that maybe they said, okay, we're going to start her off looking like, you know, Dr. Elsa Schneider at the beginning, and then Darth Leia, then we're going to soften her up for a little bit, and then we're going to bring her back to wearing all black again, and then we're going to soften her up again, and then by the time we get to her testimony, then she'll be wearing soft pink. I don't know. You know, they may have had this kind of strategy all along, and we think that we're like, oh, we're calling it. But you know, who knows, essentially. Bubbles Auntie said another site posted the Fairfax site Amber Heard evidence log that showed a makeup compact entered into evidence. The brand was not mentioned. I did see that. It was very, very interesting to see. I want to know what actual palette that was. If it's the same one that Elaine is holding up, then Amber Heard's got problems, I think. All right. Noah B said, when JD's team cross-examines AH, do you think they will or should use a female attorney to do the cross just for optics or tactics? It depends on who is the most skilled first and foremost, because you
Yeah.
want somebody that can hit the right notes, regardless of whether it's a man or a woman. If it's somebody who's going to come across as particularly aggressive, probably not best to do that with a man. Maybe best to have that be a woman as the attack dog, so to speak. But if your intent is to come across as calm and collected, and like I'm not gonna beat you up with my words, but we're gonna be very direct. That can be a man, that can be a woman, and to see how she responds to that kind of an environment. But ultimately, it really comes down to who is going to be the best one to have the correct vibe for what they need for her cross examination. I don't know if you guys have any other thoughts on that.
Well, we haven't gotten to see Depp's team cross yet, but I mean, you get the impression that Chu and I apologize, Vasquez, is that
Yeah.
are of a more, we'll use terms of art, chill disposition when they ask these questions. So I think probably either one could work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, team lead Chu is delegating across his team in an interesting way versus I think Rottenborn's really he's the face more than Elaine on the other side of the courtroom so far.
It seems like it. It definitely seems like it. Colby James says, forgive me if I'm not following along correctly, but is Amber Heard at risk of a perjury charge for lying in her deposition in 2016? # justice for Johnny. No, I don't think so. Ultimately, what's going to happen is it's going to come up to bite her in the ass if she has different testimony on the stand, because they can use it to impeach. So that's how that will come up and impact her. Dragon's Treasure says, if you were on Amber's team, what would you tell her before taking the stand to salvage herself? Is it even possible at this point? I mean, there are different kinds of explanations that she can give for various incidents. I don't know exactly what their plan is, without knowing exactly what their facts are that they want to bring in. It's difficult to say what kind of advice that I would give, but I mean, at a minimum, I would say don't be aggressive, don't talk too fast, don't like talk normally in a way that feels natural to you, but don't try to put too much of a show on, and don't get too aggressive, because that is the vibe that we are trying to work against.
Yeah, the show would be what I'd be most concerned about. Don't lean into exaggerating.
Yeah,
your
don't
feelings
oversell
or
it.
your waifishness or whatever that might come across as insincere.
Yeah, exactly. Bowie Vision says, fair and honest reporting from all you guys. Thanks so much from Belgium. I've been saying for 2 years, justice for Johnny. Go, go, go. Thank you. Paul Poco said, Amber is dressed for a funeral. Well, she's worn all black before.
Well, and she's not in a black bottom. I mean,
her skirt is light. Yeah. Cheryl Cruz said, will the charitable institutions Amber Heard pledged to her alleged $7 million from her divorce be part of plaintiff's evidence? I believe so.
It kind of is.
So, because they've already talked about it. It's already come up. Matt says, how does JD and his team stand on winning the defamation case as of now? Is this their top goal? I mean, it's tough to say what their top goal exactly is without talking to them directly, but I think they have a chance. I mean, as we've talked about, it's tough to know what's in the jury's mind, because we don't know who these people are and what kind of experiences that they've had, which was, of course, reiterated very, very well by Rob today too, given people's family histories as an example. So that's the part that is the big unknown for this entire case, that we really won't know until the verdict actually happens. But I think that I can see a world where Johnny wins. basically. And I can see a world where Amber wins, or I can see a world where neither of them win, to be honest. So because they both have a burden of proof for their individual claims.
Hey
So
guys, I got to jump off. Maybe I'll jump
Of
on at some
course.
point in time later. It was nice
absolutely,
talking
yes.
to
Pleasure
all of
meeting
you. and
you.
Thank you so
Great
much for
meeting all of
joining
you.
us. This is great. This has been
Thank
great.
you guys. Yep.
Thank you. Fluffy Otter, thanks for becoming a member.
Fluffy Otter.
I know, I love it.
I like it.
Yep. Angela Yang says, will it be a problem if JD watched the Milani cosmetic TikTok video over the weekend? Wonder if Amber's attorney will ask JD if he's watched the vid. No, they have no reason to ask if he's watched that video, because number one, he's a witness that's on the stand. He's not allowed to look at that stuff right now.
I was going to say that. I mean, you meant no, because they're not going to ask it, because he wasn't allowed to watch it this weekend.
He
right?
wasn't.
Right.
Yeah.
As a current witness.
He's not allowed to look anything up. He's not allowed to talk to his attorneys. He's basically supposed to sit by himself in his room and think about his
What
life.
he's done or didn't do.
Yeah,
Think
yeah.
about what
Yes.
he's done.
Oh yeah, exactly. So I don't see why they would want to ask him about that video, because that would just cause problems for him. To say that, like, oh, okay, so over the weekend you were doing what you weren't supposed to do. Yeah, that could. I
And
mean,
we know
we
he
saw.
didn't. We know he didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, his cross is over.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, exactly. So, oh, this is right. This is asking if Amber's attorney would ask. Well, and also they also would have no interest in asking also, because
Let's not raise it.
it's not good
No.
for them. So yeah, anyhow. Yeah. RSLA says, any chance Amber Heard's team saving best evidence for last? You
They
mean in
tried.
terms of the cross-examination? I think they were saving their best questions for last. And that was smart, because right, like there's something called a primacy and recency effect. The jury is gonna remember what you started with, what you ended with, and especially for them, because they kind of they kind of closed the loop from the beginning to the end. They ended in the they opened at the close, I should say. For another Harry Potter reference, but
I recognized it that time. I've been on these streams too long.
exactly. So they kind of looped right back around. So the jury is probably going to remember that, because they kind of hit it twice. But and all the stuff in the middle is maybe going to end up some sort of impression of what all of that was. I doubt that they're going to remember everything. But it was unfortunately for Johnny, it was a strong set of questions that they ended it with. Lori Light said, would you address confidential communication between spouses and why that doesn't seem to apply here? Thank you.
Because they're fighting each other.
Yes. So confidentiality of communications between spouses lasts during the marriage. So that's number one. It doesn't start before they're married, and it doesn't continue after they're no longer married. So it only continues during that period of time. Number two is it's waivable. Any kind of confidentiality is waivable by whoever owns that privilege. So as an example, the attorney-client privilege, it's owned by the client. It's not owned by the attorney. So if somebody tries to get an attorney to testify against a client, depending on some exceptions, generally speaking, it's up to the client to determine whether they want that attorney to speak. The attorney can't decide that on their own. So when it comes to two spouses, it's each spouse actually has the ability to waive it as to themselves. But in a case where you have in Virginia now, Kurt, help me if I'm misstating this at all, because I know you looked it up. But
that was me. I looked it up. Now I got to look it up again.
Oh, Rick, that was you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, we've been on too long.
Ask Richard. He knows the things.
So
I know how to type things in and find them.
So where you have two spouses that are filing a lawsuit against one another in civil court, it is also all of those communications are waived as between them.
Yep.
Yes, the sentence is, if you're looking this up at home, kids, it's section 8.01-398 of the
No,
Code
whoa,
of
whoa, whoa! You're
Virginia.
going to start quoting authority at me now?
Oh, yeah. The privileged marital communications may not be asserted in any proceeding in which the spouses are adverse parties. Then there's more, but we got it. We finished.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep. So that's essentially why. Faces says, how long will Rottenborn do this? Hours, days? Well, we're finished before lunch. So that was good. C. Neal says, "Morning, guys. Been looking forward to seeing y'all this morning. Bloodbath is that bloodbath. Heard bathing in the blood of rich old simps." By the way, Nate, good vid this morning. His video was very good. It was very good. Farrell Drake says, "Does Virginia recognize name calling as domestic abuse?" I think it probably still has to rise to a certain level, but they do recognize verbal abuse and emotional abuse as abuse.
And I think the phraseology in the Post article is domestic violence specifically. So you have to do some work coming and going on that definition.
Yeah. That's a fair point too. Lindsay Ante said, "Chances the jury will listen to more of the audio than just the selected clips when they deliberate. Could it help him if they decide they want more context?" I mean, that's an interesting question because they have moved certain clips into evidence. If there is more of that clip that has not been brought into evidence, then no. They can only listen to what has been brought in.
But like the first ones that they admitted on direct, they admitted the 2.5 hour tape, right? And then they played 6 clips of 2 total minutes.
Yeah.
So could the jury listen to that whole thing?
If it's been admitted, I would say so.
I mean, I think.
Yeah.
I can't pretend to know the specifics.
Well, because otherwise there's no point in admitting it into evidence, the entire thing. You would just have certain clips. Ames says, "Nate, so in Virginia, is there anything in the DV about the aggressor or reactive abuse?" Ooh, unfortunately, Nate is not here. I'm not sure if you guys happen to know the answer to that. I am not so sure about being the aggressor or reactive abuser. I would imagine that would play some kind of a role in the analysis because that would be otherwise you could have somebody that is just instigating, and then is able to essentially be the boy who cried wolf if they are the ones that are responsible for that existing in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it would depend on their state laws.
Yep. And we are back. Oh, oops. There we go. Or are we? Let's see here. No, we are. Oh, but we're not playing. Okay.
They're trying
Let's
to trick
see.
you.
Hang on. Yeah, let me. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we're good. Now we're good. Give me 1 second here, and then I've got us back up. Okay. So the sound is on, but we can't hear it just yet. So they'll turn it on soon, I'm sure. CEO, thank you for your super chat. One Ironaut one says the recordings just sound like she's baiting him. That can be interpreted that way.
Just going back to the last question, there is a concept of predominant physical aggressor, specifically for physical aggression in Virginia domestic assault cases. But to be honest, this is where lawyers get paid the big bucks. This can be a number of levels of analyzing precedent and orders and things like that from there. So there's at least a notion that could come up, as Alita properly said, she suspected. But how that plays out in Virginia, probably a question for a Virginia lawyer, to be honest.
Yeah. That makes sense. Tails DM said, "Could JD come out after the case and claim being a victim of abuse? A la AH cuts both ways." I mean, he has the benefit of people seeing what they see through this trial. So regardless of what he says or what he does afterwards. Tina Miller says, "If this case is about the op-ed, then does the emotional abuse angle matter? She mentioned physical abuse in the op-ed." I mean, she says domestic violence, so it depends on how that is framed. Do you define domestic violence as purely physical or also emotional and verbal? Chastity Rodriguez says he has a case for reactive abuse. Victims react to abuse by sometimes becoming abusive in return. The abuser will often provoke them into this.
And now we get into the muddy line of this isn't a domestic violence case at its core.
Yes. 2012 Jameson said, "Support Nate by giving Legalbytes money."
That's the right way to do it. My dad gave Alita money earlier today, so it is what it is.
I know, after your wife did. Giggles Inc. said, "I'm still Team Johnny in my unlaw education. Nothing has proven that he caused the bruises of her domestic violence."
Seated. Your next question.
All right, and here we go.
Mr. Depp, before the break, we were talking about how your finger got injured in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, please. Mr. Depp, do you recall Mr. Rottenborn showing you this exhibit during your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
And can you please explain when, relative to your finger injury, you sent this text message?
That's the day before. Am I correct?
At the bottom, it says, I cut the top of my finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital.
Australia, exactly. The time difference, sorry. Yes. That's what I said.
And so when, relative to when your finger was injured, did you send this text message, to your best recollection?
This looks like it's at the time to me.
And in the middle here, it says, her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was a choir mate. What did you mean by that?
Unfortunately, I meant exactly what I said in this text. It seems it had become clear that there were she seemed to take more care and importance in going on auditions, going to the Met Ball, or going to any sort of premiere or opening or whatever, where she could be photographed.
Scope the question, Your Honor.
Sorry?
I believe he was responding to what he meant by what he wrote in his text message
And then
to
he said
Dr.
I meant exactly what the word said, and now he's going beyond.
All
the
right, I'll
scope.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
Sir, if you could just answer
come
the
on.
question, Mr. Depp, please.
Certainly,
Direct your
sorry.
attention just to your attorney, okay?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Yep, that was a little slap on the wrist.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed
For
you
saying
an
thank
audio
you. That's a
recording
nice thing
where
to do.
you referenced your finger getting cut off in Australia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play a different portion of that recording that came before the portion that Mr. Rottenborn played. So if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and we will be playing the portion from at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 11 seconds to 1 hour, 56 minutes, 10 seconds.
Oh, it's long.
It's early, it's quick, it's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee it. If you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just,
no, it's
if that
different.
happens, if it happens,
It's different. You never.
If it happens, I'm just gonna say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're stuck in throwing punches,
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes,
Talking
in our
about
argument.
fights. Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never.
Mr. Depp, whose voices can you hear in that audio recording?
Ms. Hertz and myself.
And there was a mention about Ms. Heard getting mad about something in Australia. What did Ms. Heard get mad at you about in Australia?
There were many instances where Ms. Heard would get upset, angry, and argumentative and violent in Australia. There were many times. The one that was the day when tip of my finger disappeared. That had to do with a phone call. When she arrived in Australia, she complained that an attorney who was explaining to her
Objection, Your Honor, is hearsay as to what he alleges her attorney was explaining to her. That's clearly
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
In the context of this audio recording that we just heard, what to your understanding is Ms. Heard referencing when she says you split?
I would excuse myself from the situation. I would try to get away so that nothing escalated. Because if given the chance to allow things to escalate, Ms. Heard would take it to the very extreme, which ended up with my finger being chopped off. So I rather thought it was the best idea to avoid things like that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 272. I believe this is another document that you saw during your cross-examination. Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes.
And these were after your detox on the island, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, where it says here, this was the right thing to do to speed up the process, what are you referring to there?
When we were on the island and I was going through the process of detoxing from the opiates, which was a very unpleasant and powerful, painful process. It wasn't working with Miss Heard there. I could not properly detox, as every day was another problem or this or that. So I asked we leave the island and go back to Los Angeles, and I asked Ms. Heard if she would please allow me to get a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she and her friends could go for, I needed 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, anything I could get where I could finish the detox by myself without any unnecessary interruptions or unpleasant interruptions. To which she replied that she was felt like I was throwing her out and abandoning her, and after all she had done for me, when the fact is, though, no matter what I wrote to her mother and to her, I I needed the time, because I would have gone straight back to the pills. I would have not been able to detox properly without that time alone. And she reluctantly gave me the time. And I sent her and her friends to Beverly Hills Hotel and in a bungalow, and went through the detox by myself in Penthouse 3 for the next 5 or 6 days.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a video that was taken of yourself where you're slamming some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, where are you in that video?
That's the kitchen at a house that I've on Sweetser that I've lived in since mid-90s.
And do you recall what you were upset about in that video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, get out of here. He
I
just
don't
doesn't want him to
recall,
answer.
As I don't know the date of, there's no metadata that I'm aware of for that tape.
We're gonna have the metadata again.
Metadata expert Johnny Depp.
Apparently looking for any metadata is impossible, as it is
Your
now
Honor,
owned
beyond the
by.
scope of the I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
don't ask
that's-
the question
Mr.
again.
Depp,
That's correct.
What do you remember?
Stay on track.
What, if anything, do you remember being upset about that resulted in what was seen in that video?
I can't
you feel,
recall
John,
if
that's
it was bad news about my mother's health. I can't recall if it was something to do with my former business managers, finding out that they'd taken me for a very nasty ride. I don't recall exactly what it was about. What I do know is that it didn't have anything to do with her.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yeah, no, that's not outside the scope. Sit down.
There was nothing between us before she entered that room.
Need to put our wrestler voices on.
It was me alone.
Okay. Do you know where Miss Heard was before she entered the room?
I assume that she was up in the.
I wish he did have a
gotten out of bed and
definitive reason for
gotten
why
dressed
he was
and come
that angry in
downstairs.
that.
I was hoping so too. This I don't remember. Answer is not particularly
Mr. Depp, earlier
satisfying.
today, Mr. Rottenborn
not.
played a recording where you can hear Miss Heard seeming to claim that you put a cigarette out on her. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
I'd like to play you another recording, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 365.
Fox changed its headline on this, by the way.
This is, for the
Good.
record, an 11
Yeah,
second
it is good.
recording, so we'll be putting in the entire.
All right. Any objection to 365?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 365 in evidence.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. Give me one, please. Please give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, right. What do you want?
I want couch.
We don't have to shake hands.
I want couch.
Couch.
Agree, please, though. You said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said this was
Everything
11
you said has
seconds.
been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Really?
Not you.
No, I'm not saying
it's
that.
45.
You asked.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. I may have been 45. I may have misremembered.
She
It's
said it
a
was 11 seconds long.
I
Okay,
apologize, I
Really?
misremembered.
All right, it's in evidence.
It-
may help if we ask them to move the media player so we can see it too. 'Cause
It's perfectly fine to pause this and say that wasn't what she said. I don't know why you need to be an asshole
well,
on this one.
Yeah, he's coming across like an a-hole right now.
There you go. Okay.
He's kind of freaking out right now, maybe.
Okay.
What's the
Didn't
two
you
of
say
them?
Which
something like
that's
she should be
triggering the
told
jury
that?
to be like, oh, what's so
Can we
interesting
play
about
that?
this?
Thank you.
Yeah, let me play this again.
Couch.
Where
Couch.
we learn about couches.
Couch. You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. Give me one, please. Please give me a couch.
I wonder if couch means something else as opposed
I
to
want couch.
I think it's literally
I want
couches.
couch. Agree, please. Though you said you agreed before
Couch,
we
agree.
started talking.
I mean, she doesn't sound sober.
Want to stop fighting?
Have I been fighting?
Yes. Everything you've said has been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Not yours.
And no, I'm not saying that. You asked me yours. By the way, you just threw a fucking cigarette on me.
Mr. Depp,
Through
do you
in the-
recognize what's in that recording?
Do I recognize what's in the recording?
Yes.
What is recognition really?
Seems pretty clear that she's ordering me to the couch. And I didn't want to go through with any, again, avoiding confrontation, trying to avoid confrontation in any way.
Why don't you go to the couch, Amber?
I can certainly say that without hesitation, there is no way under the sun that I would flick a cigarette at her or burn her with a cigarette. If I flicked ashes and an ash got on her, but she's certainly not screaming out in pain as if a cigarette is being put out on her. That's ludicrous.
Do you recall the situation that's reflected in that audio recording?
Tell me about the couches.
I believe that's Montreal, Toronto, which was right after the Venice Film Festival. We were at the Toronto Film Festival.
I think that's a good
Mr.
piece
Depp,
of
I'd like
tape.
to ask you about a
Goes
couple
to
text
exaggeration
messages
again.
from May 22nd, 2016 that Mr. Rottenborn asked you about
God,
earlier.
I feel like I should just sit back and listen to 2.5 hours of tape.
Before I do, could you please remind the jury what was going on between you and Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
On May 22nd, on May 21st, I hadn't seen her since the 22nd of April, her birthday, which was when I left at 4:30 in the morning. I believe,
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative. He's already gone through all of this in his direct examination. And she asked him what was happening on May 22nd. And he's getting into what happened on May 21st. We've already been through this.
I believe that he's providing context for where they
I think
were
we
on the
can- we can
22nd,
go to
but
the 22nd.
if you could,
Judge
Mr.
Judge
Depp,
is
please
like, let's
explain
get there.
where you were on the 22nd.
It was
of
remarkable, right? Because
May
she
in
finishes with saying 22nd, then he says, well, on May 21st. It's like,
as
And
far
then
as I can
April
remember,
22nd.
On May 22nd, 2016, I was
I actually think these objections and the judge are helping corral
preparing,
her
either
client. She
preparing to
can't take
leave
that
for
stance against him.
New York
Yeah.
for rehearsals and then a tour with the Hollywood Vampires. I was either preparing to leave or I was had left.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 736, please? And do you recall sending this text message to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016 at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean when you told her nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease?
It was essentially, for me, I was bringing up what I'd spoken to her about before, which was a peaceful resolution to the problems, a peaceful resolution in terms of a peaceful and private and quiet and calm divorce. And so that's why I say it shouldn't elicit anything but a sense of ease, because it was not about, I didn't want to argue. I didn't want anything but to end the marriage in the kindest way possible for all, her family, my family, her, myself, etc.
And what did you mean when you said all my love and profound apologies?
Profound apologies is that it just didn't work. We just could not work. There was no way. And I had to try to put a peaceful end, a peaceful stop to the endless opportunities for these constant arguments. If I didn't put a stop to it, then, I mean, if I didn't try to put a peaceful stop to it, peaceful end to it, then if you don't stop it yourself, it'll stop you. It'll stop you, and you don't know what that could be, but it was horrific, and I wanted her out of it, and I wanted out of it. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to live like that. Not her, not me, not anyone. So I just wanted a smooth exit for both of us. That's all I was looking for.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn played a clip from an audio recording where Miss Heard told you that you vomit in your sleep a lot. Do you remember that recording?
Yes, I do.
And what's your response to that?
When someone tells you that you vomit, she didn't tell me. I heard it in court. When someone brings up the fact that you vomit in your sleep every night, and, well, at first I think you'd be aware of it. And also, I think the first thing that I would do is seek medical attention. It didn't exist. I'd never vomited in my sleep every night. There were times when I would get, yes, physically ill from the endless shots that you take when you're just, you're unable to take it anymore. And it does affect you physically after a while. So I would have to leave and go and vomit when fights got into these surreal and absurd and horrible places. But it still confounds me as to why she would record that. I don't know why anyone would record that.
Mr. Depp, the the clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839. And just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording, which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. And the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes, 25 seconds.
Okay, do we have 342 already in evidence? Or
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
no? So you want to put 342, which is just the entire audio in?
It's like a 6-minute clip.
Yes, I don't
Evidence.
believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
I don't believe I hear this before. Okay, 342, any objection?
As long as there's no one else.
We can confirm afterwards. So if Your Honor would, if it's more comfortable, we can put it in as 342A.
Okay. And what was let's put 342A, and what's the part that you're going to?
It's 19 minutes, 40 seconds to
Okay.
25 minutes, 25 seconds.
All right. And there's just the two of them, and that's this excerpt, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
All right, that's 342A in evidence, then, thank you.
I don't care.
Do you understand why 10 minutes downstairs
I don't
didn't
care.
seem real?
I don't care.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care. I don't care.
You too.
There's plenty of things you've done, things you've fucking done that were absolute fucking lies.
I didn't
I'm not even
ever.
fuck with you about it. So anyway, don't leave it. So I'll see you in a bit. Yeah?
Is that what matters?
You're lying.
Is this what matters to you, your party?
You're lying.
I never led you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this?
We lie.
Why? What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
It's a run. Yeah. I run because I'm a cop.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do I get I'm leaving because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to? I have never prioritized you behind that. And you of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said I love you, I'm so sorry. And then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away. But I'm not running, I'm walking away. Then if you don't want to be with me in life, then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about.
Oh, what did she just throw?
Is that what it's worth to you?
Or someone threw?
For you, from all this bitching, from all these rules, all these.
Rules? Because I asked you to stay.
Because
I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking.
What was it? What was it when you asked me to
Because
stay?
you're a pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked me
I
to
can't
stay?
stand it. No.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia, you said you promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do?
I thought you would change.
What did I do?
Not change.
What did I do?
Not change.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You changed.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change. You were a fucking
I stayed.
pain in the ass and you were a cunt.
So I stayed. And I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me
Pretty much.
about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So,
When
which
you
guy,
said-
does that seem normal to
when
you?
you're
Does that seem
crazy.
normal to you? The guy, you told me tonight that you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
Let's have you tell me.
That seems sober? You seem
Give
normal?
me the definition of normal. You.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now.
Without question.
When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up. I'm not fighting with you anymore. I've been saying this to you the whole night. I'm really sorry we disagreed. You're not perfect. I said this 2 hours ago. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I love you.
But we don't have to do this every time we disagree.
No, we don't. We do.
Please.
We do.
Please. Come here.
And you have.
Please come
every
here.
insult.
Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you. I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Smack me on the ear again. Smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds in my fucking cranium. You like that? Huh? No. I don't love you that much. No, I don't. I do not love you that much. Kill it myself? No, I do not. I will not kill it myself. And you want me to fucking be some kind of cursed goddamn parrot or a fucking weird frenzied dog? No, I won't be it. No.
Frenzied dog, I'm trying to talk
Or
to
your goddamn fucking lover,
Calm
Fantasia,
down.
Fantasia.
Calm
I'm not gonna be that shit, man.
Baby, stop.
No, I don't want to be with you. These are the fucking rules. Fuck that.
No one's fighting me.
I'm making this up. That, above all else, is an insult.
Whoa, that ended up weird.
Mr. Depp, what are
That's
you and Ms.
uncomfortable.
Heard discussing in this recording?
It is another argument that is apparently not an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on a, or some, little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't going to do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off. She still wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave.
Is that sound? That was the ring.
Yeah.
So it's just another example of kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming and screaming like a banshee, and then telling me to calm down when I had been pretty calm. I thought,
Where were you trying to go, if you can recall?
anywhere, away.
And why did you ask Ms. Heard if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, one of those where leaves you ringing, and it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it make you happy would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop this? Would have done anything to have stopped. Outside of taking anything to some physical level. I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. That's not me.
Had to circle back on the do
It's not who I've
anything.
ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
They have to clarify that so that
And
they
first I'd like
don't
to
run the
play
risk of
the
cumulative
portion
evidence.
From 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
2 minutes. Those are longer in
Objection to
general.
598C.
Mhm.
All right.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
It's another 5 minutes.
598C in evidence.
Not gonna lie,
You know,
these are
it
somewhat hard to
builds,
listen
right?
to.
Like you build,
Yeah.
I build, you know, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now I'll blood bath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right. But if
at least that's how I see it.
indeed,
You know?
but if things get heated,
Yeah.
and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins, and all that stuff, I've got to get away because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never.
Me too. Me too.
Never. So
Me too.
that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it out.
I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, a moment. Take some time. Take some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit, whatever's. I just let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward.
I don't
You can
want
call
that.
me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. Please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
No, I'm just saying I won't do it again. That's all. Okay, great. Then let's take our space and let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall! I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopping. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have a some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know, I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have heart attacks almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really.
Mr. Depp, in the beginning, well, first of all, do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Ms. Heard?
The only, excuse me, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I'd called Sean and said to drive her home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser, so then she could drive back. He would drive her back to downtown Penthouse 3. With she didn't seem in any shape to drive to me.
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What does that mean in the context of that conversation?
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was it became
Objection,
part
Your
of
Honor. He said he doesn't know.
All right, I'll sustain objection. Next question.
Fair.
You can't open with, I'm about to speculate here.
Yeah. Yeah, that audio was nuts.
Mr. Depp, at the end of the day on Thursday, Mr. Rottenborn played an audio recording for you where you were heard saying you were going to hurt yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
That recording is from July of 2016. This was a few months after the restraining order had been put on me. I had been on tour through Europe, and then coming through the States, I got messages from Christian Carino, who was both of our former agent, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me in San Francisco because we had one of our last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to why Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially since I was under a court order not to come within, I don't know, 100, 200 feet or something of her. So at first I said...
Objection, Your Honor. The question was simply, do you remember when that was from? It's beyond scope.
So where were you when that recording was taken?
That was in San Francisco at a hotel room So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that she wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
Not particularly well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her, and so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her lies that the world was now had been fed, and in no way was she ready to do that. And I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So
Objection,
I was.
Your Honor, the question was, how did the discussion go? He's talking about his children. It's
I'm
way beyond the scope.
just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
I think he's describing the context around that conversation.
It's way beyond the scope of the
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
In fact, I wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Miss Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after. So I had a knife in my pocket, and I just took the knife out and I said, "Here, cut me." That's what you want to do. Ultimately, you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it. Have my blood. And then she said, "No, no." And then I said, "Look, if you're not going to take it, you want it. I know you want it. That's all I've got left. Take it." If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it, because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from, arrows from all over the world, but now I don't know what she was trying to do. So I just thought the only answer is, here, cut me, take my blood. That's all I've got left to give you. And obviously, there was no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. It was about spilling my blood, because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have at that point. And I was broken, and really just at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. I thought everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite a cruel.
Objection, Your Honor. We're well beyond the
All right,
scope.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
357, is that correct?
357, yes.
All right, so is this going to be another one where it's going to be an A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, could you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record? What are you going to play?
It is 357, beginning at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
All right, any objection to 357A? No, Your Honor. All right, 357A in evidence.
It's been going on too long now. And we just gotta stop this. Just gotta stop it.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
We write a letter together. Saying that we're going to take this out of the public eye. Saying that we're going to try and work this out on our own. Saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening, that we love each other, and that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
No, it matters. You have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber, the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah. We've got to deal with that,
don't
Amber.
have any way of my credit is my credibility. You know what?
And why did you put that out there?
I did not. You forced me. Your team forced me to by going on the offense.
I didn't force you to.
From the very beginning. I promise. Look up the timeline to these things. Everything is. Forget it. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I gave them no statement.
IO called the
I did not
cops.
call the cops.
You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
While it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp.
Hey, that's what we're doing.
Holy shit.
And
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if
Gaslighting, am I right?
Go tell them and see if they believe you.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this report?
Y'all were holding out on me on these audios.
I told you. I didn't want to spoil it for you.
Wow.
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
We're gonna need some indie after this. I'm just telling you, we need a dog break or something.
My best estimate
Yeah.
is that it was long before quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016 do you think that conversation was?
Objection calls for speculation. Sorry, he said he doesn't remember.
He said he doesn't
I'm
know.
asking for his best estimate.
Allowed if you can answer.
Yeah, that's proper.
So could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How
Can you give us a
long
range?
after May 21st, 2016 do you believe that conversation took place?
I would say that it was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So
Got it. In my opinion, that tape is their best evidence. I can't believe they held it to redirect.
Try to
I can. What a way to leave the jury with something.
make all
Yeah, drop the mic. Stop.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What are you referring to when you said you and Miss Heard will write a letter together?
was trying to make a peaceful settlement.
God.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
A very large bottle of vodka severing my my middle finger in
Give
Australia.
another opportunity to talk
And
about it.
what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and just heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose and the right there, the forehead.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So you can have a seat next to your attorney, please.
Thank
Okay, you.
Boom, no
Next
recross.
Nice.
Ben King.
This
That's
judge,
how you
this
end
judge
it.
isn't allowing the
Somebody
infinite
gotta
back
go
and
get
forth.
Mr. King.
No
You
way.
can-
Do away with these.
No
you can take it with
way.
you if you- or you just
That
leave it,
was
you can leave it there.
some powerful testimony, man.
I told you
really
guys,
to finish it
I
off. That was
told
some
you.
really powerful stuff. Leave them
I
with
told
that
you there were some good,
taste in their
and people
mouth
were
right at the
asking about
end.
it too. People were asking about it in the chat and in comments. When is this audio going to come up? The Tell the World Johnny audio. I wasn't sure. I figured maybe they would wait until Amber, but this is perfect. This is the perfect time to bring it up. You leave the jury with that after all of those bad texts, all of everything.
She sounds awful.
Yeah, she sounds
Horrific.
completely awful, controlling.
God, go
And then
tell the
she's up
jury.
and
Very
she's down
uncomfortable.
and she's screaming and then she's soothing and then it's like she's all over the place.
I understand why. I understand why there's a huge audience for wanting to see Johnny get some kind of justice. You know.
Yeah, right.
I understand the desire for that.
Oh
yeah.
I guess I could be a downer and just talk about the straight law, but maybe another time.
I don't know. I mean, even on straight law concerns, she sounds
horrific.
She sounds like she's planning traps and things. I mean,
This is a reasonable take.
Wow.
Yep. All right, now who is this?
King. We heard King, right?
It's been a while since I had to bring up the witness list because we've been
Who's
on
this
Johnny
guy?
for like so long.
When did Johnny start?
Good afternoon,
Tuesday?
Mr. King. Good afternoon.
Wednesday.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Ben King,
And Mr. King, can you briefly tell us where you're from?
London, central London.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background? What's your occupation?
I'm a house manager, a personal assistant presently with an individual who also lives in central London.
Okay. Can you lean into the microphone a little bit more?
Yeah,
I think
sure.
it's a-
Sorry, here we go.
I don't.
now, did you say you're a house manager?
That's right, personal assistant, house manager.
And can you just tell those of us in the courtroom who aren't familiar, what does that mean?
I work presently for a gentleman who's in the entertainment industry, who and I manage his property, a large apartment in central London, take care of the daily needs and running of that, oversight of the staff, and traveling with him when needed and things like that.
He's a butler.
And how long have you been in this occupation?
Ooh,
Getting some Batman vibes here.
Since about 1991, I started in private service, if you like.
Yes, could you say Master Wayne
in
into the
house
microphone?
management,
Thank
in
you.
butlering, in all that stuff.
Typically based around London?
Correct. I started work in London. Was my first big job at Buckingham Palace, funnily enough, for 4 years, and then I continued in different
First job was
positions,
Buckingham Palace.
full-time
Well,
and-
starting off
and,
strong.
And then you moved up
self-employed
to Johnny Depp.
freelance capacity for many years as well.
I like all this biographical early stuff because I'm still
Just generally,
I'm
can you
still
tell
back
us,
at
and
the end
without
of
getting into
redirect.
any specifics, but what type of people would you
Yeah.
say you typically provide these services for?
Generally
Hey,
high net
Attorney
worth
Tom
people,
is in the chat. Come and join us. Use the link.
individuals or families,
It's in the group chat.
residences.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Depp?
I met and worked for Mr. Depp in 2014 and subsequently a couple of times after that.
Okay, and can you briefly just explain to the jury how it came to be that you were working for Mr. Depp?
Sure. Yes, at that point I was working in a freelance self-employed capacity. A lot of my jobs came through friends of friends, personal recommendations, etc. And I was asked by a friend of a friend on this occasion, would I be available, to go and manage a property where Mr. Depp was going to be staying for about a month in central London. Was I available? Would I be willing to do it? And I was available at that point. And so I said, yes, yeah, absolutely.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, what time frame are we talking about here?
That was August 2014.
Okay. And did you in fact end up working for Mr. Depp in that time frame?
I did, yes.
Funny if he was like,
Now,
no,
just to
I never spoke
clarify,
to him again.
were you employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So who was your employer?
I was paid through a large hotel which was close by to the house, who also they provided the housekeeper who was working with us for that month as well. So I was paid through them.
Can you just generally explain to us what kind of work you were doing for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Sure. Yeah, it was the setup of the house, basically. Setting up the house initially, which meant ahead of the principals arriving, which meant making sure all the linens were in place for the bedrooms. It was a sizable property, and just organizing everything ahead of their arrival. Once they arrived, it was the management of that property, the oversight of it, and the day-to-day running, some service, like butler service, and managing the housekeeper day-to-day through that whole month.
And when you refer to the principals, who are you referring to?
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Where exactly were you working in London at this point? Just kind of describe for us the house. I guess.
This was in Mayfair. It was a large townhouse in an old building, but it was very contemporary inside, modern, furnished, very modern sort of way. Quite spacious, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, I think. A small indoor pool, a small gym. Quite an open plan layout throughout the house.
And how long were they there?
For the month, essentially, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just generally what hours you would typically work in a day while you were working for them in London in this time frame?
Yeah, approximately. It depended on what was going on, but I mean, generally 7 or 8 in the morning till 7 or 8 in the evening. Typically, there was a chef employed as well. Russell, brilliant chef. He tended to stay after I left in the evening. He would cook dinner, serve dinner, and thankfully cleaned up after dinner. So I could leave sort of early to mid-evening, usually most days. Unless we had guests, unless there were guests or other things going on.
During your time managing the house for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in 2014, did you have occasion to observe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
How often?
Most daily, I would say. Pretty much most days through that period.
And did you yourself interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, also daily, I would say.
Which of them would you say, or did you see one of them more often than the other?
Ms. Heard was there. Mr. Depp was, the reason I think they rented the house was because Mr. Depp was working at a studio. I think it was Mordecai, the movie. So Ms. Heard was there at the house most of the days. Mr. Depp often went to work and came back later on in that evening, that day.
How would you generally describe the interactions that you observed between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Initially, very sort of loving towards each other, nice couple. Mr. Depp was always a gentleman and keen to make sure Miss Heard was taken care of, anything she needed, often pour a glass of wine for her. Just nice, pleasant.
How about your own interactions with the couple? How did you get along with them both?
I think very well. They were really open to me, and I mean, my background's quite formal, so it was quite an informal setting. I was able to ask questions to either of them. Ms. Heard especially, it was really helpful to get information about what time they wanted dinner, basic stuff like that, or anything. It was good interaction all the time with the both of them.
Okay. Now you mentioned wine. Can you tell us to what extent did you observe either of them consume alcohol over the course of these 4 weeks?
Sure. When I started that job, or when I was taking that job on, I was told, I think by Mr. Depp's assistant, that he was. Oh, sorry.
Can you answer without telling what you were told?
I was made aware that Mr. Depp was.
Could you put your microphone on?
Okay.
Same objection. He's explaining what he was been told. Now he just said I was informed.
I don't think it's offered for the truth, Your Honor. I think it's just offered to explain his own behavior towards the couple.
No, can we approach?
Okay.
Get some more super chats here. To answer a question in the chat, yes, Johnny Depp is still presenting his case in chief. You will notice otherwise that he says that his attorneys say that the plaintiff rests. Yeah, so we're still on his case in chief. Daniel Boberson
We'd
says thanks
expect
for
him
the
to go to
coverage.
the end of the week, right?
Yeah, I think so. Thanks for the coverage. Can any legal minds tell me why JD gets away with these rude comments? He is so out of line. I mean, whether he's getting away with them or not, it depends on how the jury is taking it, right? So he's not necessarily going to be reprimanded, just like how the attorney's not necessarily going to be reprimanded for making comments at him either. So it's just
all right. So Mr. King, moving past the conversation, let's not touch on that. But just in general, can you describe the alcohol consumption that you personally observed and what you personally witnessed?
Sure. I didn't see Mr. Depp consume any alcohol during that time in London. There was a large consignment of wine that had been delivered to the house at the start of the visit. Many cases that I had to find a place to store. And generally speaking, on a day-to-day, about 1 or 2 bottles of red wine were consumed per day. I think that's fair to say.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp drink any of the wine?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink any of the wine?
Yes, I did.
Regularly?
Daily.
Now, I think you already testified that you observed interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and you generally found them to be friendly. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
Were there any exceptions to that?
Towards me?
I'll rephrase. Okay. Did you ever observe any arguments between the two?
Yes, I did.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. And can you describe for us the arguments that you observed?
I can describe 2 of them, certainly. There were a few arguments on that during that month.
Let's just start with those 2.
Okay. The first one I remember was an evening. Actually, they were both the ones I recall and I was close to were evenings. This first particular evening, the couple were due to go out for dinner, I guess. I know the car was waiting in the little courtyard there, ready for them to go, and security were waiting to take them. I was waiting to see them out into the car. I was at the foot of on the ground floor level, to wait to see them out, essentially. And the first thing I heard was Miss Heard shouting upstairs in the master suite where they were getting ready to leave. I heard her shout something, I don't recall what, I was in the vicinity, I wasn't really there to listen. And I heard footsteps, loud footsteps sort of going across, there's like a corridor, if you like, to the top of those stairs that went around the master suite. Loud footsteps and then more footsteps following, more shouting. And that sort of went on for some time. I mean, I knew that what time they needed to leave. I don't recall what time that was, but I knew they were supposed to have left already. And it went on for a bit.
Do you recall how that first fight or argument resolved?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I know that they left eventually, albeit late. I don't know how it really resolved, as I sort of made myself busy, but not going too far away from the door to make sure I saw them out.
All right, and then what about the second argument that you mentioned?
Second one, I was pretty much in the same vicinity, the same room on the ground floor. Again, the couple were in the TV room, I think, which was off the main sitting room, early evening, and I was going about my early evening duties, replenishing drinks close by, lighting the fire, lighting candles, whatever it might have been. I was close enough to hear Miss Heard say, "Why did you take your hand away from me, Johnny? Don't you love me anymore?" Like, not in a playful way, I might add. And I think he replied, "Of course I do, don't be silly. Of course I do." And it kind of launched from that point. And at one point, Mr. Depp got up and went to the bathroom or went upstairs, and I was sort of scuttling around out of the way because I wasn't there listening. I was just there doing my stuff in and around them. Yeah, it was a strange, sort of banal way to start an argument, but.
How would you describe Miss Heard's tone when she said, "Why did
Could
you
there be
take
a
your
more
hand?"
different witness from Johnny Depp?
Accusatory, spoilt teenage child, maybe.
That's a nice one.
Fair?
Oh, yikes.
Pretty, not playfully, let's put it that way, more angrily.
Over the course of the 4 weeks in August and September 2014, when you were working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in London,
Yes.
Did you ever observe any physical violence of any kind between the two of them?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe any injuries on either one of them?
No, neither of them.
Okay. After those 4 weeks, did you ever work for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard again?
I did, a couple of occasions. The following year was the first one, the following spring.
Okay, and where was that?
In Australia.
And what is it? Was it unusual for you to be in Australia?
In Australia, maybe, but not unusual for me to travel for clients for my assignments to wherever it was needed.
Okay. How exactly did it come about that you were in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Towards the end of the London visit, Mr. Depp had kindly said, thanks so much for looking after us. We really like you. Maybe if you're free next year and we can arrange it, we can make it happen. Perhaps you'll be able to come to Australia with us. I've got to film Pirates 5. So I said, great, I'd love to. Obviously, I was freelance at the time, so
obviously
it's going to be about 4
That was
months.
just a great
work, I think
face.
it was billed as.
y'all.
So I thought, yes, I wouldn't mind some of that. Thank you very much.
And where in Australia were you staying?
There's a Gold Coast, yeah, but sort of Brisbane area. Brisbane was the main airport, so it's about an hour's drive south of Brisbane.
And do you recall when you arrived?
I arrived on February the 4th. I know I flew on that day.
Okay. How did your job responsibilities in Australia compare to your job responsibilities in London?
Much the same, just on a bigger scale. The house was larger. There was a bit more setup to do, but essentially the same oversight of the house, responsible for it during the whole gig.
And were you employed by Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
No.
Who were you employed by?
Essentially by Disney, the production company affiliated with Disney, who were making the movie. I think their name was Herschel, was the production company.
Now, I think you said you arrived in Australia on February 4th, 2015. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. How about Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard? When did they arrive?
The setup for us was about a few weeks. I think they arrived towards the end of February.
A few weeks.
2015.
And between your arrival and their arrival, what had you been doing?
Just setting up the house. I lived on site. There was a guest house on site, a 2-bedroom, single-story guest house that I stayed in for those first couple of weeks, setting up the house and just getting everything ready during that time. And then I moved out to apartments, which we all had. I mean, a lot of the crew, the chef had an apartment. We all had apartments about a 30-minute drive south of the house.
Okay. And so we're talking about this house in Australia. So
Yes.
can you kind of describe that property to us?
Yes, it was a large house on a few acres of land, a 3-story house, 5 bedrooms, with 2 or 3 buildings within the grounds as well. A good sized house, beautiful location.
How many entrances would you say it had?
Entrances, many. I mean, many certainly on the lower ground level out to the garden. On the first or on the main floor level, there was many entrances.
This is getting to the kidnapping theory that she's putting forward.
At least.
There's a kidnapping theory?
Every room on the lower ground floor.
She says she was basically like kidnapped
had a
for 3
sliding
days
door,
in
a door
Australia.
out, the utility room, the garage, the gym, everything. Obviously the front door. Many. On the main level, the large glass sliding doors out to the pool area, which had a gazebo.
And presumably he's going to be able to
and
attest to the state of
steps
the
down
house
to the ground.
on fight day.
Okay, and once Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard arrived to stay at this house, was anybody else staying in the house?
Staying in the house, no.
Heck, he's one of our nominees for
Was anybody
finger
else staying on the
collector, right?
grounds?
On the property,
it's
yes.
chef
I mean,
or
there
house
was a
manager?
couple there, caretaking
Nominees.
couple, Sean and his wife, Sandra, who worked for the owner of the house. They lived on site essentially all the time. They were there pretty much throughout. And their house was a couple of 100 yards away from the main house. And yes, security were there also.
All right, sticking with the caretaker just briefly, about how long would you estimate it would take to walk from the main house to the caretaker's house?
Under 5 minutes. I mean, yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay. And then you mentioned security. What was the security setup?
Security was set up by Jerry Judge. They were employed. They stayed in the grounds for the duration. They didn't come into the house. They had a little sort of shack round by the perimeter wall, where they would start their patrols from, walk around the grounds, around the exterior of the house at certain times of the day, write their reports, and go back and stay in their shack.
The Batmobile.
And how many security
Make sure it
guards
was
would be
nice
on
and
site
shiny.
at any particular time?
I think one in the day and one in the night, so they did sort of 12 hours about, as I remember it.
But it was 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Do you know whether those were local employees or were they regularly employed?
I believe they were Australian, yes.
Okay. Now, I think you said you were not on the property 24/7, right? You had an apartment elsewhere?
Correct, yeah. I kept the same hours as I did in London, essentially, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, not quite, but 7, 8 a.m. till evening, till everything was set up and I could leave.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity when you were in Australia to observe Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's interactions with each other?
Yes, of course.
And how would you describe them?
Initially very good, like in London, it seemed very pleasant towards each other.
Did you observe any arguments?
Yes, I several.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes, a similar pattern, it seemed, to London arguments. One in particular was very similar to the second one in London. Started in the TV room, funnily enough. Loud voices, and Mr. Depp leaving the room, shutting the door, going to another room to play his guitar, or to a bathroom, whatever. And Miss Heard closely following and opening the door, or certainly rapping on the door. It seemed to continue.
Give us an estimate about how many arguments you think you observed in this time frame, approximately.
Several. I mean, we were there for several months, so certainly many more than in London.
Did you observe any alcohol consumption in Australia by either of them?
Yes, again, Ms. Heard, I was, again, part of my responsibilities was to provision the house and have everything set up for that. So I regularly brought red wine for Ms. Heard, which she consumed, the same amount as in London, I think.
And what amount is that?
Generally speaking, 1 or 2 bottles a day.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp start any arguments with Ms. Heard?
No.
So hold on, objection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, could you put your microphone? There we go.
Leading, objection, leading.
I'll sustain this leading if you want.
Okay. We can
That's
move
not
on.
leading.
Good question.
It's not a leading question.
That's one that
Do you remember anything
I
about
most often
Friday,
disagree
March 6th, 2015?
I can't hear you, legal, but you're quiet.
It was essentially a normal Friday, if you like. End of the week. Yay. Nothing
Yay.
extraordinary about that day.
TGIF, am I
Did you
right,
come
Court?
into work that day?
Yes, yeah, I was there.
So cute.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you would have left the house on that date?
I remember taking a photo of the beautiful sunset over the pool. The sun would set over the pool and the creek. I took a photo of that around early evening, so 6:37. I would think I wouldn't have left much later than that.
Was Mr. Depp there when you left?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp was at the studio still on that day. I can't remember sort of seeing him to say goodbye. Have a good weekend.
How about Ms. Heard? Do you recall if she was there when you left?
Yes, she was.
Did anything unusual happen that weekend?
Yeah, I would say something pretty unusual happened.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I can.
Foundation.
All right, foundation. You want to lay a foundation?
He was there.
At some point, did you become aware that something had happened between
Yes.
Mr. Depp and Ms.
To the
Heard?
extent it calls for hearsay.
All right. I'll
What?
sustain that.
What?
objection.
You'll sustain that? Really?
All right, turning to the
No.
following Sunday.
Ms. Williams, how much more do you have? Because it's time for our afternoon break.
Want to do a break?
What
I
do you
think
mean
we can-
foundation? He was there.
I have a little bit more. Your
I
Honor,
saw
so
it with
think
my
maybe
own
this
eyes.
would be a good time for a
All
break.
right, let's go ahead and take our
All right,
afternoon
taking a break.
15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Again,
Honestly,
do not talk
I'd-
to
I'd
anybody.
run it
Casey,
again when
don't
you
do
get
any
back.
outside research. Okay?
Yes.
You're excused.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I that doesn't call for hearsay. It's how did you become aware? Meaning you can become aware of something by seeing something, by hearing something,
Well,
by coming across something by walking into another room.
the first question was, did anything happen in your presence? Yes. Tell me about that. And then foundation. It's like I'm.
Yeah.
I was there.
Kurt said
Yeah,
it. I saw it with
I
my
disagree
eyeballs.
with that. Yeah. This judge, I think it's overall pretty fair, but there are those times when she makes those calls on some of these objections and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
like it'll be, objection leading when it's like I would see that particular question as like you're allowed to do some framing to go to another subject, right? Like to start to be like, okay, now on this day you were here, correct? Which that is technically a leading question, but it's just general framing so that
I
they
think she's been
understand
pretty
where to go with
loose.
it.
I think she's
Yeah.
been pretty loose on the leadings in terms of like, let's set up the narratives for the jury. That one.
I mean, I'm not even sure it's leading, because to be leading, it has to suggest the answer, and I'm not
It
sure
did.
those
The
suggest
leading
answer.
one they gave it was something about being upset. And I was like, technically, like the most technical version of that is you're assuming the upsettedness. You're leading them to that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not as trigger happy on the leading objection as this court is.
She may have just wanted to. Somebody said in the chat, and I do kind of agree. It could also be that she's just like she needs to get up and like go to the bathroom or something.
She did seem to be over it a little bit.
Yeah. So by the way, there are 20,000 people watching this currently, which is insane.
That's pretty nuts.
Absolutely insane.
You're gonna hit 90,000 by the end of the day.
You undercut. We were gonna do a whole happy birthday thing, like we were at a TGI Fridays, based on the statement from the butler. Friday, yay!
I love it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we've got 20,000 people in here. If you are enjoying this, please do like the stream. It does help with the YouTube algorithm gods.
Yeah, it does, really.
The more people can get it put in front of them, and then they can start joining in and watching and seeing for themselves what this trial is all about, instead of having to rely on the corporate media and the headlines that they have to then rewrite, just like we saw earlier with Fox News.
Yeah, Fox changed its headline.
That terrible headline. And by the way, this is not to call out individually Fox News. All of them do this. All of them are doing this.
No, I'll call it Court TV. I'll call it Fox. I'll do
Fox
MSNBC.
was the worst so far, though. I think, in my opinion,
that was bad.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
At least the other one, like, there was a very technical way of reading it that was true.
The Court
even
TV
if it was
one?
very misleading.
Yes, the Court TV one I think is technically true in the worst possible way.
Yeah, technically correct is the best kind of correct, is what we're going for in some of those. But yeah,
yes, the Fox one was entirely incorrect because
there's no charitable reading of that. There's no like, well, technically speaking, somehow I can make this statement work. I was like, no, that's just flat out false. I can't make that work.
Johnny Depp, like the goggles, did nothing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So we haven't had a chance to chat about that audio
tapes
and a redirect.
The redirect was great.
It ended
I don't,
very
to some degree, didn't know
note.
why they were able to bring in certain things, because some of those tapes might have been arguably beyond the scope, but
well,
I guess
it's the rule of completeness or rule of completion, because they entered certain portions of those audio tapes, and so that's what she was very clear when she said, I'm introducing, or I'm going to play a different portion of the audio that Mr. Rottenborn played on cross-examination.
If it's I missed that part. If it's the same tape, you're there, no problem.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, and it's all the big exhibit. I mean, like, she even brought in an earlier part that I don't know that was entirely necessary to help that out when she brought in the later part. So. But my God, chat, you told me to listen to these audios and what have you, but you really didn't tell me what was in these things.
They tried.
You have the defendant basically saying, try to bring this case. We'll see who they believe, after you have a clip that says, I didn't want to do that. I didn't call the cops. It's my credibility if I take back the story I just told. Jesus Christ.
I told you.
But it's like a TV script. Those lines are crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
So
there's so much. There's so much audio in this case that is just good for Johnny Depp.
I promote my 50%.
You're above 50 now?
Yeah. No, we'll take this to 65 or 70. But we still have to hear from Amber Heard's side of things. But my goodness,
this is fair.
All of those read so much as I'm pressuring you emotionally. I'm doing these varied things. And if you try to do anything against me, I've already set my snare. It's like, it's so easy to tell that story in your head. It's like, oh, I see what happened here. That one with if I take it back, I never wanted to do it. You forced me to file the thing about abuse. He says no, and it'll affect my credibility.
Yeah.
you are on tape saying effectively, there wasn't abuse. Like that's how that reads. And I know it's not that strong. It's not like her saying that sentence, but it reads that way in the video. And then we're in court about whether or not there was abuse because you put it in a national publication. I feel like Johnny Depp's team wrote these tapes at some point and had her say them 4 years ago.
She is an actress. Maybe they give her lines.
It's just hard to believe. So yes, everybody that has said things, again, I hadn't heard any of these things before. They're
This
damning.
is why I love getting the real-time reactions of my friends.
They're damning. Well, they are damning, and they're damning. You know, Kurt and I can have a nice lawyerly discussion about defamation and sentences in the Washington Post, but they're damning as to who the person is.
Yep.
Yeah, and God, it'll affect my credibility.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you want me to say, chat? What do you want me to say, panel?
I mean, yeah, to show that she was physically abusive to him, to show she was verbally abusive to him.
Yep.
So she was like manipulative.
Yep.
In
And
every
her complaint
possible
about
way
him.
to show that she started incidents, whatever the word pronunciation on that is.
Instasai. Yeah, I think it's
Thank
the
you.
Latin.
So all those things, and also now we have this wonderful line like, well, you know, it bring into question by credibility. Why would it bring into question credibility? Isn't it true what you said? Why would that be a problem, Amber?
Yeah.
So,
Why?
yeah,
Why
so
is
her
that?
credibility is
And I expect
problematic.
all of this to be addressed on cross-examination too.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, maybe on direct as well, probably, because they have to figure out some way to sort of like set the stage so that to give her some kind of some kind of ability to try to talk her way around it. People are asking for a poll. How should we poll people?
What's the poll?
Who
What's the
wins?
poll?
Who wins? Johnny
Oh,
or as
so
we
I'm
see right
promoting
now?
the percentage. I'm still unwilling to vote before the defendant gets to present her primary case.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's let's say if the case ended now, who wins?
I don't see a jury being able to vote for Amber Heard right this second. I mean, if you just assume it's effectively its own Twitter poll in the jury room, I don't think they can vote for Amber Heard right this moment.
I mean, it's going to be like 98%.
Well, I mean, that was where chat was leaning anyway. I mean, you could tell that, which is fine, especially since they knew this evidence in advance. And great strategy. You mentioned it. You know, it's the end of their redirect. I mean, I would have been worried that I couldn't bring that in somehow. Like, the natural conservative nature of the lawyer says, I don't know that I wouldn't have used it on direct because you just don't know. But no problems. We'll just let you listen to her talk about how she can gaslight the jury if she needs to. So take that home, jurors.
Imagine being one of those jurors and being like, oh, okay, that was your plan, was to like, that's me that you're talking about.
Go think about that, jurors. And I know you'd stepped out for a moment. I did want to say, I thought he did a real good job of explaining where he was at with the cutting audio.
Okay.
He came out and explained that he was broken, which is actually really effective for like domestic abuse testimony. He was broken. He knew she wanted every bit of him, and so it was premised around take my blood, and if you won't take my blood, since I know you want it, I'll do it myself. And he says psychologically and emotionally, that's where I was broken. And I'm like, honestly, that checks out for how that sounds. And then he also added,
because that was in July, he said, July 2016.
After the big fighting. And he also said, obviously, which is true, but he pointed it out to the jury. Obviously, I'm not threatening. I'm no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. And I'm like, it's clearly true. She doesn't fear that knife at all in that circumstance after she filed for a TRO. And then you have the rest of the stuff on redirect. That was the strongest I think his case has been, was that sequence of, and I thought it started really with the cigarette. I really did. When she's got strong things that you put a cigarette out on me. Fox News reports it is happening, and you then get her actually saying, "And do you even realize you threw a cigarette on me?" or something like that. And it's like, oh, that hits right at exaggeration. That hits right at, not fabrication, generally speaking, but taking whatever happened and making it the most awful thing on earth in a fashion that gives you color for everything else that she's recorded as having said. Bare minimum after today, Johnny got what he wanted in terms of exposing Amber Heard. Bare minimum.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And just the way that she was like, when she was saying couch, 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 it wasn't clear when I was first listening to it. But then when he was like, she's telling me to go to the couch. And then I was like, oh, it sounds like she's ordering a dog. You know, like sometimes like if you have a dog, like sorry, Indy Bear, but like, you know, sometimes when you have to order them, like
Present company
sit,
excluded.
sit, sit until they do. And then you're like, okay, now we can open the door, you know, but it felt very much like that. And then it was like, oh, okay. And then like, oh, don't get your cigarette stuff on me or whatever. You know, it was just
Yeah, it was
anyhow.
like I think it's like, do you even realize you threw a cigarette on me or something like
Yeah.
that? And then he says
Yeah.
like, well, my ashes could have gotten somewhere.
Yeah.
Which is true. That one rings as sincere because you also just heard her frame it completely differently in this same conversation, and you're like, oh God, that's problematic. I mean, I still think those audios are horrible to listen to, and you can just easily see, you know, people that you knew or yourself in bad relationships having those kinds of misses on what anybody is saying. You see, I think you hear pretty well the jackhammer that the marriage counselor talked about. She's the one that the volume of speech there has to be like 90-10 in terms of who's doing the more talking. But it's hard to listen to. At the core, this is a horrible relationship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it obviously was definitely not a healthy relationship by any means. But let me try to work on these super chats again. We've got a lot that are coming in. Thank you guys. Really, really appreciate it. Savine Wan said, would you be able to go through each side's legal team and their roles? I mean, I don't know about the individual named people, but you've got first chair and you've got second chair. First chair on each side would be Rottenborn on Amber Heard's side. First chair on John Depp's side is Ben Chu. Then you've got the second chair, which on Amber Heard's side is Elaine Bredhoft, looks like. But on Johnny's side, it looks like second chair is kind of like it's kind of like a rotating second chair almost, because they have a bunch of different people doing direct and redirect.
They seem to hand it out on a party platter, but I'm still thinking it's Vasquez in terms of the importance of who she, you know, she did Johnny's direct. You know, so I still think Vasquez is second chair.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair.
Not that it matters.
Yeah, but they do
first chair and all.
yeah. But they do, I mean, they do seem to rotate some of those roles a bit more freely, which is, it's interesting because sometimes you'll see trials where it's just basically 4 attorneys that are doing most of the face work, not most of the work, because you have a bunch of people behind the scenes. But you know, then you've got, you know, in the rows behind on both teams, those are the ones that are kind of like managing for objections, managing the testimony and comparing it to what they have previously from when this witness has already testified in the past. So you have those kind of people that are there, and then behind the scenes, there are probably people that I would imagine are back at the firm that are actually watching some of these court feeds and then able to text with the legal team, you know, with all kinds of stuff, maybe coordinating witnesses, because you've got to be able to communicate with witnesses so that they know when they're supposed to be at court, if they're going to be at court or if they're going to be on a live link. There's all kinds of stuff that needs to be coordinated like behind the scenes. And then on top of that, you've got people that are going to be requesting and looking through the previous day's trial transcript, because they want to be going through that, picking out exactly what they want to use for closing arguments. That's all stuff that is going on during the trial, so that they don't just leave that to the last second. You want to have that ideally kind of all mapped out as you go through, so you can figure out what it is that you can use. So that's a basic breakup of the legal team. Mark says, weird question, but can lawyers ever end up as witnesses themselves in the same trial? Ideally not, because there are rules about that, where it can happen. But I don't know.
Things
It's
have
not
gone
supposed to
wrong.
happen. If you have any indication that they're going to be witnesses in advance, it's a disqualifier. You can't be a lawyer and a witness in the same trial.
Yeah.
So to have you can't imagine that happening, except if there was some sort of hearing as to some sort of attorney misconduct that would be outside the presence of the jury, maybe, but otherwise, no. If you mean the lawyers in this case, obviously the lawyers who are representing these people, they can't be witnesses in the same trial.
Yeah, Lita can be subpoenaed.
Alita
Yeah.
can be subpoenaed. Alita knows
but
things.
as an example, so Adam Waldman, who is the one who made the statements that are at issue from Amber's side, according to her claims. So when that happened, he actually had to be taken off as counsel of record for Johnny because he was listed as one of the attorneys in this case. So he actually had to be taken off for that exact reason. So he can testify. He's not working as his attorney on this particular litigation now. Neon Vixen said, I feel awful for JD. He's clearly snappy now because he feels guilty about what he said and the yelling. He's beating himself up, wishing it hadn't happened. Doesn't mean he did more or worse than that. That is one thing that I was thinking about is he's very apologetic about his conduct, and it's unclear what exactly it is that he's apologizing for at times. So, it's I would imagine that someone who is stuck in an addiction cycle feels a lot of guilt for being where they are in life. And so a lot of that can turn into like self-loathing and just this vicious cycle that like you drink because you hate yourself because you drink, et cetera, and you just kind of like get into this cycle. I could totally imagine that happening with drugs and alcohol and any other kind of addiction, to be honest.
Well, I think apology is his go-to move. I mean, and not to say there's anything insincere about it, but we see so many text messages and other communications that are framed as an apology to Kipper, to Debbie, to Amber, to Amber's parents, to various people in his circle. So, I mean, I think apologetic is a stance, one, that he's comfortable with, and two, he probably frankly thinks is owing. Especially as this is nasty stuff that he did do that is being read back to him. I mean, if I had written some of those things, I would feel god awful, especially 6 years hence when I don't feel those emotions and they're being read back to me in court.
Yeah. God, I know. Awful. Bogey 34 says, why are all of JD's texts being read? Is that normal? It is unfortunately normal.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Judge is back.
All right, thank you.
And then jury will now be back. Yes, it is normal because those are needed to show how his communications are with people about Amber and to Amber and all that kind of stuff. Miss A says her team does this because they watch Legalbytes and use your ideas. Look how quickly Amber changed her style. Her team are trying your way. I don't know about that. I don't know, but that would be a huge
Legalbytes
compliment.
influencing cases everywhere. We're gonna get you on tampering at some point.
Oh Jesus, please don't. Oh, Running Water. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. No comment, just loving the show. Thank you.
Merch idea. I don't tamper. I watch Legalbytes.
Along with the 20,000 of you who are also watching.
Thane Mithra says Amber Heard is pretending today with the look away demure Monroe pose. Could be.
It is demure. That's what she's aimed at.
Yes, it is a bit more demure, but still a very well coiffed haircut. So or hairdo, I should say.
All right.
Kaya K, is this looking bad for Johnny? It
Not
was
really.
initially, but not so much anymore.
Mr. King,
Yes.
before we went on break, we were discussing
Joe.
Hey.
Friday, March 6th, 2015.
Yep, went right
Right.
back to it. Try it again.
After you left the house that evening, when did you next see Miss Heard?
Sunday the 8th
And where did you see Miss Heard?
at the house.
What were your typical hours?
Monday to Friday from 7 or 8 a.m. till the end of play each evening, early evening usually.
End of play.
Why were you at the house that Sunday?
I was called to the house by one of Mr. Depp's assistants.
And about what time did you arrive at the house?
Around 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Who was there when you arrived?
Debbie Lloyd was there. David Kipper was there. Amber Heard was there. Jerry Judge was there.
And I think by now probably everybody's familiar, but can you just very quickly say who those people are?
Sure. Debbie Lloyd was a nurse. David Kipper was Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard was Miss Heard, and Jerry Judge was head of security.
And when you arrived at the house on Sunday, March 8th, 2015, what did you do?
I just parked up and went into the house.
And did you observe anything when you went into the house?
Yeah, I mean, initially I walked into the front door. Initially I heard rather than saw anything. I could hear pretty hysterical sobbing, crying, which sounded like misheard to me. I heard Jerry Judge's voice. There's a few steps as you go up into the house, so you can't immediately see what's going on. But so I went up the steps. I could see then misheard over on the right-hand side, over towards the TV room with Jerry Judge. David Kipper was in the kitchen area, which was pretty much directly ahead as you walk up those steps.
And were you able to visually see Miss Heard?
Yes,
And you were able to hear her as well?
absolutely.
How would you describe her demeanor?
She was bawling.
Hysterical, probably the best way to describe it. Crying a lot, and you know, just crying uncontrollably. I think it's fair to say.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was just keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love. It will be all right." Jerry was good, like he had a big heart. Jerry, he's a good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm. Well, mostly.
And what
Except
did
for
you
that
do
one
next?
time.
I saw they were engaged across away there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps, and spoke to David Kipper.
And following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had.
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Your Honor, it's, well, maybe we approach.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't understand having
Okay.
to approach every time.
I mean, they don't even just talking about what it is that they want to use it for. That can communicate too much to the jury. If they end up sustaining the objection, it can cause all kinds of issues.
Yeah.
Laura Mazeral says, "How is Amber Heard's team able to get away with not providing the metadata that JD is asking for up front? Doesn't when something happened indicate its relevance?" It does. But the fact that there is no confidence in their information because of those metadata issues is ample territory for Johnny's team to pounce all over it. Carla Ferreira says, "How the hell was he supposed to stay sober to be mentally stable with all this happening? She was driving him suicidal. That was the plan, I sadly believe." Anna Satrian says, "Rottenborn has shown to manipulate answers. If I was a jury, I'd want witnesses to provide clarification instead of yes or no
So
answers."
You can answer the question. What did you do next?
So I spoke to David Kipper, who was in the kitchen area, seemingly rummaging through a bin. He said that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger, one of his fingers, and he was looking for the fingertip that it said it had been severed.
It's quite the Sunday morning, Mr. Butler.
So I said, "Well, shall I help you?" As one would. And he said, "Yeah, that would be a good idea." I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs. So I went to, we split up. He left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs to search.
At some point, was Mr. Depp's fingertip found?
Yes,
Who found it?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area, the games room bar area.
Well, Kipper was completely wrong.
So
then.
can you walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. There was a bit of damage down the steps. That a big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase. On my way down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about a broken ping pong table sort of collapsed onto the floor, and
Jesus.
lots of glass and broken glass and cans strewn around the bar area.
Apparently Hulk came through.
Broken glass is consistent with his version.
And
Yes.
where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Directly below the bar. I mean, the bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There's a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that's probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that
Probably,
scrunched
yeah.
up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base of the bar, by one of the bar stools.
Like somebody found it? How did they get
It
paper?
sounded like
Was
it had
there
been
any
moved.
property
Yeah, how did they
damage
get paper
around
on
the
it?
finger?
Yes, a fair bit. On the floor around the area, there were puddles of what smelt like alcohol to me. There were seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle. And at the end of the bar, as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, a smashed and cracked mirror. There's a blue mirror that stretched that whole span of behind the bar. Lots of cans again behind the bar on the floor. Broken window at the end of the bar, and more plastered work damage on the wall above the sink. There's sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned a
There are no pictures
bottle
of
of
this?
vodka. Was the vodka bottle
I was
intact?
thinking the same thing.
No.
Yeah, only the
No,
writing.
nothing
That's
was
all we
really
saw
intact.
pictures of.
The top of it, the top of a bottle is like, it had a label on it, which is how I knew it was a Stolichnaya bottle. It had that sort of squiggly S, sort of yellow top. There was a large chunk of a bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and several other, lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper and sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it. I'm not sure, but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, a little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly to see if it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
Now, you've told us a little bit about the state the house was in when you arrived.
Yes.
Can you generally describe for us, and maybe go level by level through the house, what damage you observed?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the lower ground floor in that bar area? I've described a lot of that.
Sure, that's fine.
It was pretty extensive down there, all that broken glass, the blood. There are a lot of blood drips across that floor. It is a kind of cream-colored tiled floor in that whole games area. As I said, the ping pong table was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar, and the chunk out of the marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid sort of puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-colored couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions, and that was obvious. The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was below, looked like coffee splattered behind and underneath the TV and on the floor as well. Through there, we'd set up an art studio. So a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on the floor. A lot of paint on the floor, blood drips throughout that area as well, especially over there's a vast sort of wooden parquet floor. There was a lot of oil paint and blood drips up to the staircase. In one of the bedrooms, there were 2 bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going upstairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips.
He's so staid about this
going up
description.
again. Cream
You
color
get the
carpet,
impression that Celebrity
not
Butler has
ideal.
seen some things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and 2 bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom, there was damage to the plaster work on a pillar outside on the wall. Blood drips into the master bedroom, across the master bedroom floor. Going into the master bathroom, there was a his and hers sink and a mirror, a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, that one of the bedrooms, or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers, and another lamp was broken.
This is a bit extensive.
Guitar was in one of those bedrooms, bloodstained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage
on each level. Yeah.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah. Also, do you have a photographic memory?
Whose job was it to clean all that up?
Mine.
That was mine. That was mine.
Also, why he remembers
my
it so well.
responsibility. The house.
Yes, that would be why.
You have to clean up everything after these people.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all. Yes.
Did you observe any damaged phones?
No.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Bleeding. Oh, yeah. Maybe the next one.
Okay, but you got it in anyway.
Was there any
so-
artwork?
It
in
was
this house?
totally leading.
Decorating the house?
The owners had left their art in the house. Yes. The Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves. Yes. But yes, there was some that came with the house, if you like.
Focusing just on the artwork that came with the house, did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not. Thank goodness.
Is there any other damage that comes to mind?
Just a lot of blood, and a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with
It
blood.
looked
and
like
paint.
Nam.
Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, I'll sustain the strike the
Yep.
answer from the record.
Yeah, that was leading. That was.
It's about time we move
No other
along
damage.
anyway.
Does any other damage come to mind?
Yeah.
No.
Can we take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 375, which I believe is already in evidence?
It's writing.
And can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
That's a writing picture, right?
Mr. King, are you familiar with the image?
Oh,
that's
Mr.
on the screen in
Photographic
front of you?
memory there, Richard. Well done.
I thought I almost
It's one
committed
of
it to being the
mirrors I
Carly
was
Simon one.
telling you about in the master bathroom.
And so, were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used, or what substance I guess what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor, on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil paint.
All right. How about the red writing that says, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I believe.
Foundation. Objection foundation.
He's testified
not
that
a
he was
lipstick
cleaning up.
Really? Could you tell?
It certainly
Yes,
seemed like
either you can or
lipstick
you
to me, red
can't. I mean-
lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Foundation.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Quite a long time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning. So at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the 9th.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Miss Heard?
Yes, I certainly did.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Yes, not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot. And Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening, it was suggested that Miss Heard go to a local hotel, to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA. And that's, I think, when I started interacting in terms of, at some point I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave leave for Los Angeles?
She was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. She really didn't want to go and said, I can't leave, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave. Those sorts of things. And so it was just, these went over a few hours, those negotiations, if you like. And eventually, Ms. Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
And did you, in fact, fly with her?
I did, on Monday the 9th.
Okay. Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, how close were you to her?
Very close, like very close in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, I mean, she was obviously crying a lot. She had red eyes, and but no, otherwise no.
Okay. So what happened the following day, that Monday, March 9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right. So, I mean, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard. So I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which, funnily enough, I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes, a bag to take. So I think I left the house early hours, as I said, 2, 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I mean, I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but I knew I was traveling. So passport, quick shower.
Wonder
pick
how
up
he
a
drew
bag of
that straw.
clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation, no.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily, we were traveling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind of VIP, for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close to where the desk was. Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so we sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking. I don't know who to at that point. And I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in, maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
And did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, I mean, not initially, which took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now. Everybody needs to sit down. And she did come to sit down, that, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat, like I think it was 1A, 1B window seat. I had the aisle seat. And finally, we could both sit down, and in way of conversation, wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say, finally, so what happened? Obviously referring to the house. And I mean, she didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no, actually, I'm pretty calm, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't, and she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone, you just lost it with them? And I said, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something.
Oh my
With
God.
a person, no, never.
He is the sweetest.
And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
How would you describe her tone when she asked those questions of you?
To me, incredulous, would be fair to say. Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Does anything else stand out about that flight?
It was fairly calm. After that, it was calm, but I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was. And I think, I can't remember eating either, just slept most of the flight until obviously we landed, or were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
How would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks. Very uniform, in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
on the plane towards coming into land, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she pleasant towards Travis, certainly in the car. Obviously, they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, a little tour. She wrote down some restaurants recommendations because she knew I'd be staying a few days probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants. And then I left. I said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
How long were you in LA?
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia, what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors I brought in, and just getting the house back as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Miss Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes, yeah.
And how would you describe their interactions?
Again, initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant, almost honeymoon-like, I would say. It strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes. Many. Several more, yeah.
And how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seemed to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
All right, this is going to move.
Good afternoon.
Are they gonna be
Good afternoon.
Coming in too hot again?
This guy's a good come down from Johnny.
To understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Initially, together, I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of Ms.
Right,
Heard,
Mr.
actually.
Mr. Depp arrived first,
I
correct?
think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard, Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia?
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015. Isn't that true?
Objection to foundation speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
Yeah.
She could have had a unicorn
Sorry,
horn. Do you not know?
Ms. Heard could have arrived
She
on
could have
March
arrived
5th,
from the moon.
2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them
Yes.
argue when they came back, in April, correct?
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there, yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days, not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th, 2015, correct?
I think there were. I mean,
Excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
But you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Specifically, that the day, not necessarily, no.
And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Super weird point.
Wrapped,
yes.
I mean, it was loosely wrapped. The paper would open by that point. The blood had dried up and it was sitting in the sort of nest of this paper, yes.
So like someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. I mean, it was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper, kitchen paper, tissue.
It was in kitchen paper, is that right?
Or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it,
So like a paper towel?
like a piece of kitchen towel.
When you say kitchen towel, our language is made, even though we both speak English, I may say a little different. It's like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper, kitchen towel. Yes,
Okay.
like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
Were there other pieces of punctured paper towels?
You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection,
I
foundation,
didn't-
speculation, relevance.
I'm just asking if he saw, he said he saw,
He said
he
no.
saw him every day, so I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question if you can answer it.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house. I didn't see him at any point.
Do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or the security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice. Yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia unless you saw him at the house or on set, is that right?
I saw him at the house, yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5 filming, yes.
But were you with him?
No, but the security with him, and I had to liaise with him for when he would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there. You weren't there
Well,
when Mr. Depp left the
I had
house.
to liaise
correct?
with the driver is a pretty good
Generally,
answer.
I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days, no.
And I just want to make sure, I want to be clear. There were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, say again.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he injured his finger. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And then Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point, he flew to LA, yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right? 2015.
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection,
That I-
foundation, speculation.
I didn't.
His objection.
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll open
Which
the
bit,
objection
sorry?
if you can answer it.
That the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I didn't know when it resumed, to be honest. I knew Mr. Depp would come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
Now, when you arrived at the house, you saw a significant amount of damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, after I arrived, yeah.
Okay. And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean, there was a fair amount of damage.
The house was wrecked
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
and the house was not in a good state, correct?
Asked and answered.
There was a lot of damage throughout
The house was wrecked, yes. The house was not in a good state.
Objection.
Looking for it.
Yeah, I'll rule the objection. Go ahead. Next question.
Overruled.
And
Next question.
you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes. Down in the lower ground floor, correct.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
In various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There were smears and drips on the carpet.
So there were smears from the master level up to the bedroom area? I mean, from the main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
Like someone had walked from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up the steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have done that.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Or down. I mean,
Up or
there was
down, but
blood
from the
on
main
that
level
staircase.
from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you said the sofas were damaged, is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing. So off that, there was a sofa with a large TV on a wall-mounted TV in front of that sofa.
And the sofa was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen, exactly.
And where the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood, okay. And lights were damaged?
Some lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
Yes, I mean, there was, I don't completely understand what you mean.
You saw that, correct?
There was alcohol bottles, yes. There was, in the fridge, I mean, there may have been a bottle of wine, I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined, I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area and the staircase and on the main floor area, on the wooden parquet floor, correct.
And the floors were going to have to be sanded, correct?
What do you think they're getting out of this?
Eventually got them sanded, yes.
I don't know.
I'm trying to.
And it took.
He's just teasing
You
out
were
more
there. I think you
detail. Which
testified it took you about 12 to
doesn't
13 hours in the
hurt
house cleaning up, correct?
anyone?
Correct.
And you said
Least of
that
all,
there
Johnny?
was. Is it your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged?
The existing paintings from the owners from the house no, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it.
I did not, and thankfully that was something I didn't have to replace.
You know if anyone else saw that.
Objection, speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
Whenever there's objection,
Oh,
Mr. King, you
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop. That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can see you better when you do that.
Understood.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you said that Jerry Judge was at the house, correct?
Correct.
And he's the head of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Ms. Hurd on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
Yep, exactly.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you have, the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper?
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper. Yes, she was going to be. I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation, vague.
I'll allow it if you can answer it. You can answer it.
Why? Why are you allowing it?
Concern, sorry. what
There
do
was
you-
concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage that was
From whom?
that had been done, correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Hurd, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Hurd, essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Hurd was obviously with me at that point. So I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement.
I was going to say it's his.
It would be his statement, it's not hearsay.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know. I trusted her and the chef anyway. They were good team members.
As the house manager, part of your job is to,
members.
you said you work with high profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what I actually said.
Would you agree that one part of your job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust and discretion. Yeah.
Good answer.
And Mr. Depp was your client, right?
I worked on an assignment on those occasions, yes, but I was self-employed at the time. Yeah.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct, essentially, yeah. And misheard, both of them the principals.
Who paid? And do you know who paid for your services?
Didn't he
The
say?
production company.
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
I do wish the lawyers would
And can
listen
we
to the
put up
answers. a little bit more.
defendants exhibit 377, which is already in evidence.
All right.
You could put on.
I'm actually surprised they didn't open with this. They like to hit you with.
Mr. King, do you
how
see
are we getting
defendants
paid?
exhibit 377 in front of you?
I do, yes.
And do you recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
Yes, it was, I believe, one of the lampshades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I did, yeah. It was part of my walk around to see
And,
what.
and what floor was the lampshade on?
This was on where the art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level. Okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
And was this, did you notice that it was dark paint that was on the lampshade?
It certainly looked like it, yes.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yeah, without seeing the metadata. But...
Okay. And can we put up defendants exhibit?
Everybody's a metadata expert.
Just just pepper that word in. Metadata.
Subtle, nice.
It's guys, court is ending at 5:30 p.m. today. I see it in the chat here. There's a question
And
about
you
that because they started late.
Defendants exhibit 374 as a mirror that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And this mirror was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct. There were two mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
The master
essentially.
bathroom. And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting said starring Billy Bob. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
Well, I mean,
objection.
It's a picture.
But yeah, I don't know.
It says what it says.
It's writing.
And was this in the writing? Was it in paint?
I believe it was the same paint, the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
Again, possible. I haven't seen the metadata, but yeah, probably.
And let's put back up defendants exhibit 375. This writing was also in the master.
God, I hope they have a
bathroom,
point.
Correct. Yeah.
I know.
And could you tell if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
Who cares?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I just knew I was going to have
Well, it
to
would
clean
be-
it up
that
at
would-
some point.
Right, your whole
Yeah, but
concern is
who's
just
responding to
cleaning
whom,
up,
right?
cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that one was oil paint and the other red writing. was
Hilarious if you say you
lipstick.
could recognize their
And
handwriting.
lipstick, you're not
that'd be
even sure
great.
of that. You just saw it was something sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, like
Waxy.
lipstick like.
I'd really like to
same as the
double
oil
down on
paint
the
was
lipstick.
Oil paint like.
Did you see paint? Did you see also any writing in blood?
Writing, not necessarily.
Okay. Now, Did you help when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to LA? You were with her, correct?
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point. Yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes?
Not that I could see, not so much. Yeah, not at that point of packing. I mean,
There was paint in the tub, correct?
say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes. Is that what you're saying?
Asked and
I
answered.
don't.
Out loud. What? Come on.
Now, you said you were in charge of the cleanup,
She'll
correct?
allow it, but he didn't answer.
Yes, it was my responsibility.
Um,
The house was.
What are we doing here,
And you
folks?
were working with
God only knows.
Mr. Judge and cleaning up the house, is that right?
On the night the day that I arrived there,
Yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown?
Photos.
Photos of the house.
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
I took a few. Yeah, I mean, yes.
And did you take pictures other than the three that we saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
No,
Do you know what you took the photos with?
my phone,
And who would you have sent those photos to?
and send them to anybody at that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes.
Where are they on your phone still?
They're on one of my devices. Yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't give that to anybody?
There are a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but probably more than 10.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Who asked you for the photos?
I was involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
What are we doing?
I think he's trying to say, you're
Did you
saying
give
now
a
that
photo
you
of the
have,
vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos I gave them to.
he's trying to say that he either doesn't have photos of it,
What
which
other-
would be
so did you
suspicious,
take
or he's
photos
withholding
of,
evidence.
Yeah, I guess I do have a question as to why
The
they're not in
walls.
evidence if you have
Yeah.
photos of the scene.
The walls, certainly the smears.
It would be
of
helpful
the
to have
blood
photos
and
of
the
the vodka
damage, the
bottles.
plaster damage. Yes.
You took photos of the walls with blood on it, is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right, that was damaged?
At the end of the bar and in the bar behind the bar by the sink. Yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
Yes, as part of the bar area, I'm
Did you
sure.
take
And they both
photos
had
of-
discovery
There was a
powers,
glass
right?
table
Why-
that was broken too, correct?
Yeah.
The glass table, I don't recall a glass table.
Okay. Did you take photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it, yes.
And the only time you gave those photos to anyone, you're saying, was in the UK case a couple years back?
I'd never shared them with anybody else, yes.
I'm a professional
And it costs
butler. I don't
between-
kiss and tell.
It cost about
Yeah.
$75,000.
This guy's an advertisement for it. Do you need a discreet butler?
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, after all the vendors had been and done their thing, it's about 50,000, I seem to recall.
Now,
It's actually lower than I thought it would be based on the
You-
descriptions.
you said you flew back to Australia with Miss Heard, correct?
I didn't fly back with
I
Miss
mean,
Heard.
flew back to LA from Australia, thank you, with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asleep for most of the flight, correct?
For a lot of it, I think it's a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it. Yeah,
You were
asleep for
exhausted from
most
the
of the
13
flight.
hours you were working on the house, right?
correct.
And your testimony was that Ms. Heard said to you, have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it, correct?
After I'd asked, so what happened?
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty clear what I was referring to.
Let me ask again. You did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
You didn't follow
With
up.
her answer,
Correct.
she didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
As in like a normal conversation, not a court proceeding where we're being specific.
At this point, I might have just said, we have no questions for Cross. I don't know what.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
In general, the cross-examination has left a lot to be desired.
I don't know what
Yeah.
I just don't know what we're doing. I'm happy to go along on a journey there, Heard team, but
where are we going?
yeah. I'm open-minded here, but you're killing me.
Mr.
what
King
Amber Heard said.
testified on behalf of Mr. Depp.
Richard
in
will
the
try
UK,
anything
correct?
once.
Okay.
Correct.
And you provided 2 witness statements, correct?
Correct.
Trying to impeach
And
him
then
now.
you provided
I think so.
testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you take a look at page 1103 of your testimony, you see how the pages go in 4s?
Yeah. No.
You see it's actually on the
Bottom right?
bottom right. You see that?
Yeah, I got it.
And if you actually look at, you see starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct.
Mhm.
And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question, she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
What
Okay,
is
and that was your testimony you gave in the UK.
How is that different than today?
2 years ago,
not.
correct?
It's not.
Objection, improper impeachment.
So you don't know what, and you don't know what Ms.
Objection,
Heard was
wasting our
talking about
damn time.
when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring, that she was making that statement about Mr. Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house. And she gave me that answer. So I think we were both, it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about.
And the jury can
then
evaluate
you
whether
went
that
to sleep.
impeaches.
At that point,
And then you went to sleep and then you had the flight the rest of the.
sometime after that, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm, is that right? On the
That's
flight?
right, towards the end of the flight, yeah.
Okay. If we could put up 376G.
What's that, Richard? What's that?
I don't have any idea. I don't know that one's been published.
Nope.
I don't recognize a G.
recognize-
You guys?
No.
This picture?
I've not seen this picture before.
Neither have
Were
we.
these the
Show
cut-
us.
Were these the cuts? Did you see cuts like this on Ms. Heard?
Is that Ms. Heard?
Why don't we put up 376C?
Let's go on a journey together.
I've never seen this photograph before.
Of course, the people around Johnny all believe that these were self-inflicted, that Amber did these to
Yeah.
herself. It's even on one of the audio tapes.
Right.
You recognize the person in that picture?
That's Ms. Heard.
All right. And did you see cuts like that, which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the cut. It was the cuts were like this on her kind of wrist forearm area. Is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform like they do here, yes.
Like to enter 376C into evidence?
Any objection?
I'd object
No objection.
Okay, 376C in
because, like, there's no foundation for the photograph.
What is the photograph?
Wait, what?
What
Oh,
day is this?
okay.
Where is she?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
And can we put back up 376G?
She does look much younger there than she does look today.
Sure.
I guess we're stipulating to
See,
authenticity
376C
since he
is
can't stipulate
consistent
to
with
that
the
either.
Scratches on 376G.
We'll just have the butler say
are these
metadata a few
consistent
more
with the
times as
scratches
he
you saw
goes
on
out.
this
Yeah.
one?
I don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the same date?
Hold on,
I mean,
my question is, are the scratches similar to what you saw in Miss Hurd?
These are uniform, kind of long, thin scratches, yes.
I'd like to
Cuts,
enter
scratches.
376G into evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, foundation. he
what the
has
hell
not
is it?
authenticated the document through this witness.
Foundation,
I
of
mean, I'm
course.
just asking if the pictures
You can
are
ask if
consistent
it's
with-
No way.
substantially similar to those.
Do you guys
That's a-
know what he's trying to prove?
Can you publish it, please?
It is.
Domestic violence?
Thank you.
Presumably it's
That,
photos
that Johnny
she has
gave her
of
those
herself.
scratches.
Okay.
So hang on. Did they? Is it in or is it not?
We're seeing it. That means published, right?
Now, you were in the house, you said, for 12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th, 2015.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
I had interaction with Mr. Judge, yes,
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie Lloyd when you were in the house, correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And isn't it true that in the entire time you were there, you were not informed as to what caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
Asking what he wasn't told.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yep.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper had told me he sustained an injury on one of his
Well,
fingers.
objection, hearsay.
Wait, you asked the question.
What are you asking him?
Next
Okay,
question.
you said he sustained an injury
Wait,
to his
did he
finger.
object to his own?
Yes,
But you don't know what
Question?
caused the injury to his
I
finger.
One
guess
of his
he's
fingers.
objecting to the answer.
But you don't know what caused, you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I don't
Same
recall-
objection, Your Honor,
recall.
hearsay.
What are we?
Okay, I'll
What are
allow
we
next
doing?
question.
Now, you understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording as people were cleaning up?
At that time, no.
But you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'm not asking for particular statements.
That's fine. I'll allow it if he knows.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
Okay. I would like to put up
Why are you asking?
defendants
that?
378. It's a recording. I want to play a couple of times. 12:07 through 13:19.
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I would also I'd also like to play 1951 through 21:38.
And is this going to be used again, or is this?
I think it would be A.
Okay, 378A. Any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Heard and Mr.
Okay.
Depp, and on that basis, it's hearsay.
Okay.
Unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah, that goes back to their Heard Depp agreement.
yep.
I just keep looking at Johnny Depp, thinking about how relieved he's got to feel that at least the witness stand ordeal is over with.
Yeah. He doesn't
What a
have that to
crock
look
of
forward
crap
to.
this cross-ex is, and it's completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
I know we're an hour 7.5 or whatever, and I'm being a little glib here, but this is accomplishing nothing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was asking. What from a legal standpoint, I'm not a lawyer. What are they hoping to accomplish? Because they're not. I mean, the marks are self-inflicted, especially if they're in a linear.
They think the vodka bottle's a big problem, right? So they
Yeah.
tried to impeach that a little bit.
Yeah. And then I think that there's also going to be an allegation that she was like dragged through broken glass and stuff like that. So they're going to try to paint that as well. But it's like he doesn't need to go into all that detail about the condition of the house because he already went through it on direct examination.
His testimony was his testimony was basically fine for them.
It's
for
basically
their
a waste
story.
of time.
It really is, though. It really, like, his testimony was outside the vodka bottle. I understand a little light impeachment on that if you want, because that's a big deal for them. Outside of that, details and all this other stuff, you've already got the story you need to tell the story you want to tell on the Heard side. So you don't need to obliterate his sincerity because, frankly, he looks mostly unimpeachable there. So you might as well let it go. If I'm the jury, I really am probably resenting this a little bit because they're not changing anything about how I feel about this witness or what he said.
Yeah. Yeah. No, agreed.
And I don't know what the audio is. That'll be interesting, I guess.
If we get to hear it. I don't know if we'll get to hear it.
They're having a pretty animated discussion.
They are indeed. Look at that.
The plaintiff's counsel looks really young.
He does.
It strikes me that this is like the witness that was handed over to the third or fourth chairs. I mean, there's nothing wrong with these lawyers. They've done a great job. Well,
just to
I
give
think
them
the first
trial
one did a better
experience.
job. But like,
I mean, their firm, Johnny Depp's side, they seem like they're like, okay, let's see how much trial experience we can give to all of these different associates.
Yes,
so that everybody
Right.
can say that they've been part of a
they
of
were
a
in the
high
Depp
profile
trial.
Yes.
And now Timmy can say that he was in the Depp trial.
I thought he
Yeah,
did a
yeah.
nice job on
He
direct.
did do. He was fine.
I
He
mean,
did.
his little shoulder lean I thought was funny because it's like how I say, hey.
It's lengthy though. It's like what are we getting? I will tell you this: the one thing that I'm curious about which we haven't learned yet is this whole finger in the crumpled paper thing. For all we
Yeah,
know,
weird.
there were dozens of crumpled papers, and this was found in one of them. He saw one that looked bloody, and that's why I picked up that one. Which means that it's not really that relevant. It wasn't necessarily placed in there,
Yeah, if it was everywhere.
it was only one of them. In which case, it was found in there. That would lead you to believe that someone picked it up intentionally, pulled a paper towel to pick up the finger, and crumpled it in there.
I would love to know the answer to that question, Joe. Can we send you in there?
I don't know why. Someone should be asking that, either plaintiff or defense. Someone wants that information.
Well, if you don't know the answer yourself, I don't know why you're like implying that it was picked up by someone. I don't even know what it gets you. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Well, no, that means because then the placement and location of the finger, where it was found, is very relevant. Did it fall there? It happened to fall into a piece
Excuse me,
of
sorry
paper.
about that.
Or was it
Going back to
someone
the
moving?
photos that you
Its
took for a
location is
moment
irrelevant.
of that damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Depp ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos for Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Didn't withhold any photos from anybody. I didn't withhold.
Did you give all of the photos
such
you
a
have
quiet,
on your phone to Mr.
mild-mannered
Depp and his
guy.
counsel?
Not all of the photos on my phone. No.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015.
Probably not all of them. I don't think so. No.
You didn't give them all. You didn't give them all to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I don't believe I gave all of the photos
Why not?
Because they didn't ask for
because
them.
there are a decent amount of them. I mean,
I gave
So
him
you picked and
representative photos.
chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Could you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
I really can't, no, an amount, I don't recall how many.
More than 3?
Yes,
More than 10?
possibly more than 10. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection.
Possible.
Speculation.
I mean-
Hasn't been answered.
I mean, it sounds you got him right around 10, give or take. Next.
Do you know?
Sorry,
She overruled you.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. Possibly more than
So
10.
tedious.
Yeah,
But somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other what they asked for?
Well, you didn't
I
give
gave
all
them
the
some
photos.
photos. I don't recall
Why
how
didn't
many
why
or
didn't
how
your
many
team
were asked
subpoena
for,
them
requested.
from him?
And those were requested in 2020,
Correct, prior to
prior to the UK
that, yes.
trial. Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
Okay. And was that about the between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
Maybe
God.
maybe the goal here is
But it was at the same
they have
it was
photos
the same
that
amount of
show not
photos
to
that you
show
gave
you,
to the counsel,
jurors.
Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK.
Yeah.
I
Trying to
don't know
make
if
him
it was
look
the
like
same
he's
amount.
withholding.
I
Did-
don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in
And
this case
hiding
ask for all the
something.
photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that.
That asked and answered.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Come
they
on now,
requested
come
them
on.
all.
Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings. Were they,
Did Mr. Waldman
the
ever ask
company.
you for the photos?
I don't know if he asked me specifically. If he was part of that team, I assume so.
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago. Yeah,
Okay, and he was part of the team that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that right?
he was part of that team, as I understood it. Yeah,
Okay, and as part of that team, he and others were asking for photos from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
they requested them at some point. Some of them.
And you provided, and that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos, is that right?
Oh my God, this is mind numbing.
And then was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Oh my God.
How many
Yeah.
ways to ask a
There was.
simple
Yeah,
question?
I mean,
Was
it
it-
was
was it that-
essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you
Photos.
for photos in this case?
Honestly,
I
think
don't
if this was a
recall
judge
names
trial, she would have
specifically.
told him
Was
to
it a
move
man
on
or a
already,
woman?
based on what we heard from Rob.
I don't,
And the
just-
witness is
part
so
of the team,
genteel.
I
He's
don't-
so
I don't recall.
nice, relaxed. It's so polite.
Yeah.
And when did they make that request?
So-
When I don't know a date. I don't know specifically.
You know what year?
This guy's doing better than I would.
Um,
I'd be Johnny Depp's nephew at
This year,
point.
last year. I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or
Sure.
early
doesn't know.
2022, is that what you're
Whatever you
saying?
say,
Like
Bob.
Chinese
Honestly,
water
don't
torture.
recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's
Probably.
probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes.
Yeah.
Did
but
you put
not all.
amica cream on the photos before you gave
Asked
them?
and answered.
Do you have
Jesus
more
Lord,
than
what
10
are you trying to
20
prove at
photos
this
on your
point?
phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
But you have a larger amount on your phone than what you provided to Mr. Depp's counsel, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Thank
I think at this
you.
point we can just talk openly because they're just asking the same questions over and
Yes.
over and over. So there's no
Yes.
reason for
Yes.
people watching
So-
this channel
Going
to
to
hear
London
any of this
for
because you've already heard it
So you
four
didn't live
times.
at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct?
Okay. Do you know if
Moving
Mrs.
on.
Hurd had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay. Yes,
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct?
Yeah, I just testified to
And
that.
so
Thank you.
you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point, what do you mean?
When Miss Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Oh, they were all enjoying the wine for
They
sure.
were all drinking the wine.
I took care of them as I would take care of any guests that came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Miss Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay, and then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
You know, you got to
When
give him
Mr.
credit. We got to get
Depp
this
and
wine
Miss Heard
number
were
right
there
in
on
London in
their own.
2014.
There was certainly that amount, yes.
But you don't know how many bottles were there when it was Miss Heard and her friends,
This is
correct?
after the jury already
I'd
feels
say
like they
more.
should be going home.
You don't know, but you don't know one way or the other, right?
Yeah, because they
I
weren't
don't
late,
recall
presumably.
the count, but certainly more than when there were just 2 of them in the house because
you don't
there
know-
were
but you
7
don't-
extra people.
There were more bottles of wine with
But you don't know
7
the
than with
count.
2 people. Yes.
Precisely, no, I don't.
And do you know how much time Miss Heard was in London with
Why
Mr.
did
Depp?
Amber
not with her
revert back
friends?
to this way of dressing and
A fair
styling
amount
her
of that.
hair? Ugh.
I
What do you-
don't recall
I don't
days.
know.
No, I don't recall.
So they were there for a month,
I
correct?
feel like he's running down the clock right now,
Thereabouts, yeah.
so that
And I
they
mean,
can't
when I
do
say
redirect until
they-
tomorrow.
Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall, but I don't think it was that long.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't think
He
it was
just
that
said
long.
he doesn't think
Well,
it was
you
that
don't have
long.
anything to base that on, right? Just what your memory is saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I have nothing to base it on but my memory. Holy God.
And you don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
It's accurate.
You mean after I'd left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner and leave later that each night.
And then after the chef left, you don't know what happened in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the 2 of them in the house, there was usually only 1 glass in the morning, either on the
Boom.
kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there.
You don't know if
right?
he drank from the
I
bottle.
wasn't there, correct. But when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left.
Whoops.
But once you left,
Oh,
you don't know
no.
if Mr. Depp
I like
drank wine
that.
or not, correct?
Slipped it in there.
I wasn't there after I left.
Okay.
I wasn't there after I left. Good.
And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in
Now that's a
London,
T-shirt.
correct? Other than that one you said
Wasn't
you
there
heard
after I
about
left.
her hand.
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
Of that evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
Yeah, this is
The
not
6th, I
effective
left on
cross.
Friday the 6th
No.
was when I left for the weekend.
Okay,
seem
so
very
between
compelling.
Friday
Definitely
the
grasping
6th
at straws right now.
and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened.
I wasn't there.
And you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see either
gave
of
a
them
wit-
be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right? Just
I
wondering.
didn't see her be violent, depending on your.
I can show you a witness statement where you said you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
Okay, violence, if, yes, I didn't see violence per se.
A little squirrely on that.
What does that mean?
Thank you. Ira.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
That is not an effective cross.
No.
That was a whole list of
Wow.
don'ts.
That was a waste of time.
As I think
Well,
we are
it
in
really was.
We need to work on our cross-check strategy.
All right, so we are going to do our redirect. 8 minutes left. Good. Let's do it.
It's probably only 8 minutes.
Mr.
to
King,
read,
have you ever
God
been
willing.
employed by Mr. Depp?
No,
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
correct.
All right, without sustain us to leading, strike the answer. Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK?
What?
Where do you live?
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
Oh, come on.
Did you just say question leading for have you ever lived anywhere else?
Yes.
We heard
And she
some.
sustained it.
That is not a leading
discussion
question.
Where, if any,
across
where
That
else
was
is
have you ever
anywhere?
lived anywhere else?
which
A
I
leading
suspect you
question.
remember. Why did you take the photos of the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs and various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone. I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know I can use later on as reference.
Why do you take pictures? Because I'm a pro.
Kind of, yeah.
Were
I
the
know what I'm
photos
doing.
of property damage in Australia the first
Well, my immediate
photos
question was,
that
do you
were
have
taken,
pictures of the house
in the
before the
course of,
damage?
Yeah.
working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings. Sometimes Mr. Depp would write notes for Miss Heard. He'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I believe I took pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
There you go.
No.
There you go.
I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
Well, it doesn't matter since everybody answered, but that was
Yeah.
leading.
It's
Hey, my
technically
leading
leading.
radar's off, or hers is.
It's a
Yeah.
yes or no question. So it's leading. You
It
could
doesn't
ask the same
suggest the
question
answer.
though, and just reword it.
Can I see Plaintiff's Exhibit 159?
Is there anyone in this room that did not ask you for these photos? Points at the defense table.
I was going to say, what does that look like? Who didn't ask?
Please point at the side, at the party who didn't ask for photos.
And I think this is a multi-page document. Can you scroll through? I think we have 3 pages here.
I missed his direct testimony. Did they play
Mr. King,
the
do you
Australia audio?
recognize this
Not for him.
document?
They showed
Yes,
photos.
it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination, you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So right now, on the screen in front of you,
Yep.
Which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor with the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So can you mark on the screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it? How
I
does
think
that
you just
work?
dot it, yes.
Okay, so that looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on cross?
The mirrors.
one cares.
Can I dab on here again?
Sure.
Yeah. So these are the sinks. The 2 mirrors were above each. The mirror above each sink.
Okay. Can we?
I wonder if they think he
Can we
was
scroll
impeached on
up
this.
to the
I
page
don't.
prior? And can you point out for us on this page? Well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor. Essentially the 2nd floor, if you want.
Okay. And can you point out for us here on this map which of the where the property damage was?
Yes. How many dabs am I allowed?
How many tabs?
Could you
around
point out
here.
the property damage? How many
Kitchen
dots
area.
do I get?
You can
Um,
dab if you want to.
The entire
You can
This
thing.
was
leave
the
your
TV,
friends
the
behind.
wall-mounted TV.
It's all
No
gonna be
doubt,
blue
no
dots.
friends mind.
I ran out of dabs.
And I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Any objection to 159? All right,
And
159 in evidence.
can we
can
publish
dab.
this to the jury?
We can dab. Do it all over the world.
So, Mr. King, I apologize for
Boy.
interrupting you. So you were just pointing out where on the, I think this is the second floor?
Yes, essentially the main level.
He is
Yeah.
riveting testimony. Don't interrupt him.
Okay, so other than these three dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV was wall mounted on that wall in between family and lounge.
I really do
The
want to see a
sofa
picture
was
of a coffee cup
approximately
embedded
where
in
you've
the
got the red
plasma
square,
TV.
red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge, as you, sorry, too quick. The lounge was essentially the art studio. And the bedrooms over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page. And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
gotta have a
and
rumpus
can you
room.
point out for us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you point out to us where you found the finger?
Yes, I can. Right here. Ah, there we go. It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay, and any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the. Can I dab again? Yeah. So that was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, was more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there,
Look at those
collapsed on the
dots.
floor.
Oh.
And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelt like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
Puddles of alcohol is helpful.
It is. That came up on direct also.
So
I
An
mean,
excellent
that
rumpus
was
room.
the most part of the damage around that area.
The great rumpus
In
begin.
front of the bar, especially.
Can you describe the rumpus?
There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood
Yeah,
drips.
rumpus is another
around that
language for
white
vodka bottle
cream-coloured
throwing. It's a whole
tiled
thing.
floor in the games
Sorry,
room.
that was a Breakfast Club reference right there. With can you
And this
describe
is
the
the
rumpus?
staircase down is this side.
Mine was where the wild
chip
things
was
are.
out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the center of that bar.
In another
chunk out of
context,
the
this would
side
start
of
looking
the-
like a sketch
of
comedy
the
show.
counter bar top.
Just all turns blue.
How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits, you know, all these, my office was off over here. I think you can just see out, it says study.
Alita, you think the exit
big
questions
glass
go to
sliding
the
door.
hostage concept?
Yes.
The gym had an exit up here. This went into the garage. There was the button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The laundry area, which is right here, this is actually an exit.
Does it have an
out
elevator?
into the yard,
That's cool.
essentially.
Yes. It's technically a lift.
The gym, all of those rooms had an exit.
Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody else ever ask to see your photos?
I'll allow it.
No.
Please make fish faces for us.
Nothing further.
All right. just for the second to
Hey.
recall. All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, it's important that you do not discuss your testimony with
Subject to
anybody
recall.
and
We
do
might
not
need you for
pay
vodka
attention
bottle
to the
stuff, I
trial and
think.
don't watch anything about the trial, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
All right, you can step down, sir. Yes,
Thank
ma'am?
you.
Oh, wow.
That was painful.
Yeah.
Well, Amber
Have you
Heard's
guys
lawyers
noticed,
did a
by the
good
way?
job starting the day.
Did you guys
Not
notice
so much
that
with
most,
the finishing the
hang
day.
on, wait, while we're watching this, have you guys noticed that pretty much everybody on JD's team has some item that is blue on them?
Nope.
They have, I don't know if that
Are
was
they doing a
intentional or
Ukraine
not.
thing or what?
No, no, I think it's like making everybody look like unified on
Like
the
a
team.
team?
Solidarity.
Yeah. Like
Interesting.
they're all there to support Johnny.
In blue. The
Yeah.
boys in blue.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
maybe they can all like start dressing like him, so they'd be like mocking Amber Heard.
That'd be good. That'd be good.
That could be why they're doing that though. I mean, if she's gonna play bananas with,
they're just
his
trying to see if they
wardrobe.
can get her to wear blue, so she's on the team.
I think so. Just watch. Tomorrow, I'm calling it now. Tomorrow, she's going to wear blue. She's going to. She's going to. I called the earrings today. I called the
You did?
ponytail.
You did. You did. You called both those things.
You
Yes.
did.
You're
You
becoming
did.
Loracle yourself.
This is where you
I
get
know.
the
I'm the
insight.
fashion Loracle.
The fashion Loracle. I like it.
I just don't know why she's reverting to.
Ladies and gentlemen, that comes to the end of our day,
look.
so we're going to excuse you for the evening. Again, do not do any outside research and
poor
don't talk to
cable gets
anybody,
the
and we'll
sun
see
right in
you
their
tomorrow
face.
morning. Okay, have a good evening. All right, thank you.
Do not watch Legalbytes.
Do not.
No.
Watch it after the trial. Binge
No,
everything then.
Oh, we got post-it notes. Wow. Well, hey, that was a heck of a day, but not from the last witness.
No. No, it was.
What were they
it
trying to
was-
get out of him on cross? I mean, with the photos,
Just
asking
a point,
those
just
1,000
a
questions.
matter. We're going through the exhibits you gave me this morning. Thank you again for that. But one of them was 485, and I have in my notes that it was 485A, just the first page, but you gave me all 8 pages. Have you both agreed that all pages of this document come in, or is that something that?
Or are you
should I
just
give
trying to pull the
485
wool
back
over
and
our
you can
eyes?
Try again to give it back to me tomorrow? Okay. All right, I'll give that back to you and we'll see.
Wow, good
Try
on the judge
again.
noticing that.
She's
All right.
on it.
Thank you.
She
All right, and are we going to
That's
start with a remote
sharp.
witness tomorrow? Is that going to be your first witness? All right, make sure she's signed on by 9:40 so we can have it all set up for 10 o'clock start,
We
okay?
know who it is.
All right.
No, we have
Domestic
a
violence
hint that
expert,
it's
maybe? Is that a she?
by live link, and then it's a she. I feel like no, the expert witness has to be in person.
No, I think they should live link. That's the first witness. That was the question. Yeah.
No,
Well-
but the expert witness has to be in person. I that's a terrible idea to have them by live link.
Why?
Just because expert witnesses can be incredibly boring anyway because they get very technical. So
Yeah.
having them be there in person, it gives them at least one more level of engagement with the
see.
jury.
It
So
doesn't
if you
help.
have them behind a
It doesn't
screen,
help.
it's a lot harder, I would
Doesn't
think.
help. They're still boring. They're still really boring.
Well, yes, but I'm just saying it makes it even
It mitigates
worse.
the boredom.
Yeah. It makes it even worse if they're behind a screen.
Why do you think they're doing it then? Do you think that the witness just can't travel, or what?
Oh, we don't. Oh no, we don't know that. We don't know that it's the expert tomorrow. That
Oh,
was
okay.
me hypothesizing that it might be.
Yeah.
No, no.
Yeah, I'm saying I doubt that.
Alita's telling me to go home. She's telling me to sit down like she wished that the cross-ex
Maybe
people would have sat down on Mr.
Maybe
King.
it's the stylist.
This judge seems to have a policy. If you're not in the mood to come to court, that's cool.
Oop, oop, oop. Sorry,
That's
sorry,
totally
sorry.
fine.
Okay, we're done. Done with that. Sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
No, that's all right. I said this
I-
judge seems to have a policy that if you're not in the mood to come to court, that's cool. Just wherever you are, just go. I've never seen judges who are so lax on their rules with respect to like, yeah, we'll let anyone appear via teleconference. It's very unsettling to me.
So what did you all think about Johnny Depp's redirect? I thought they were really good at bringing out the fact that Amber Heard seems to equate Johnny running away with a physical assault. Like when he tries to get away, she says, "Stop hitting me," or whatever. I thought that was really pretty telling on some of the audio they played.
Yes. Yeah.
The end sequence of their redirect audio was the best moment Team Johnny has had in the entire trial.
Yep.
I'll actually I agree with you that was great. And they had phenomenal last question. I think they basically were talking. I don't remember what it was. I just remember thinking like, wow, that's a great finishing note. Maybe one of you might remember. But for me, the redirect this morning was when they were bringing up those text messages, and he's basically describing how he found himself when he's trying to explain all these text messages, which make him sound like a very dark person. And they took those lemons and they made the sweetest lemonade possible because they basically he portrayed it as this was bringing back everything that I went through with my mother and all the horrific things that no one should have to live through. And that I was feeling like I was the same place again, like I was that little boy again, and that no person should ever have to feel that way. And here it is, I'm feeling like that. And all of a sudden, they took this potentially very damaging portrayal of him as being a terrible, dark person and flipped it 180 degrees, where it's like, whoa, Amber is a younger version of his evil mother.
Right.
And I think that was so powerful in that they're using these text messages, which could make him look like the dark figure, to make her look like Cruella de Vil. And I thought that was a phenomenal flip around, where it's like all of a sudden those text messages aren't hurting him at all. All the cross-examination you did isn't hurting him. It's it's an atom bomb on Amber. And I thought that was brilliant work.
Yeah, and they've done some good work throughout, starting from the beginning, to kind of show that parallel image of his mother with Amber. So and you know, to say that he started with one abuser and then kind of like got out of there, and then he ended up with another abuser, tried to get out of there. That's how everything here ended up the way that it is.
It's interesting because on an individualized basis, I don't love a lot of the explanations. I didn't think he handled monsters super well. We already talked about the fact I didn't like how he handled Disco Bloodbath, that sequence of texts. But by the time you get to the end of that, in the however many 3 or 4 audios you get about those conversations he had with Amber, I honestly don't think anybody else is going to remember anything else from today and maybe the last couple of days.
Yeah, I agree. And that's been the case with the audio. I mean, that's why so many of us who've been following this case for a while, Alita, you know, have been saying that it's really all on how much of this audio gets admitted, how much the jury hears, because there is something that just cuts through all of the muck and all of the rhetorical flourishes when you hear these two people interacting, and not just the little tiny snippets that Amber Heard's team was playing strategically, but when you hear it more in context, the interactions between these people, it's very clear who the problem is. I'm not saying Johnny Depp doesn't have addiction issues and stuff, but this is clearly a man who's being driven insane by a calculating, sociopathic woman who abused him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have that whole sequence of audio that says, you know, the abuse thing, we have to deal with it. You filed for abuse. Why did you do that? You forced me into it. If I take it back, it'll affect my credibility. And then you lean right into the next audio that says, you know, you could tell him about what I've done, because she doesn't deny any of the things he says in that audio. But I'll take it to the judge. I'll take it to the jury. We'll see who they believe. And it's like, Jesus. I mean, that's incredible to have recorded. And then in this context of this particular lawsuit, to present to the jury, particularly, you know, I'll know the jury is not what you really want coming out in evidence in a jury trial. But yeah, I mean, that one.
You think they're going to believe you? Good luck with that, Johnny. They'll never believe you. It's like almost like
what did you think of that redirect?
What was that?
Oh, you're muted.
I think you're muted for some reason, maybe.
Or just
internally. Doesn't show up muted here, but for some reason. Okay, well, he'll be back. Yeah, no, but that was that was an incredible way to end his testimony, and they absolutely 100% planned that so that they could end with that, because what an incredible thing to leave the jury with.
Yeah, the very last thing you got from Johnny.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So and then we've got the butler. We've got Alfred.
Alfred the butler.
Alfred, also known as Ben King. That's his real name. But in my mind, he's Alfred, Bruce Wayne's butler.
We're going to start a Downton Abbey Reacts stream soon. Don't worry about it.
Yes. Works for me. And his was pretty basic for giving a lot of the detail that it seemed like none of the medical personnel could really give about the scene, because they were just like, I mean, it was a mess. And they're like,
Is
okay,
it
well, what do
just
you mean?
me?
And
Is
they're
it
like,
just
it
me,
was
or
a mess.
does Kipper look worse like every day? Like there's
Yeah.
another thing that's wrong in Kipper's testimony.
Yeah. He does. He definitely does. Yeah, because he even thought that it was the chef that
did?
found it. And then, but it was Debbie Lloyd who said that Ben had been the one to find it. So we do have in common between Ben and Debbie that they saw marks on Amber's arm. So that was in common between the two of them. But other
What
than
do
that,
those marks really mean, though? At the end of the day,
we don't know.
I don't know. They haven't. I mean, my guess is that when we get to Amber's case in chief, they'll start saying, "Okay, so what happened? What happened with the marks on your arm on March 8th, 2015? Was it because he was or that she would say something along the lines of he dragged me through glass or something like that, and that's why I had these shards or whatever." I don't know, but
It's so annoying
that's
to me
my
that
guess.
it is so annoying that we didn't get any background at all on the two photos that just got admitted. Like I don't know where they're from at all.
Yes. And I mean, and they did get admitted, right? Because it
They
seemed
did, well,
like,
they were published to us, so yes.
because it sounded like there was an objection after they were published, because they were published for authentication and then requested to be admitted, and then there was an objection, and I didn't hear after that. So I'm not entirely sure, but at the very least, the jury has seen those. And
Rob. Oh, sorry. I want to
Joe
give him
just
some
sometimes
time.
shouts.
I want to give him some time. I
No,
never
no,
met
no.
the guy.
So is the audio working now?
Oh,
we got you, Rob.
Yes, you're good.
Okay, good. Cross-examination and the photos issues in particular, and I think I tried to make it. I guess my audio was dead. I think that question about the extra photos on the phone, he didn't expect that answer. He really didn't. He had his script for his cross-examination, and it was going. I mean, it was trying to do the negative thing. You didn't see this. You weren't there. And then all of a sudden, the photos issue comes up, and he says, "Well, I have more." And then the attorney kind of gets sidetracked on a fishing expedition, doesn't realize how long he's been on this particular topic. And then I don't think he realized the door that he might have just opened for questions about these additional photos that weren't disclosed. And you could tell, because the second he finished talking about the photos, he goes back to his notes, and the next few questions, he starts stammering or shaking a little bit in the questions. And it took him a long time to get back on track. And I don't think he ever recovered from that. So
interesting
I'm
point.
pretty curious about that one. As far as Depp's redirect, my only concern is I'm with Hogue on this one. I think it's perfect. That mic drop at the end was fantastic. Johnny Depp is as a witness has to be one of the most difficult people to work with when you're an attorney trying to get him to do direct examination, because you want him to go point A, B, C, D, E. You want him to be linear, and you want the jury to be able to understand. I think they needed those points at the very end, because if you don't, you can get really lost in the trees as he's going through these long-winded answers.
You sure can.
Yeah, I can see Joe. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
If they were smart enough to know that would be a problem in advance to leave those for redirect, then God bless that team.
Well, Kurt actually nailed it when like there was an objection asked and answered, and he's like, "Well, it was asked, but it wasn't answered," and it's true, and which is why, by the way, I think the defense had a really bad failing. They had an opportunity when they had this objection asked and answered, like, "Well, he never really answered it." It's like, okay, move to strike his last answer then, but they never did that. They should have done so much more to get him unsettled, and we never saw the cross-examination ever successfully unsettle him, and I think we saw him way too much in his zone. He loves going on and on, even more than I do. And he'll just go on and on. And
that's saying something.
Objection, not an evidence, counsel.
Yeah, he just does. And it's like, and you want to get him off his game and then bring that angry animal out of him. And they never did. I mean, we know he has he can be hot-headed at times. We never saw it once during this entire time, and that's a real failing by the defense. And the way you do that is when he's not answering directly, you ask him pointed questions, not answering directly, he starts meandering. You say, move to strike, answer the question, and you just
you know
keep
what?
doing that.
I mentioned it at the time, but one thing I think, and like this goes with Rob's answer particularly, that I think actually wound up helping the Depp team a little bit was that, you know, when you're actually redirect, when you're on his side, you can't necessarily control the soul journey he's going to take you on. And when they objected, and this was most prominent when he started answering a question about May 22nd, about May 21st, and then April 21st, and God knows where else we were going, that they object to it. And then his own counsel has to be like, yeah, we just talk about the 22nd. And then he answers in like 15 seconds. Like he gives the exact answer she needs. And so there were a couple of those instances where I think they actually helped corral him with those objections because he was more directed and he was more pointed for that specific kind of moment in time.
Yeah, but the objections themselves were probably the most effective objections that they've had. I mean, Johnny Depp does great in the mornings, but in the afternoons, it looks like you can get under his skin. There were some times when the objections were made, he was throwing some banter that didn't need to be thrown. I mean, he even got a admonishment from the judge. I mean, that's never a good look when the jury's sitting right there next to you.
Yeah.
That's right.
It was very slight though.
Well,
yeah, it was.
I agree it was a bad moment for him, 100%.
Yeah. You never want the judge to be admonishing you in front of the jury.
If he wasn't Johnny Depp, it would have been harsher. I think he got extra slack because he's Johnny Depp. I think.
Well, maybe because he's one of the parties.
Perhaps that's possible.
Or he's super weird. I mean, like you don't know everything that's bringing in to all of this. But yeah, she took a light hand. She's only taken light hands without the sidebar. We don't know what she's saying back there.
Yeah.
You all stink.
Well, she sometimes has the full arms working. Rob, you talked about it before we even started fully today. She got animated in a couple sidebars today.
Yeah.
She did. And I was laughing when I was listening in and trying to do work on the side.
I know. Doing some law, paying some bills. I get it.
When you own a law firm, it's just that the work never stops. But
of course,
on the redirect, let me see the redirect of that last witness. When she was overruling or saying, I'll allow it to a lot of the objections, I laughed because I thought that the guy that was making the objections, whoever the younger attorney is, I think that's the most effective way to get objections made in front of Judge Ascarati, because you stand up and he just says 3 words. He goes, foundation, relevance, hearsay. And he says it in that drone that basically minimizes anything that comes after that. And when the judge responds to the objection, she's not saying overruled. She's saying, I'll allow it, because it's already been beaten to death in that objection itself. So when the jury's hearing it, the jury's going, do I really need to hear this? I just thought it was a really effective way.
The jury really needed to hear the last 2 hours. No, I think that's a great point.
That is a great point. Excellent. Let me get some super chats here because we've got some
Alita,
to catch
can
up
I
on.
jump in right before you do super chats? Because I
Sure.
actually bounced a little earlier today.
Okay.
And I don't do this very often. In fact, I don't think I've ever done it at all. But I want to ask your permission. Can I self-grift for just a second here? Alita?
Yes, by all means.
So it's a special day today because, as it turns out, regardless of what you might have heard over the last 11 days, Elon Musk did get his bid for Twitter approved by the board, and they entered into a definitive agreement by press release. So before I joined you all for Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, I did a video this morning talking about how we got here, why things happened as rapidly as they did. There's still 17,000 of you. It would do my heart good if you could pop over, check out that video. Not necessarily right this second, but hit subscribe, check out that video over there. That would be great. It's very rare that I actually hit on the news exactly as it happens. So take this chance to come on over, see those videos. Just a little self-grift.
I just want to
link
point
is in
out,
the
by the way,
description below.
I want to point out that when it comes to breaking down the news on technical stuff, it's not even close. There is no second. I've watched his videos. I came to appreciate Richard Hogue from his work on his videos long before he was a part of LawTube. And I'm telling you now, if you want a digestible, something that like lay people can understand, anything when it comes to tech world, and you want to understand the law, what's happening, this guy right here is exceptional. I cannot say this enough. You need to subscribe to him and check out his work. He breaks down succinctly and clearly. He tries condensing stuff that could take 2 hours to explain, and he does a very effective job in doing it. And stuff that I'm telling you right now, I'm admitting to you, the stuff in this area of law that I don't know anything about it. And I've learned a great deal from him personally, and I highly recommend Richard Hogue for that.
Yeah,
well, I appreciate it, Joe. Thank you so much. And I basically said I had to do 6 o'clock today. I will be back tomorrow, however, of course, to look at some of this
All
stuff
right.
and practice some law like Rob appears to be doing. So we gotta do that from time to time as well. But I really appreciate it, Joe. I really appreciate you letting me, Alita. And before you do that, before you come over to Hogue Law and Virtual Legality and do any of that, hit the like button over here, subscribe over here.
Aw,
That's
thank
big
you.
time. She's doing all the work, but yeah, gotta. It's a big day in terms of tech and that kind of thing. So whether you like him or hate him, we're talking about Elon Musk over there. Come check out the videos. Thank you so much. I'm going to take my leave of you today. And good luck,
Alrighty.
everybody. She's got a few super chats to go through.
Yeah, just a few, just a few. Thanks,
ya.
Rick. Thanks for hanging out today. And on that note, just like Rick, with everybody else that has shown up today, be sure to check out everyone. Everyone is linked in the description below. Even Rob, he doesn't have a YouTube channel, but he does have Instagram and he does have a firm website. So if you're looking for a Fairfax, Virginia litigator, be sure to check them out. And also, yeah, Instagram, good stuff, right? So yes, but please do, because if you help to take a look at everybody's stuff, everyone that has been in here, it really helps me because it helps to support the overall ecosystem of LawTube. Everyone here is being so generous with their time and their thoughts and their commentary, which really helps to make this whole stream so much more interesting and so much more educational, rather than if it's just me. So yeah, so if you want to help out this stream, be sure to go and check everybody out, subscribe to their channels, like their videos, watch their content, because yeah, it's just a good way to support everybody. And with that, let's get some super chats. Oh, and by the way, so if you guys need to dip out at some point, like Rick, just let me know. You definitely
I'll
not
dip
needed
out for the
to.
super chat part.
Sure. Yeah, you've been here.
let you get
You've been
to
here
it.
basically all day.
Yeah.
So
I'll be doing a recap on my own channel in about an hour 15 if anyone wants to check that out. So
sounds good.
I'll see you guys later. Bye.
All right. See you, Kurt.
Bye,
See you,
Kurt.
Kurt. So, and then there were 3. All right. So I'll get some super chats. Hey, Al, I bet Johnny says, I bet Johnny wrapped his finger in a paper towel right after it got hit before he knew it was cut off. And that's how the tip got in it. I know anytime I cut my finger, this first thing I do is to see if I can stop the bleeding. Could very well be. Yeah. That's pretty plausible. And also, okay, let me go up to the front again. Okay. King of Class said, how do you monitor how do you monitor that witnesses don't look up the trial? It's all in good faith. You trust, faith and trust, right? You trust that the witnesses are doing what they're supposed to be doing. There's really no resources dedicated to monitoring whether they are going on the internet or not.
No way to know if it happened.
Yeah, exactly. Dan Gerard said, why aren't all these redactions done prior to the day's meeting so we are not wasting time in court? Well, Rob, you had said that's not usual, right, for Fairfax?
Yeah, I've never seen the redactions that being done live. But then again, I mean, given the volume, they literally have, I think, Johnny Depp's entire cell phone essentially in a PDF that they're scrolling through. Like, given the volume, to think that they would be able to redact all the personal identifiers and then assuming that there would be no argument over whether those redactions were proper on the spot, you kind of don't have another way of doing it.
Yeah, for sure. So that would be about why. Pau Baldera said, can they be scared or cautious of him reading the text in a way that ends up sounding differently and less bad? Yes, I think that is the big reason why I think that they didn't have Johnny actually reading these texts, especially if they're more than like a few sentences or a few words in one sentence, I should say, because there's totally a chance that he could read it in a different way. And then he could maybe interrupt it and add context and do all kinds of things that would relinquish the control in that situation. Masoda said, if he is passed out all the time with the chair and the ice cream, how does he hit Amber Heard? All the photos of him are of sleep. That's a fair question. Barry Dvorak said, nothing would be more normal for a lifelong abuse victim than to protect the abuser in public while venting to others in private. Maybe so. KH8 said, Amber Heard, all the coke you've done today, all the booze you drank today. JD responding in a calm, sober sounding voice. Yeah. Thane Mitra said, context matters. And the lengthy tapes reveal Amber Heard as a manipulative, gaslighting narc. End of case. Well, that's what the redirect was for, and so that's why that was particularly powerful. Paul Poco said, "What if Amber Heard grabbed JD's phone and sent bad texts?" That's possible, but it doesn't seem like that was any response that we got from Johnny as any kind of justification there. Busha Busha said, "Who constantly records their spouse only for deviant reasons? Why isn't anyone asking this question?" Well, in all fairness, there could have been plenty of video that she took of him not doing bad things or not putting him in a bad light that just don't make it into evidence in trial because it's not exactly relevant to any of the claims. Michael Gaunt said, "Objection, harassment, relevance." Julie O said, "What better way to fluster an ADHD than go all over the place?" Could be. Paulina said, "This is a strong cross. What's the bombing evidence that JD is horrible and abusive?" I think initially there was the audio of him yelling at Amber that sounded pretty bad. That was, had no context. They didn't ask any questions about it. It just, you kind of just take it for what it sounds like. There was that kind of stuff that was pretty bad. But then as it continued along, I mean, I don't know. It wasn't, I would say starting with the redirect, things got to be much better for Johnny because they were able to give that context and clarification. Lauren B said, "Is it possible he doesn't want JD to read the messages because hearing the words with his vernacular wouldn't help Amber Heard's team / they can control the narrative?" Yes, exactly. Sugarwire says, "The fact that she was recording things in secret so often, even when there was no obvious perceived danger or threat, does that not affect the value due to the provenance of these evidences or motive?" I mean, I don't know about the provenance. It just seems to suggest that, I mean, if she's so terrified of him, why is she just recording him all the time? I don't know. Rob, do you have any thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
on the recording issues. So I'm fundamentally a divorce attorney, and the number of times that when their relationships start going sideways in any fashion, the first thing they do is they go for the phone. Everyone goes for their phone. It's now the new, it is what it is. And honestly, I tell my clients that when you're in a situation where there's the possibility of something getting confrontational, throw your phone on record. Virginia is a single party consent state, and I'm not giving legal advice outside of Virginia or to anybody whose case this doesn't apply to.
Just, you know what? He's not giving legal advice, period.
But having your phone in your pocket is the best defense you can have, because it's always the person that you're talking to that could eventually say they abused me or they said this, and then you don't have a way of disproving it. So the amount of recordings that I will get from clients is astronomical.
Okay. So, and then is there any kind of a change in the kind of recording with divorce clients that also have like domestic violence issues involved with that? Or is it basically just across the board that they're all just kind of recording in the same kind of fashion?
A lot of people are just recording in the same kind of fashion. The domestic violence recording stuff, that's where you see a lot of the histrionics. Amber Heard, and this was, people had made these comments in super chats previous. You slamming me against the wall, or this always becomes a bloodbath. You start to hear a lot of the histrionics come in, and it's always one side who's doing it. They're trying to narrate their own recording. And that's why playing these recordings is so effective, because it comes across to everybody who's listening to it that, look, there's clearly a narrator here, and they're clearly have a motivation. The only thing that I think that I wish the attorneys in this case would focus more on is the timing between the different comments. We don't know whether they've been talking for 5 minutes, or when one of the parties blows up, if it's after a 6-hour marathon debate and argument where they've circled the wagon 5 times and it's finally one of them just had it.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Because that would be some very, very good context,
The context
for
is very
someone.
important there.
Yeah, for someone then blowing up. Wave said, "Is JD's team going to play texts of Amber getting crazy, abusive high? What happens if Amber does not take the stand? The way Whitney bailed on her depot, does his team have backup tapes?" So they did play the audio. This is from earlier. They did play the audio of Amber, some of the audio that a lot of people have been requesting. And I don't see, I mean, honestly, I really don't see a universe in which Amber doesn't take the stand. Because as I think, Rob, I think you were the one that mentioned earlier that or maybe it was you or somebody else that said that even if she decides not to take the stand, she could be called as a witness, as a essentially a hostile witness for a Johnny Depp's team.
Oh, I do it in divorce cases all the time. It's oftentimes if I've got a case where the spouse, I'm worried the spouse is not going to say something that I need them to say, I'll call them first right out of the gate and get that information right in front of the judge before they have a chance to hear anybody else testify. But yeah, if she doesn't testify voluntarily, I mean, the other benefit to her testifying voluntarily is her attorneys can they can lay the groundwork of the scope that the Depp attorneys are kind of limited to when they're cross-examining. So
right. Yeah. So it just makes sense. It just makes too much sense for her to testify on her own. And usually those cases that you're talking about where you're kind of required to call the opposing party is when there's no jury in front of them, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, here they have to worry about the optics in front of a jury, and how are they going to take that? Because a judge may not necessarily want to make certain inferences that your average person who isn't really as familiar with the law or with legal proceedings might be a little bit different. But here you have 7 people that are going to be deciding this case that are maybe less familiar with legal proceedings, that are going to look at that and say like, hey, she brought these claims and she doesn't want to bother to testify. Okay, why am I here? So it's one of those things that can bring a poor inference on her. Ralph Peterson said, permission to treat lawyer as hostile, Your Honor? Sally S. said the Washington Post article impliedly referenced the physical DV intervention order claim. Therefore, I think the relevant representation in the Washington Post piece should be limited to that he physically abused her. Could be. Monica Andrade Haglund said, you have a pleasant voice with a positive tone, very informative content. Thanks. Thank you. Halabumba said, gotta leave this stream now for my first civil rights lecture. Thanks for the coverage, though. Hey, thanks for the super chat. CHL said, draw a line between physical abuse and clever language. Jay's team needs to draw lines between lawyers being extra with language and Jay doing it via text. As a drama actor, of course he's going extra. Yes. Which I think they did that quite a bit on Redirect when they were talking about the Monty Python language, etc. Kit Kat said, Peter is great, guys. He has a channel too. Share the love, guys. Tragos Law. Yes, he's linked in the description below, just like everybody else. KK said, what is the difference in them reading the texts in court and then admitting them? It's already been introduced. Why does the second matter? Well, so there's two. I mean, usually what they're doing is when they're reading through the text, they're laying the foundation to admit it as evidence. So they usually have to go through this process. Not every single court does this. Some courts will say, we'll lay the foundation behind the scenes and just admit stuff. We've seen that before in some cases. But here the court wants to lay the foundation before things get admitted. Babylonia Rising said, the grumpy song, all the mean things that she said to us were precedent, and the grumpy that she left for us was evident. It was precedent, and now it's evident. She's a turd. I love it. Mason Hunt said, Amber side seems like some Mickey Mouse operation. Well, I don't know about that. I think that they are doing the best that they can with the facts that they have. Masoda said, tabloids are okay, but words out of people's mouth is considered hearsay. It depends on what it is that they are offering that particular piece of evidence or that statement. What they were trying to say is that generally speaking, there were reputational issues that Johnny had at the time, and so you show that by introducing those headlines. Yes, it kind of are introducing it for the truth of the matter asserted, because it's like the headlines are making allegations against him, and what they want, what Amber Heard's team wants, is for the jury to think that yes, those allegations or those accusations are true. But they also were primarily introducing it for the purpose of showing, okay, there were these comments around you and around your career at the time before the Washington Post article. So it's kind of one of those. It's a little bit of a gray area in terms of hearsay. Frozen Control said, can we get the we're going too fast forward in time? Yes, I can feel it merch. Sure. Julio said, if my family and I didn't have sick humor, we would never get through the abuse we have had from my dad. Inappropriate? Yep. Funny? Also, yep. I'm sorry you went through that, but I really hope that you're in a better place. And I'm glad that you're able to use humor to help you get through all of those memories and all of that trauma. Liz Olson said, as a former DV advocate, I have been super frustrated watching how much inaccurate DV information is getting spread both in court and in comments. Do you know if a DV expert will testify? There's at least one that is named in Johnny's witness list. So my expectation is that this person will testify. And I very much hope so as well, because there's a lot there is a lot that's being said. And I know that I've seen articles saying that there are certain experts that are contesting this idea of mutual abuse and other stuff like that would be very helpful to have clarified by an expert. So I agree. Ethan Dyer said, the list of articles titles feel like badgering JD. Wouldn't this make the jury feel bad for him? Maybe, but I think that ultimately what they're getting at is that he claims that the Washington Post article was the reason why he suffered reputational harm. What they're trying to say is that his reputation was already in the tank. Lisa Mao said, Amber Heard will testify. She's too narcissistic to realize she can't act. She's arrogant enough to think she can pull it off. Thanks for your coverage. Thank you. Praven Pillay said, hi from Malaysia. Y'all are doing a great job. Just wondering. Clear to see that JD did verbally abuse Amber as well. Does this mean he's bound to lose? I don't know. Rob, what are your thoughts on this? Being someone that kind of like works in these sort of areas, even though this isn't a DV case, it's a defamation case, but it kind of is also sort of a DV case. How would those comments play out in a normal case, basically?
This is where I think the jury this is where I think the impact of having the jury on this situation is so significant, because it really comes down to the individual person. Every person who comes to speak with me or consult with me about a divorce or a custody matter, they always love using the buzzwords abuse. They love it. And then you get to narrow down on what they're talking about when they're saying it. Is it physical violence? Are they yelling and demeaning? And at the end of the day, this also goes back to the DV expert. I think you need the expert. You can't get away without the expert, because you need someone from that juror's perspective being told this either is or is not DV. If you allow them to apply their subjective understanding, then you're going to get this gambit. It's going to be a spectrum, and you're going to have people on either end of it.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. So hopefully we'll hear from that expert sooner rather than later. Sugarrath said, not denying is not admitting. Amber Heard admits on audio to hitting him, and only she says that she had been hit. Now we have Mr. Rotbrain to make him look bad. He doesn't let him talk. JD would own this bum. So yeah, I mean, that was a particularly tricky part of the cross-examination when he had to recognize that he didn't deny on the audio that he hadn't hit her, that he hadn't put his cigarette ashes on her or something like that. But of course, it's not the same thing as admitting. So, hopefully the jury can recognize that, I suppose. Natalia Vertigo said, I avoid work for the last 2 weeks watching you. Only fair to give you some love from Brazil. Oh, thank you. Michelle G said, uncivil law is my eye candy. Hey.
Nice.
I should have put this up when he was here. I'm sorry, I missed it. Tyler Martin said, tacit unfounded claims he questions are allowed. His questions are allowed. I'm not sure I understand.
I mean, technically, no. Basically, going in there without any foundation that what you're saying has any veracity of truth. For example, like, Alita, you didn't see Joe do A, B, or C. If you have no basis for that question, you're not supposed to ask it. But you get away with some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody saw Joe do anything. Okay, let's make that.
Never. Thane Mithra said, what was the point of Amber Heard's article? The genus is her indictment.
Genus?
I mean, part of it was supposedly to make comments on social movements and that kind of thing, and arguably a lot of it was, but it was her authority on the subject seemed to be based upon her experiences as a DV victim, and that was tied back to 2 years prior, which of course was Johnny Depp and the DVRO filing. So that's, that was, yeah, there. I don't know if you could say that was the point of the article, but that was definitely a foundational allegation, you could say, underpinning her authority on that. Goddess of War 2702 said Amber Heard's lawyer's song for the day, another one bites the dust. The 4/4 said the lawyer knew he would constantly get objected to. He was cleverly trying to testify. Well, when you're on cross-examination, you kind of are testifying because you're asking leading questions and you're basically just getting responses from the witness as you go. You're basically kind of like using them as like a hand puppet to agree or disagree to the things that you're saying. The only way that it's improper is if he's not asking any questions of the witness and he's just going on and on with a long soliloquy.
Which, by the way, he can go on with a long soliloquy and say "true"
Yeah.
at the end of it.
Although that would draw an
Unless
objection
it's
for a compound
compound.
question. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Compound. That was
Yeah,
one
very
of
true.
my favorite. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Matt
still, you get the
says-
question in there. That's the point. So
Yeah. I mean, depending on the purpose of the soliloquy, right? Matt says, is JD and team more keen on image or winning? It's hard to tell. I think that if they could have everything that they want, they would win both, right? I mean, it seems like that would be pretty much a no-brainer. But I think that if they can have one or the other, then
he doesn't
maybe
care
image.
about money. He doesn't care about money. This whole
Well-
trial is about repairing his image. That's what this
Well,
whole
of
trial
course.
is about.
Well, but I think that I think that there's like multiple tiers of winning here. One is winning a verdict, whether or not he gets money from it. Getting a verdict, getting seven individual people that are, Joe Schmoes from Fairfax, Virginia, to say, yes, I believe you. I don't believe her. I believe you. That is, that is a win that he could point to that is objective, to say, look,
The
jury.
headline saying he's not a domestically abusive person. That's
Mhm.
really at the end of this guy doesn't know how much he made from Pirates of the Caribbean. He's not keeping track of money. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about her. Maybe he'd like to take some vengeance and take some money from her. It doesn't even seem like that's his personality. It's much more. Although Frank, unless you believe those text messages, then that he's still harboring that grudge. But I believe his testimony. He's like, you don't hold on to that for very long. I think at this point he really, really just wants the world to know that he is not anything like what Amber has painted him to be. That's my personal thing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Merrick Ned said, I can't even call this crap grasping at straws anymore. This is just borderline pathetic desperation. What the hell is going on with these questions? Yeah, there's a bit of that. Julie O said, do you think at the end was jackhammer to mirror her style of abuse? I don't know that they would want to be mirroring her style of abuse because they don't want to evoke that image for the jury. But I think that what they were doing was just a very, very efficient wind up of question to try to bring up the pace to force him to answer faster. And it adds pressure on him towards the end. JJV says Amber Heard can keep doing op-eds then. It is defamation. Prairie Dog 57 said, is Amber trying to look like a widow, a spinster, or maybe Lizzie Borden? Not sure. Clockwork said, yes, it is all about the article, but with one single question to Amber Heard, this can be calmed down. Who else, aside from JD, have you accused of SA and DV in 2016? And I believe that's going to be a cross-examination question. Exactly.
Who else has abused you?
Yeah. And she'll probably point to her father and Johnny Depp.
Okay, fine.
What Wayne said, but I mean, her father wasn't 2 years prior though.
Right.
What Wayne said says, hi, LB, how important to a jury is the popularity of any lawyer, how they conduct themselves in the courtroom during a trial? Thanks for the stream. I don't think it's necessary for a lawyer to be popular with a jury, so long as they're effective and they seem competent and they seem at least not untrustworthy. If that makes sense, because if you start to feel like a lawyer is trying to play games to pull the wool over your eyes, you start to trust less and less when there's a gray area that they're trying to feed you a certain narrative.
There's a transference to the client, a transference of
Exactly.
that distrust to the client. So that's what you really
Yes.
want to avoid.
Yes.
But,
Yeah, exactly. Noel Abraham says, can Amber Heard write these texts from JD's phone? Possibly. Yeah.
I don't
They were
think she's
married.
creative enough.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Using the language of Johnny is very difficult for anybody else to replicate, right?
Yeah. I mean, even
Shannon,
when
I
he
mean,
said earlier today, when he's like it's spread all over the world like peanut butter. I was like, this
Yes.
guy's a genius. He's a sick genius. The way he pictures things like spread, peanut butter spreading. I was like, wow. No one
Yeah.
comes up with that.
Yeah, exactly. Shannon Smith said, I saw my mom get abused by my dad. She swore him to people, but wouldn't admit he broke her arm to the doctors and others. She was careful not to because of fear of other reasons to press charges, which is scary. I'm really, really, really sorry that you went through that. And I'm really sorry that your mother went through that. That is a lot to grow up with, and a particularly traumatic upbringing and home and family life. I hope that you guys are both in a better position, but it makes sense, right? It makes sense that you would have certain few people that you would divulge those kind of like, private moments to, and that you would be worried about authorities, because then that could bring the state in, and that can bring more retaliation from the spouse. Completely understand how that's possible. Michael Gaunt said he's not exactly going to say her mom is she's a raving loony and cut my finger off, is he? What does that prove? To Amber's mom. Okay, I see that. Yeah, no, I think yeah, that could be part of the cover, right? That he wants her to look good to her parents, and so he wants to, that at least seems to be what they were going for. Kaya K says chances of Johnny winning at this point. I think it's pretty fair, especially after the end of that redirect.
86%.
Yeah. I'm right there in the 80s with you. Alicia Barrett said, this is hearsay, is it not? Your favorite word, JD. Al McGrath said, let's not forget Amber tried to sue Johnny at first after an interview with GQ UK, and it was thrown out not long after Amber published the op-ed in WAPO. Yep. John said, spent 4 weeks on a jury recently. The jury will look at their notes, the audio tapes and pictures, Johnny and Amber's testimony mainly. Rest is noise. Yeah, the rest is going to be basically impressions that you get from these individuals, probably. Rhiannon Adams said, you've already got double the viewers than CNN Plus. Oh, that's incredible.
That's pretty funny.
Malarkey Machine. I know that's crazy, right? Malarkey Machine says, I can't help but suspect that Johnny's NFT collection is to help fund his legal fees. I was more than happy to snag one because they look fantastic and I want to help the cause. I didn't even realize he had NFTs. But that's pretty cool. Raid says, if Johnny wins, can he sue Amber and newspapers for all the other times for defamation and slander? This is his shot against Amber for defamation. Unless there's some other statements since then that have come out, but there's only a certain statute of limitations. I believe in Virginia, it's 1 year. In other states, it might be 2, but so he's got to be, it has to have been within the last year or maybe 2. So my guess is probably not.
In many jurisdictions, usually for negligence, they'll have a longer statute of limitations. In many jurisdictions, like I know in New York, it's 1 year for an intentional tort, meaning intentionally harming a third party. And then they want to get you to get that in there soon. So it's, unless she said something in the past year, which would give rise to a defamation claim, it would seem difficult for him to press any charge and to press for civil relief.
Yeah, agreed. Lori says, I'm on the edge of my seat. It's 1:30 a.m. here. No way I can sleep now. I'm right there with you. Diane Tincher said, I love the work you're doing on this trial. Thank you so much for your hard work. Hey, thank you. Thank you for watching. Munakita04 says, when they try to use UK Depot to impeach, but JD's statements are similar, it only makes him more credible. His statements are pretty consistent. I mean, if the jury is paying attention, they can see that his statements are pretty much the same across the board. Prue Smith says, I'm sad you guys weren't around during the Jodi Arias trial. Would have been fantastic one to live chat. Yeah, well, there's more of them now. Reflection says, when does Amber get on the stand? It's probably in a couple weeks, most likely. Michael Gaunt said, jury isn't allowed to look up JD online, so Rottenborn has tried to do with magazine articles. Zoe said, Amber Heard made some big claims, level of physical abuse and SA, but the weight of evidence does seem to match the weight of her. Oh, but the weight of, does seem to match the weight of her claims. Will this be brought up? I'm sure in closing arguments, they can say, look, she made all of these claims about physical injuries, about SA, about all of this stuff. And yet she never went to the doctor. She never got examinations. When she did get some examinations, the evidence was super thin. Basically, they relied on her saying this happened to me, and that was about it. So yeah, they're going to be able to turn all of that evidence into an argument and send the jury off to deliberations with that.
Well, her internal bleeding that he caused was probably fixed by the Amica cream, you know.
Probably. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, because it cures everything, right? Avery Rain Nil says, hi from Norway, watching this with my girlfriend and really enjoying it. I recently found your channel and it's very informative and interesting. So thank you. Hey, thank you so much. Lotta B says, hi from Denmark. Never thought I'd be spending my evenings with a bunch of lawyers, but here we are. Just subscribe to all of you. Hey, thanks. Welcome. Death Valou says, I really hope there are no sea turtles present in this courtroom with all the straws they are grasping for. Oh my gosh, I know. Charlotte says, stuck in a bad version of Back to the Future. I am sure the jury is, what year are we in now? Why are all his texts out there and barely any of hers? There could be a bunch that'll be brought up during her testimony. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Especially texts with her friends. If there are any that seem to appear conspiratorial in nature, I would be expecting all of that stuff to come in. Dave Andros said, a mega pint just came across your channel last week. Very insightful. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you so much. Silvera00, the more that comes out, the more it seems like Turd got off in his pain, taking pictures / recording him going through hell. I hope his team goes there. Yeah. Yep. That, I mean, it can definitely leave that impression. Katie Q says, just subscribe to everyone. I normally don't much enjoy live streams, but I look forward to this daily. Thanks for all you guys. Thanks for all you guys do. Great job. Thank you. Brooklyn Pyle says, UT rep, do you think Camille can be used strategically to cross-exam Amber? Amber has shown to be extremely jealous, and Camille plus Johnny seem close. Could be. Maybe it's possible. I think that ultimately what the most important thing that they're going to be looking for is who can do the best job of setting the proper vibe and asking questions in a way and controlling the witness and all that kind of stuff. So that may very well be Ben Chu doing the cross-examination of Amber Heard there. But we will see. We will see. I could see either one of those happening. Cheryl says, sorry if I already asked, but can JD's team call Amber Heard to the stand, or can only Amber Heard's team call her? If they can, should they to wrong foot Amber Heard and her team? They can, as we discussed before, they definitely can. However, timing wise, they are allotted their own time, so they could end up running out of time if they try to call her.
I'd call her.
What's that?
I would call her.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying is no, and basically you can ask her just that one question. Who else has ever abused you? Who are you talking about if not Johnny Depp? Yeah, even that alone is I mean, look, I actually have a whole theory as to how you should approach her to sort of get, but I'm planning, I was actually thinking about putting like a litigator / behavioral psychologist type of perspective as to the healthiest, the best and most effective way for Johnny's team to go after Amber Heard when they put her on the stand. But
okay, do tell.
Well, I'm not going to showbiz it. I mean, I'm not going to ruin it now.
Oh, are you saying you're going to put out on your channel?
Well, eventually, yeah. I mean, it's
okay.
Yeah, I need to flesh out some things, you know.
Joe, there's a real risk, and to be honest, if I was Johnny's team, I would not call Amber Heard in my case in chief, because in Virginia the rules are essentially I can't ask her leading questions, but in cross-examination, even if I'm cross-examining my own client, I'm allowed in cross under these rules to ask them in a leading fashion. So to the extent that I am asking Amber Heard about all of these inconsistencies, that then gives her lawyer who's sitting there with a notepad the question to ask in cross on, direct leading questions. Well, didn't you actually mean to say this? And it just completely flips the
That's
script.
true.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Virginia sounds very different than the way we have it here in New York. I defer to your expertise on Virginia trials, but here in New York, the way that we would look at it is that a party opponent is presumed to be a hostile witness, and you can come out attacking with leading questions out of the gate. Is it different in Virginia that you cannot do that?
The rule goes one way. If they're hostile, I can go at them with leading questions. Or the rule on direct point in cross-examination is automatically I can go leading questions.
That's
So
interesting.
if they're friendly, there's no third rule that essentially says if they're friendly, but I'm in cross, I can't ask them leading questions. So essentially
That's
the door's
really
wide open.
interesting. That's fascinating because in New York, when it's a party opponent, there's a presumption of hostility out of the gate, and your first questions out of the gate can be leading because of that
Interesting.
presumption. And you're telling me that in Virginia, it's not like that until they display
No,
hostility.
it's the reverse is not true. So the presumption of the opposing party, if I'm getting up during cross-examination and I'm representing Amber Heard is not an opposing party. She's my client. She automatically, I can go straight into leading questions. It is.
So if I'm Johnny's team, why can I not call Amber Heard up there and start grilling her out of the gate for the purpose of leading and start off leading questions because she's a party opponent with presumption of hostility? That's my question.
So that's the thing. You can, but then Amber's attorney can get up and ask leading questions again
as well.
Oh, you're saying she can
essentially
defend
you've
with leading questions.
You basically have a witness that it becomes the two lawyers yelling at each other and creating a narrative. And any credibility
And then what
that
good use
person
is that?
has, exactly what use is it? Because you haven't
Yeah.
done anything. You haven't impeached her. You haven't really scored any points. And then they haven't really scored any points other than to get one more opportunity to restate their narrative.
But what if you kept it really narrow so the scope of their cross couldn't go much beyond that? You just asked her about the domestic violence.
Essentially, that's the only way you could get away with it. Then you'd have to be really narrow with that question. And you got to imagine that the judge, even in that case, the judge is going to give some latitude, maybe 2 or 3 questions to Amber Heard's lawyer, but not let them go down that rabbit hole that they would want to.
And to be fair and support your side of this analysis, this is a judge who has been very erratic in her decision making with respect to objections. So if you object and say objection beyond the scope, this judge in theory could say I'll allow it all day for 500 questions that are going to be asked on cross by her own attorneys. So in that sense, the wild card of this judge makes it a little bit more of a risky venture.
And I wouldn't really say that she's been erratic. I mean, look, being a judge, honestly, it's probably one of the hardest positions you can have. You got to hear the evidence, process it, process the rules of evidence, then actually digest the evidence. Then you have to be able to make a ruling on the spot. It's not easy to get it right all the time. Plus, we don't know.
Yeah.
There was 1 or 2 of these where she made what I thought was a preemptive kind of a ruling. And I don't know if that was subject to a brief or a motion to compel or a motion for sanctions. She has background information on a lot of the
Yeah.
stuff.
Motions in limine too.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't know what the motions in limine actually were for. We just know that there were a bunch that were filed. So that's also true for that background information.
Good discussion.
So, yeah. Michael Gaunt said if JD can handle this right, this works in his favor, it shows desperation. That actor guy says, anyone else notice an odd change in cadence? There was a little bit of a change in cadence between his cross-examination, and then his redirect. Vegas Hadar DJV says, guilty until proven innocent. Is this something that I have been subjected to and can totally connect with DP when it comes to baseless false allegations? Don't start me. I'm sorry you went through that, man. Hopefully things have gotten better though. Kimberly Babcock says, I'm curious if Depp's team will bring up the fact that Amber Heard lied about the Milani palette. It didn't even exist when Amber Heard claimed she was using it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. My best guess is that would be through Amber Heard's testimony. Diana P said the makeup palette was entered into evidence. So how can Amber Heard's team get away with saying the prop wasn't intended to represent the exact brand or product if they can go that route? Now, I've seen the description of that evidence, that piece of evidence, and it doesn't exactly say Milani, or that specific palette that has been referenced elsewhere. But it does say makeup palette. So if it's the same one, that's a tough position for them to be in my opinion. Mia Miller says, to what extent can they ask new things / bring new evidence in redirect? Well, it has to be within the scope of the cross-examination, which has to be in the scope of the direct examination. So basically it's like you're getting more and more narrow as you go down. So yeah, they can't just reach out and ask a bunch of new stuff. So that's why there was a question about the audio recordings that they introduced what seemed like new audio recordings on redirect. Those were actually different portions of the audio that was played on cross-examination, but just at different points. So it still was within the same scope because it's the rule of completion, right? That you need to be able to give context by showing the rest of the recording. That would be helpful to round it out. Night Saber says, Johnny is wearing more rings today than previously. Is it safe to say Amber will do the same tomorrow? LOL, much love from Finland. Maybe more rings. Maybe she's going to wear blue. I think it's good. I think blue is going to be the color of the day tomorrow for Amber. PlexusCountry.com says, no matter how this turns out, this seems to me to be a very expensive film production, allowing JD to finally tell his side of the story. # Team Johnny. Yes. Very expensive, but he's finally able to get his story out, it sounds like.
That was probably
Elias,
cheaper than making a movie. So
you think so? No. Yeah.
I mean, he's not. Let's face it. At the end of the day, he's not going to be spending $1 million on Virginia attorneys. I mean, it's probably hundreds of thousands, but it's not going to be more than $2 million.
No, Joe. He's up there.
Is he?
I pulled the docket just to see how many filings and the substance of these filings.
Yes. And it's been since 2019.
There
has been so much motion practice just on discovery. It's been insane what they've been doing in this case. Multiple motions to dismiss that she's filed that they've had to respond to, motions for summary judgment, all kinds of motions for sanctions and motions to compel discovery. Like they had to hire gosh, what's the word for it? Basically a discovery referee. What's the term for it in Virginia, Rob? It starts with a C.
Chancellor?
I'm brain friend. What's that?
Chancellor, I think.
It's no, that's not it. It's oh gosh, someone could, maybe somebody in the chat will say. Anyhow, they had to have an independent person appointed to basically manage discovery, and even then they still had problems, and they still had motions to compel with all of this stuff. So yeah, there's been so much money that's been spent on this case, and it's been like 3 years.
Rob, what's the hourly on a high-priced Virginia attorney?
Oh, conciliator. That was it.
Oh, a conciliator. Yeah, that's essentially a mediator that's appointed by the court. Yeah.
I would say consigliere every time.
Consigliere. Yeah, this is my consigliere. He's going to go through my discovery for me. I would say that the people sitting at that table, I think the lowest price you're probably going to have is $500 per hour. The highest price you're probably going to have maybe in the thousands.
Yeah.
I mean, and you look at the number of people on either side of that aisle,
true.
and then the first, I think I read the judge's rule. What is it? The first and second rows?
I think it's just the first row.
Just the first row?
Yeah. But then there's also people you don't see that are behind the scenes that are also helping to run things, also helping
That's
to
definitely
manage
true.
things.
There's a lot of behind-the-scenes production work.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. Elias says, please turn Johnny up a bit and Hogue and Civil volume down. They are much too loud. Love the commentary. Unfortunately, I cannot turn the court audio up. Of course, now this is over, but I can't turn the court audio up. All I can do is turn everybody else down. So I'm sorry for the sound balancing issues. We're always trying to make that right. Michael Gaunt said, I think that last could work in Depp's favor. Jury may have considered it on their own. Now they might be thinking that's all she has. Could be. Ern says, do you think based off the recordings from this morning, his lawyers will bring up reactive abuse, as in Amber pushed to the point of reactive abuse? Well, I don't think that they want to say that Johnny's abusing at all. I don't think they want to use that term to describe what he's doing. So a reactive behavior maybe, but they definitely don't want to use the word abuse, because that doesn't sound good coming from their end. Uncle Iro says, hey guys, thanks for all your coverage. Lawyer, questioning the emotional damages associated with Johnny losing pirates. He must be joking. Yeah, I think there's definitely some emotional harms here. It's just Lom says, isn't the defamation less about whether it's true she became the face of DV and more that by making that claim at all, she's implying he abused her? Yes. Yes, that is exactly my point. Is that it's all based upon this idea that she has authority to speak on special authority to speak on this issue because she has been a survivor of domestic violence. Karathia says, is it still a hearsay even if she told him? It depends. I actually I marked in my notes because I saw the super chat come in. I marked in my notes when it came in, but I can't remember exactly what the statement was they were trying to use it for. But it does depend on the purpose that they are introducing it. So the reason why they want it to be heard in court. So one Nacho says, thanks for the coverage and insight. It's nice to have one place to go to help this all make sense. Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. Amy Moo says, not surprising that JD would be friends with PB. It's British humor. My Scottish hubby sends messages with his humor to his friends. C word equals term of endearment. Will the jury understand this? I've seen this in especially a lot of comments on Twitter and elsewhere. Also, people from Australia are saying that this is also a very common term of endearment in Australia. That has not come up exactly, although they have said that it's British humor. I wonder if Paul Bettany is going to testify because he is on the list. So he, if he can say, this is a term of endearment in the UK and this is part of British humor, then that is probably something that could help. Although I will say, I'm surprised as to why on cross-examination, Amber Heard's lawyers have introduced some of the statements that they did, because some of them said have Johnny Depp saying, "I love you, see you next Tuesday," which indicates another interpretation of the word "see you next Tuesday" and a different kind of a use, because it doesn't sound like he's saying that to be hurtful. Generally speaking, you don't see that following "I love you" if it's intended to be hurtful. Hunter Gilstrap says, I don't think Rottenborn wanted JD to read the texts because he knew JD would read them in the way that they were meant to sound humorous. Yeah, could be. Julio says, what do courts do if someone on the stand has to go tinkle? I'm doing good to go an hour drive with no potty break is all I'm saying. I think they generally request that they, take care of all of that beforehand. But if somebody has to, I've never seen this happen, but I can imagine that a witness could probably say, could probably turn to the judge and say, Your Honor, I apologize. May we have a recess? I need to use the restroom. There's no way that the judge is going to. Okay. Yeah. I was going to say, there's no way that the judge is going to.
Or a witness. Because you'll see them exchange dialogue about when is the good time to take the morning recess or the afternoon break, and there'll be a colloquy. Well, can we get through 10 more minutes of testimony and something like that? But it happens all the time.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, because it's not like the judge is going to be like, no, you stay there until you're done. That would just be a little too intense.
Sometimes it's the judge that does it.
Yeah. Also, especially if you have a particularly old judge, you'll have those. Brick Cormier said, Tony Lamy had 2 fingertips on his fretting hand chopped off before starting Black Sabbath with Ozzy and crew. It can be done, but very few people can play the guitar at a professional level with missing fingertips. Yeah, I would imagine that's very difficult. Having played the violin myself, yes. Having good fingertips is pretty important for any kind of frets or having or placing your fingers down on any kind of strings. Marilyn Stryker says, Amber Heard looks like a wife from Handmaid's Tale. If you love to play guitar, you'd appreciate JD say he would never cut off his finger, even in a tough relationship. Music helps you escape fights like running to closets or other. Could very well be. Karen Burke says, can Nate say this is Legalbytes country? Love you all. I'm so sorry. I should have brought this up when he was here. Ripley Smith said, hey all, loving your work as a professional guitarist. I believe JD in saying even if he lost the tip on his left hand, it would be detrimental. Love and respect to all. Wait, Hogue, wrong channel. Ricky Tikitavi says JD's rambling aimlessly on redirect often forgetting to give his text a convincing alternative explanation. Sounds too much like making up on the spot. He did have a few moments where he did seem like he was kind of making it up on the spot. That was not particularly convincing, but I think overall he did all right today. Gene O'Reilly says, how can anyone not love this guy? His gonzo journalism explains a lot. Actors have a flair for the dramatic. They do. Zachary McPherson says, as an Aussie doc, the discharge summary is useless for establishing the story. Junior would have seen JD, but the boss would have written the letter. Very good point. Mia Mina says, why do we not have a visual timeline in the court? I completely agree. Everyone is confused right now. And
that would have been my opening statement. I would have put a big poster up there with a big timeline, and I would have walked through the events, and I would have revealed what the event was called, and just
yes. Yeah, just put a name on it. Put like whatever your name is for it. I mean, we've got the Australia incident, we've got the May 21st incident, we've got, you know, the stairs incident, I guess. But yeah, no, I completely agree. Having things in a particular timeline and in a visual one at that is most useful for the jury. And I don't know why neither side seems to be doing it. I suspect that it may have something to do with the fact that the attorneys have been living this case for so long and litigating it so hard for so long that to them they're like, well, everything kind of makes sense, you know, because
you're telling me that if the witness is sitting there on the screen, and you've seen the screen, they put the dot right on it. You ask the witness a series of questions. You say, okay, well, let me help you here, and you throw that up on the screen. You don't think every juror has on their notepad? I guarantee you they would. The timeline itself, and they would put a little hash mark, and they would say, this happened here.
Yes. Yep, exactly. It would really, really help. And that's why I was saying that, you know, for his after his cross-examination, I was really hoping that the redirect might go in a chronological order through the text messages and all the other stuff. But they decided to go just like the cross-examination in kind of more of a cluster format of like, here's some, you know, mean text that you sent. And then here are some that were about drugs. Here are some that were about, you know, this subject. Here's some about the monster. Exactly. So they were going by cluster rather than by timeline, but I don't think that's helpful for anyone that is new to this case that's trying to understand it. So they neither side has done a good job of that. Oriana Rojas said, hi, everyone. Thank you for all your hard work. I'd like to ask for your opinions regarding today's cross and Johnny's testimony overall. So today's cross was more effective than it was on Thursday. Definitely, very much so. But I think that ultimately the redirect did a good job of rehabilitating him, especially at the very end of it. Yeah. I mean, yeah. How about you guys? Do you have anything that you want to add?
I think the redirect. Sorry, John.
No, you go, Rob.
Just to comment, I love the redirect. Redirect is, and for anyone who's still watching or listening to the chat, if you want to see an attorney play chess, that's redirect, because they have to set up the cross. They know what's coming out in cross. Sometimes they can't get it out in direct. They know they can't. There's some barrier, some evidentiary burden, or some way they would have to ask a question to get an objection. So they set up so that the cross comes in and they know it's going to happen. And then they've got the plan in their head of how they're going to get it out in redirect. So from the standpoint of watching a redirect, you are watching this attorney's chess game in its finality. And the way that Johnny Depp's team handled it at the end of that redirect with the playing of that audio was that was beautiful. I was very well orchestrated.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. It was beautiful, and it was exactly the perfect way to end his testimony. Joe, you were going to say something.
No, I'm not going to try following that up with anything. That was brilliant, Rob. Well said.
Thanks, Joe.
Terry McGee says, trust me, you don't cut off a finger if you consider yourself a guitar player. Leslie Stires says, does it concern y'all that his cadence changes so drastically when he's being questioned by his team versus her team? As far as how it looks, #justice for Johnny. I mean, you know, thinking about it from another perspective, though, it could be that he's just he feels more relaxed when he's being questioned by her team. So he's able to kind of take his time, but he feels a little bit more pressure. So he's answering in a much faster kind of way when he's on cross-examination. But I do agree that they can note that, and they might decide that they don't like that and they don't trust it, that maybe he's putting something on one side or the other. Courtney Branley says, will Amber testify and be crossed? If so, what do you want to see? Who do you want to see do the cross? I want to see whoever is most capable. Regardless of whether it's male or female, I want to see who's most capable, who's going to get to the heart of it, and who's going to be able to, ask about the makeup, ask about, when she went on, and we haven't really heard much about the December 15th day, because that's going to be a lot on Amber Heard's side, but, ask about what she did on December 16th and the appearance that she made on the James Corden show and all that kind of stuff. I want somebody who's going to be effective and who's going to be quick and organized with their cross-examination questions. No compound questions, just get some fast questions in, and have it super organized, and then get out as soon as possible. But yes, I do think that she will be testifying and therefore cross-examined. Heather Nichols says, I hereby submit Johnny's IMDb page into evidence so he can remember what he's worked on. LOL. Yeah, he has an issue with that, right? Julio says, can he file suit against faux news? I don't think so. 2012 Jameson says, Fox News is about as Romney. It is not as legit. With no accountability, there is no reason for news to be honest or reliable. Yeah. Code Monkey says, Google Judge Azcarate. She served 4 years active duty with the United States Marine Corps and several more in the reserves while attending law school. Explains how she runs her court. Absolutely. That definitely explains her organization style for sure.
She also set up a special veterans docket for veterans that were survivors and they've gone through mental health issues. So there's a special docket in Fairfax General District Court for veterans going through things.
Oh,
have you ever appeared in front of her?
Yep, bunch.
What can you give us your general thoughts on her without or you have to plead the fifth? That's okay.
No, I mean, generally speaking, I like all of the judges on that bench, the Fairfax Circuit Court bench. They are very thoughtful. They come from a good bar of attorneys that they get selected and nominated for. I like being in front of Judge Azcarate. I think that she does give good thought. She has a heck of a lot of experience on a bench. So despite some of the rulings that might give us an impression, she knows evidence backwards, forwards, left ways, right ways. And you can see it in her courtroom demeanor. She does give a fair amount of latitude, but she also is very organized in getting her court moving along, which I really appreciate. You're there on time, you move the case along, and it just makes you a good administrator of that bench.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Aaron Leah says the final audio that was played on Thursday was from July 2016. After she filed the TRO, she went to his hotel room in San Francisco to get admissions on audio. That was what he testified on redirect. Factively says Fox News changed the headline after you guys mentioned it. Someone on their team is watching. Oh no, could be. I don't know. Maybe we had 20,000 people today, so it could be. Carrie Lowry says, don't know if this has been raised, but metadata should show if defense is lying, re timing of moaning video. Between Amber Heard and Rittenhouse, metadata is very sexy right now. You are correct. Metadata is a hugely important issue with any kind of digital evidence these days, and probably more attorneys and more judges need to be able to understand it to be able to properly litigate those matters. B says, is Zellner on the case? Heard she wasn't. JD Wynn. I know that people have been asking a lot about Kathleen Zellner. She's on the record as an attorney of record, so she's on the team ostensibly. It's just I have a sense that she probably is just behind closed doors, kind of helping to manage things behind the scenes. Gary Meyer says, if Johnny wins this trial, how will it look for the UK trial where the outcome was the opposite? I mean, it's a different court, different laws, slightly different issue with Amber Heard not being one of the parties. So I can see a universe where both of them are upheld just because of those material differences. I mean, even in the United States, if Johnny had brought that same claim against a publisher for that kind of thing after they made a statement calling him a wife beater after the DVRO was public, long public. That's the kind of thing that he would not be successful in the United States with that kind of a claim, in my opinion, because of the actual malice standard. And we've talked about that quite a bit. So, it's a different standard in the UK, but even still, my overall point is he can win against Amber and lose against a newspaper publisher, for sure, easily. Karen Burke says, every time boss attorney Bree has a point, she gets drowned out by everyone's huge personalities and loud voices. LOL. Shout it out, Bab. Bab, I want to hear from you too. Yeah, I know. She reminds me of myself when I first got into LawTube. It took me a little bit of a while to sort of get my elbows out to start getting in there when everybody's kind of rumbling and jumping in to talk. But she'll get there. She's great. Anna P says, if drugs and alcohol is what the defense is going to focus on, JD's team could turn it around with Amber's testimony. They can turn it on her for suggesting any addict is a DV perpetrator. Yep. And they can also turn that to look like Johnny has a particular vulnerability that she seized upon to take advantage of him. It's possible. Luke 83 says, you know why Nate left, right? You were talking about JD's tinted glasses and how cool he is. And Nate said, I have tinted glasses too. And none of you told him that he is cool too. Oh, Nate knows he's cool. We tell him all the time. Athol says, you should watch Spidey's video about Johnny. In that video, he says during the cross, Johnny channels Jack Sparrow almost subconsciously because Jack Sparrow is more confident than Johnny Depp. I saw that. I thought that was a really interesting point. It was almost like, it's interesting how sometimes these actors can almost have like versions of these characters that they've played sort of come out in various aspects of their life. But I saw that and it looked, as soon as he said it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Vito Spatafiore says, I think JD will lose his case. Please all quit talking over Bree when she wants to opine. Thank you, panel. Yeah, thank you. I will remember to try to referee that a little bit better. Game Master Craig says, if we're at 50-50, what does JD do to win? I think that it goes to discrediting Amber Heard further. That's where they go with this at this point, is going to say, okay, not only were you lying about this, then you took proactive steps to set this whole scene up to make it look terrible when there was absolutely nothing going on. That would be where I would go with it. Imperfect Lioness says, just want to thank you for covering this trial, Alita. I am not a rabid Johnny fan, but even I knew Johnny was not capable of what Amber claimed. Again, thanks. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. That's really kind of you. James Gentry says, am I mistaken or are 7 jurors? If so, why only 7? Well, Rob, you're probably the best person to respond to this one.
Oh, and now you're going to make me think about Virginia constitutional law.
You can give a simple,
pulled it up. I think I pulled up
explanation.
Virginia's civil law.
I believe it's 6.
It's
I think I saw 7.
I believe it's 6, and I believe it's 6 unanimous on these particular.
It is unanimous. I actually was looking that up.
Yes, it is unanimous, and so my understanding was they need yeah, that could be, but 7 is what they're going for here. So at least one has been dismissed. There might be a second one that was also dismissed, in which case there are 2 alternates that are left. So they'll choose which of those 9 will end up on the jury, assuming that no one else has to go home for whatever reason. But basically, okay. So yeah, that basically answers the question. So yes, 7. Snow says, are tabloids able to be used in court? Isn't something like using Wikipedia as sources for a report? So it depends on who we're talking about. If it's the legal team, they're allowed to have tablets and cell phones and laptops out because they need to be able to do all of that to manage everything that they need to do.
Alita,
for their
I think
work.
she's asking about like rag papers, like tabloids, like
tabloids.
Less than credible.
I'm so sorry.
News
Thank
resources.
you. I'm
You've
9.5
been
hours
for
in.
what, 9.5 hours?
I'm getting cross-eyed. Yeah. So yeah, tabloids as opposed to, I thought they had tablets. Oh my gosh, excuse me. So are tablets able to be used in court? Well, it depends on what they're using it for, right? Because what they were trying to say is, hey, look, this is what everybody was saying about you. This is what your reputation was before the Washington Post op-ed, right? and it makes sense in this case because we're talking about reputational harm. He has to prove that there was some kind of reputational, generally speaking, he has to prove that there was some kind of reputational harm because, if not, then what are we here for, right? And in order to show reputational harm, you have to have a starting point, right? His reputation was one place and then ended up in another place afterwards. That's how you show causation. So showing tabloids, that's one way to do it. Of course, you can also then comment and say, well, of course, anybody can say anything in tabloids. Anybody can say anything in the headline of any newspaper. Doesn't necessarily make it true. But the whole point was to say, this is what people were saying about you anyway, regardless of whether or not those headlines were true. Julio says, I'm going on FMLA for the trial so I can go support my future hubs in his time of distress. Oh, well, I'm happy that you're able to be there to support him. And hopefully his distress gets better and everything works out well for you both. Tyler Dinger says, are JD's attorneys able to bring up Amber Heard's arrest for hitting her ex, Tastia Van Ree, in 2009? If the arrest was scrubbed from the system, wouldn't this arrest be relevant to this trial? Well, if she says that she has never been accused of any kind of domestic violence, then they would be able to use that to impeach because that's an example of when she was accused. But other than that, I don't see how they'd really be able to use that, right? I mean, do you guys have a difference of opinion on that?
Not unless it's to impeach her credibility on the issue. There's just the fact that someone was accused or convicted of some act of abuse in the past. It's prior bad acts testimony and prior bad acts evidence, and you'd never like that in a present trial about a certain case that is subject to those certain specific facts.
It's just too prejudicial, and it doesn't actually prove. It doesn't actually do anything to prove whether this existed or this occurred in this particular instance. So yeah. Jim Cox says, even if the jury believes Johnny's story, wouldn't they have to find no defamation since she didn't technically lie in her op-ed? I mean, not necessarily. I can see how they look at the basis of her authority for that article and say she's claiming that she can speak on this in a very unique way because she's been through this, and she hasn't because she wasn't abused by Johnny Depp. So I can see that being the case. Lauren C says, Hogue, we have watched her deposition and heard 5+ hours of audio tape. That's why we are convinced she is lying. Yep. Michael Sanger says, isn't all team Amber Heard have to prove that there was one incident of DV to win? And by extension, does the video of JD assaulting covers legally constitute DV? He's not assaulting any person. He's being aggressive towards cupboards. I think that's there's not enough of a link between that and abusing people. You can kind of try to get there by inference and suggestion, but that I don't think that you actually have evidence of him abusing a person just by showing him getting really angry with the kitchen cabinets. So, but it is true that they only need to prove that there was one incident of DV to win. But the issue is if they don't have anything to affirmatively prove it, and then JD has multiple instances where he disproves it, he doesn't necessarily have to disprove every single alleged incident if she doesn't prove every incident, if that makes sense. Haley says, when is Amber Heard supposed to take the stand? This is a very popular question. Probably in a couple weeks. It's not going to be for a little while, most likely. Demo says, can Johnny go after the son again if he wins? I mean, maybe if they come out with defamatory statements after this, if he wins, possibly. But the UK trial also has resulted not in his favor. So I don't know. I don't know that he could do that because they can allege that they have an affirmative belief based on the UK trial verdict. That would be a very interesting legal question, to be honest, but I'm not entirely certain. I don't know if he would want to at that point, to be honest. DH says, so what exactly would happen if they get impeached? So basically, impeachment in a trial proceeding in a trial basically just means that you have been shown in front of the jury to have a divergence of your testimony over time. It's not like, you know, a lot of times when people hear the word impeachment, they think of like impeaching the president or impeaching, you know, some other elected official, where you have a whole process where you get them removed. There's nothing like that in a trial. All it is it's literally the witness testifies to one thing. Then the attorney that is asking them questions says, has that always been your testimony? And then they reach back and find some instance to where they, you know, where they have testified, you know, otherwise, or an example of where something else has happened otherwise than rather than the way that the witness has explained it. So it's basically it's just bringing prior evidence, prior not evidence, but prior testimony or prior statements or prior instances that show the opposite essentially of what this witness is saying right now. Anna D says, hi, would it have been better for JD if he had contested the restraining order she filed? He seemed to say his lawyer at the time advised him not to. I don't know. I mean, Rob, maybe you being in more of this area of law, what do you think on that? Do you think that he would have been better off if he had contested it?
Protective orders are tricky, and it varies by state. So in Virginia, if you get a protective order gets entered by a magistrate, that's a 72-hour maximum protective order, where that thing can be effective for 72 hours, and then it's just gone. So in order to essentially combat that, they would have to both have a petition to have that protective order made permanent and then have someone defending against that petition. Otherwise, the protective order was granted, and people can sometimes confuse that protective order was somehow more legitimate because it was granted. In these cases where, and this happens, I guess, in a lot of cases, because there's a significant expense to fighting these things. And if the thing is just going to disappear in 10 days, as if it was never something, then you don't pay the cost of fighting it. You just let it go away. In this particular case, it's tough. I mean, I don't know that I would have advised Johnny any differently here.
Yeah, because you don't know that she's going to come out with an op-ed, you know, however many years later on the whole thing that just brings everything up again. Yeah, it's true. Those are very good points. Barry Dvorak said, can Milani exec/rep be called RE the compact? Is their video admissible? When and how could this happen? So Johnny's witness list, they did reserve, after they listed everybody down at the bottom, they said, and anyone else that is required to rebut, you know, testimony. So I would imagine that they could bring them in as a rebuttal to Amber Heard's testimony if something happens through her testimony talking about the makeup palette and where that all comes from and when she had that at the time. So it would be like that. But otherwise, I don't think they can call them as a witness. Other than that, I don't know. Do you guys see that otherwise, or do you see a way that they could bring her in otherwise, or a Milani rep?
I think I could get her in. I can't see any difficulty in doing it, because you got to think that Amber's attorney made this an issue when she held the compact up. That was something that, I mean, she held it up and used it. She raised it. I have the right to attack it and defend against it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would concur with that take. I think that as far as it being like new evidence or something that didn't come up in discovery, well, you know, we didn't hear their opening before discovery, so we walked into this. No one knew that they were going to take this whole ridiculous hack, which was based on complete fiction, and we need to show that it's complete fiction. So I think that's how you can get around that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I mean, if you imagine if they introduced all of a sudden something totally out of the blue that never was relevant to anything, and all of a sudden they said, well, you know why you never saw those scars? It's because she has alien relatives, you know, whatever. It's like, what? She has aliens. So we need to bring evidence now that, you know, she's not. We've looked at her family tree and there's no aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just we never had to bring this in before, because who the hell thought they would open like that? But now that they have, we need to respond.
That's fair. Okay, good points. Lizzie Mendez says, my question is, the article stated sexual violence as well, right? That why the wine bottle was brought up. That's why the wine bottle was brought up in Heard's opening. Yes, but we also got an indication from the transcript from the hearing where they kicked out Eve Barlow that was improper for them to have brought up during their opening. Other than that, I don't really have any other details to suggest anything on that particular topic. But it is strange that we didn't hear anything on cross-examination about it. So maybe they're just going to relinquish that claim, I guess, maybe. But
that's just a huge risk. The biggest lesson with opening statements is your opening statement, especially to a jury, is a promise.
Yes.
And every time you don't fulfill something in that, if you provide either weak evidence or you just don't talk about it, you've broken your promise.
Yeah. And yeah, it's you definitely want to be keeping your promises to the jury for sure. Yeah. But if they've been effectively punished, behind closed doors on one of these Fridays where we didn't have cameras in the courtroom, where perhaps Judge Ascarate said, yeah, you weren't supposed to talk about that, and yet you did. I mean, what more can they do? If they try to bring it in front of the jury, then they would run the risk of having her reprimand them in front of the jury, I would think. So Isabella Baraniak said, op-ed title online said sexual violence. Yeah. Phil Jones says, I think Johnny just wants to drag Amber Heard into the unemployment hell she put him in. Since she is so ambitious, it would be a masterful stroke. That would be quite ironic, I would think. Phil Jones said, if there is not a unanimous jury decision, will the public ever know the split? Is that announced with the verdict? I don't think so.
I think you need a unanimous jury decision.
You do need unanimous, but I don't think they make the split known.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. So we would either find out if it's unanimous or not. Anything is possible. So thank you for making JD so relatable and helping us understand all this complicated legal process. I hope JD's team is as good as yours on this chat. Follow you from Vancouver, Canada. Thank you. Although I don't think that we're the ones that are making him relatable. I think that he's doing that on the stand himself, as are his attorneys that are asking him the right questions to do that. I mean, we're just here commenting on what we see and just kind of hanging out, right? Carl says,
you can make the Menendez brothers seem relatable, Alita.
Oh, I don't think so.
Don't sell yourself short.
I don't know that I can do that. Carl says JD seems to come over as he wanted Amber Heard to be less screamy in his relationship, which is not what this case is about. Not a strong day for Team JD, to be honest. I think things turned around when it came to the redirect. Pharrell Drake says, is it me, or should he have much less stuttery responses to these clarifications, or is she not asking clear enough questions? I think he was shaken up. I think he was, I think they got under his skin during the cross-examination today. It wasn't his best performance under cross, and it took him a while to really kind of relax. I don't think he ever really did in his redirect, to be honest, but they managed to get through it. And those audio recordings were everything. Shindrith's Concepts says, my biological father was an abuser. My brother is a recovering substance abuser. Having seen all this testimony, it is consistent with a wounded man as I once was having been through this process myself. It's very cathartic. I am so sorry that you went through all of those experiences and that you've carried that trauma. But hopefully things have improved in your life and you've been able to work through that and find a good place for yourself. Mia Miller says, I get the hives just considering sitting in a fight with someone for 4 hours. That is hell, not life. I agree. I totally agree. Steve Deacon says, lawyer cat is the best. She is so manipulative. Johnny wants to get away from her to allow things to de-escalate, but she won't let him go. That is certainly what it sounded like, for sure. Especially in those last audio tapes. Marilyn Stryker says, OMG, and there it is. You forced me. She's done. Don't even really like JD. Wow, she's done. I agree. I think it was very damning.
Audio, you think that's about the audio clips?
Yes, the audio clips at the end. Chris Wicks said, how can Amber Heard claim to be held hostage in Oz, and in this audio is saying JD begged her to stay? Another fishy tale from the Aquaman's wife. Yeah. Matt says, it's hard to believe a victim of abuse would worry about reputation. That tape is wild. Rebecca Madsen says, what do you think about his interactions with Rottenborn? Not sure I like how his comments might make him look. Is it damaging or is it common? I don't like him either. I don't like how he got particularly snarky today. Like I said, I think they definitely got under his skin. It's not particularly good, but the jury has also spent a lot of time with him up to now. I mean, it was like 3 full days that they got with him. So, I mean, who knows what they'll be able to do with that, if they'll say, okay, if they'll be able to recognize that this is just somebody who has had to relive some of the worst moments of his life, and that's painful, and you can't expect him to perform perfectly through all of that. But or maybe they'll take that as the mask is slipping. Jaden Tokar Katz says that lawyer earned her salary with that last question. The tone, the delivery, everything was chef's kiss. Babylonia Rising says, and just like that, the little boy who loved his mom but couldn't make her stop hurting him found his voice and said, I am, and his soul was free. Amen. Amen to that. Spielen gespielt. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Says, greetings from Germany. Thank you so much for giving the world a glance into a totally different world. Are U.S. courtrooms always that exciting? I cannot think of a more boring place in my country. Thank you. No, they're often very boring places.
They're more often exiting than they are exciting. Not to mock your thing, but it happened to be a really good Freudian slip. I'm not mocking your spelling because I couldn't spell anything in German, but I'm just saying it's a place you'd rather exit than feel excitement.
Yeah, for sure. Jaden Tokar Cat said, I think that last question affirmed to me that this case is less about the outcome and more about telling his story. Tell the world, Johnny. Yes. Yep. Agreed. Chris Elliman said, who is more toxic, Amber Heard or Jada Pisha Smith? Ooh.
Jada Pisha. Ouch.
No comment.
Yeah. I don't know about that one. Julio
I
says,
think they're cut from the same cloth. So
Uncivil and Hogue, please imagine this being told by a woman. I don't know how the law is, but these are not the tapes of an abusive husband. Yeah. Susan Endlick says, so glad JD is standing up against the lies. System repeatedly failed him while emboldening his abuser. AH is truly disturbed. Rusty Robot says, Australia tapes, fair game or bad for Dr. K and Debbie L? Well, I think that the more testimony that has come out that kind of refers back to Dr. Kipper particularly, the less favorably I think that a lot of people look at him, because he's got a lot of inconsistencies. He doesn't seem to get a lot of these details correct. And it's
someone gave me the finger. I'm not sure who. It's like when you say gave you the finger, do you mean like in your? Maybe he was referring to like in his car when he was driving. Someone gave him the finger. I don't know because none of it seemed consistent with what any other witnesses said.
Yeah, true. Paulina says, seriously, 4 more weeks of this. Johnny never lied, and these crap lawyers objecting to stupid reasons. Just give the win to Johnny already. Well, they've got to do their job too, right? I mean, Amber Heard deserves to have her day in court as well as the other party in this, and she has every right to legal representation as well. So they're doing their job, however well or poorly, or however cleanly or dirtily you think that they are. I personally think that for the most part, they are just doing their job in the best way that they can. Some of their decisions have been a little bit sus, but for the most part, I do think that they're doing the best they can. Oriana Rojas said, people in the chat seem to think Amber is going to act like she did in her deposition. Don't know why. Clearly, Amber Heard and her lawyers must be aware of how bad that looked. True. The only issue is that the risk that they run with any kind of deviations from that deposition, of course, the way that she carried herself is one thing, but if she makes any statements that are different, they can use that deposition to impeach her. So they have to be careful about the extent to which they do change that. Gecko Gamer says, oddball question. If there is any case you want to see immortalized in a Lego set, what case would that be?
Rittenhouse.
Yeah, probably Rittenhouse. Maybe Rittenhouse. Yeah. But this one's coming up pretty quick too, though. We've got a lot of good pieces that you could put in there with the Amica cream and the Mega Pines and
that's true.
all kinds of fun stuff that you could place in that courtroom too. Neth Star says, as a fellow Brit and Londoner, we do sometimes announce our Friday excitement as a mellow monotone. Yay! Great coverage. Keep calm and lawyer on. Oh, thank you. Maybe that's a good merch idea. Keep calm and lawyer on. I like that. Although I'm sure I wouldn't be the first one to have that on merch. Danny Cole says, how was the Sun trial dismissed with a clip like that? I don't know. I don't know that clip came in. Jane.ca says, I told you they would end his testimony with that audio. Tell the world, Johnny. Yes, tell the world. Jamie McClement says, I want to super chat JD's team, but they're good. So here's for a fancy coffee. Also, does Heard have a story for that cutting audio, or did she demand her lawyers play it just as a last jab? I don't know. I don't know what kind of
I don't think she
communications they had
demanded
about
that it
that.
get played.
Yeah, probably not, because it doesn't look. You know, I don't even know why they played that, to be honest, because it doesn't make her look good at all. It really
Yeah.
doesn't. I don't think I'm. This is one of those decisions that I really question their strategy here, because there have been a number of them where I'm like, that doesn't help her case. If anything, it hurts her case.
Whose side are you on?
Yeah, exactly. Melanie says, have you seen the video of Amica's lawyer Elaine Bredehoff taking pictures with Johnny Depp on the front row of the London premiere of Lone Rangers? I have. It's either her or it's a really good doppelganger. But my reminder to everyone is that lawyers are people too. We get starstruck, and we are often fans of people and of people's work. And so that is most definitely long before she was ever Amber Heard's attorney. So you know, you never know as a lawyer who you're going to end up representing. So it is kind of funny. It is funny to see her be kind of starstruck with all the other fans there. If that is her. Jared Vester says, how can you guys see Amber Heard's team try to spin or explain that last audio on the redirect? What direction could they go with that in response?
Please forget it.
Yeah, just trying to introduce.
I mean, they could really embrace the mutual abuse, at least at that juncture.
Yeah.
You know, if you're already at that end, you just say, yeah, it was her responding. You know, who's going to believe that it was just me? Who's going to believe you didn't play a part in it?
Yeah, could be. Eli Ostreicher says, Alita, you are gorgeous and this channel rocks. Thank you. How in the world did UK judge find him guilty despite these earth-shattering audios? Makes no sense. So I'm actually not entirely sure if they had these audios in the trial, and I'm sure if I could get real Laura B on here, she's undoubtedly exhausted after watching trial, I'm sure. But you know, I'm sure she knows very well as to whether or not this came into the UK trial. I'm sure there are other people as well that have looked into this. But if it did, I don't know, man. That's wild for him to lose in that case with an audio clip like that. Mia Miller says direct/redirect was Jessica Myers, not Camille. Thank you for the clarification. Diana P says, can we convince Elon to give Amber Heard a ride on his rocket ship and drop her off somewhere? She can scream at the aliens. Oh, that's funny. Jealous X Live says, shout out to Diana P for the best super chat I've seen. Julius Sugarbaker says, first ever super chat, just sending because I appreciate the way you all work together, the time you give us, and the perspective. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Very kind of you. Anna Marie Keebling says, Amber Heard seems attachment injured, and it would be awesome to hear from Dr. Kirk about this psychology in Seattle to explain her thinking/reason for abuse. Yes. Yep. Agreed. Ju Young Kang says, when Johnny Depp was closing his eyes, he was opening his third eye to show the judge and Amber's lawyers on what hearsay is. Aaron Harris says, I feel like I'm watching Amber Heard Kaiser sows herself in real time, but she somehow forgot to bury the lead. Trial's going to end. And like that, she's gone. Fareed, I'm sorry. I'm going to try this. My best effort. I promise. Ghasemilazadeh. I don't know if I got that right. Says, Mr. King, do you believe you were paid enough for that job? I doubt it.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second and point out that Alita Legalbytes is now at 89.3.
Holy cow.
So she's only 700 away. There are thousands still watching. If you have not yet subscribed, it's a really huge
Aw.
milestone. So if you could please make sure you hit the subscribe button so you can get more great coverage like this. It would really be something meaningful. Let's have her bing that 90 tonight.
Aw, thank you. Thank you. Joe, where are you at right now?
Oh, I don't know.
What?
We don't
What?
talk about me.
Let's get you to your next milestone. Let's go.
Yeah,
Where are you
yeah.
at? Where are you at?
I don't know. 43.
43. Let's get him to 45. Come on. We got
Yeah.
at least 2,000 people that can go. Come on,
Yeah.
guys. Come on. If you haven't already, what are you waiting for? You get all kinds of really great content on his channel. He is also, I like to call him fiery but mostly peaceful Joe, because when you get him on a rant, it is so entertaining. It is so entertaining.
Thank you.
But he is mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful.
So be sure to go and check out his content. Check out some of his rants. He is hilarious, and he's way more entertaining than I could ever possibly be.
Oh, you're too kind. That's so cool.
It's true. Lade Da says, who called cops audio? JD tells AH she told Io too. She asked while it was happening. JD says yes. Can defense claim that JD confirmed Amber Heard's version? Version of what? Of what Amber claimed about the calling 911 that night? Because what you're referring to is the May 21st incident, May 21st, 2016. JD tells Amber Heard she told, okay. So, okay. I'm not sure I understand your question here though. Because if she's telling Io to call the cops, that's not exactly the best for her position, because she's trying to say what she's been trying to claim is that Io called the cops because Io was concerned about what was going on there. So I'm not sure. I'm really sorry about that. Moni Garcia says there are no photos of the bar area because it didn't fit Amber's narrative of the incident. Possibly. I mean, it sounds like they didn't request those photos from Ben King. I mean, that was the real issue. So they wanted to say, "Oh, you're withholding evidence," but it sounds like they never actually requested them. That question was objected to, but it still was ostensibly heard by the jury. So we'll see. Dr. Kartoffel Salat says, respect to this guy. Imagine having this kind of day at work and still continuing in his line of employment. Oh my gosh. Yes, agreed. Tony Boulis says, why does Team Pooh only need to show any form of abuse occurred? Can't Team Pirate just show no essay occurred as the first part of the article claimed? I mean, they want to show it as completely as possible, right? Like Johnny wants to not just show one incident, but every single incident, to say that there was no violence on any of those incidents. And by the way, she also harmed him. And oh, by the way, she's trying to set it up and make it look like he harmed her. That's the ideal situation. They want to put on as strong of a case as possible. Stephanie says, end of the week. Yay. This guy is another incredible vibe and human, starting to become my new fave after Isaac. Agreed. Chastity Rodriguez says, pretty sure if Johnny Depp had struck Amber Heard, those rings would have messed her up. Does he ever take them off? That's a very good question. I wish that was something that would have been asked, but I mean, who knows? I don't know if he...
Maybe when they cross Amber, that'll come up.
Could be.
You know,
could be.
Like,
could
really,
be.
did you ever cut you with those rings he's always wearing? Never happened to cut your face?
Yeah, exactly. Chastity Rodriguez says, oh, wait, sorry. Already read that one. Subzilla says, who found the fingertip? I did. Can you tell us about when you found his fingertip? What I expected to hear, objection, foundation.
That's great.
Yeah. 2012 Jameson says, bro code flying and staying with AH, #hazard pay. That definitely, I mean, he definitely earned some kind of a raise or a bonus or something after that one. Good logic says, if you switch angle of the panel to in screen, we can see the beauty of all four attorneys, even when super chats are pulled up. Don't deprive us. I know, I'm so sorry. I was pulling them up over your face, but
over and over again. Like every time I
sorry.
started going like this behind it. Like I was like, hey, I'm drowning here. No, what I was trying to explain to you is they have like, you can put the four of us or 5, whatever is there. If you pull up a screen now, just pull up a screen
Yeah.
for a second. Just pull up any
Okay.
screen for a second. So I'll show you what I
Okay.
mean.
Let me,
Okay?
I'll pull up YouTube generally here and then
I thought
share
it'd be
the
funny
screen.
to super chat you while I was sitting here. I was
You
like,
didn't
this is
need
not
to,
nearly
though.
as funny later. It's not gonna be nearly as funny later.
It is funny now, though.
No, because
Okay.
because when there's 4 of us, so right
Mhm.
now Rob's on the bottom. When there's 4 of
Mhm.
us, it literally would block out the 4th person
Yeah.
altogether. So I
Are
thought
you
it'd be really
saying
funny for my
doing
super chat to,
this one?
like that. Yes, like
Okay.
that.
The only
Then
the only
everyone's seen.
the only issue with that is that then it covers the subtitles.
That's why you did that. Okay. No,
Yeah.
I was just because I was like every time I thought it'd be really funny for my own super chat to block my face. That's
Well, I didn't want to pull it up for that precise reason because then I would have felt bad.
that was the joke. That was the whole joke right there. So there you go.
Sober Stories says, I work with addicts. If a juror is in recovery or knows someone hitting JD with drug won't play well, it's disgusting. It is literally a disease. Yeah. I think they definitely run a risk here if they don't thread the needle properly, which they haven't been so far. Rasbrook says, hello from Canada. Have you heard the newest leaked audio on Tug's channel? Thank you so much for your coverage. You offer sanity in the midst of this media circus. Hey, thank you so much. I have not seen it. I will have to check it out. He has so much good content on there. JR Callahan says, thanks to all of our hosts for a fine job. It was great to see Peter Tragos earlier from his longtime listener and subscriber. Yeah, it's great. He's been showing up quite a bit to these streams. I'm very happy to have him on with everybody else. Denerdster. Sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing that. It says, my mom is a lawyer, and that's had a huge influence on how I approach news and politics. I was misled with the Rittenhouse trial, so here I am to see for myself. I may feel a certain way, but appreciate everyone's legal insight. Hey, that's exactly what it's all about, right? That's what we're doing here is providing coverage, providing our thoughts, and you can make up your own mind about us and our biases if you feel like we're biased or not, or if you like or don't like what we're saying. But at the very least, you can be pretty trusting of the fact that we are giving our unvarnished opinions, and we're not affiliated with any corporations or anything like that, as far as I understand. At least for myself, I can say. So it's you're getting a different kind of opinion than you would from the corporate media or the legacy media or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate your super chat. Mostly Dead says, but did they see any mashed potatoes? I know that was something that came up in Amber Heard's deposition testimony that would be very interesting to cross-examine her on. We'll see if that comes up. Naya Parek says, trying not to take these BPD comments to heart, LOL. I have it and have been pretty bad in relationships. Never violent though, but staying single. Is that for now? FL? No, FL. I'm not sure. But oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think that this is one of the risks in throwing around a lot of these terms. I know a lot of people want to say that Amber Heard is a narcissist, that she has like multiple personality disorder, this kind of stuff. We don't know that unless we see that an actual doctor has examined her and diagnosed her. We may see that at some point in the trial, but I also caution people from throwing around these kinds of terms because, number one, we don't know if that's true. Number two, it can stigma other people that actually do deal with these kinds of issues, and it doesn't make them Amber Heard, right? It doesn't make them, the same kind of person that is pulling the kind of shit that she's pulling, arguably, at least in my opinion, from what we've seen so far in this trial. So I do want to caution people from doing that too much because, I mean, a lot of people suffer from, or maybe not suffer, but a lot of people deal with this kind of stuff, and it doesn't make them bad people, and it doesn't make them violent also. So thank you for your super chat. Gives it a good opportunity to talk about that. Isaac Bruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art. I still love that name. Says, Captain Jack, why is the vodka gone? My fingertips gone. It's a good one. Gecko Gamer says, is this in reverse cross-examination? It kind of felt like it a little bit, right? During the redirect at first.
I don't think that was the redirect. I think that was during the whatchamacallit. I think that was during the cross of the butler. At least
yeah,
timing
you're right.
wise.
Yeah,
timing
okay,
wise,
you're right. Oh, that makes sense because we're already talking about Alfred, also known as Ben King. People's 1976 says, are not lawyers supposed to be candid in court knowing that Wall have different meanings. Isn't that being deceptive and thus not candid? Well, I mean, you don't necessarily have to be charitable to the other side if there are multiple interpretations. I mean, as an attorney, you're going to want to take the interpretation of a term that is most beneficial to your own client, because that's the narrative that you're pushing, right? So it might
Zealous
seem unfair or
advocacy.
mean. Yeah.
Zealous
Yeah.
advocacy.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it can backfire massively depending on who the audience is, because they can
Mhm.
perceive it just like you have here. And it's
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Dominic Mueller says, is it possible they're going not for impeachment, but for similarity to the Sun case in order to throw it out? I don't think so. I think when they bring in other statements from when they've previously testified, what they're doing is they're trying to impeach them in front of the jury. That's all. That's my impression, at least. Jamie McClement says, OMG, they're trying to set up her story, which sounds like it's going to be they cut one another and he cut his own finger off. Could be. That is, it'll be interesting to see them kind of flesh out their narrative in their case in chief. Cy Virus says, I don't think Amber will make it in cross-exam from JD. I'm not sure what TM means. Her monster will get out. Yep. I think one of the biggest things that they're going to do is try to get her off center, right? To see if poke and prod her to see if she reacts, because she's proven to be in a lot of these audio tapes to be a rapid fire kind of abuser, very reactive, very, very, very verbally reactive. So if she loses her cool on the stand, that could be pretty bad for her case, because it's the jury would be able to see in person. Okay, yep, the way that she's been described before is exactly the way that she's acting in front of us. Brian Wilson says, am I the only one hearing his voice cracking and wavy? He did sound nervous. I didn't want to point it out because everyone has been there at some point. I mean, this is an attorney who, I think this was this attorney's first time in this trial doing any kind of examination. And so I would imagine, how many people were watching our stream alone? I mean, there were 20,000 people watching this one, and there were, I think, about the same amount watching Emily D. Baker's and Nick Rekida's. And oh, by the way, there's Court TV and Law and Crime and all these other streams. There's
by the
a lot
way,
of
you don't
people
even
watching.
need to be you don't even need to be live broadcasted to have those nerves. Like my first trial, you're shaking in your boots. You have no idea how scary it is to be in that courtroom, and then you are suddenly in charge.
Yeah. So it's even though this was arguably a minor witness for somebody to get their feet wet with, it still is terrifying, because no lawyer wants to make a single mistake. They don't want to be responsible for anything that could go wrong for their client, because you carry that with you afterwards, and it sucks. And to do that on top of that on a on a national, international stage, because there's a lot of international interest in this case, obviously, is just it's a lot of pressure for one attorney to handle. So I was not about to be one to mock him in any way, because dude, my first time showing up to a hearing that was just a calendar hearing, I was super nervous. So yeah, I'm not about to judge him for that. Isaac Bruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art says, Judge is in Legalbytes Blue. That's right, she was. Laura Pelletier says, if the butler took the photo of the mirror, he would have tidied the bikini out of habit, not Amber Heard. She didn't shower, wash blood, or paint off, so why didn't anyone notice blood from her injuries? Interesting. Kaylee says, hey, Colonel Kurtz, loving this crossover. Yeah, it was so great having her earlier. Steve Deacon says, whose time is this costing, Johnny's or Amber's? I remember this super chat. It came in during cross-examination of Ben King. So that is counting against Amber Heard's time. Ignacio Campos says, Amber team definitely doesn't want to play that audio because it shows Dr. Kipper and Amber accepting that she did not mean to hurt Johnny. And Dr. Kipper says in the audio that Amber is crying because of guilt, and to give a, I'm not sure. Oh, at the end of the sentence, that may have been a typo.
I think it's to give a do, as in the other word for do, as in give a shit.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. I guess that's right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, could be. Rebecca Madsen says he did say I can show you them pics on my phone. He did say that on the stand. Bettina Welker, thank you for your super chat. April Wright says it seems plausible to me that if the fingertip was found in a paper towel, perhaps it was hanging when he cut the paper towel over the finger and came loose in the paper and he didn't know. Possible. Yeah, definitely plausible. Florida Dad says Thomas Binger watching The Cross. I like his style. Julie O says, was the crumpled up paper a hearsay paper? I don't know. That's a very good question. We should ask Johnny Depp. Maybe he knows. The Adam Project says, it was the butler in the game room with the vodka bottle. I did it just to stop. I did it just stop badgering me. I ordered the code red. You're goddamn right I did. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Brandy Pearl Scott says, as a DV survivor of 3 different types of abuse, it is so important, and my prayers go to true justice being served. Amber Heard is awful. I am really sorry that you went through your experiences as well. There are a lot of people in this chat that have, and I'm very, very sorry for all of it. And I hope that, just like with the other comments that we've seen, I hope that you also are in a better place now, and have been able to work through that trauma. Fo Rothko says, this is as bad as diagramming sentences or algebra proofs. LMAO, such tedium with the A to B logic queries. Yeah, you can, it can definitely get very, very tedious. A lot of lawyering can. Shannon Parham says, hashtag, I wasn't there after I left. Butler babe. I love it. I love it. I wasn't there after I left. That was a very good retort.
It was
Stephanie
one of the
says,
most ineffective cross examinations I've ever seen. Did they do anything to impeach his credibility? He left that stand being just as credible as he was at the first words out of his mouth.
Agreed. They should have just saved their time for another witness and just said, okay. Because also that would have indicated confidence too, to say this guy didn't really add anything. So we're not worried.
Pass the witness.
Bye. Yeah. Bye. We'll see the next one. Stephanie says, while flying home with Amber Heard, did you see a single injury on her, or did she need any treatment? He did say that he saw some scratches on her arm on the flight, but other than that, I don't know about the whole needing treatment part. Kaylee Sane says, this is much more fun to watch after eating edibles. I can't say I have the same experience, so I'll take your word for it. Shiv Roy, thank you. Brandy Pearl Scott, thank you. Andrew D'Angelo says, yet you all are behind a screen and it's fine. Well, it's different because we're talking, this is in response to what I said about having an expert testify behind a screen is not good. I mean, people did see how the video depositions went. Those were incredibly boring. At the very least, you do have somebody who's testifying through a video link is there live and they are responding live. So there's that. But they're not in the courtroom. They don't feel the same vibe that they're feeling from the room. They can't detect whether or not the jury is paying attention. And especially when it comes to an expert witness, usually what they're talking about is very, very technical. And so not only do they have to be able to understand what it is that they are saying, but also explain it in a way that lay people can understand it. Because that is one of the hardest things. You'll see this with, sometimes we'll get caught up in our own legalese, right? Where we're like going through, all kinds of terms that we rattle out. And then sometimes I'll see in the chat where people are like, wait, what does that mean? What's an impeachment? What's redaction? And then we're like, okay, pause. We need to say this. An expert testifying doesn't get that feedback from the jury, right? They don't get them, in some jurisdictions, you can have a jury ask questions, but for the most part, you don't necessarily get that kind of feedback where a jury can indicate that they are confused about a particular point and oh, can you explain further? Otherwise, you've basically just got this expert witness that is explaining, and they might think that they're doing a great job and just completely miss the jury. So when you are also behind a screen like that, it makes it even more difficult because they don't have any feedback really from the jury unless they somehow set up cameras so that they can see the jury's faces while they're testifying. But I doubt it. Andrew D'Angelo says, I'm a saxophonist and friends with Adam Neely. Love his show. Yeah. Great show. Shigawire says, This is like a Scooby-Doo scenario where someone is driving people insane in a house, pretending to be ghosts haunting, moving through hidden rooms. It kind of feels like that, doesn't it? Thurston55 says, oh, okay, just want to make sure I caught that super chat. Says, can we talk about the fact that Amber Heard's lawyer objected to his own question? Yeah. Yeah. What
One of the
question
better
was that?
moments too. Yep.
Yeah. What was the
And 'cause-
question again? I can't, I remember it happening and I was like, wait.
He was objecting, I think, to the answer as far, but he should have just saying, move to strike non-responsive instead of.
Oh no, he objected. He said objected the answer, object hearsay. It was asking about how he knew something, and he said, well, I learned from Johnny Depp or something like that. And he goes, objection hearsay, and you can hear Judge Ascarati in the background go, you asked the question.
And the lesson there is for the attorney to ask a better question. If you get an answer that is responding to your question and is not the one that you wanted, the lesson in that is to modify the way that you're asking questions. Britt Cormier says, as someone that has had several glass cuts and cigarette burns, those things leave marks unless very superficial. Putting out cigs on someone will definitely leave scars. Where are they? Fair point. Diana P says, legal question. Does the jury have to pick a winner of the case, or can they just say, we tap out, they're both cray? They can say that both sides do not win on their claims, because both sides have a burden to prove their own claims. So if neither side can meet their burden, the jury can say that. Cat Toes says, question, if Elon Musk succeeds in Twitter purchase, would that disqualify him as a witness because of his exposure to social media surrounding this case? I mean, he actually, that's a very interesting question, because he could actually be disqualified just by watching all kinds of testimony throughout the last couple of weeks. That would effectively disqualify him, but he also has not been served a subpoena even for a deposition. So he can't possibly be required by the court if he has not been successfully served. You have to, there's a certain process that has to be followed in order to require someone, to compel someone to come into court. You can't just say, like, we call President Joe Biden to the stand and he's like, off doing his job wherever, to say, like, we want him here. So there. No, if he has not been properly subpoenaed, he's not required to show up. Caligula says, just dropping a $5 to vouch for Hoaglaw, worthy sub for anyone into tech or gaming. I do agree. I very much agree. He's one of the best people to listen to for tech and gaming. And sometimes I disagree with him on his movie takes, but he's a bit more critical than I am on those, I think. Manny Pants says his finger may have been just hanging on by a piece of skin. So when towels were switched out, it came off with the towel. Oh, could be. That's a very gruesome thought to have, a very gruesome image, but it could be. Mark Waters said, thank you for the insights. Enjoying the coverage, watching from Melbourne, Australia. Hey, happy to have you here. Thank you. Michael Gaunt says, calling it now. Amber's version of Australia will say after Depp smashed the phone, he took tissue paper and put his finger in it. Could be. Could very well be. Marilyn Stryker says, Amber Heard marks were in the perfect uniform V shapes. It did. I mean, Ben King was saying that they were very uniform and very, like, equidistant on the arm. Rocket Guardian says, what does each legal team do now? # justice for couch. Well, I think that they both have their strategies and they continue on with those strategies is my best guess. I mean, on Johnny's team, he's still got some witnesses I think that he's going to be putting on. Most likely, I think the at least one of the cops that came the night of May 21st, 2016. Then there's also a one of Amber's stylists that I would anticipate them putting on the stand to testify to what bruises she did or maybe did not see on her face the day after one of these incidents. So there's that too. Salem says, I read somewhere the video with the couch was her reading out a script and him helping. Sounded like rattling papers at the beginning. Interesting. I don't know. I didn't get that anywhere. based on the testimony that we heard, but that's an interesting theory if that's floating out there. Lisa Mouse says the butler testified that the paper towels, like the one the finger was found in, were located in the kitchen and behind the bar.
Yeah, but he didn't explain whether they were crumpled up or not. I think this might be addressing discussion Kurt and I were having as to whether there were multiple crumpled up paper towels or whether that was
Mhm.
the only one. If there were multiple ones, the finger in theory could have fallen into it. If
Mhm.
there was only one and it just landed there, it's less indicative that it was moved. If it was, or that it had been found and moved. And then the location of that finger might be relevant as far as determining whether or not that it was sliced off, as opposed to if there's only one, that might lead people to believe, well, if there's only one, someone probably had found the finger and moved the fingertip, in which case now the location of it is far less indicative of whether or not it was a result of something being thrown at him. You see what I'm saying? As far as like
Yeah.
we're trying to figure out who's telling the truth and who's lying as to the source of this accident. Well, if it's a cutting finger, and it's in a paper towel on the floor, he might have cut it off and someone picked it up and then dropped it. As
Mhm.
opposed to, if there's a, and especially when you see the paper towels, that's the first thing you're going to think is that someone put it in the paper towel. So it has been moved from its original place. The scene has been contaminated, so to speak, as opposed to if there are multiple paper towels, like, there's 30, 40 of them around the floor and it fell into one of them. Well, that's far less indicative of the fact that that had been moved, because it's just, this place was a pigsty and there was paper towels everywhere.
Yeah. That is how that sounded. Cheryl Drake says, question, I thought your panel is for lawyers to discuss the case. No disrespect. Why is Colonel Kurtz allowed to join the panel and ask questions instead of watching respectfully and submitting questions like us? Because she is somebody who has been covering this case for quite a while. And so I like to invite people that have been covering the case, that know a lot of the background facts. That can be very helpful for directing us and some of our commentary as well. Because if we don't necessarily understand why a certain line of questioning is being asked, it is helpful to have somebody to be able to theorize based on what they know about some of these incidents. So that is why I like to have other people like Colonel Kurtz, like Laura B, and others on to ask questions, to give their ideas. It's for that reason. And why I've also got other people like Spidey, behavioral analyst, to give his input. It's very, very unique input. And Nurse Liz, it was great having her on to give her take, even though she's not a lawyer. It was really, really helpful to have a medical professional talk about, some of the testimony coming from that perspective. I wouldn't have been able to give that kind of commentary on my own. So I really appreciate having those different perspectives.
You're so much nicer than I am, because if it was me, I just would have said, it's my show, piss off.
Carolyn East, thank you for your super sticker. Doc Savage says, what would Heard's attorney's obligations be if they have knowledge that she intends to perjure herself if she takes the stand? To try to remind her that she is required to tell the truth on the stand. That is what any attorney is going to do, because you cannot do anything that would suggest that you want your client to lie on the stand. There's some major issues there with professional responsibility. I don't know. Do you guys have any other thoughts to add on that?
It's a really high burden. So you have to tell them that they're under an obligation to tell the truth. Then you have to tell them that if you know that they have lied, you have an obligation to take corrective action. Now, but you have to have actual knowledge that what they said was a lie. But barring that actual knowledge, there's not a whole lot you can do to prevent people from taking the stand and saying what they want to say. Generally speaking, you just kind of tell your client, don't lie. If you lie, I have an obligation to correct the record.
Yeah.
There's a great scene in a movie where an attorney, I forget who it was, I think it was James Stewart, is talking. It's obviously a classic, where he's talking to his client and he's like, I can't put you on the stand if I know you're going to lie. So before you tell me your story, just understand this. And he starts like guiding him through the answer he was looking for him to give. And as far as in defense of a murder charge. And this was actually shown to me in law school as a way of discussing whether or not this is something that's ethical. And and really just getting our feedback as to whether or not, and every one of my peers was like totally ethical. We were like, yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. So, just gives you a little bit of a
Interesting.
feel.
Yeah, because it's like you don't want to be, like I said before, and like Joe indicated, and Rob, you don't want your client to be going on the stand and lying. You always, as the attorney, want to make sure that all the testimony that comes out is truthful, because you have all kinds of complications to deal with if you think that people are starting to go up there and lie, and if you know that those are lies. It's a huge headache and a huge mess, and not worth any of the advantages that it could potentially give you to win a case. It's never worth it. Martha Reddington, thank you for your super chat. Nelson Laro, thank you. Doug Blask says, don't they say that men marry their mothers? Sometimes. Beautiful Disaster says, I just joined. What did everyone think about JD saying in the audio footage that Amber has borderline personality disorder? Well, he is not a psychologist or psychiatrist, so I don't know where that would have come from. If that's just an accusation based on, I trying to make her angry, or if that's something that she had divulged to him about a diagnosis that she had previously received. But like I said before, I caution people from taking that and really running with it, because at this point we really don't know if that is true or not. 2012 Jameson says, sometimes you don't deny if you don't deny, it can be considered an admission. That is true, because if there's an expectation that you would deny in a certain situation and you don't deny it, that can be construed as an admission. I mean, just like it's the pots and pans audio about Johnny saying, you threw pots and pans at me, and she doesn't deny it. She says, well, it's not about that, which kind of like she doesn't say, no, I didn't do that. She doesn't say, yes, I did it. But based on the context of what she says afterwards, it does sound like she's kind of like acknowledging that is something that is true, and she just wants to deflect from it. 2012 Jameson says, NFT stands for never fear truth, not currency. Okay.
All right, guys, I got to run.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great meeting both of you. Great talking.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And if you want to
I'll
join
be
in
around.
again, feel free. I'm happy to send you links as we progress. I know you obviously have a busy firm that you've got to be running to as well.
I got hearings tomorrow, but we'll see how the rest of the week goes. I'll keep watching.
Okay, sounds good.
We just play one on TV.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah, see ya. Juliana Root says, thank you so much for the coverage. Love from Iceland. Thank you. Nicole F says, I can't wait to hear Paul Bettany testify. That bit about Amber demeaning his son was pretty awful. Bring in an Avenger. LOL. Yes. Let's bring in the Avengers. I don't know if he will testify. He's on the list. It's not guaranteed that he's going to testify, but after hearing that story, I very much wanted to hear from Paul Bettany as well, for sure.
Amen. Such great drama.
Yes. Queens the Third says, thoughts of Mr. King's cross-ex. Amber Heard's guy felt very aggressive out of the gate, barely letting him finish before the next question thrown at him. Confusing questions too. Yeah, I don't think it was a very well structured or well done cross-examination. Personally, of course, I am one lawyer, and it's much easier for me to sit here and comment on it than to be the one in the arena actually doing the thing. So I do want to try to do a better job of reminding people of that from time to time. But he did feel very aggressive, and this was a very sympathetic witness. He seemed very kind and very calm and very sweet. And so to be aggressive against him felt a little off. And this is something that has been common for Amber Heard's team is they have come across as very aggressive. And I think that is personally a mistake, because that is the vibe that they are trying to combat against for their client in the overall claims of this trial. So yeah. Jeremy Krause said, is the trial in Fairfax, Virginia, because that's where WAPO is based? Both have no relation to Virginia. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Shindig Eats says, I am fairly certain Amber stated that she only remembers glass being on her legs, the version of legs, at her 2016 deposition. Impeachment. If that's the case, that's ripe territory for cross-examination. KH8 says, I thought lawyers had a duty to verify. How is it Amber Heard's team can get away with so many lies? article wasn't about JD, then of course it was. Amber Heard made donations, then just pledged to Amica Cream, Milani. I mean, on the one hand, they are making their case, and part of what we're seeing right now is we're seeing a lot of cross-examination questions, and I mean that is what we're seeing his side do, because we're in Johnny's case in chief. But when you do have that, you're going to ask all kinds of questions to try to either put the witness off guard or put them off balance. And so sometimes a lot of those questions you can ask them in ways that are not exactly they might not seem fair depending on your perspective. But what they're doing is they're just trying to get the testimony out that they need for their client. But a juror can totally read it the way that you're reading it in this respect as well. So it's a risk that they run sometimes. Aisha Siddiqui says Amber Heard's attorney connecting Manson to Depp, the recording showing Amber Heard's mental state equals psychological abuse. Could be. Jury could interpret it that way. Ivan's Aspect says, I need y'all as a lawyer. Maybe. I don't know. Zach Russell says, I'm starting law school in the fall. Appreciate the commentary. Hey, good luck. Good luck on your 1L year. All the best. Chandra Bruno says, are they going to bring up Amber's past abuse allegations? Probably only if it comes up for impeachment purposes. Annie McH says, does JD have grounds to go after Court TV or Fox News or CNN for the defamatory misrepresentations they've been airing? No, I don't think so, because there's an open question right now as to who's going to win this trial. So anyone's interpretation at this point is up for grabs. Angel says, the way that you guys have networked together to help us in understanding everything is amazing. Also, in bringing in the viewers, making us a part of the journey. Thank you all so very much for all of your honesty and time. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, because otherwise it would just be us kind of talking with each other, which is just fun. It's fun, but it's also fun to have a bunch of other people. What's that?
That'd be boring. We need the interaction.
I know. It's much more fun having people to interact with. Kathleen Neefsey, welcome. DeBees RN says, how can attorneys work with narcissistic codependent BPD clients? What happens if they don't do exactly what Amber Heard wants? Seroquel and meds can only help so much without putting her to sleep. Great input, always learning. Well, as I mentioned before, we at this point are not certain that she has narcissistic, disorders or codependencies or BPD or anything like that. We don't know. I can't speculate because I'm not a psychologist, so I that is way outside of my field. But if that is the case, that she suffers from those things, or not suffers, I shouldn't say that, but that she's dealing with those things. Same way that people with those kinds of conditions manage the rest of their lives, right? I mean, they have to learn how to manage their life and interacting with people by working, by having families, by having friends, all of that. It's kind of the same thing. By the way, a client doesn't need to have those kinds of disorders or other issues to be a nightmare client. You can also have one that has those issues that they deal with and have them be a great client. I really caution people from really leaning too heavily on those potential issues.
You pick your clients basically based on those who have a combination of need and money. That's really what it boils down to. If you feel like you can service their need, in that case, you pick your clients based on their need and money. And sometimes, unfortunately, you have to fire a client. You have to stand up and say, this client is impossible and I'm done with you. But by and large, we don't pick our clients. Our clients pick us. So.
Yeah. Eileen says, I'm enjoying seeing your subscriber count go up and every day. Congratulations. #road to 100K. Thanks for all your excellent content. Thank you so much. Thank you. And be sure to subscribe to all of the people that, what's that?
You're going to, if you don't get 200 out of this trial, this is a bust. You're going 200.
No. It is already very far from a bust.
No, it's a bust. Okay. And if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. She's like at 89.7. If we don't get to, I'm going to get to 90 before we log off tonight. Okay. So there's thousands of you out there. Statistically, 30% of you haven't subscribed yet. So we easily can cross this threshold. Please hit the subscribe button.
Well, and likewise with Joe. Make sure that we've got
Yeah,
to
you
we've
don't
got to
just-
get him.
just-
We've
just
got to
go
get him to
super chat.
45.
Super chat,
45,
we're
right?
good, we're good.
That's where you're at. It's 45, right? So that's
Yeah,
where we got to get
that's,
you.
That's exactly where I'm at. That's exactly.
That's where we
55.
got to get you for sure. And then 50, and then 60. Yeah, we got to get you there too.
Today's not my day. Today's your.
No,
today's
but
about you.
but you are helping too. So we've got to share the
Okay.
love.
Thank you.
Julio says, "Have you seen that Howard Stern is saying about JD?" No, I haven't. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, 'cause he's one
you
who's
seen?
always he's made a career out of standing up for women's rights. That's basically who he's been throughout,
Mhm.
like, his whole life. Everyone knows him as the guy ever since like the 1980s. He's been Mr. Women's Rights. I mean, he stands up for against misogyny. That's who he is. That's who he is. Have you ever seen such a ridiculous clown? This guy literally made a career. He's only known for like his shock value, for judging women's breasts, for like, making fun of black people, making fun of his black co-host, making fun of trans people. And now this guy basically is coming out as like Mr. Woke. What a complete and total, butthead. That's all he's not even a clown. He's a butthead. I'm sorry. This guy makes me so angry that his whole holier than thou, shut the hell up. No one wants you. You're a
Yeah,
disgrace to humankind.
His career has definitely seemingly been made by making very controversial comments over the years. That's how I remember him.
Particularly misogynistic. I mean, he was like Mr. Misogyny. He literally would be like, "I will fund your breast implant thing if you come on my show and show our breasts to everyone." That's he's brought on porn stars and basically salivated over them. He has been Mr. Objectify women, and here he is coming out against JD. Go to hell! What an idiot.
Fiery but mostly peaceful. Good logic, guys. That's a little taste of what you get when you subscribe to his channel. So if you haven't already, subscribe to his channel for more fire, more fire and brimstone. Kinver says, "I saw it in chat, but I don't have the metadata." Yes, metadata. Ian McCook says, "So in everyone's current opinion, who's winning this trial?" I still think that the favor is on the side of Johnny Depp personally. That's how I see things. But of course, Amber Heard has not had a chance to put on her evidence, so things could change otherwise. But at this point, yeah, I do feel like Johnny Depp is doing very well at this point. Andy Moody says, "Is it possible Amber Heard's team wants the jumping timeline to keep the jury confused so that it seems more of a chaotic abuse situation?" Yeah, I mean, it would support this idea of mutual abuse. That would be like, she's abusing, but also he's abusing. So therefore, her op-ed is correct that he was abusing her as well. Yeah, I think that kind of chaos could be helpful. Sir Ella says, "No, it's okay. I was just wondering, is that the pizza that you're bringing me? Is that? I just want to make sure."
He's downstairs.
Sir Ella says, "Do you think the cop statement and video will be used, and if so, when?" Yes, I do. I think there are. I'm waiting for them to testify sometime soon, and to show that the body cam footage, and to guide the jury through what they saw through that footage, et cetera, et cetera. I'm definitely waiting for that for sure. JX Channel says, "If asked directly if the op-ed was about JD, if no, why then did she vouch for him afterwards? If yes, then would that confirm defamation with current evidence?" I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I think that they would probably draw, if they were to ask Amber Heard on cross-examination, if it was about Johnny Depp directly, I wouldn't be surprised if the judge would sustain an objection as to a legal conclusion, just because of the objections that Johnny saw today when he was on the stand for kind of similar questions that were kind of factual but mostly legal. So yeah. Richard Freeman says, "Regarding his change in demeanor on cross, all I see is a person having his adrenaline ramping up. To him, this is a fight for his life." Yeah, that could be.
Ultimately, the question is how the jury sees it.
Exactly. Kathleen Neefsey, thank you. CB became a YouTube member. Welcome. IWD, thank you. Sammy Z says, "Your next merch quote should be, 'I haven't seen the metadata.'" I think you might be onto something there. Mindy Magana says, I wonder how hernia guy is. Can we get him on the line for an update? Yeah, I hope he's doing well. I hope he is. Maybe he's watching the streams now, because if he's like, oh, well, I'm curious about how it's going to turn out, that'd be kind of funny. Miss Take says the ACLU emails are on JD's exhibit list. Since they are objecting to evidence, I assume it's not certain to get in. How would they get them in? My guess is probably through Amber Heard talking about the process of writing this thing, and what kind of revisions that she went through. Who did she interact with for it? And so did her previous versions talk about Johnny Depp more specifically? I would expect it to come in basically like that. Nikki Vanderwillen says, are the 50 million and 100 million just numbers, or do they have to pay that amount if one of them loses? Well, they can win and end up being awarded only $1. There's also that possibility. So even if they win, it's not a guarantee that they win that amount that they are asking for. So there are multiple questions that have to be asked after that point, if either side wins. Elaine Minsart says, as a European try to explain to me, how is it possible to only admit evidence without any context that is just trying to prove lies? Over here, context is the most important. Without it, you cannot do anything. Yeah, well, so you discuss the evidence and provide context when it's already been admitted, but usually in order for it to be admitted, you have to be able to authenticate it, make sure that it is what the proponent says that it is, and to basically to be able to show that it's a true and accurate copy, that if when it comes to photos, that it was taken on the day that they said it was taken, from a location that they said it was taken, that kind of stuff. I mean, that's usually the kind of stuff that we are concerned about when we are talking about admitting evidence. But when we are discussing that evidence on direct or on cross-examination, yeah, I mean, having context around this stuff is crucial as well.
True.
Shik Ananda says, please shout out my Savage Moments Part 3. Please shout out to your Savage Moments Part 3. There you go. Use the Force 1977 says, what happened earlier with the judge? Oh, probably referring to why she was late. She apparently had a calendaring hearing for other matters outside of this case. So that takes about a half an hour. So she was on other matters. So, everyone was just kind of waiting for her. It wasn't like there was any kind of a mistake or any issue there. Britt Cormier says, Lami. Oh, sorry. L-O me, not Lami.
She's correcting you. She knew what she knew what you were going to say.
I know. But actually, I think there was a previous super chat that said that. Learn your Black Sabbath. I'm sorry. I'm too basic. They only created a little thing called heavy metal. Damn you millennials who do not understand what good music sounds like. LMAO. I'm sorry. You got me. Me and my pumpkin spice lattes and my Ugg boots do not listen to Black Sabbath. Elaine Minsart says, I really think that the jury is in his favor. The defense was too incoherent, and it was actually, in my opinion, pure torture for the jury to go through this. I mean, this is a very valid point, right? Because if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear it, does it actually make a sound? If evidence comes out or if testimony comes out in front of a jury, but they're not paying attention, is it really entered into evidence? I don't know about that. So yeah, good point. Dee Dee Rogers, welcome to memberships. Cynthia says, can you review who supposedly vandalized the Aussie house? I'm confused. She's awful, but why would Heard do that? I think that what Johnny's team is trying to say is that she's adding vandalism into the house to make it look like all of these things are by Johnny Depp, to make it look even crazier, to make it look like it's placing him in this realm.
That's not that's not really my take. My take on it is more that there was utter chaos going on there. His finger had just been sliced off. They're in the middle of World War III. She just sliced his finger off, and he's literally he's in shock, acting like a lunatic, writing on his own walls. And it basically became like a crazy scene. That's what I think. I'm trying to put yourself in that moment like, it's almost like a Clockwork Orange moment kind of thing, where there's just craziness going on everywhere. As soon as like his finger gets sliced off, he's vandalizing his own walls. She's like, oh yeah, well, to hell with you, you're so vain, you think everything's about you. It's like you can picture them screaming at each other while writing on the walls, and like just like I also picture, for some reason, like crazy music playing at the same time, like really loud, even though it probably was no music happening at all. But just like I just picture utter chaos happening in that time. He's writing with his finger. It's like what's happening in that scene. That's what I think. I don't think anyone's plotting out when trial. I'm gonna have to show, like, make him look worse. Like, to me, I don't think she's that clever. Like, that would take a real Nostradamus type of perspective to say, oh, okay, he's going to try blaming this on me, so let me make him look like more of a lunatic. Maybe she was in that frame of mind because she's recording stuff. So maybe she's in that frame of mind. That's possible.
There is testimony about the tissue with the nail polish on it to make it look like it was from a bloody nose. I mean, Johnny testified to that before. And then
if that's what she was doing, that's next level plotting type of like really evil.
I think that's what's being alleged in this case, is that she actually is doing this level plotting. And you'll see when we get to the issue of the May 21st, 2016, the state of the apartment and the various points of testimony to line those things up to see, like, did he trash this place or did he not? Was it set up by her? It gets a little Looney Tunes. So just stay tuned.
to have that awareness while he's bleeding out and he's going nuts, that's real awareness. That's what I'm saying, is that takes a very calculating, controlled mind. So
I think we're there.
We'll get a better feel for her after we see her on the stand.
Yeah. Elaine Minsart became a YouTube member. Hey, welcome. Felipe Morales says, Alina Alita Majeka, changing the bad reputations of lawyers one legal analysis at a time. Thank you. And all of my panel members too. I really think that everybody here has a really great vibe. We are not robots, at least not all the time. Jeff Carter, thank you. Dee Dee Rogers says, don't they need to prove she's a liar to prove any AB statement is unreliable from her? A legal analyst said, why all the fluff today when the kitchen video demonstrates the AB and she already won?
What's the AB?
I'm not sure. Oh, abuse, maybe? Maybe. Yeah.
There's a kitchen video showing that he abused her?
No, I don't think it does. It shows that he has, tendencies to potentially be violent against things, because he's slamming the kitchen cabinet doors and whatnot, but there's no indication that he's doing it towards her. Of course, there can be an inference or an implication that she's next, if she gets in his way or she happens to fall in his path. There is that kind of an implication, especially in I would imagine in some abusive households that is a thing that happens.
I'm curious who this legal analyst is that you think that this whole thing is wrapped up in Amber Heard's favor. I want to know names for who's simping that hard for Team Amber that you think that he's done. That's a really interesting take.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that take. Brian Sosa says, remember that time when Amber Heard's lawyer asked Ben how he knew about JD's finger, and then the lawyer objected himself?
Yeah, that was great.
That was very good. Danielle Elliott says, has anyone mentioned how Johnny testified the first day about how one of their fights was fueled by Amber Turd not being in his will, then the dull knife? Yeah. Oh yes, we have definitely talked about that quite a bit here. Natalie says, what are the biggest missed opportunities you've seen today? Today,
I think closing up their cross without ever getting him riled, I think that was a big loss for the cross-examination.
For Johnny Depp's cross-examination?
I'm saying, yeah, for Team Amber, that their failure to get him really riled, and that as soon as they were facing some objections, he wilted like a Rottenborn wilted like a flower. They needed to show the jury angry Johnny, and find some way to make him look not just snarky. When he's getting snarky, you're at the precipice of maybe able to push his buttons that much harder, and they never really nailed that down. And for the jury to have seen angry angry Johnny would have done a lot to hurt his
Yeah.
case.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
But I mean, now that we've spent so much time with him, I wonder if they ever would have seen that on the stand, even with their best efforts. I mean,
maybe.
because he does have a very slow, kind of chill way of speaking, of being.
Yeah.
And it seems like to get him to that place, you really have to like really, really hammer him hard, which
It's not just
is
hammer him hard. That was my point. You need directed questions, and you also, when he starts meandering, you cut
yeah.
him off. Say move to strike, cut him off, and just like don't let him make him feel so uncomfortable that he can't
Yeah.
be his regular affable Johnny D.
Yeah.
But it's more he's stuck answering these short, stilted answers. Yes or no? Were you here? What date was this? Yes or no? What? Yes or no? Did you ever lay your fingers on lay your hand there? Yes or no? Did you see Amber do X? It's like boom, 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 boom. And when he starts just talking about like, well, the Pirates of the Caribbean was, an artistic statement about what society should be reveling. It's no, stop, move to strike. Yes or no?
Yeah.
It's like make him feel like fine, no,
Yeah, which they did do a better job of today than they did on Thursday. A much better job of it.
right.
Um,
But
but
not enough that he actually got angry. Not enough
yeah,
where they were like sort of like pinning him and pinning him and pinning him. And look, I'm happy that they didn't, because honestly, I think his case has real validity. I'm just saying, when you're asking about
yeah,
missed opportunities, I always have to look at it as an attorney and say, okay, how would I try to approach this in the and would I've done this? Would I've tried something different? And
yeah. And then I think that the other missed opportunity today was for Amber Heard's team to save some time for another witness with Ben King. They spent so much time on that cross examination.
oh
They
my
really
God,
didn't need to.
so
They could
stupid.
have just asked a few questions and be done with it, or just pass
The
the
whole
witness.
thing about how bloody the place was, both sides were asking 1,000. There was literally about 400 questions asked today that did not need to be asked by either side. It's like
Yeah.
no one's going to remember. Was there blood in the bathtub? Or was there blood in the sink? Was there blood on the floor, in the romper room? Was there blood on this painting? What about that painting? Did you have to clean this painting? Did you see the penis? Who cares? Who cares?
Good point. Paul Poco says it's Johnny Depp's next movie role to play a lawyer. That'd be pretty funny. That would be. I wouldn't.
He actually plays a lawyer in a movie called Nick of Time.
Oh, does he?
I think he
Interesting.
plays a lawyer in that movie, which is actually like it's one of these time travel things. I think I saw it like 30 years ago.
Okay, interesting. Aneka Eviana Hawthorne says the house manager said regarding the fight and scratches that he saw the scratches on Amber at the end of the flight. It's possible they are self-inflicted on the flight. He did specify it was the end of the flight.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
wondering why no one
However,
asked about like, did you see your arms in the beginning of the flight? like
yeah.
when?
Yeah, the only thing is that still lines up with what Debbie Lloyd said, was that she saw some scratches on Amber's arm when they were at the house. So he may have just not noticed it until the end of the flight. But so I'm glad that they didn't push too hard on it, because then it could have made some awkwardness.
Right. You don't
About his
ask questions.
testimony.
And this is a general rule of thumb when you're questioning a witness. You don't ask questions that you do not know the answer to. And you saw some of them tepidly avoiding asking certain questions, like how many paper towels were there, which I don't think either side knew the answer to.
Yeah. Nintendo Gaming Channel says judge or any legal team comment Milani on Milani Cosmetics. No one in the courtroom has commented on that today. I wasn't expecting them to. Maybe at some point, maybe during Amber Heard's cross-examination, we will see. That's in our back pocket, right? Fish Face 123 ism says, what do you make of Amica Face yelling couch in beginning of one of the tapes? I was confused until Johnny was explaining his interpretation of what happened, which was that she was telling him or ordering him to the couch over and over again, which
is the best way it can be interpreted from his side. Like make her look like a bitch.
As soon as he said that, I had the image of ordering a dog to sit or to stay or to go over there to your bed because you're being bad. It definitely had that feel. It definitely did. Elizabeth DeJong, super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Mike Webb says, I like that you made pint glasses that say mega pint on it, but 16 ounces is just a regular pint here. Should have gone with the imperial pint glasses, 20 ounces. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you so much. I know, unfortunately, I'm limited with the options that I can put out there with Teespring, but at least what I like about it is that I can I can make things on the fly and with relatively low risk for inventory kind of issues. So yeah, Lauren B says, didn't Amber's team in the opening talk about JD's rings? So won't they need to talk about them? I can't remember honestly if they talked about his rings or not. But
I think Amber's team, I think the woman, the Amica Cream woman, brought up something about his rings. Because I think she was talking about how much it hurt, how much more it hurts because of the rings. In which case they would need to talk about them. It's a good point, Lauren.
Yeah, that is a good point. So, but on cross-examination, you can ask for marks. Ted Skovronic II says 2K viewers confused why they wouldn't answer the phone. Who is? Oh, are you talking about Joe's phone?
Are we up to the end? Are we that close to the end?
We are close. We are close. We have 5 left. Aaron says, currently in therapy dealing with CPTSD from an emotionally abusive ex. It's so cathartic to see how people are recognizing and criticizing Amber's behavior. Love your coverage and thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you are getting help to deal with the trauma and to deal with all of your experiences. And I hope that you can work through all of those soon so that you can get back to living your best life and really use those experiences for the better if possible. Nikki Vanderwheelen says, how can she counter sue with 100 million? She isn't worth that at all.
89.9K. 89.9K. We definitely get her to 90 before we finish the stream. 89. I just need like 50 of you to hit subscribe. How hard is that? 50 of you. 89.9K. Come on. We can do this. It's all team. Go team. Go team.
Shindig Eats says Amber stated in her 2016 deposition that she only had glass on her legs from the Australian incident, not on her hands. Now she has scratches on her forearm. All of that will be used to impeach her potentially on her cross-examination, or at the very least, that is ripe territory for it. Mayor says it was hilarious when Amber's lawyer objected himself accidentally. LMAO. Also, I'm not much into legal stuff, but in simple terms, who's winning? Love your coverage of the case. Keep it up. So now, like we've said before, there's all kinds of sorry, I'm getting a little distracted here. We still have to hear Amber Heard's side, right? We still have to hear her testimony and her evidence and her witnesses that she wants to put on the stand. But at this point, I feel like Johnny Depp does seem like he's doing very well. So, oh gosh, we're getting all these late hour super chats. Not that I'm complaining at all. Dee Dee Rogers says, I'm trying to find that legal person who said abuse was proven. The vid is from today on YouTube for sure. Oh, AB equals abuse. Yes. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you. Joanne Leonard, thank you. Ames, I'm just trolling. Go rest. Thank you. Phoenix, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Congrats on 90K. Thank you for your channel and your guests. I subscribe to all. Good. Thank you. Bubbles Auntie says, did you catch after the kitchen video? JD almost said that TMZ owned the video. Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't catch that. The objection seemed to have saved him. Interesting. Joe, congrats on 90K. What are you talking about? Did we actually hit it?
You hit 90K.
That's awesome. Thank you. Gold Dogs for me says, thanks for the great coverage. All your collabs are great. Hope the Virginia lawyer joins again. Yes, I hope so too. Rob was great. It was really nice having his local insight. Joe, where are you at? Are you at 45K yet?
Are you joking?
Where are you? Let's get you there. Let's get you there, guys.
I'm not getting a 45K. It's okay.
Okay, well,
It's okay.
but let's get some more subs for you though. We're gonna get you to 45K by the end of this week for sure. Let's get you there within the next several days.
Next several days. Look, it's a steady. It's not the race is with myself. It's not with anyone else. It's never.
Well, of course.
The thing I want everyone of your viewers to understand this. there really is genuine love, friendship between different uh, hosts who come in here. We come in
Yeah.
here because we share support for each other. I will say, I'll point out, we're very good friends with Nick Rekieta, and
Of
he's
course.
he's streaming also. There's no friction at all. There's nothing like that. It's just a
None.
matter of different people have different needs at different times, and different people are looking for different types of content and different
Yeah.
things like that. But we all recognize, and we recognize this since day one, that rising tide lifts all boats,
Yes.
and that each of us, we enjoy working together. We have genuine respect for each other, for everyone else's opinion and insight and what they can bring to the table, and we just like hanging out with each other. At the same time, we are independent creators. We're not one entity, and we
Right.
each have our own different needs at different times, and we can respect that. So there's
Yeah.
never any animus about that. We each understand that, each of us have our own respective families to feed and our own respective needs, and it's never a matter of competing, that it's me versus you. It's a matter of how can we help each other while at the same time taking care of our own personal needs, and also really have a good time enjoying what we're doing. And
Yes.
because that is the beauty of this job that Lee and I have, is that you're doing something that you love to do, whether it's in a collab or it's individually, and
Yes.
you need to enjoy it as well. So
Agreed. And with that, that is yet another reason to go and subscribe to Joe's channel, because he has been here volunteering his time, supporting me through this stream, very, very generously. And another thing that he talks about a lot is like ethics and morality. I mean, my first time on his channel, he asked me which of the 7 deadly sins do you think is the worst sin? And that was such a fascinating conversation. I loved that conversation. I think about
Yeah.
that one often, and I'm like, does my answer still stay the same, or does it change? It's you get into all kinds of like philosophical questions
I
on Joe's
enjoy
channel.
philosophizing and analyzing human behavior. And in addition, I cover some law and politics, and most people say that I'm pretty based. So and I do my rants and my humor, and that's
Yes.
check it
Yes.
out. I think you'll like it.
Yes.
It's fun times.
Exactly. So be sure to go and check him out as well. He's a very good friend of mine. All the greatest love for everyone in LawTube, honestly. Echoing everything that Joe said about our whole group. Even though Nick is streaming over there, I'm streaming over here. Emily D. Baker is occasionally streaming on her channel. We're
Right.
all there's so much love and collaboration in our whole group. Love it. A few more super chats and then we're done. Shiv Roy says, Legalbytes, do you know why the media coverage continues to be so pro Amber Heard? 60 Minutes Australia segment was pretty misleading. I did see that, and I didn't like it.
# me too. They're all me too.
Yeah.
Sims.
I think that the media has a hard time changing course when they have put their money on a particular horse.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm a poet and I don't know it. But it's one of those things that they have for some reason. I don't know why. I I've always said that I can change my mind if I encounter new evidence that convinces me otherwise from an opinion that I have, right? And I know that pretty much everyone in LawTube feels the same way. Like we've had so many discussions where, in the midst of a discussion, somebody changes their mind on something because somebody has put something in a different way for them. I don't understand why the corporate media, mainstream media, whatever you call it, why it seems to be that they seem to be incapable of doing that
Right.
in a lot of respects. But it's like they've made their choice. They decided that they're going with Amber Heard, and so they're continuing that way. It seems. It's
Right.
very, very frustrating. Marie Holman, thank you for the super sticker. Gromax says Joe's rant pushed to 90K. Nice.
There you go. That's what I
Thank
bring.
you. Mr. RN says, was Amber asked who she was referring to on her op-ed? Not
Not
yet.
yet.
She hasn't testified yet. Has not testified yet. So with that, that'll do it. Thank you so much to everybody for joining me. This has been a fantastic stream. Thank you, Joe. Thank you to all of my other guests. If you have not already, subscribe to Joe, subscribe to all the guys, but especially Joe, because he's right here, right now, right? Especially Joe. So if you're not, what are you doing with your life, right?
Where are you going?
Get
What are
more.
you doing?
Get more LawTube content. You get to see us bantering and hanging out with one another and talking about all kinds of different subjects. It's great and it's wonderful and it's beautiful. So with that, that about does it for me. And I will see you guys in the recap for today. We'll be putting that out as soon as possible, hopefully. And otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow for tomorrow's live stream.
Cold
See
speak.
ya.